Chapter 1. The mythical beast, the immortal phoenix. As consciousness emerged from the depths of endless darkness, Lin was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that engulfed his entire body, akin to having been struck by a massive truck and then mercilessly run over. He felt as though countless bones had been shattered within him. Wait, I really was hit by a car. Memories surged to the forefront of his mind, and Lin recalled the accident that had befallen him. In his eagerness to return home and indulge in a game based on the world of One Piece, Lin, a weary employee bound by the 996 work schedule, hastily rode his modest electric scooter purchased with half a month's salary back to his rented room. Alas, at an intersection, he was struck by a turning freight truck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Oh no, my game. Today I could have utilized the fusion card for the devil fruit I obtained yesterday and used my second devil fruit to gain another ability. This is disastrous. Who knows how long the delay will be now. True to his identity as a fervent fan of both One Piece and gaming, even in the throes of his injuries, Lin's first thoughts were consumed by his game character. As he wallowed in frustration, a sudden torrent of immense information surged into his mind, akin to a violent current flooding a narrow gutter. Lin felt his head pounding, darkness enveloping his vision, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, he finally processed the influx of information, drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked as if he had returned from the brink of death. Is this for real? I actually traversed dimensions? What kind of truck hit me? The driver must have floored the accelerator to cause such havoc. Upon absorbing the information, Lin discovered that it was the memory of another individual named Lin Blair. He realized he had crossed over into the body of this other Lin Blair. Given the name, it was clear that this person hailed from the West and was of mixed heritage, which provided Lin some solace. At least he retained a portion of Eastern lineage. Lin was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. He often daydreamed about how he might fare in such a scenario. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would actually find himself among the ranks of those who had crossed over. At this moment, it felt as though he were trapped in a dream. To think that a mere accident could lead to such a phenomenon. Lin's heart was torn between excitement and bitterness. His parents back on Earth must have received the tragic news of his passing by now. The thought of his elderly parents, white-haired, mourning the loss of their son filled him with profound sorrow and despair. For parents, nothing could be more devastating than such a loss. Moreover, he had to bid farewell to his nearly maxed-out One Piece game account, a pity considering the substantial amount of money he had invested in it. Before he could dwell on his misfortunes any longer, the intense pain coursing through his body pulled Lin back to reality, reminding him that despite his newfound circumstances, he was in a dire predicament. The injuries he sustained were severe. The very reason he had transmigrated was due to the fatal wounds that had claimed the life of his predecessor. Furthermore, he was now faced with the imminent threat of being hunted by his stepmother. With the memories of his predecessor fresh in his mind, Lin learned of his lineage. His father, William Blair, was a nobleman of the realm, holding the esteemed title of Earl, and Lin was the firstborn, naturally endowed with the right of primary inheritance. However, his mother had passed away years ago, leaving him vulnerable to the machinations of a cruel stepmother and a half-brother. In a bid to secure the title of Earl, his stepmother had struck down the previous Lin while his father was away. Fortunately, an old servant, Lin Rongfu, had revealed formidable strength to protect Lin in his moment of peril, but the predecessor ultimately succumbed to his injuries, allowing Lin to take his place. What a stroke of misfortune! Lin could only lament the absurdity of being thrust into the body of a gravely injured individual who was now being hunted. Despite his internal complaints, the looming threat of pursuit ignited a sense of urgency within him. He had to devise a means of escape otherwise. He would meet his demise shortly after his arrival in this new world, rendering his transmigration utterly pointless. However, the injuries he sustained posed the greatest obstacle. Just managing to breathe was a challenge, let alone rising to flee. This was impossibly difficult. Ding! Game system binding successful. Activating. Progress. 1, 2, 3, 10. He has arrived. He has arrived, striding in with an ethereal grace. A notification echoed in his mind, jolting Lin into a state of alertness. Indeed, The essential golden finger for all transmigrators had manifested itself. In this critical moment, it was undoubtedly a vital lifeline for Lin. His spirit's sword knew he was not merely unlucky, the system had come to his aid. Progress 100. Game system activated successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Given the host's current predicament, the system has issued a temporary quest: safely escape from Jelly City. Reward: 1 random ability from the Marine 6 styles. As the system activated, information regarding the game's system flooded into Lin's mind. He was taken aback. This was the very One Piece game he cherished on Earth. Ironically, the accident that had led to his transmigration was precipitated by his eagerness to return home and play that game. Now, it had traversed with him, transforming into a system. Joy surged within him. This game was renowned for its pay-to-win mechanics. He had invested a considerable sum into it, nearly half of his 996 work salary. He had amassed various skills and equipment, as well as an array of powerful devil fruits. He could only hope that these would accompany him into this new life, as possessing them would allow him to soar to greatness and easily fend off any threats. Please, system, be generous. Lin silently encouraged himself, inwardly commanding, system, open my attribute panel. Ding. The panel is now open. Please review it at your leisure. Character: Lin. Level: 0. Experience: 0-100. Strength: 5. Class: none. Skills: none. Devil fruits: none. Techniques: none. Physique: none. Specialties: none. Special items: none. Energy: 0. Inventory: 1 beginner's gift pack. Quests: Main Quest 1. Dream of reaching max level. Stage 1 quest. Reach level 20 reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Temporary quest. Safely escape from Jelly City reward. 1 random ability from the Marine 6 styles. Gazing at the barren attribute panel, Lin felt a wave of bitter irony wash over him. His heart sank. Truly, it echoed the adage: the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. System: where are my skills? Where are my equipment? What happened to all the devil fruits I collected? Did you devour them? I invested a significant portion of my salary into this. In pursuit of this game, I even neglected to find a girlfriend. Is this how you repay me? Do you not owe me for all the money I spent? Lin lamented in despair, his expression reminiscent of a scorned lover, filled with sorrow and trembling with emotion, evoking pity from anyone who beheld him. The notion of requiring level 40 to receive a single devil fruit was utterly disheartening. When would that day ever come? Ding! The system safeguarded the host's soul during the transdimensional travel, consuming a substantial amount of energy, resulting in the reset of all game panel data. Please continue to strive forward, host. Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. To hell with your encouragement. The tone of the system reeked of a familiar ploy, clearly hinting at the need for further monetary investment. Indeed, this One Piece game was insatiable, and even as it morphed into a system, it retained its pungent odor of greed. Regrettably, he was currently pursued and virtually penniless. System: open the beginner's gift pack. Though disgruntled, at least he had a beginner's gift pack as a consolation. Filled with anticipation, Lin commanded the system, hoping that the gift pack would provide him with the means to rise to greatness. Ding! Host, do you confirm the opening of the beginner's gift pack? Confirm. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a devil fruit of the Zoan type. Mythical beast, the immortal phoenix perfect. Acquire the skill basic swordsmanship and obtain the skill life restoration. What the hell? A devil fruit, and one of the rarer mythical beasts at that. Lin was elated beyond measure. The immortal phoenix fruit belonging to Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, might not have the most outstanding combat capabilities, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable for Lin at this juncture, as it possessed healing abilities. Marco also served as the ship's doctor. This was fantastic. Lin examined the remaining items. Basic swordsmanship and life restoration were both excellent skills, particularly life restoration. When developed effectively, it could become a divine technique. In the anime, powerful individuals wielded formidable bodies and recovery capabilities precisely because of life restoration, enabling them to rapidly metabolize and absorb energy from food to heal their injuries. Those extraordinary beings could endure fierce battles, gorge themselves, and after a brief rest, spring back to life. The devil fruit was now stored in the system's inventory. With a mere thought, Lin summoned it into his hand. The fruit resembled a pear, its skin adorned with delicate blue patterns forming the shape of a bird. Feeling the weight of the devil fruit in his hand, Lin's heart confirmed that this was not a dream. He was filled with an extraordinary excitement. As a child, while watching anime and playing games, he had often fantasized about possessing a devil fruit himself. Little did he know that his dreams would now become reality, which overwhelmed him with exhilaration. By the way, system, what does the perfect label on this devil fruit signify? Just as Lin was about to consume the fruit, a sudden question crossed his mind. Ding! The devil fruit produced by the system is in perfect condition, with no weakness to seawater. Fantastic! A product of the system, undoubtedly a premium item. Lin was elated. This was truly perfect. Without further hesitation, he brought the devil fruit to his lips and took a hearty bite. Ugh! A sound of dry heaving echoed within the room. Chapter 2. The Pursuit Approaches. Damn, this tastes absolutely horrid. In his moment of excitement, he had completely forgotten the warnings from the anime that the devil fruit was notoriously unpalatable, a flavor beyond description. With a grimace, Lin forced himself to swallow the mouthful of fruit flesh. The taste of the devil fruit was indescribably sour, and as he gazed at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, his brow furrowed in a dilemma. Should he continue eating? In the manga, a single bite of the devil fruit would grant powers, but that was fiction in reality. Who could say if it was true? After all, there were no precedents. What if not consuming the entire fruit led to incomplete abilities or hindered the potential of the fruit? For the sake of power, he would risk it. Back in his gaming days, he had endured sleepless nights for levels. Surely he could swallow a mere devil fruit, even if it tasted like excrement. With steely resolve, Lin shut his eyes and stuffed the phoenix fruit into his mouth, devouring it in large bites. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Minutes later, the mythical phoenix fruit had entirely vanished, consumed by Lin's immense willpower, resulting in a series of dry heaves. He could no longer distinguish whether he had ingested a fruit that tasted like feces or actual feces shaped like fruit. As the devil fruit was consumed, a wondrous energy began to awaken within Lin, brimming with vitality. It initiated a healing process for his internal injuries, while a verdant flame surged around his body, rising over a foot high, blazing fiercely yet devoid of the searing heat typically associated with fire. It caused no harm to Lin's body or clothing, instead imparting a sense of vibrant life. With the flames dancing around him, Lin felt his injuries mend at a visibly rapid pace, as if he were soaking in a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting warmth. How marvelous! Truly the essence of a devil fruit. As he marveled at the azure-green flames enveloping him, Lin was both thrilled and astonished. Creak! At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, hurriedly entered. Upon seeing the flames engulfing Lin, he gasped in shock, quickly moving to stand before Lin with a face full of concern, exclaiming, "Young master, what has happened? Are you all right?" "Grandpa Fu, there's no need to panic. I'm perfectly fine," Lin reassured him, halting the elder's instinctive motion to extinguish the flames surrounding him, then retracting the flames back into his body. Once the flames dissipated, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Lin Rongfist's eyes, but he still approached Lin with concern to inspect his well-being. Discovering that Lin bore no burns from the flames and appeared to be in significantly better condition than before, he finally sighed in relief, asking, "Young master, it's such a relief to hear you're fine. You truly frightened me just now. What was that flame all about?" "Grandpa Fu, I'm not quite sure how to explain it, but rest assured it's a good thing," Lin replied, rising from the bed and bouncing on the floor a few times. "Look, my injuries have nearly healed." Having integrated the memories of his former self, Lin felt no barrier with the elderly man before him. Lin Rongfu was a loyal servant left by Lin's mother, who had devoted his life to protecting her. After her passing, his purpose had been solely to care for Lin. It could be said that Lin had grown up under Lin Rongfist's watchful eye, their bond being deeply profound. If not for Lin Rongfist's desperate protection, Lin would never have escaped the clutches of his stepmother's pursuers. Had it not been for this incident, Lin would never have realized that Lin Rongfu was, in fact, a formidable figure. Wonderful, Lin Rongfu exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He felt immense guilt for failing to protect the young master. Leaving him grievously injured, he believed he had let down the late mistress. If anything were to happen to Lin, he would be unable to face her in the afterlife. Grandpa Fu, I'm sorry for worrying you. I owe you so much. Lin expressed his gratitude, recognizing that had it not been for Lin Rongfu's desperate defense, he might have perished, and he might never have had the chance to traverse into this new world. Old age brings forth emotional frailty. Please forgive me for displaying such a state before you, young master. Lin Rongfu wiped away his tears, then solemnly produced a transparent glass vial from his pocket, containing a verdant potion. Young master, I just stealthily procured this magical healing elixir. Your injuries are still not fully healed, so please drink it quickly. Initially, I feared that a single vial of basic magical elixir might not suffice, but now that your condition has improved significantly, this should be more than adequate. As Lin En gazed at the magical potion presented to him by Lin Rongfu, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. This realm, known as the Continent of Divine Grace, resembled a Western fantasy world, replete with magic and martial energy. Although there existed individuals of Eastern descent, such as Lin En's mother, the Eastern continent boasted a sparse population, predominantly composed of Westerners who practiced the arts of magic and martial prowess. The magical potion was a wondrous creation crafted by the sorcerers of this world. Lin is a product of a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western heritage. Her father belongs to the Western lineage. Perhaps due to her mixed ancestry, Lin lacks both magical aptitude and martial talent, rendering her a quintessential archetype of a seemingly useless protagonist. Fortunately, after her arrival in this new realm, she awakened a game system, without which Lin would have been at a loss as to how to navigate her existence within this template. Shortly after Lin's birth, her mother succumbed to illness, and her father later remarried, producing a half-brother. Although her father treated Lin with kindness, the absence of her mother cast a shadow over her life. As the natural first-in-line heir to her father's title, Lin became a thorn in the side of her stepmother and half-brother, who perceived her as a rival for the inheritance. From a young age, she faced relentless adversity and lived a life fraught with challenges. Had it not been for the devoted care of her old servant, Lin Rongfu, Lin's survival into adulthood would have been uncertain. Now, at the age of 15, with less than 6 months until her 16th birthday, when she will be officially recognized as the heir to her father's title, her stepmother can no longer contain her ambitions. Seizing the opportunity while Lin's father is away on a journey to the royal capital, she plots to eliminate Lin, the sole competitor for her son's inheritance. Lin, under the valiant protection of Lin Rongfu, managed to escape, yet emerged gravely injured, with Lin from Earth taking possession of her body. Grandfather Fu, I cannot consume this magical healing potion, Lin said, shaking her head. She felt deeply moved by Lin Rongfu's audacious venture to procure the healing elixir for her. Yet she realized it was of no use to her now. Rather, Lin Rongfu was in greater need of this potion. This old servant had fought fiercely to shield her from peril, sustaining considerable injuries himself, and at his advanced age, he could not afford to delay treatment any longer. Otherwise, he might not endure much longer. Softly, she implored, Grandfather Fu, you should take this healing potion. You require it more than I do. Why? Lin Rongfu was taken aback, then hastily replied, Young master, this is meant for your recovery. Your wounds are still not fully healed. My injuries have nearly mended, and there is no need to squander such a precious magical elixir, Lin reiterated, shaking her head once more. I insist, Grandfather Fu. You have sustained significant injuries while protecting me. We have yet to escape our pursuers and are not yet safe. Therefore, it is imperative that you maintain your combat effectiveness. Only with your strength can you ensure my safe passage. Lin was acutely aware that although he had awakened the system and consumed the devil fruit, until his strength had grown, Lin Rongfu remained his greatest support. Lin Rongfu was persuaded by Lin En, and seeing that Lin En's injuries had indeed healed significantly, he assured, Rest assured, young master, even if I have but a breath left, I will protect you with utmost diligence. With that, Lin Rongfu tilted his head back and consumed the healing potion. Observing the visible restoration of Lin Rongfu's aura after he ingested the magical elixir, Lin En's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed the potion possessed remarkable potency. In a world of magic and combat, it promised to be truly exhilarating. Grandfather Fu, please take some time to regain your energy. As night falls, we shall make our escape from the city, Lin En declared. Lin Rongfu had no objections to Lin En's words. However, he noted a distinct change in his young master. He appeared more confident and decisive. The azure flames that had enveloped Lin En earlier raised a question in his mind. Could this transformation be related to those flames? Nonetheless, this was not the moment for such contemplation. He needed to quickly restore his expended energy as battles lay ahead. As Lin Rongfu began to recuperate, Lin En busied himself familiarizing himself with the powers of the phoenix fruit. The mythical beast fruit, while exceptionally effective in healing, did not significantly enhance individual combat capabilities. Its prowess in direct confrontation was rather modest. The 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, wielded strength comparable to a vice admiral, predominantly relying on his martial arts. Yet, with the Phoenix Fruit's abilities, he possessed remarkable regenerative power, allowing for prolonged engagements in battle. Like an indomitable cockroach, it uniquely augmented his might, enabling him to outlast his opponents. Before long, Lin Rongfu, who was recovering nearby, suddenly leapt to his feet and declared gravely, "Young master, we are not alone." Huh? Lin En glanced at Lin Rongfu in confusion, then quickly realized, had his stepmother's men tracked them down? It appeared that the old servant's earlier venture to procure the magical potion had drawn unwanted attention. A glint of murderous intent flickered across Lin Rongfu's aged face. "We cannot remain here. We must make our escape." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of commotion erupted outside. Lin Rongfu's expression tightened as he seized Lin En's hand, drew his sword, and forcefully kicked the door open, charging out. Outside, a group of 20 to 30 armored knights encircled the courtyard. "Old fool, you run fast, but if you hadn't revealed yourself earlier, I might not have traced you so swiftly," sneered the leading middle-aged knight, his gaze scrutinizing Lin En with surprise. "Wasn't this brat severely injured? How does he appear so lively now?" He recalled Lin Rongfu purchasing the healing potion. But the potion's effects could not be so miraculous unless it was of a high grade, which was simply unavailable in Jelly City. However, it mattered little. As long as he was alive, he could be killed again. Lin recognized the knight at the forefront, Teddy, the deputy captain of the guard from his family's count's estate, a trusted subordinate of his stepmother, and a renowned warrior of initial rank in the city of Jelly. "Young Master Lin, this time you cannot escape. The old man Lin Rongfu can no longer protect you. Come with me willingly and bow to the lady to seek forgiveness, or do not blame me for being disrespectful," Teddy stated coldly, gradually unsheathing his knightly sword. Chapter 3, The Mage's Assault. Lin scoffed coldly. Such words might deceive a child, but if she were to return with him, her life would surely be at stake. Her stepmother would be all too eager to see her perish and be reborn. "Young master, stay close," Lin Rongfu commanded in a low voice, brandishing his long sword and unleashing a streak of battle energy that surged toward Teddy. The release of battle energy signified a master of war, and within Lin Rongfu's aged body lay an astonishing power. "Old fool, had you been at your peak, I would undoubtedly retreat in trepidation. Alas, you are now grievously injured and far from your prime. How many times can you wield such a strike?" Teddy replied with a derisive laugh, unperturbed, as he met Lin Rongfu's energy-laden attack with his knight's greatsword. A tremendous crash resounded, and a fierce gust of wind erupted. Teddy staggered back a few steps from the blow, feeling the impact, yet he had successfully withstood Lin Rongfu's onslaught. "Young master, we must flee." Lin Rongfu unleashed a swift strike, forcing Teddy back, yet he refrained from pursuing the advantage. Instead, he tightly grasped Lin En's arm, swiftly breaking through to the side. His sword sliced through the air, and before the two knights attempting to intercept could react, blood erupted from their necks. A gap had been created in the encirclement, and Lin Rongfu leapt out with Lin En in tow. It was evident that Lin Rongfu had meticulously calculated this maneuver. By repelling Teddy, he seized the opportunity to break free from the weakest point. Given his current combat prowess, he was unable to swiftly eliminate Teddy, and becoming encircled would undoubtedly result in a grueling battle. Useless. Teddy seethed in fury as he witnessed Lin Rongfu slay two men and escape the encirclement with Lin En. With a heavy stomp on the ground, he propelled himself over the courtyard wall in pursuit, while the other guards hurriedly followed suit. Lin was seized by Lin Rongfu. His arm gripped tightly and propelled forward with immense force, giving him a sensation of weightlessness. Fortunately, after consuming the mythical phoenix fruit, his physical resilience had significantly increased. Otherwise, such velocity would have been utterly unbearable. Although Lin Rongfu possesses greater strength than Teddy, his age and frailty, compounded by old and new injuries, have diminished his capabilities. Despite recently consuming a healing potion, he has only partially recovered from his latest wounds, and his expended energy has yet to be replenished. Furthermore, burdened by Lin En, his speed pales in comparison to that of Teddy, who quickly catches up from behind. As Teddy closes in on Lin En, he unleashes a formidable strike with his knight's great sword, sending a several-meter-long wave of energy slicing toward Lin En with merciless intent, aiming to eliminate him in a single blow. A chilling aura of death emanates from behind, causing Lin En's hair to stand on end in terror. Is there truly no escape from death? At this critical moment, Lin En feels a firm grip from Lin Rongfu on his right hand, pulling him forward with tremendous force, propelling him to Lin Rongfu's side just as Lin Rongfu turns to intercept Teddy's lethal strike with his sword. Caught off guard and unprepared, Lin Rongfu suffers a disadvantage, stumbling backward and causing Lin En to falter as well. Teddy, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly continues his assault, unleashing wave after wave of energy slashes with his great sword, targeting Lin Rongfu's vulnerable spots and forcing him to defend himself, leaving no room for retreat. You cannot escape with this waste of a boy, Teddy taunts. If you were to align yourself with the lady and surrender him, your prowess would surely earn you her favor. This boy, devoid of any magical or combat talent, is hardly worth the life of a battle master like yourself. Why risk your existence for such a liability? Surrender him, and riches and glory will be yours. Enough of your prattle. I will protect my young master with my life. Lin Rongfu replies resolutely. Stubborn old fool. Then prepare to meet your demise. Teddy retorts, fury surging within him. With a fierce shout, he unleashes his signature technique, the Storm Slash, causing the air to crackle with energy as he strikes with his great sword, sending a torrent of slashes toward Lin Rongfu. Impatient, Teddy employs his renowned combat technique, the knight's greatsword wielded with the swiftness of the wind, enveloping Lin Rongfu in a tempest of energy. Despite only being able to exert the strength of a battle master due to his old injuries, Teddy finds himself at a disadvantage, unable to break through Lin Rongfu's defenses, who is forced to absorb the brunt of Teddy's attacks while protecting Lin En. As the exchange continues, Lin Rongfu's injuries flare up, and blood begins to trickle from the corner of his mouth, heightening his anxiety. To make matters worse, Teddy's allies are closing in, encircling him and Lin En once again. How much longer can you endure, old man? Teddy sneers, his satisfaction growing as he observes the blood on Lin Rongfu's lip. Lin Rongfu wore a solemn expression, remaining silent as he launched his attacks while contemplating a counter-strategy. The current predicament made it evident that breaking through would not be an easy feat. His own life was of little consequence, but the young master must escape. Lin En, who had been shielded by Lin Rongfu, felt a chill as he saw the pursuing guards encircle them. He loathed himself for having just awakened his system and consumed a phoenix fruit, which had merely restored his life but left him as powerless as ever, unable to contribute and instead becoming a burden to Lin Rongfu. Filled with resentment, Lin En vowed that once he escaped and gained strength, he would undoubtedly avenge this grievance. You cannot escape. Surrender now, and I shall grant you a swift end, Teddy taunted, wielding his knight's great sword with lethal precision. He commanded his subordinates to surround the old man, warning them not to let him flee again, lest they face his wrath. The other guards echoed his sentiments, encircling the trio of Teddy, Lin Rongfu, and Lin En. Eager for recognition, several guards charged at Lin En, adhering to the mistress's orders that the outcome was irrelevant. If they could eliminate Lin En, they would earn great merit in the eyes of the mistress and the second young master. Seeking death, Lin Rongfu roared in fury as he witnessed the guards attacking Lin En. He deflected Teddy's great sword with a strike, his long sword sweeping outward in a half-arc, the blade's aura surging forth like a gallant ribbon. The ambushing guards stood no chance against this onslaught, being cleaved in twain along with their armor, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. The remaining guards, who had been poised to attack, hesitated in fear at the gruesome sight of their comrades being severed in half. Witnessing such a brutal scene for the first time, Lin En felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his stomach churning violently. He fought to suppress the urge to vomit. He could not afford to show any weakness at this moment. Lin En had come to a stark realization about the cruelty of this world. Transmigration did not equate to an effortless rise to power. He must learn to adapt. At that moment, Teddy seized the opportunity created by Lin Rongfu's assault on the guards, inflicting a deep wound on Lin Rongfu's back with his greatsword. Lin Rongfu stumbled, his complexion draining of color, nearly collapsing. Grandfather Fu, Lin En exclaimed, rushing to support him. I am fine, Lin Rongfu gasped, forcing a smile despite his injury. Do not worry, young master. Even if it costs this old life, I will ensure your safety. Overwhelmed by emotion at the sight of Lin Rongfu's pale face adorned with a smile, Lin En felt tears welling in his eyes, grappling with a profound sense of helplessness. Old man, die for me, Teddy shouted, emboldened by his earlier success, and swung his knight's greatsword once more. Lin Rongfu exhaled a deep breath, seemingly attempting to expel every ounce of air from his lungs. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his profound gaze, and at that moment, his once stooped figure stood upright, transforming into a formidable presence. A fierce aura erupted from Lin Rongfu. In this instant, he ceased to suppress his old wounds and unleashed his peak combat power. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Lin En, standing behind Lin Rongfu, immediately sensed the change in him. The frail body had shed its stoop, as if it could uphold the entirety of heaven and earth, instilling within Lin En an overwhelming sense of security. An astonishing sword light surged forth as Lin Rongfu swung his sword, slicing through the night like a comet. The aura of battle energy detached from his being, marking the signature attack of a grandmaster. With a thunderous crash, the battle energy unleashed by Teddy was instantly shattered, his knightly sword lifted high by the immense force. Teddy staggered back several steps, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of a grandmaster. As his sword was knocked aside, Teddy's chest was left exposed, and a wave of shock coursed through him. He had never anticipated that Lin Rongfu would disregard his own injuries to unleash such formidable strength. Teddy was about to react when it was already too late. Another slash came hurtling toward him. With a tearing sound, the sword light cleaved through his chest armor, causing blood to spurt forth as he was propelled backward several meters. A wound over a foot long appeared on his chest. Had it not been for the armor absorbing much of the blow's force, he might have been severed in two. The power of a grandmaster was truly terrifying. In that moment, Teddy was nearly certain he would meet his end. After delivering a devastating blow to Teddy, Lin Rongfu refrained from striking again and instead directed his sword toward the encircling guards, unleashing another deadly arc of light that cut down several of them as he pulled Lin En to break free. After sprinting several dozen meters, Lin Rongfu could no longer contain a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling further, yet he remained silent, clutching Lin En as they continued to flee. Grandfather Fu. The blood spat out by Lin Rongfu was swept by the wind onto Lin En's face. Lin En understood in his heart that Lin Rongfu had just unleashed his peak combat power, undoubtedly at a tremendous cost. At this moment, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and closely follow Lin Rongfu's pace. Only by escaping could he avenge today's grievances. Fortunately, after consuming the phoenix fruit, Lin En had not only recovered a significant portion of his injuries, but also strengthened his physical resilience. With all his might, he managed to keep pace with Lin Rongfu, thereby alleviating some of the burden on him. Fireball technique. At that moment, a chant echoed through the night, and a sphere of fire illuminated the darkness ahead. A fireball, the size of a basketball, soared through the night sky, whistling as it approached Lin En and Lin Rongfu, radiating an intense heat that seemed to scorch the very air around it. Chapter 4. Fiancé Ivor. Lin Rongfu's complexion changed dramatically as he swiftly pulled Lin En to the side. With a thunderous boom, a fireball descended, triggering a violent explosion. Intense flames surged within a radius of several meters, and a powerful shockwave swept through the area, leaving a crater over a meter deep and 3 to 4 meters wide in the hardened ground. Although Lin Rongyan managed to evade the fireball's direct impact, the residual force of the explosion still propelled him and Lin En several meters backward, forcing them to halt their escape. A sorcerer, renowned for the formidable power of fire magic, Lin was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood by the sudden onslaught of the fireball spell. Gazing at the crater blasted into the ground before her, she felt a surge of horror. The explosive force of the fireball was likely comparable to that of a grenade. Is this the might of a sorcerer? Indeed, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Rongfu steadied himself, positioning Lin En protectively behind him, sword in hand. His gaze fixed upon a figure that had emerged atop the rooftop. It was a fire mage, wielding a staff, with an expression of profound disdain. The esteemed court mage, the high-ranking fire sorcerer, Schroeder. Unexpectedly, it seems I must intervene. Standing proudly on the rooftop, Schroeder grasped his staff, declaring, Lin Rongfu, I act upon the orders of the lady. You and the young master must remain here. At hearing Schroeder's words, Lin Rongfu's countenance darkened even further. Though a high-ranking mage possessed formidable power, he had seldom regarded him with much concern. However, now, gravely injured and with Lin En in tow, escaping the clutches of a long-range attacking mage seemed nearly insurmountable. Schroeder, you who enjoy the patronage of the count, is this how you treat the young master? Lin En exclaimed in anger, despair gnawing at his heart. The might of the mage was undeniable, and given Lin Rongfu's current condition, their chance of escape appeared exceedingly slim. They could only hope that words might evoke some hesitation in Schroeder. I am aware that the Count is presently absent from the manor, and thus, the lady's orders take precedence, Schroeder replied indifferently, completely disregarding Lin En, the heir of the Count's estate. Lin, filled with indignation, thought to himself, what a formidable SC charger. Once I have gained strength, I shall ensure you regret this decision. He then mused. I am eager to witness what a mere high-ranking magician can do to detain both my servant and me. Lin Rongfu, his voice deep and resolute, directed his long sword towards the ceiling, aimed at SC Charger. In the realm of divine grace, the status of magicians far surpasses that of warriors who cultivate battle chi. This superiority stems not only from the scarcity of magicians, but also from their exhibited combat prowess and various practical abilities, which greatly eclipse those of warriors. A warrior can only attain long-range attack capabilities upon reaching the 7th level, the Grand Master tier, whereas a magician, upon reaching the 3rd level, the Apprentice Magician tier, already possesses such abilities. Moreover, the myriad of extraordinary powers wielded by magicians is beyond the mere combat capabilities of warriors. This disparity accounts for the lower standing of warriors compared to magicians, which explains why SC Charger, despite being merely a high-ranking magician, maintained an air of arrogance in the presence of Lin Rongfu, a Grand Master. A mere high-ranking magician, you say? Allow me to demonstrate the might of this so-called mere high-ranking magician. SC Charger retorted with a chilling smile. The magical stone embedded at the tip of his staff flared with a brilliant crimson light as he gestured towards Lin and Lin Rongfu, proclaiming, Fireball technique, triple strike. 3 fireballs, each the size of a basketball, materialized from thin air and, under SC Charger's command, hurtled towards the duo with astonishing speed. Mountain River Sword, sever the river. Lin Rongfu let out a low growl as he swung his long sword, unleashing a massive surge of battle energy that cleaved through the air, meeting the 3 fiery projectiles hurtling towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The successive sounds of thunderous explosions echoed as the fireballs were obliterated by the sword's radiant arc, transforming into a cascade of flames that illuminated the night sky for dozens of meters, casting a daylight-like glow. The tremendous commotion caught the attention of countless onlookers in the city, yet none dared to approach and uncover the truth. It was evident that a formidable mage had unleashed their power, and who would be reckless enough to seek out danger, although he had vanquished the 3 fireballs. The shockwave from the explosions forced Lin Rongfu to stagger backwards several steps, his pallid complexion now tinged with an unhealthy flush, and a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably. Grandfather Fu, Lin En exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support Lin Rongfu, while casting a furious glare at Schroeder atop the roof. What of the mage? I possess a game system and the devil fruit. As long as I survive today, there will come a time when I avenge this grievance. A master-level warrior is indeed a rare strength, yet today marks your demise. Schroeder was not surprised that his 3 fireballs had been extinguished. If a master-level warrior could not withstand such an assault, it would have disappointed him. However, Lin Rongfu had reached his limit. How many more fireball spells could he endure? With an arrogant smile, Schroeder's magic staff glowed once more, ready to unleash another spell. Suddenly, a dagger as dark as ink was pressed against Schroeder's throat. The cold touch and faint aura of impending death caused beads of sweat to break out on his brow. An assassin. Unbeknownst to him, Schroeder had been silently approached from behind. Although a mage's offensive capabilities were formidable, their physical constitution was frail, making close combat a perilous affair. Generally, mages are accompanied by warriors for protection, but today, Schroeder had grown careless, believing that no one in Jelly City would dare interfere with the affairs of the Count's estate. Esteemed mage, I advise you to remain still, otherwise, my dagger may well slice your throat, came a chilling voice near Schroeder's ear, as a figure shrouded in a black cloak appeared like a specter behind him. This was an assassin. The combat style of a warrior trained in battle energy differs vastly, favoring silent, stealthy strikes over head-on confrontations, moving through shadows and evading detection, often leaving their targets in dire straits. Do not act rashly. I shall remain motionless, Schroeder replied, drenched in cold sweat, unwilling to risk his life. The magic stone atop his staff dimmed in response. At that moment, the Count's guards had caught up once more, with Teddy emerging among them. Though severely injured by Lin Rongfu's sword strike, his armor had mitigated much of the damage, leaving him still capable of fighting. After applying a simple bandage and hemostatic ointment, he pressed on, knowing that a mage like Schroeder stood in the way, making Lin Rongfu's escape impossible. Just as Teddy and his men closed in, a group of over a dozen armed figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. These figures had concealed their faces with black cloth, clearly seeking anonymity. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Count's estate?" Teddy demanded, furrowing his brow, though his voice lacked its usual strength due to his injuries. "Stop." The lead figure in black offered no answer but uttered the command tersely while brandishing a spear, indicating their stance. In that moment, Teddy's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, fury threatening to erupt within him. He could hardly believe that in Jilly City, there were those audacious enough to interfere with the Count's matters, a clear disregard for the law. Lin and Lin Rongfu found themselves momentarily at a loss before the unfolding scene. The sudden appearance of these cloaked figures left them puzzled. They seemed to be allies. "Grandfather Fu, do we have any additional support? Are these individuals part of your covert arrangements?" Lin inquired with a glimmer of hope, reflecting on the notion that perhaps he was not entirely alone in his endeavors. "Not at all," Lin Rongfu replied, shaking his head in confusion. He too was bewildered by the emergence of these black-clad individuals. He had no means to summon personnel from the Count's estate. Nevertheless, the situation appeared promising, as the demeanor of these newcomers suggested they were indeed there to assist. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all for your timely aid. My servant and I are profoundly grateful," Lin Rongfu declared. "There is no need for thanks. We are merely executing our orders," the leader of the black-clad figures responded coldly, showing little appreciation for Lin Rongfu's gratitude. With an air of impatience, he gestured for them to hasten their departure. "Thank you for your kindness. My servant and I shall surely repay this debt in the future," Lin Rongfu stated earnestly, refraining from inquiring about their identities. Given their masked appearance, it was clear they wished to remain anonymous, and in such a moment, asking for names would have been inappropriate. "Enough chatter. We must leave at once," the black-clad leader admonished impatiently. Lin Rongfu ceased to speak, offering a respectful bow before seizing Lin En's hand and dashing forward. "Halt! Block their path." Teddy, witnessing the flight of Lin En and Lin Rongfu, felt a surge of urgency and promptly commanded his guards to pursue. "Those who cross this line shall perish." A black-clad figure brandished a long spear, unleashing a fierce gleam that carved a deep trench into the ground, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The leader among the black-clad figures was, astonishingly, a formidable warrior at the peak of his prowess. In his severely injured state, Teddy stood no chance against this adversary. Teddy's face flushed crimson with rage, on the verge of an explosion, as he observed the imminent demise of Lin En and his companion. Yet, an unexpected group of black-clad figures intervened. Not only did they possess a warrior of great strength, but Teddy's own ace, a sorcerer, had been taken hostage by assassins. "Very well," Teddy gritted his teeth, declaring, "Should friends dare to meddle in the affairs of the Count's estate, let them be known. For I shall remember this transgression and repay it in kind." The leading black-clad figure sneered coldly, casting Teddy a glance filled with disdain, as if to say, "Would I reveal my name while cloaked in anonymity?" This condescending gaze left Teddy feeling deeply insulted, a wave of unbridled fury rising within him, nearly causing him to spew blood in indignation. Meanwhile, Lin Rongfu hastened alongside Lin En toward the city gate, knowing that only by escaping from Jelly City could they find safety. Despite the black-clad figures obstructing the Count's pursuers, Lin Rongfu dared not relent. He raced on without a moment's pause, lacking the time to tend to his injuries. Ahead, a carriage stood quietly at the street corner. Lin Rongfu's hurried footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Gripping his sword tightly, he regarded the carriage ahead with a vigilant gaze, sensing a subtle threat emanating from the driver. "Grandfather Fu, what is it? Are your injuries becoming unbearable?" Lin En asked anxiously, fearing that Lin Rongfu could no longer endure his wounds. Just then, the fabric curtain of the carriage was drawn aside by a delicate hand, revealing the enchanting visage of a girl, ethereal as a sprite. Both Lin En and Lin Rongfu were momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter her at this moment, seemingly waiting specifically for their arrival. "Lin En, please enter the carriage. I shall escort you out of the city," the girl said, her expression a mixture of emotions as she gazed at Lin En. Her voice melodious like pearls striking against a jade plate, crisp and delightful to the ear. Lin was certainly acquainted with the young girl. She was his fiancée, the prodigious magical girl, Yvel. Once, she had instilled a sense of inferiority in his former self. One was a gifted magical prodigy, while the other was a talentless waste, transforming what was once a commendable engagement into a source of ridicule. Yvel hailed from the household of Viscount Phil, which was considered a suitable match with the Earl's estate of Lin's family. Thus, their fathers had arranged the engagement from a young age. However, as they grew older, it was discovered that Lin possessed no magical talent, while Yvel emerged as a genius in the magical arts, rendering the engagement exceedingly awkward. Although Yvel held no disdain for Lin, she undoubtedly harbored reservations about the arrangement in her heart. Lin was taken aback, unable to fathom that Eve would come to her aid at such a moment. Chapter 5. Mission accomplished. Gazing at Eve before her, Lin found herself momentarily lost in thought, utterly astonished that someone who usually harbored no affection for her would appear at this critical juncture, and even more so, to offer assistance. Wasn't it true that Eve held no regard for her? One was a prodigious magical girl, while the other was a talentless waste. They were worlds apart, yet bound together by a forced engagement. Although Eve did not disdain Lin as others did, she remained as distant as a stranger, particularly resistant to the notion of their union. Lin, I am here to help you. Sensing Lin's confusion, Eve continued, if you have questions, we can discuss them once we are on the carriage. Your old servant may not last much longer. Upon hearing this, Lin was startled, quickly glancing at Lin Rongfu, only to find him pale as a ghost, his once formidable stature now teetering on the brink of collapse. Anxious in her heart, Lin set aside her contemplation of Eve's motives. Her immediate priority was to escape from Jelly City and find a safe haven to tend to Lin Rongfu's injuries. Thus, she hastily assisted Lin Rongfu into Eve's carriage. Eve exchanged a brief word with the driver ahead, and the carriage rumbled forward towards the city gates. Thank you. Lin expressed her gratitude to Eve while aboard the carriage. No need for thanks. I am merely seeking my own peace of mind, Eve replied coolly. She harbored no particular feelings for Lin, and her intervention was, as she stated, an act of self-consolation, for Lin was, after all, her nominal fiancé, and she did not wish for Lin to perish under such circumstances. Lin was about to say something when Lin Rongfu suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, staining his clothing crimson. His vitality diminished drastically, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Having just unleashed his peak combat power, he could no longer contain the injuries within. Old wounds had taken their toll. Grandfather Fu, Lin exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support Lin Rongfu's frail form. Noticing Lin Rongfu's pallor, akin to that of paper, and his barely there breath, a deep sense of urgency gripped his heart. Young master, do not fret. This old servant is remarkably resilient. I have weathered numerous storms, and this minor injury shall not claim my life. Lin Rongfu replied with a reassuring smile, comforting Lin. At this moment, Lin recalled the healing ability of the phoenix fruit, which might be beneficial to Lin Rongfu. However, with evil standing before him, Lin hesitated to recklessly reveal the power of the fruit, finding himself in a dilemma. I have a healing potion here. Quickly, let him drink it, Evil stated as she produced a vial of magical elixir. Lin, upon witnessing the flicker of hope amidst despair, swiftly administered the healing potion to Lin Rongfu. In a short while, the elixir began to take effect, stabilizing Lin Rongfu's breath significantly. However, the magical potion provided by Ivor was merely a basic healing remedy, only capable of temporarily alleviating Lin Rongfu's injuries. After all, his wounds were grievous and his body severely drained, rendering a simple potion insufficient for a warrior of such caliber. Nevertheless, it succeeded in preventing a deterioration of his condition, for which Lin expressed profound gratitude towards Ivor. Thank you, Ivor. With Lin Rongfu's breath having steadied, Lin finally exhaled in relief and earnestly conveyed his thanks. He scrutinized Ivor closely. Her beauty, undoubtedly, required no embellishment, as she was celebrated as the most stunning maiden in Carly City. It was no wonder that his father, Count William, had arranged their betrothal. Ivor's eyes sparkled like the clearest lake, untainted and pure, and her entire demeanor resembled that of the most ethereal fairy, drawing one irresistibly into her essence. Lin's feelings towards Ivor were predominantly shaped by the memories of his former self, intertwined with a complex blend of admiration and inferiority. Standing before her now, he sensed her innate kindness beneath her simplicity and the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him at a critical juncture. It was in that moment that Lin realized he was genuinely smitten. Lin, my future husband, must undoubtedly be a man of remarkable strength. I hope you understand this. Ivor stated calmly, her tone devoid of disdain or contempt. merely laying forth an undeniable truth. The talentless Lin was unworthy of her. Upon hearing her words, a bittersweet smile graced Lin's face, his fervent heart fracturing slightly. Was this what it meant to feel the stirrings of love, only to confront the pangs of unrequited affection? Lin understood that his former self was indeed unworthy of Ethel, as neither her beauty nor her talent could ever be matched by his previous incarnation. However, now that he had traversed into this new realm and acquired a gaming system, he was destined to become a formidable force in the Divine Grace continent, more than capable of standing beside Ethel. Yet, the existence of the gaming system was a secret he dared not disclose until he possessed sufficient strength to ensure his own safety. Thus, before Ethel, he continued to bear the title of a useless individual. "Ethel, I comprehend your intentions," Lin said with a bitter smile. He understood Ethel's meaning and bore no resentment towards her. At least she did not look down upon him, but rather had saved both himself and Grandpa Fu. The girl had done enough. Releasing him from their engagement was a wise choice to spare her from any burden. With that thought, Lin spoke calmly, "Let our engagement be dissolved. I shall explain everything to my father in due time." "Thank you." Ethel's expression lightened, though it also bore complexity as she expressed her gratitude to Lin. Having achieved her primary goal, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. "I should be the one thanking you. Without your intervention, Grandpa Fu and I would likely be dead by now," Lin replied, recalling the shadowy figures who had thwarted Teddy and his companions, likely agents arranged by Ethel. "Ethel, regardless of the circumstances, I owe you my life, and I shall certainly repay this kindness when the opportunity arises." Ethel merely smiled softly in response, choosing not to speak. Observing her demeanor, Lin surmised that she believed he would never have the chance or capacity to repay her. He chose not to confront this notion. After all, the future was uncertain. The carriage fell into a tranquil silence, with both Lin and Ethel refraining from further conversation, the atmosphere within the vehicle becoming somewhat awkward. Before long, they arrived at the city gates, where they were halted by a group of guards from the Count's estate. Lin's stepmother had evidently made thorough preparations, dispatching personnel even to the city gates to intercept them. Inside the carriage, Lin's expression tightened as anxiety stirred within him. He had not anticipated that his stepmother would be so meticulous and ruthless, even stationing guards at the city gates. "You truly have a lot of audacity to intercept the carriage of the Viscount's estate. Inside this carriage is Miss Ethel of my family. Who among you is prepared to bear the consequences of offending her?" The coachman shouted at the guards blocking their path, showing no courtesy. The guards exchanged glances. The two noble families of Jelly City, the Count's estate and the Viscount's estate, had always maintained a cordial relationship. Otherwise, Lin and Ethel would not have been betrothed. However, the guards from the Count's estate had orders to follow, and thus could not simply allow the Viscount's carriage to pass unimpeded. "We are the guards of the Count's estate, and we are here under the lady's orders to intercept any individuals who dare offend the Count's domain. We must inspect your carriage. As long as we find no criminals within, we will not delay your passage," the lead guard declared. "How dare you search my lady's carriage? You have some nerve," the coachman retorted, his demeanor exuding an impressive aura, revealing himself to be a warrior of considerable strength. "Ethel, what is happening?" At that moment, Ethel descended from the carriage. "Miss," the coachman, Lin En, promptly bowed and reported, "the guards from the Count's estate wish to search your carriage, claiming they are in pursuit of criminals." Ethel's brow furrowed slightly as she gazed coldly at the guards, stating, "There are no criminals in my carriage. Step aside." Her frosty tone instilled immense pressure upon the guards. It was not solely her beauty that commanded respect, but also her noble status and exceptional talent. Rumor had it that Ethel had been accepted into the Nancy Magic Academy in the capital, soon to become a distinguished sorceress, someone they could not afford to offend. "We have the honor of meeting you, Miss Ethel," the lead guard quickly bowed, fully aware of Ethel's prestigious standing. He knew she likely harbored disdain for Lin, her unworthy fiancé, perhaps even wishing for his demise to free herself from their engagement. Thus, he sought to ingratiate himself with her, stating, "Since this is Miss Ethel's carriage, it is surely free of any criminals. We apologize for the intrusion, and you may proceed." Ethel nodded indifferently and silently re-entered the carriage. The guards parted to allow the carriage to exit the city gates. Half an hour later, several miles outside Jelly City, Lin En brought the carriage to a halt. "Lin, I shall leave you here," Ethel said. "This carriage is yours. I hope you both remain safe." "Ethel, thank you," Lin expressed his gratitude. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, overwhelmed by complex emotions and unspoken appreciation. What I said before stands. I owe you my life, and I will repay this debt in the future. Let us speak of it later, and may that day come. Ethel replied noncommittally. Now, please leave. Farewell. Take care, Lin said, casting one last lingering glance at Ethel before climbing into the carriage and awkwardly driving away. Ethel watched the departing carriage, feeling an inexplicable sense of something drifting away from her, a hollow sensation. Yet, the thought of being liberated from her engagement filled her with relief. Miss, that Lin fellow, an ordinary person devoid of any talent, dares to claim he will repay your life-saving grace. What audacity! Lin sneered. Let it be. I shall have no further association with him, Ethel replied coolly, turning toward Jelly City. Let us return. Ahead, Lin gradually mastered the art of driving, and the carriage began to move smoothly forward. He felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if he had escaped Jelly City, akin to a bird released from its cage, soaring high and unrestrained. Ding. Temporary mission. Successfully escape Jelly City. Random reward. One of the Navy's 6 styles, Soru. Chapter 6. First encounter with beasts. Ding. Temporary mission. Successfully escape Jelly City. Random reward. One of the Navy's 6 styles, Soru. The system's announcement resonated like a celestial melody, igniting excitement within Lin. He had obtained one of the Navy's 6 styles, Soru. System, I wish to accept the reward. A surge of information flooded Lin's mind, detailing the cultivation method for Soru. With the system's guidance, Lin grasped the fundamentals of Soru and had already made initial progress. With a bit of practice, he would be able to execute the technique. Having received the reward, Lin was in high spirits, eager to practice Soru immediately. However, being on the run, he had no choice but to set that ambition aside for the time being. Lin drove the carriage through the night, racing ahead for several hours. He had no idea how far they had traveled, but they were certainly far from Jelly City. Fortunately, the horses in the magical realm were not ordinary. They possessed a hint of beastly lineage, granting them remarkable stamina. Otherwise, after such a prolonged run, they would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. Young master, we must stop, came the voice of Lin Rongfu from within the carriage, indicating he had regained some strength. Upon hearing this, Lin promptly halted the carriage, leaped down, and lifted the curtain to enter the carriage. He noticed that Lin Rongfu looked significantly better than before and inquired, Grandfather Fu, how are you feeling? I am fine, Lin Rongfu replied with a feeble smile. Although his condition had stabilized, full recovery would take time. I owe it all to Missy Fair. Indeed, I shall repay this kindness. Lin nodded in agreement. Young master, we cannot continue traveling in the carriage. It will leave a trail, Lin Rongfu cautioned. Are you suggesting that my stepmother will continue to hunt us down? Lin asked. Without a doubt. That venomous woman will not rest until you are dead. Your existence is the greatest obstacle to her son inheriting the title of Count, Lin Rongfu said bitterly. Thus, at dawn, she will surely send someone after us. What shall we do? Lin asked anxiously, feeling quite lost. In his previous life on Earth, he had been an ordinary individual. Even with the system now at his disposal, he remained unaccustomed to handling such dire situations. We must abandon the carriage and allow it to continue on. We will disembark and hide in the forest until my injuries have healed, after which we can devise a plan, Lin Rongfu suggested, his eyes gleaming with determination. He was resolute in seeking revenge and reclaiming the title that rightfully belonged to his young master. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Grandfather Fu. Lin had no intention of dismissing Lin Rongfu's counsel. In this world, apart from the system, his greatest ally was Lin Rongfu, who remained unwaveringly loyal and selfless. Thus, the two dismounted the carriage. Lin Rongfu struck the horse's rear with a whip, causing it to bolt forward, while Lin and Lin Rongfu slipped into the dense forest alongside the road. The Holy Grace continent was replete with primordial forests, largely uninhabited, and most concealed numerous magical beasts. Even the most powerful individuals dared not venture into certain areas, making the forest an excellent refuge from pursuit. In Jelly City, the Count's residence was ablaze with light. Useless. You are all a bunch of incompetents. Lady Rose, the mistress of the Count's estate, seethed with fury, berating Teddy and the other guards. Her proud figure trembled with rage. Her beautiful face twisted with venom and desperation. Lady Rose had waited long for this moment. With her husband, Count William, away in the royal capital, she intended to eliminate Lin, the Count's eldest son, who posed the greatest threat to her son's claim to the title. Little did she know that the seemingly frail old man Lin Rongfu had such formidable strength, fiercely protecting Lin and allowing them to escape even at the cost of Teddy, her trusted aide, sustaining severe injuries. Moreover, a group of black-clad individuals had emerged from nowhere, audaciously interfering in the affairs of the Count's household. It was beyond infuriating. Alas, despite turning Jelly City upside down, Lin and Lin Rongfu had seemingly vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. After so much scheming, Lady Rose was unwilling to accept failure. Faced with her wrath, Teddy and the other guards, including the maid Schroeder, bowed their heads in shame. Continue sending people to find him. I want to see Lin's head before me, no matter the cost, Lady Rose commanded with malice. Offer rewards to the various mercenary groups in the city. Whoever kills that worthless Lin shall receive my generous bounty. Yes, the guards quickly complied. Once the guards had retreated, Lady Rose, still unsatisfied, swept fine porcelain off the table, shattering it into pieces. As night turned into day, the dark forest brightened. In a hidden tree hollow, Lin awoke from his slumber. After fleeing into the forest and finding this concealed sanctuary, both he and Lin Rongfu had fallen into a deep sleep. Utterly exhausted from their escape throughout the night, Lin opened his eyes to find that Lin Rongfu had already risen. The forest, after all, concealed various dangers. With his wealth of experience, Lin Rongfu had only slept for a few hours before awakening to keep watch. Grandpa Fu, you're up so early. Why not rest a little longer? Lin inquired. With age, one does not sleep as deeply as in youth, Lin Rongfu chuckled. His complexion significantly improved compared to the previous day, though still pale. His internal injuries were not easily mended, especially the lingering old wounds, which had worsened after the peak battle of the previous night. Seeing Lin Rongfu in good spirits eased Lin's worries. His greatest fear had been that after escaping their pursuers, Lin Rongfu would succumb to his injuries. That would have felt like the sky had fallen. Lin had long since regarded Lin Rongfu as his closest kin. As the sun ascended, rays of light filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the area outside their tree hollow. Lin stepped out, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, feeling as though he had emerged from the darkness into the light. His spirits lifted. He turned to Lin Rongfu and said, Grandpa Fu, now we can consider ourselves free from danger. The path ahead will surely be smooth, right? Indeed, young master. Your future path will undoubtedly be a smooth one, Lin Rongfu replied, his heart swelling with pride as he observed Lin's newfound vigor. After enduring this calamity, Lin had begun to mature. Even if he could not cultivate, leading a happy life as an ordinary person would suffice. Surely, the young lady would find comfort in this knowledge from beyond. Regrettably, he felt he could not fulfill the young lady's wishes to accompany Lin on his journey, and thoughts of his own injuries filled him with melancholy. From today onward, no one shall impede my progress, Lin declared, spreading his arms wide with a confident smile. I have the system's assistance. What if I lack magical and fighting talent? I have the powers of the devil fruit, the Navy's 6 styles, and the 3 forms of Haki. I shall see which is superior, magic or fighting prowess. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Lin's stomach rumbled, protesting the fact that he had gone an entire night without food. Young master, please bear with me for a moment. I shall go hunt some game, Lin Rongfu said, struggling to rise. Grandpa Fu, you are injured. Please continue to rest. I will take care of the hunting, Lin swiftly interjected. He could not bear to send an injured elder into the wild. Moreover, he had consumed the phoenix fruit and was no longer the same. As long as there were no formidable magical beasts in the forest, he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. How can I allow you to hunt alone? Lin Rongfu insisted. It is my duty to care for you. Grandpa Fu, please rest. During your recovery, I will take care of you. Do not underestimate me. I am different now. Lin replied confidently. Lin Rongfu glanced at Lin En, observing his unwavering confidence and determination, and thus acquiesced. This forest was not one besieged by formidable beasts. It lacked any powerful monsters, and hence, the perils seemed minimal. He handed his long sword to Lin En and remarked, Since young master is resolute, I shall also consent. However, do exercise caution and refrain from straying too far. Should any danger arise, call out loudly for assistance, and I shall hasten to your side. Rest assured, Grandpa Fu. Just prepare to feast. Lin En laughed heartily as he accepted the sword and ventured forth. Despite his bravado in front of Lin Rongfu, a twinge of trepidation coursed through him as he stepped into the woods alone. After all, he was merely an ordinary worker back on Earth, and had never engaged in hunting. Yet, the necessity to satiate his hunger compelled him to don the role of a hunter. As he gripped the long sword and traversed the dense forest, Lin En's eyes darted around, searching for signs of prey. After consuming the fruit of the immortal bird from the illusionary beast species, his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced. His sensory perception had markedly improved, allowing him to swiftly detect traces of wildlife within the woods. Before him was a rabbit, its fur a striking shade of pink, its size comparable to that of a large dog, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Lin En was taken aback. Was this truly an animal from the magical realm? Its dimensions were indeed astonishing. This single rabbit would suffice for a meal. Rabbits were not only delectable, but also notoriously lacking in combat prowess. Today, he would indulge in rabbit meat. Lin grasped his longsword, stealthily approaching the rabbit that was grazing. The creature was remarkably vigilant. Upon sensing movement, it lifted its head, and its crimson eyes locked onto Lin's gaze. Just as Lin anticipated the rabbit to flee in fright, the fiery-haired creature opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball the size of a fist towards him. To his astonishment, the rabbit could breathe fire. It was, indeed, a magical beast. Stunned by the rabbit's fiery projectile, Lin had little time to react before the fist-sized fireball was upon him. Chapter 7. Leveling up by slaying monsters. The fireball loomed dangerously close, and Lin, unable to dodge in time, instinctively raised his longsword to shield himself. Boom! The fireball collided with the blade, erupting into a conflagration the size of a wash basin, spreading toward Lin's arm and body. Lin let out a piercing scream as the intense heat of the flames seared his arm, igniting the fabric of his clothing. In a panic, he rolled on the ground several times to extinguish the flames, relieved to find that the fireball emitted by the rabbit was not particularly powerful, akin to a common flame, and easily subdued. However, the burn on his arm had blistered, causing him considerable pain. Gazing at his injured arm, Lin felt a mix of agony and frustration. He had initially regarded the rabbit as prey, only to find himself ensnared by its fiery assault. Indeed, one cannot judge the magical creatures of this world through the lens of earthly experience. The rabbit possessed magical abilities, indicating that securing food today would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, the innate power of the mythical Zoan fruit, the phoenix fruit, began to operate automatically, facilitating the healing of his arm and alleviating much of the pain. Lin was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that he was now the possessor of a devil fruit's abilities. He promptly activated the fruit's power, and emerald flames rose from his arm. The appearance of the verdant flames quickly soothed the pain, and the blisters caused by the burns soon vanished. Before long, apart from the charred sleeve, his arm had completely healed. Seeing his arm restored to its former state, Lin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "O rabbit, you wield magic. But I possess the power of the devil fruit. Ultimately, my abilities surpass yours." With the protection of the phoenix's capabilities, Lin felt emboldened. After all, it was merely a rabbit skilled in magic. Today, he was determined to feast upon it. What did its magic matter? The potency of its fireballs was trivial compared to that of SC Chardinger, the fire mage, with the power of the mythical Zoan phoenix fruit. He could effortlessly counter the rabbit's fireballs. With renewed confidence, Lin brandished his sword and charged at the rabbit, shouting, "Little rabbit, come obediently into my bowl." The rabbit, taken aback by Lin's boisterous approach, was momentarily confused. This human did not exude the aura of fear that compelled it to flee. Why was he unafraid of its fireballs? Thus, the rabbit opened its mouth to unleash another fireball at Lin and then swiftly leaped aside. Having prepared for the attack, Lin was no longer foolish enough to wait for the fireball's arrival. He dodged to the left, evading the fireball, and continued his charge towards the rabbit. Despite its large size, comparable to a bulldog, the rabbit was remarkably agile, deftly evading Lin while occasionally firing fireballs to disrupt him. Several times, Lin failed to dodge in time and was struck by the fireballs. Although his wounds were healed by the phoenix fruit's abilities, his clothing was reduced to tatters, resembling that of a beggar. After several exhausting minutes, Lin hadn't managed to collect even a single strand of rabbit fur. Damn it! This rabbit not only possesses magic, but has also clearly become sentient. Lin panted, exasperated, as he observed the rabbit still bounding energetically. In the magical realm, even the most rudimentary beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. It was not an exaggeration to say it had gained sentience. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He still had not utilized the Navy's 6 powers technique, called Soru. As he contemplated how to catch the infuriating rabbit, Lin recalled the reward he received for completing a task yesterday, which included the Navy's 6-power Saru. This cursed rabbit was relying on its speed and agility. Let us see how it fares against my Saru. With a spark of inspiration, Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately employed the technique. The skills rewarded by the system had seamlessly integrated into his memory. All that remained was practical application. After a few trial runs, Lin successfully executed Saru, albeit not yet with perfect finesse, but sufficient for dealing with a mere rabbit. Saru. With the activation of the technique, Lin vanished, reappearing beside the rabbit at an astonishing speed, and delivered a downward strike with his sword. The rabbit, taken entirely by surprise, only began to flee as Lin's sword descended. Yet it still received a deep gash across its back. With a pained squeal, the rabbit dashed away, no longer possessing the courage to engage Lin, its 4 legs propelling it swiftly towards the depths of the forest. Now, it sought to escape too late. Little rabbit. Saru. Lin once again launched into pursuit, her long sword thrusting forcefully, penetrating deeply into the rabbit's neck. In an instant, the creature collapsed, its limbs twitching briefly before falling utterly still. Haha, little rabbit. Now you belong in my bowl. Observing the motionless rabbit, Lin was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Her inaugural battle on the Divine Grace continent, the Navy's 6th style against the magical rabbit, had culminated in victory. Not far behind a grand tree, Lin Rongfu witnessed Lin's triumph over the rabbit, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and satisfaction before he quietly departed. Ding. The host has successfully utilized Shave, skill proficiency 2. Ding. The host has slain a level 1 magical beast, earning 100 experience points, fulfilling the requirements for leveling up. The host's level has risen to 1, with a virtue value increase of 5. The system notification appeared promptly, and simultaneously Lin felt a surge of power within her body, the stamina expended during the fierce battle with the rabbit swiftly replenishing. Moreover, her physical attributes had significantly improved. She sensed an enhancement in strength, agility, and overall physical prowess. Indeed, slaying magical beasts leads to leveling up and augmenting one's abilities. And this experience rekindled the exhilarating sensation reminiscent of playing online games. It was simply delightful. System. Display the attributes panel. Character. Lin level. 1 experience. 200 virtue value. 30 profession. None skills. Basic swordsmanship. Novice. 21,000. Shave. Novice. 25,000. Life return. Novice. 5,000. Devil fruit. Phantom beast type phoenix. Novice. 65,000. Techniques. None constitution, none specialization, none special items, none energy, 0 inventory, empty quests, main quest 1, dream of max level, host level upgrade to max level. First phase quest, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. At last, the attributes panel was no longer blank. It revealed 3 new skills and 1 devil fruit ability. With the virtue value now at 30, Lin reveled in the doubled strength coursing through her body, sensing that everything was progressing towards a splendid future. Lin glanced at his vitality points. Initially, he had a value of 5. After leveling up, he gained an additional 5 points. And it seemed that consuming the phoenix fruit had increased his vitality by 20 points. Regrettably, most of the energy from the devil fruit had been expended on healing his wounds. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly experienced a far greater increase than a mere 20 points. With his level raised, the experience required for the next ascent was 200 points, and a single rabbit could provide 100 points of experience. Contemplating the rabbit carcass at his feet, Lin pondered whether to hunt down 2 more rabbits to further elevate his level. After some reflection, he decided against it. Although his stamina and overall condition had been restored due to the upgrade, the gnawing hunger in his belly had not dissipated. In fact, after the recent battle, he felt even hungrier, and he recalled that Grandpa Lin Rongfu was still waiting in the hollow tree for him to return with food. Thus, he resolved to let the other rabbits in the forest live a bit longer. With a newfound compassion, Lin hoisted the rabbit over his shoulder and made his way back, prioritizing his hunger over further leveling up. Upon his return, Lin tossed the rabbit onto the ground and cheerfully addressed Lin Rongfu, Grandpa Fu. Look at this rabbit. It's large and plump, ample enough for us to enjoy a hearty meal. Who would have thought, young master, that you would hunt a fire rabbit? Today, I am indeed fortunate to partake in the exquisite rabbit meat thanks to you, Lin Rongfu exclaimed, feigning astonishment. So, this rabbit is called a fire rabbit? Quite a fitting name, Lin remarked, glancing at the creature on the ground. Indeed, this rabbit is a low-level magical beast, aside from emitting a small fireball. It possesses little strength. Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. The seemingly feeble rabbit had initially left him in quite a predicament. Had it not been for the reward of a razor from completing a task yesterday, he would have truly found himself at a loss against such a creature. With the materials at hand, the next step was to prepare a meal. Lin and Lin Rongfu worked together, skinning and butchering the rabbit. They set up a fire pit and grill in front of the hollow tree and began roasting the meat. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air. Starved after a long night and having just expended considerable energy, Lin eagerly retrieved the rabbit meat, tearing off a leg and offering it to Lin Rongfu before devouring another leg himself. Though devoid of seasoning, the rabbit meat was remarkably tender and delectable. Perhaps due to its magical nature, Lin found the flavor far superior to that of ordinary rabbit meat back on Earth. His appetite surged, and he quickly consumed an entire rabbit leg. Life restored. Under the influence of the life restoration skill, the meat in Lin's stomach was rapidly digested and transformed into energy, nourishing his body and slightly enhancing his physical strength. Indeed, the meat of magical beasts was worth its weight, despite being a mere low-level beast. It still contained a significant amount of energy. Thanks to the life restoration skill, Lin's appetite had dramatically increased. His body adeptly digested and converted the considerable amount of food into energy. Consequently, aside from the one leg that Lin Rongfu had eaten, the entirety of the rabbit, amounting to several dozen pounds, had found its way into Lin's stomach, with only the bones remaining. Lin set down the rabbit's head and let out a satisfied belch. Noticing Lin Rongfu staring at him as though he were a monster, Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He awkwardly scratched his oily head with his greasy right hand and sheepishly remarked, "Grandpa Fu, did I perhaps eat a bit too much? Young master, after consuming such a large quantity, won't your body feel uncomfortable?" Lin Rongfu inquired anxiously, scrutinizing Lin's flat stomach with bewilderment. How could it be that after devouring such a vast amount of meat, Lin's belly had not swelled? Where had all that food gone? Though curious, Lin Rongfu's primary concern remained Lin's health. Consuming enough rabbit meat to feed several people in a single sitting raised alarm bells in his mind. What if something were to happen to Lin? How could he explain it to Miss Lin? Lin, taken aback by Lin Rongfu's inquiries, realized that his sudden increase in appetite had greatly impacted him, especially since he had previously consumed an ordinary human portion. How could he explain this? Chapter 8. The Flame of Life. After a moment of contemplation, Lin decided to confide in Lin Rongfu about some of his secrets. After all, Lin Rongfu was his closest companion and the most trustworthy individual he knew. Aside from the existence of the system, which must remain undisclosed, everything else could be selectively shared with Lin Rongfu. Clarifying matters now would prevent any future misunderstandings that might cause Lin Rongfu undue worry. Organizing his thoughts, Lin began. "Grandpa Fu, the changes occurring within me extend beyond merely an increase in appetite. There are other transformations, as you may have noticed." With that, Lin summoned a flickering emerald flame in his hands. The flames danced and soon enveloped his entire being, surrounding him in a protective embrace, yet leaving him completely unharmed. As Lin Rongfu beheld the flames enveloping Lin En, an involuntary tightness gripped his heart. However, upon observing that Lin En remained unscathed and his demeanor unchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a gaze filled with curiosity, he scrutinized the emerald-hued flames. What kind of fire was this? It bore no resemblance to the magic wielded by fire mages, for he felt no fluctuations of magical energy. Astonishingly, this fire did not inflict harm upon the human body. Lin Rongfu had been caring for Lin En since childhood, thus he understood Lin En better than Lin En himself. In the past, Lin En was indeed a talentless individual. Despite his hard work, which proved futile, a lack of innate ability could not be compensated by diligence alone. Lin Rongfu was certain that the changes in Lin En, including the sudden acceleration technique he exhibited while hunting rabbits, occurred only after he sustained severe injuries and miraculously recovered the previous night. What had transpired with the young master? Lin Rongfu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as he was exceedingly curious about the transformation Lin En had undergone. "Grandfather Fu, after I was gravely injured and fell unconscious yesterday, it felt as though I entered a peculiar realm. I cannot precisely describe that place, but there was an individual there radiating an extraordinary light, looking down upon me. He presented me with a miraculous fruit, claiming that consuming it would heal my wounds. At that moment, I thought I was dreaming and consumed the fruit. Upon awakening, I found my injuries nearly healed, and furthermore, I gained the ability to manipulate the flame of life after consuming it, Lin En recounted, whimsically bestowing a grand name upon the flame produced by the ability of the mythical beast, the phoenix. The flame of life. Young master, is this the fire that emanates from you? Lin Rongfu inquired, astonished. Indeed, this is the flame of life, Lin En replied, continuing. The flame of life significantly enhances my recovery abilities and allows for rapid healing of injuries. My wounds were so severe yesterday, yet under the influence of the flame of life, I recovered swiftly. Such a miraculous fruit and flame. Young master, could it be that the being you encountered in your dream was a deity? Lin Rongfu exclaimed, taken aback. Who else, besides a divine entity, possesses such extraordinary means that one has never even heard of? Although no deities had descended upon the divine grace continent for over a millennium, tales of their existence had persisted. Legends spoke of humans from the continent attaining divinity 1,000 years prior, leading Lin Rongfu to immediately associate Lin En's remarkable abilities with divine intervention. Deity? A thought sparked within Lin En. It was indeed fortuitous that Lin Rongfu could draw such conclusions on his own. What could be a more fitting explanation than that of a deity? After all, tales of deities had always been woven into the fabric of the divine grace continent. I cannot be certain if it was a deity. The individual did not engage in further conversation with me. Besides the miraculous fruit, he imparted some cultivation methods and combat techniques. Although I lack the talent for magic and combat energy, I find that I can practice these methods and techniques, Lin En stated as he rose to his feet, demonstrating one of his only mastered techniques, the 6 forms of the Navy, shave. In a blink, Lin En appeared several meters away, moving with the swiftness of a startled swan. Almost too quick to be perceived, before he flashed back to his original position. Grandfather Fu, this is a rapid movement combat technique called shave, Lin En explained. There are other techniques, but I have only mastered this one thus far. The rest will require time to learn. To preempt any surprise from Lin Rongfu upon acquiring additional skills, Lin En decided to provide a precautionary note. Splendid. Truly splendid. Even Lin Rongfu, with his discerning eye, could scarcely discern the technique Lin En employed. Overcome with excitement, he could hardly contain himself. Finally, the young master could cultivate, alleviating a regret he had harbored in silence for over a decade. It was indeed a divine blessing. Who would have imagined that the young master would receive the favor of a deity? This was a momentous occasion, and surely, the elder young lady, were she aware, would rejoice for the young master as well. Lin Rongfu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, joy bubbling within him, stirring his injuries and prompting a violent cough that even brought forth traces of blood. Grandpa Fu, please, try not to be too excited. Your wounds have yet to heal, Lin En hastily said, stepping forward to support Lin Rongfu, gently patting his back. It's all right. Old servant is not dead yet. I am simply elated. Lin Rongfu laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. Grandpa Fu, allow me to treat your wounds. The flame of life should prove effective against your ailments. Lin En thought of his phoenix fruit ability, which not only healed himself, but could also mend the wounds of others. Very well. I too wish to experience the wonders of the power bestowed by the divine, Lin Rongfu replied with a hint of anticipation. A verdant flame danced upon Lin En's hand as he placed it upon Lin Rongfu's chest, guiding the fire to envelop him completely. In no time, Lin Rongfu became a figure of fire, and under Lin En's control, the energy within the flames began to mend his injuries. It works, as he felt the potent life force emanating from the flames gradually repairing his wounds. Lin Rongfu's face lit up with astonishment. Truly, the flame of life bestowed by the divine could restore even a battle master with such grievous injuries. Not only that, but the source damage he had sustained years ago, an affliction that had plagued him for decades, was also beginning to mend under the influence of the flame of life. This revelation left Lin Rongfu utterly astounded. The damage to his source had caused him to descend from the ranks of battle master to mere battle practitioner, requiring him to suppress his injuries for years without hope of recovery. Yet now, under the flame of life's effects, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for restoration, a chance to reclaim his peak prowess. It is worth noting that even advanced magical healing potions could not remedy source damage. Young master, this is indeed a tremendous surprise. Though only a minuscule fraction of his source damage had been healed, and a complete recovery was still a far-off dream, Lin Rongfu was filled with renewed hope. Lin utilized his fruit ability to heal Lin Rongfu. After more than 10 minutes, he found it increasingly difficult to continue, for wielding such powers necessitated considerable physical exertion. Given his current physical condition, he was unable to sustain the use of his abilities for an extended period. Young master, what troubles you? Does wielding the flame of life inflict harm upon you? Please, cease at once. Lin Rongfu exclaimed, alarmed by the pallor of Lin's face. If employing the flame of life for his own healing would cause the young master pain, he would rather forego the treatment altogether. Grandfather Fu, I assure you, I am merely fatigued. A brief respite will restore my strength, Lin replied, offering a weary smile as he withdrew the flames. Regrettably, my current mastery over the flame of life is insufficient to heal your wounds in one go. It will require multiple sessions. That is of no consequence. We can proceed in several rounds. Just do not overexert yourself, young master, Lin Rongfu reassured him, relieved to see that Lin's issue was merely exhaustion. Grandfather Fu, I am quite fatigued. I shall take a nap, Lin declared, lying down and soon falling into a deep sleep, the sound of his snoring filling the air. As he gazed at the peacefully slumbering Lin Rongfu's expression softened, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The young master had made great strides. If the young lady were aware from beyond, she could rest easy now, for he had finally awaited this day. Lin slept soundly, and upon awakening, he found that dusk had approached. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing his stomach to rumble in response. You've awakened just in time for dinner. Young master, the meat is perfectly cooked, Lin Rongfu's voice reached him. Rising, Lin saw Lin Rongfu tending to the roast. Grandfather Fu, why did you not wake me for the hunt? Lin inquired. Your injuries are not yet healed. You should refrain from exerting yourself, Lin Rongfu replied. Thank you for your concern, young master. A mere level 1 magical beast, a flame rabbit, poses little challenge, Lin Rongfu chuckled, handing a piece of roasted rabbit meat to Lin. Moreover, following your healing with the flame of life, my condition has significantly improved. A little movement will do me good. Lin took the roasted meat with great enthusiasm, savoring each bite as he earnestly spoke. Grandfather Fu, you are the dearest family member to me at this moment. Your health is of utmost importance to me. You have watched me grow since my childhood, and now that I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity to cultivate my skills, I aspire for my name to echo throughout the continent. I hope that by that time, you will still be by my side, caring for me and witnessing my rise to prominence as I marry and start a family. Indeed, for that day, I shall ensure that I live well, replied Lin Rongfu. Profoundly moved. Despite their master-servant relationship, he had regarded Lin as a beloved grandson, cherishing him more than his own life. Lin's heartfelt words once again broke down Lin Rongfu's defenses, causing tears to glisten in his eyes. The feast of roasted meat left both master and servant thoroughly satisfied, with the only shortcoming being the absence of seasoning. Lin contemplated that in a few days, once Lin Rongfu's injuries had sufficiently healed, they would depart the forest for other locales, seeking places that could aid in enhancing his strength. This recent brush with death had imparted to Lin a profound understanding of the significance of power in the divine grace continent, with a newfound resolve to enhance his abilities. After their meal, and while the day still lingered, Lin began to practice the basic swordsmanship that had emerged from his novice gift package, wielding Lin Rongfu's longsword. This foundational swordplay encompassed various movements such as slashing, hacking, thrusting, flicking, and slicing. With the systematic guidance provided, Lin found the practice quite manageable. Initially a bit clumsy, he soon began to master the techniques, and the proficiency of his basic swordsmanship gradually increased on the system panel. Lin Rongfu observed Lin En practicing swordsmanship with a hint of perplexity. Did the deity merely impart these rudimentary skills to the young master? However, he soon contemplated that such an arrangement must possess profound significance. Without a solid foundation, it was imperative for the young master to first hone his basics. After musing for a moment, Lin Rongfu began to offer guidance to Lin En in his sword training. Although his own combat prowess had been diminished due to his earlier peak performance, barely reaching the level of a battle master, his insight remained sharp. Even a few casual words from a seasoned warrior could immensely benefit Lin En. Chapter 9. Enhancement of Combat Power with Lin Rongfu's instruction. Lin En's efficiency in practicing basic sword techniques surged, and he executed them with increasing finesse, displaying a remarkable mastery of the fundamentals. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your proficiency in basic swordsmanship has reached 1000. Skill level has increased, and Dao power has risen by 10 points. We encourage the host to continue striving for excellence. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lin En felt a surge of joy. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship had peaked, advancing from novice to intermediate, and his Dao power had increased to 40 points. He glanced at his attribute panel, noting that the proficiency requirement for intermediate swordsmanship was now set at 5000, a five-fold increase. Yet, Lin En was unconcerned. It merely entailed a bit more effort. Having upgraded his basic swordsmanship, Lin En contentedly ceased his practice. After such an extended session, he felt fatigued and deemed it necessary to rest, recognizing the importance of balancing diligence with leisure. Just before retiring for the night, Lin En noticed 2 fire rabbit magic crystals carelessly placed in a tree hollow by Lin Rongfu. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he picked up the 2 crystals. Ding! Energy absorption detected. 2 first-level magic crystals available. Would you like to absorb them? Could it truly be possible to absorb magic crystals? Lin En's eyes brightened. He had previously pondered how to recharge energy for the system. Remembering that in his past gaming experiences, energy was replenished through monetary transactions. Now, having crossed over into this new realm where the system had replaced currency, he had been troubled about how to acquire energy. To his surprise, the system could absorb magic crystals for replenishment. Absorb. Lin, filled with excitement, issued commands to the system. The energy absorption was complete, yielding a total of 20 points. The 2 magic crystals in Lin's hands turned to ash, and the energy section of his attribute panel now displayed an additional 20. Each first-level magic crystal contributed only 10 points of energy, but considering they were merely first level, Lin did not dwell on it. System, what are the functions of energy? Lin inquired in his mind, aware that the system operated differently from games he had previously played. The host can expend energy to enhance skill proficiency, as well as exchange it for items and skills in the shop. However, the shop is currently not open, making exchanges impossible. Although the shop was not accessible, the prospect of improving skill proficiency was still appealing, as it meant he could grow stronger without tedious practice. Truly a familiar gaming mechanic. System, what is the conversion rate of energy to skill proficiency? Lin asked. 10 points of energy can be exchanged for 1 point of skill proficiency. What a ripoff! Lin exclaimed in disbelief. 10 points of energy for just 1 point of skill proficiency? This is exorbitant. 2 first-level magic crystals yield only 2 points of proficiency? I might as well practice on my own. The system, despite its transformation into a new realm, retained its essence of capitalizing on players. It seemed that the notion of gaining strength through expenditure was not feasible in the short term. Lin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had no other magic crystals at his disposal. It appeared he would need to devise a way to earn money, no magic crystals. Although the Divine Grace continent utilized gold, silver, and copper coins as currency, magic crystals were also a form of hard currency, circulating primarily among mages and warriors. Gazing at the meager 20 points of energy on his attribute panel, Lin sighed, deciding to save it for the time being and retire for the night. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin and Lin Rongfu remained in the forest. Lin Rongfu recuperated while Lin practiced fundamental swordsmanship and one of the 6 techniques of the Navy, chafe. Chafe, he called softly, his figure darting forward with lightning speed. Appearing beside a gigantic wild fowl, akin to an ostrich, nearly 8 meters away. With a swift motion of his sword, he severed the creature's head, which collapsed instantly, a first-level magical beast, second only to the fire-spitting rabbit in the forest. Ding! The host has slain a first-level magical beast, gaining 100 experience points, reaching the requirements for level up. The host's current level is now 10, with a vitality increase of 5. After 2 days of relentless hunting, Lin's level finally ascended to 10. A surge of new power welled up within him, and he felt a wave of exhilaration. System, display the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 10 experience, 01500 vitality, 85 profession, none skills, basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 3805000, shave, beginner, 9851000, life restoration, beginner, 8501000, devil fruit, phantom beast species phoenix, beginner, 2151000, techniques, none physique, none specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 inventory, empty quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, Host level must reach maximum. First stage task, level up to 20, reward, upgrade package. With his level now at 10, Lin's vitality had soared to 85 points. A remarkable increase compared to his initial state upon arrival. He felt invigorated, brimming with strength, and pondered what level of warrior he might now approximate in this world. The thought of showcasing his prowess to those who deemed him worthless sparked excitement within him, and he anticipated their astonishment. As he reached level 10, the experience required for the next level had escalated to 1,500 points, with each subsequent level demanding an additional 500 experience. It was clear that hunting first-level magical beasts for leveling would prove too slow. It seemed the time to depart had come, coinciding with Lin Rongfu's recovery, as he was now able to move without hindrance. "Let us feast on fowl today," Lin declared. Lin hoisted the wild chicken and made her way towards the tree hollow. Upon returning, she found Lin Rongfu recuperating from his injuries. His complexion had markedly improved. After 2 days of rest and the healing touch of Lin's fruit ability, the majority of Lin Rongfu's wounds had significantly healed. The injuries sustained from their recent battle were nearly mended, and even old ailments had shown signs of recovery. Regrettably, Lin's current mastery of her fruit ability was insufficient to fully mend Lin Rongfu's lingering injuries and the impairment of his essence. Lin skillfully plucked feathers from the wild chicken and kindled a fire to roast the meat. Originally, Lin Rongfu had forbidden Lin from undertaking such tasks, but Lin insisted on taking over, citing Lin Rongfu's serious injuries as the reason for his reluctance to assist. Despite being a servant, Lin held Lin Rongfu in high regard, and as someone who had traversed from Earth, he could not bring himself to allow an elderly man, wounded and weary, to prepare food for him. Unable to oppose Lin's determination, Lin Rongfu acquiesced, his eyes glistening with tears of gratitude and emotion. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. After they savored the meal, Lin rose and declared, "Grandfather Fu, over the past few days, I have felt a significant enhancement in my strength, and I would like you to assess my abilities." "Very well. I too am eager to witness the extraordinary methods of cultivation imparted by the divine," Lin Rongfu replied with eagerness. The two positioned themselves a distance of 10 paces apart in the clearing, with Lin wielding Lin Rongfu's long sword while Lin Rongfu casually picked up a branch, removing its twigs to fashion a weapon. "Grandfather Fu, I shall commence my attack," Lin proclaimed, his sword angled toward the ground, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Do not hesitate, young master," Lin Rongfu replied with a gentle smile. Holding the makeshift wooden staff casually before him, his left hand resting behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned master. Lin's expression tightened as she stepped forward, swiftly thrusting her long sword towards Lin Rongfu, aiming directly at his vital chest. Her attack was merciless, for she was acutely aware that her strength alone could not inflict any harm upon Lin Rongfu. Thus, she unleashed her full power, employing a variety of foundational sword techniques with precision. Each movement was succinct and clear, with every strike targeting Lin Rongfu's critical points. Lin Rongfu infused his wooden staff with fighting spirit, rendering it as unyielding as iron, and he showed no fear of Lin En's sharp sword. He did not attack, but merely wielded the staff to deflect Lin En's onslaught. Regardless of how ferocious Lin En's strikes were, they could not penetrate his defenses. Displaying an air of calmness, with the basic swordsmanship proving ineffective against Lin Rongfu's defense, Lin En unleashed the Navy's 6 styles, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow, darting around Lin Rongfu with the swiftness of lightning. Combined with the foundational sword techniques, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings. "Splendid," Lin Rongfu praised aloud, wielding his wooden staff with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly parrying Lin En's relentless assaults. As the minutes slipped by, Lin Rongfu navigated through Lin En's offensive with remarkable ease, while Lin En found himself gasping for breath, fatigued from the continuous exertion of his techniques, which demanded substantial stamina. As his energy waned, Lin En was compelled to halt. Ding! The host's challenge against an opponent far exceeding his strength level has resulted in failure, earning 500 experience points. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin En was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation. It dawned on him that experience points could be acquired not only through vanquishing beasts, but also through engaging in combat with others. And the bounty of experience points was surprisingly abundant, far surpassing that gained from slaying fire-breathing rabbits. With Lin Rongfu nearby, he could seek guidance at any moment. leading to an ample accumulation of experience points that promised to elevate his level significantly. Moreover, his proficiency in fundamental swordsmanship and techniques had experienced a notable enhancement. Indeed, practical combat proved to be the most effective means of strengthening one's abilities. After all, hunting rabbits posed little challenge for Lin En, and his solitary practice yielded minimal improvement in skill. It appeared that frequent duels with Lin Rongfu would be essential in the future. Impressive, young master. Your foundational swordsmanship is remarkably solid. Achieving this level in just a few days is truly commendable, Lin Rongfu remarked approvingly. Grandfather Fu, I still have a long way to go compared to you, Lin En humbly replied, reflecting on the fact that despite attacking for over 10 minutes, he had yet to graze Lin Rongfu's clothing. You have performed admirably. Your current offensive strength is equivalent to that of an apprentice warrior who has just begun to harness their fighting energy. Coupled with your explosive speed from the technique shave, you pose a significant threat to advanced apprentice warriors. With the formidable healing capabilities of the life flame, you would hold your own against a junior warrior, Lin Rongfu assessed. Given Lin Rongfu's strength and insight, Lin En accepted his evaluation with full confidence, feeling a surge of joy at possessing the strength comparable to that of an apprentice warrior. He felt he had finally shed the label of being worthless. Miss, if you were aware, you would surely rejoice for the young master, Lin Rongfu reflected with a sigh. Then his expression turned serious. Young master, the Count surely cannot anticipate the remarkable turn of events you have encountered. Once the Count learns of this, your position as the heir to the title will be as secure as a mountain. Lin Rongfu gazed at Lin En with excitement. Appointing Lin En as the heir to the Earl's estate had always been his fervent wish. After all, the previous Lin En had been unable to cultivate, and only by inheriting the title could he enjoy a life of wealth and luxury in his later years, thus fulfilling the young lady's wishes. Chapter 10. The first kill. Upon hearing Lin Rongfu's words, Lin En fell into contemplation. To become the heir to the Earl's title? As a soul from Earth, Lin En found little allure in the notion of nobility. His sole interest lay in harnessing the system to gain extraordinary power, to behold the vistas at the summit of this world. However, being a noble would inevitably tether him to his own territory, limiting his freedom. Grandfather Fu, I have decided not to return to Jilly City. As for the title of heir, I shall forego it, Lin En declared. Young master, why? Lin Rongfu was momentarily taken aback and hastily inquired. As the eldest son of the Earl's estate, the title is undoubtedly meant for you. Rest assured, with this old servant by your side, you shall inherit the title. Grandfather Fu, it is not a matter of trust, Lin En replied, shaking his head. Rather, I possess little interest in inheriting a mere earldom. It is but a trifling title in a single kingdom. Previously, I was unable to cultivate, but now that I can, my pursuit lies in attaining formidable strength, traversing the entire continent, and beholding the scenery from the pinnacle of the world. With such aspirations, young master, I shall accompany you to the death, Lin Rongfu chuckled, feeling immense satisfaction at Lin En's confidence. Returning now would only place my father in a difficult position. Lin En continued. While my stepfather may have treated my predecessor poorly, he was not entirely malevolent. I do not wish to complicate matters for him. I shall seek revenge against my stepmother once I have gained sufficient strength. As you wish, young master. With Lin En's determination established, Lin Rongfu naturally acquiesced. Grandfather Fu, this place no longer offers substantial assistance to my strength. Where do you propose we venture next? Lin En inquired. Hudis Town, Lin Rongfu pondered briefly before responding. Situated at the foot of the Hudis mountain range, known for its notorious magical beasts, Hudis Town serves as the final stop for all mercenaries venturing into the mountains to hunt. Furthermore, it lies at the intersection of three kingdoms, characterized by chaotic order and an abundance of formidable individuals, perfectly aligning with your needs. Isn't that a lawless area? Perfect. The more chaotic, the better. My stepmother will surely not relent in her pursuit. A tumultuous environment will only work to my advantage. Very well, then we shall proceed to Hudis Town. In an instant, Lin En made his decision. Having resolved his course of action, Lin En promptly prepared to depart. The pair descended the mountain and found a village, trading several unabsorbed level 1 magic crystals for a few sets of clothing, as their attire had become tattered from their harrowing flight and days spent in the mountains, resembling that of beggars. Due to a lack of funds to procure horses, Lin En and his companion could only travel on foot, hoping to encounter a merchant caravan heading toward Hudis Town to share their journey. With his enhanced strength, walking posed no fatigue for Lin En. They advanced swiftly, covering over 20 miles in just over an hour, only to encounter a junction ahead where a group of 7 or 8 knights had set up a checkpoint, their attire suggesting they were not part of the royal army. Could they be mountain bandits? Lin pondered as the two reached the crossroads. The individuals at the checkpoint immediately approached and halted them. A slight frown crossed Lin's brow, sensing that these people harbored ill intentions. "Young master, they are likely members of a mercenary group," Lin Rongfu whispered. "Let us observe their intentions," Lin replied, noting that there were no particularly formidable warriors among them. He felt little concern, believing it to be merely a small-scale mercenary band. Among the mercenaries, a leader scrutinized Lin and his companion before producing 2 portraits from his pocket. After a brief glance, his expression transformed into one of exuberance as he exclaimed, "Ha ha! I never expected such fortune. I have indeed stumbled upon them." Lin observed the exuberance of the man before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Was this fellow truly not deranged, reveling in his own joy upon seeing Lin? "Brothers, it is precisely these 2 individuals. Capture them, and the bounty from the Count's estate shall belong to our mighty axe mercenary corps. At that time, the esteemed captain shall bestow generous rewards upon us," Haki bellowed, gesturing grandly to command his comrades to action. He felt a swell of pride, believing that seizing this bounty would catch the captain's attention and perhaps elevate him a rank above the squad leader. Upon hearing that these 2 were the targets of their pursuit, the mercenaries' eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if they beheld shimmering gold, and they immediately drew their weapons, rushing forward. At that moment, Lin grasped the gravity of the situation. These individuals were indeed coming for him, undoubtedly orchestrated by his stepmother, who seemed resolutely intent on his demise. As several mercenaries approached, Lin Rongfu's face hardened with murderous intent, ready to engage and eliminate them. However, Lin intervened, saying, "Grandfather Fu, there is no need for you to take action against these mere lackeys. This presents an opportunity for me to hone my skills and assess the fruits of my recent training." "Very well, young master, do take care," Lin Rongfu acquiesced, handing his long sword to Lin. These mercenaries were but trifling adversaries, their abilities limited to those of novice and apprentice warriors, making them ideal for the young master to practice against. Lin grasped the long sword, his expression resolute, and boldly approached the group of mercenaries. The mercenaries were taken aback by Lin's audacity. If their information was accurate, this lad was an untalented waste, was he not? A mere inconsequential figure, defenseless and feeble. Daring to step forward, could he truly have lost his wits? Could this young man actually be so foolish as to approach us wielding a sword? Perhaps intending to slay us? A burly mercenary scoffed. Perhaps that is indeed his intention. After all, he is the young master of a countess' house, and eliminating someone ought to be a trivial matter for him. Another mercenary chuckled, revealing their disdain for Lin, regarding him merely as an incapable young master, believing a sword could intimidate them. We are not servants of the Count's estate. We will not cower. Brothers, do not move. Allow me to experience the prowess of this esteemed young master." The burly mercenary, the first to speak, laughed heartily as he strode arrogantly towards Lin, towering over him, his gaze filled with mockery. With his massive battle axe pointed at Lin, he nonchalantly taunted, "Come, let me see if you can withstand my blow." The other mercenaries paused, chuckling at the spectacle, perceiving it as a farce, a feeble young master, incapable of even enduring a single strike from the burly mercenary, who would surely cleave him in twain. The squad leader, Haki, observed casually, his attention more focused on Lin's companion, for it was said that this elder, despite his grievous injuries, was a formidable expert deserving of his scrutiny. "As you wish." Lin's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the long sword lunged directly at the burly mercenary's chest. Clang! The mercenary, taken by surprise at the swiftness and ferocity of Lin's attack aimed at his vital area, was drenched in cold sweat as he hastily crossed his axe before his chest to deflect the strike. The sword collided with the axe, the tremendous force causing his arm to tremble slightly. Wasn't this lad supposed to be a waste? Where did such strength come from? The thought flashed through the mercenary's mind, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. He had nearly been pierced by a supposed waste, which filled him with humiliation before his comrades. "You have enraged me, boy," the burly mercenary growled, swinging his great axe towards Lin. Clang! As the axe descended, Lin sought to test his strength against the mercenaries, parrying with an upward thrust of his sword to block the axe. The resounding clash of metal echoed, and Lin felt a jolt through his body. His right arm went numb, realizing that the mercenary's strength surpassed his own. Indeed, the mercenary's might was augmented by his fighting spirit. With such feeble power, you dare to challenge my axe? Watch as I chop you to pieces. The burly mercenary bellowed, stepping forward with his axe raised high, preparing to strike down with ferocity. Lin's arm was numbed by the tremors, and he dared not confront the burly mercenary's axe head-on. He quickly withdrew, momentarily flustered by the onslaught of the mercenary's mighty blows. Fortunately, although the axe wielded by the burly man possessed tremendous power, its speed of attack was not particularly swift. After evading several strikes, Lin gradually acclimated to the mercenary's offensive style and steadied his mind to employ his foundational swordsmanship, engaging the mercenary in a tactical dance to hone his combat skills. Ding! The host employs basic swordsmanship against the foe. Proficiency in basic swordsmanship 1. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Rongfu noticed that Lin had regained his composure, allowing him to relax slightly, though he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the duel. Should Lin find himself in peril, he would intervene without hesitation. The burly mercenary swung his axe with ferocity, yet Lin skillfully parried each blow, sustaining no injuries. This infuriated the mercenary, who found it humiliating that a seemingly inept opponent had managed to withstand him for so long, leaving him feeling disgraced before his comrades. In a fit of rage, the burly mercenary increased the speed of his strikes, determined to cleave Lin in two. At that moment, Lin had fully deciphered the mercenary's techniques and understood the disparity in their strengths. He abandoned any thoughts of further entanglement with the mercenary. It was time to get serious. Flash! Lin executed a swift maneuver, her form flickering as she vanished before the bearded man. In the next instant, she reappeared at his side, her long sword descending upon his arm with lethal precision. The bearded man, who had been vigorously wielding his massive axe, suddenly found Lin absent from his sight. Before he could comprehend the situation, a searing pain surged through his right arm, severing it at the elbow where he clutched the axe. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, retreating while cradling his mutilated limb. Whoosh! Lin once again unsheathed his sword, the blade gliding across the throat of the bearded mercenary, silencing his scream abruptly as his towering figure collapsed with a resounding thud. Chapter 11. The Great Axe Mercenary Corps. Ding! The host has slain an opponent, earning 100 experience points. Ding! The host has employed basic swordsmanship against an enemy, increasing proficiency by 2. The sudden turn of events left several mercenaries, who had been merely spectators, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the seemingly hapless youth had been cornered by the bearded mercenary. Yet he had now executed a shocking reversal and killed him? How could this be possible? Wasn't this boy supposed to be an incapable wastrel, entirely devoid of any combat prowess? If it were not for the lifeless body of the bearded mercenary lying before them, they would have thought it a jest. For the bearded mercenary was certainly not the type to gamble with his life. "You scoundrel! You have slain our brother. Avenge him." Anger ignited among the mercenaries, each drawing their weapons and charging towards Lin. With a swift motion, Lin paid no heed to the system notifications that had just appeared. He dashed toward the approaching mercenaries. He had mastered the Navy's sixth style, and as he moved, the mercenaries could only catch fleeting glimpses of his shadow, unable to keep pace with his speed. These mercenaries were merely apprentice and novice warriors, and in a heartbeat, 2 of them had already fallen beneath Lin's blade, while another had lost an arm to his sword. "Curse it! He is no wastrel. Our intelligence was flawed," shouted a novice warrior. "Stand aside, I shall confront him." With that proclamation, he unleashed a surge of energy, his great sword shimmering with a faint glow, a sign that a novice warrior could now imbue their weapon with fighting spirit to enhance their attacks. He bellowed as he swung his sword toward Lin. Facing this strike, Lin was keen to personally experience the power of fighting spirit in this world. So he chose not to evade. Instead, he swept his sword in a bold arc clang. The 2 swords clashed with no embellishment, and Lin felt a tremendous force surge through his longsword. This power was many times greater than that of the bearded mercenary. His arm went numb, his grip faltered, and his hand nearly lost its hold on the sword. What immense strength! Is this the true power of fighting spirit? Lin was taken aback, realizing that the combat aura was indeed extraordinary, even if his own spiritual power could match that of his opponent. He doubted he could contend with someone bolstered by such formidable energy. As the power of the phoenix fruit surged through him, his numb arm and split palm quickly healed. Acknowledging the disparity between himself and his adversary, Lin chose not to engage directly. He executed a swift maneuver, evading and reappearing before another mercenary, thrusting his long sword forward. In the next moment, the blade had pierced the mercenary's chest. As Lin withdrew his sword, the mercenary stood frozen for a heartbeat before collapsing slowly to the ground. Witnessing Lin's quick dispatch of yet another foe, the remaining 2 novice warrior-level mercenaries were struck with terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Had Lin targeted them, they would have stood no chance of resistance. The only outcome would have been to follow their fallen comrade, unable even to perceive their assailant, let alone defend against him. Fear enveloped the 2 mercenaries, prompting them to retreat hastily. They believed their only chance of survival lay in putting distance between themselves and this demon, for in their eyes, Lin had ascended to the level of a fiend. "Damn it! If you've got guts, don't run. Take this blade," roared the junior warrior-level mercenary, infuriated. This kid was as slippery as a rat, refusing to engage him directly, leaving him frustrated and impotent despite his strength. He could only watch, seething with indignation, as Lin displayed his prowess. Upon hearing the taunt, Lin smirked coldly, his movements unceasing. He activated his swift technique repeatedly, pursuing the retreating mercenaries. "Captain Hardick, help us!" cried the 2 mercenaries, their souls in despair, lamenting their lack of agility. They hastily called out for assistance, but as soon as their plea left their lips, Lin was upon them again. With a sweep of his sword, a line of blood erupted from the back of one mercenary's head, silencing him instantly. "You dare slay my subordinates? I will flay you alive," roared Hardick, his fury threatening to explode. He could scarcely comprehend that in just a few minutes, a significant portion of his men had perished at the hands of someone he had deemed a worthless young master, incapable of cultivation. How could this be? Was the information from the Count's estate erroneous? The combat prowess this boy exhibited was nearly on par with a novice warrior. How could such a person be deemed useless? Seething with rage, Hardick drew his knightly sword, intent on killing Lin himself, when suddenly an aged figure appeared before him. "I advise you not to interfere. The young master prefers not to have his battle disturbed," Lin Rongfu stated coldly. "Get out of my way, old fool," Hardick bellowed, swinging his sword down toward Lin Rongfu. Lin Rongfu's expression remained unchanged as he summoned his fighting spirit, which enveloped his palm. With a casual wave, akin to swatting away a fly, he struck down on Haddock's descending sword. Haddock's furious blow was unable to sever the energy surrounding Lin Rongfu's hand. Instead, the knight's great sword shattered into fragments under the immense force, allowing Lin Rongfu's palm to land unimpeded against Haddock's chest. With a cough, Haddock spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Lying there, he gazed vacantly at the sky, a singular thought echoing in his mind. How could he be so powerful? While Lin Rongfu effortlessly dealt with Haddock, the remaining mercenary fell victim to Lin En's blade. Now, only a low-level warrior mercenary continued to pursue Lin En, trailing behind in the dust. Faced with a solitary opponent, Lin En chose not to flee, but rather to confront the adversary head-on. Utilizing the speed of his technique, he maneuvered around his foe, relying on the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the phoenix fruit. After exchanging blows several times, Lin En ultimately triumphed, claiming victory at the cost of his own injury, and dispatched his opponent beneath his sword. Ding. The host has achieved a higher level kill, earning 300 experience points. Ding. The host employs basic swordsmanship against the enemy, proficiency 5. The system notifications appeared promptly, and Lin En was not taken aback. He had accumulated experience from slaying beasts and engaging in combat. Thus, killing humans would naturally yield similar results. He had come to a profound realization. While he would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of leveling up, he would not hesitate to eliminate his enemies. Lin stood resolutely, having vanquished several foes in quick succession. One adversary, however, possessed significantly greater strength. Despite the regenerative abilities granted by the phoenix fruit, the toll on his stamina was immense, compounded by the relentless tension that had gripped his mind. As he finally relaxed, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over him, yet simultaneously, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins. This was, in essence, his inaugural battle in this world, where he had triumphed over his opponent through sheer will and strength, affirming the tangible benefits of the system that aided him. Though it was his first act of taking a life, Lin felt little discomfort. Perhaps the horrors he had witnessed during his escape from Jia Liqing, blood and dismembered limbs in chaotic disarray, had gradually accustomed him to such brutality. "Young master, how do you feel? Are your injuries severe?" Lin Rongfu inquired with genuine concern, having closely observed Lin's confrontation. Although he was aware of Lin's life-restoring flame, his anxiety regarding Lin's wounds remained palpable. "It's merely a minor injury. I will recover swiftly. It's nothing to worry about," Lin replied, shaking his head dismissively. "Young master, how shall we deal with this individual?" Lin Rongfu asked, his apprehension alleviated as he regarded the still form of Haddock lying on the ground. Lin once again lamented the formidable prowess of Lin Rongfu at the mastery level. Indeed, this mercenary, possessing the strength of a seasoned fighter, stood utterly powerless before Lin Rongfu. Reflecting on his own struggles to vanquish a few apprentice warriors and a single junior warrior, relying heavily on the regenerative capabilities of the Phoenix Fruit to trade wounds for victory, he realized the arduous journey ahead and the greater effort required of him. "Pray tell, why do you obstruct my path?" Lin inquired, gazing at Hades, who lay on the ground, incessantly spitting blood, devoid of any compassion in his eyes. He was no bleeding heart. Once Hades had chosen to strike, he became an adversary. "Spare me, my lord. I merely act on orders," Hades, thoroughly terrified, pleaded for mercy. In a desperate bid for survival, he divulged all that he knew with the rapidity of a torrent. Indeed, it was the handiwork of his wicked stepmother. Was the mere title of a count's heir truly so alluring? A cloud of discontent settled over Lin's heart. This venomous woman was indeed malicious. Even with the young master having departed from Jelly City and vowing never to return, she was unwilling to relent. Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu's fury ignited, his countenance radiating menace as he addressed Lin. "Young master, I assure you, my injuries have healed considerably, and my strength has been largely restored. If you permit, I could stealthily return to Jelly City and eliminate that vile woman." Lin rolled her eyes. Having resolved not to return to Jelly City to contend for the title of heir, it was only natural that her stepmother, unaware of her decision, would continue to send assassins after her. "No need for that. I shall take my revenge myself in due time." Lin declined Lin Rongfu's suggestion, realizing that returning to eliminate her stepmother would only place her father in a difficult position. Furthermore, she was curious to see her father's reaction upon learning of the matter after his return. "Let this vile woman live a little longer," Lin Rongfu muttered resentfully. Lin fell silent, gripping his long sword, his gaze coldly fixated on Hades below, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "My lord, I have revealed all that I know. I beseech you to spare my life." Hades quivered in terror, feeling the weight of Lin's lethal stare, his fear causing him to wet himself. "Do not blame me. Place the blame on your own choices, on your unfortunate fate that led you to cross paths with us." Lin cast a disdainful glance at Hades before swiftly plunging his sword into Hades' chest. Hades convulsed a few times before drawing his last breath. Despite having witnessed numerous violent deaths in recent days, Lin's heart had grown considerably stronger. Yet, this marked his first act of taking a life with his own hands. He experienced a twinge of discomfort, valiantly suppressing the wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. In his heart, he silently vowed, "The giant axe mercenary corps. This enmity has been established. Should you dare pursue me, be prepared to face your demise." Ding. The host has slain one high-ranking warrior-level enemy. Given that this was not an independent kill by the host, experience points are halved, yielding 300 experience points. Chapter 12, The Gucci Merchant Association. The entire mercenary squad, comprising 8 members, perished under Lin's sword, collectively granting him 1,800 experience points, elevating his level to 11 and increasing his vitality by 5 points. Lin glanced at the system notification, noting that defeating an enemy of equal strength yielded a mere 100 experience points. However, defeating a foe of a higher level granted considerably more. Regrettably, even after Hades was left incapacitated and unable to resist, he only awarded 300 experience points. It appeared the system was rather cunning, denying Lin any chance for easy gains. Upon reviewing his attributes panel, he observed that his experience had reached 302,000. As expected, the experience required to advance to level 12 exceeded that of level 11 by 500 points. Nonetheless, this was a trivial matter. Lin was confident that once he arrived at the Beast Mountain range, experience would flow abundantly. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship had also seen significant improvement. Lin realized that practical combat enhanced his skills far more effectively than mere practice. "Grandfather Fu, let us proceed," Lin declared. Young master, please wait a moment, Lin Rongfu replied, bending down to search through the belongings of several mercenaries. Lin momentarily froze, only to quickly realize that Lin Rongfu was rummaging through the deceased. Having been pursued relentlessly, they had hastily fled without any possessions. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to exchanging the magical crystals of the fire-breathing rabbit for clothing from the villagers. Lin marveled at the wisdom of age. Had it not been for Grandpa Fu's experience, she would have missed out on this unexpected windfall. Before long, Lin Rongfu had uncovered several dozen gold coins and a few hundred silver coins from the bodies of the mercenaries. While the amount was not substantial, these mercenaries lived on the edge, indulging in pleasures at the slightest opportunity. The considerable sum of gold coins was largely thanks to the affluent background of their captain, Hades. Lin and Lin Rongfu set out once more, but this time, they were spared the arduous journey on foot. The members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps, including Hades, were kind souls who not only provided gold and supplies, but also gifted them steeds. Lin, having already looted the fallen, saw no reason to refuse the additional horses. After riding for about an hour, the mercenaries, alerted by the presence of their fallen comrades on the main road, arrived in haste. Lin and his servant had no interest in assisting with the retrieval of the bodies. The sight of their fallen companions left the members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps in shock. An entire squad had perished without a single survivor, indicating the formidable strength of their enemies. Quickly, send a message to the captain using the messenger hawk, the team leader shouted, his face pale. Fortunately, he was not the one guarding this road. Otherwise, he would share the same fate as Hades. The messenger hawk, a small but swift second-tier magical beast, was specially trained for delivering messages, surpassing even many third- or fourth-tier flying beasts in speed and safety. 2 hours later, at the headquarters of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps in Stance City, the captain, Jared, seethed with rage as he read the message delivered by the hawk. His aura surged, shredding the message into fragments. How dare they slaughter an entire squad of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps? He roared, his presence overwhelming the hall as his subordinates trembled before him, as if faced with a terrifying beast. Who dares oppose the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps? Get out there and find out who has killed my men. I will personally deal with them, and they shall be cleaved into 18 pieces by my giant axe. Yes, Captain, his men replied in unison, their indignation mirroring his own. Several mercenaries immediately set out to carry out his orders. Once the tension in Jared's presence began to dissipate, his expression shifted between anger and contemplation. Having founded a formidable mercenary group, Jared was not a mere brute. Many were misled by his rugged exterior, but he was astute and cunning. The complete annihilation of a squad served as a warning bell for him. The Giant Axe Mercenary Corps had encountered numerous enemies since its inception. Captain, could it be that Hades' squad crossed paths with the two individuals we have been hunting? One mercenary speculated. Is that possible? Jared responded, skepticism etched across his face. The intelligence indicated that one was a worthless cripple incapable of training, and the other, an elderly man, was severely injured and unlikely to recover soon. Did they possess the ability to eliminate an entire squad? Moreover, the scene suggested that Hades and his men had scarcely put up a fight. Jared's thoughts raced, and he growled, have we received any news regarding those two? Reinforce our search efforts. Regardless of whether they were responsible for Hades' demise, we cannot let them slip away. With the horses replacing the need for weary legs, Lin and Lin Rongfu found their journey significantly eased. Although Lin lacked experience riding, his current physical condition and mastery over his body allowed him to stay securely atop the horse. With Lin Rongfu's guidance, it wasn't long before Lin became adept at galloping, a sensation he found exhilarating, something he had never experienced back on Blue Star. Given their encounter with Hades and his men, Lin and Lin Rongfu remained vigilant, successfully avoiding numerous suspicious individuals along the way. As they continued toward Hudis Town, several hundred miles lay ahead, with the terrain becoming increasingly mountainous. The high, dense forests not only harbored bandits, but also posed the risk of encountering high-tier magical beasts from the Hudis mountain range, rendering the journey perilous. Consequently, ordinary travelers rarely ventured here. It was predominantly mercenaries or caravans, often traveling in groups or hiring mercenary protection. To simplify matters and avoid drawing attention from potential pursuers, given their conspicuous pairing, Lin and Lin Rongfu joined a caravan heading to Hudis Town for trade, compensating them with a considerable sum of gold. The caravan was substantial, comprising hundreds of individuals, with 30 to 40 well-trained guards, indicating the formidable strength of the trading company. As dusk fell, the caravan set up camp by a gentle stream, and Lin and Lin Rongfu were assigned a tent. After a simple dinner prepared by the caravan, Lin practiced basic swordsmanship outside the tent. Seizing every opportunity to enhance his skills, he was driven by the urgency of his circumstances. Not far from Lin's tent, two figures observed him, a round-faced youth and a stern middle-aged man. "Young master, why did you agree to let those two join the caravan?" inquired Riz, the captain of the caravan guards, perplexed. Allowing strangers to infiltrate the caravan was a dangerous practice, a cardinal sin that could spell disaster for the group. As the young master of the trading company, he surely understood this principle and would not have done so for a mere handful of gold. "Riz, tell me, what is most essential for a qualified merchant?" Ralph replied with a slight smile, his round face betraying an air of mystery as he continued to fixate on the sword-practicing Lin. "Well, I'm just a guard. My expertise lies in combat, not commerce." Riz scratched his head and confessed, a sheepish smile breaking his stern demeanor. "I suppose having capital is fundamental for business." "Indeed, you are not mistaken. Capital is crucial." Ralph laughed. "Yet, it is not the entirety. A competent merchant must also possess insightful information and a keen eye for business. You are a commercial genius, young master." "Your words must be true," Riz acknowledged, noticing Ralph's unwavering gaze on the sword-wielding youth. "Young master, are you seeing a business opportunity in that boy?" "Precisely. It is indeed a business opportunity," Ralph replied with an enigmatic smile. "As I mentioned earlier, a qualified merchant must have access to reliable information and a discerning eye. Just the other day, we passed through Jelly City, where I caught wind of some intriguing news about that young swordsman." "What news? Is that boy truly the son of a count and the primary heir to the title?" Riz exclaimed in shock upon hearing Ralph's findings. "A noble son, particularly one of a count's lineage, held significant status." "Young master, are you certain?" "Absolutely." Ralph chuckled with confidence, believing in his keen judgment. The youth and the elderly man beside him seemed to align closely with the information he had received. A crucial detail confirming their identities was their shared black hair and dark eyes, indicative of a mysterious Eastern lineage. "I have traveled through several kingdoms with my caravan, yet I have not encountered anyone of Eastern descent elsewhere." "Ah, now it makes sense." Observing the young man's dark locks, Riz suddenly grasped the situation, no longer doubting his master's assessment. "However, my lord, even if he is the son of an earl, he is merely an ordinary individual incapable of cultivation and has been expelled from his family. What could he possibly possess that would catch your interest?" "Riz, allow me to impart another essential trait of a successful merchant: audacity." A spark lit up in Ralph's eyes. Once a business opportunity is recognized, one must invest without hesitation. Though this young man has been cast out by his family, he is left with no support save for an old servant. Isn't this precisely my chance to invest in him? As long as the Earl has not publicly revoked his inheritance, he could potentially become the future master of the Earl's estate. If he ascends to that status, my investment would yield returns 100-fold. Ralph gazed at the youth as if he beheld a rare treasure. Though his family's trading company was affluent and influential, it remained merely a business entity, with a lowly social standing, often bowing to the nobility. Establishing a connection with an Earl's household would undoubtedly result in immense benefits. "My lord, since you hold him in such high regard, why not approach him for an introduction?" Riz inquired. "There is no rush. The journey to Hudistown is still long, and opportunities will present themselves." Ralph smiled, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Chapter 13. Ralph's favor. Lin, wholly absorbed in his sword practice, remained blissfully unaware that he had become a coveted figure in the eyes of others. Had he known Ralph's intentions, he might have likened it to an alternate world version of El Bouet. Ding. The host diligently practices basic swordsmanship. Proficiency. Ding. Proficiency. Ding. Congratulations. The host's basic swordsmanship proficiency has reached 5,000, skill level has increased, and Tau power value 50. We encourage the host to continue their efforts. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin's heart soared with joy. His basic swordsmanship had leveled up to an advanced stage, and his Tau power had increased by 50 points. He silently recited, "System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 11 experience, 300, 2000 Tau power value, 135 occupation, none skills, basic swordsmanship, advanced, 010000, shave, beginner, 122, 5000, life restoration, beginner, 555,000. Devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, beginner, 385000. Techniques, none physique, none specialties, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, empty quests, main quest 1, dream of full level. Post-S level must reach maximum. First phase task, level up to 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. With his basic swordsmanship upgraded and his stamina nearly replenished, Lin decided to halt his practice. At that moment, Lin Rongfu approached him. My lord, while you were practicing, the caravan's master kept glancing your way, seemingly intrigued by you. Lin Rongfu whispered, casting a glance toward Ralph and Riz in the distance. Oh, Lin was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that his identity has been exposed? He turned to look just as Ralph's gaze met his. Ralph offered a friendly smile. Taken aback for a moment by Ralph's smile, Lin soon returned the gesture, nodding in acknowledgement. From Ralph's demeanor, he sensed no malice. Grandfather Fu, it seems this man harbors no ill intentions toward us. My lord, human hearts are difficult to gauge. We find ourselves within another's caravan. Exercising caution is imperative. The captain of the caravan's guards is no weakling. He is a novice warrior, and there are numerous guards. Should they harbor malicious intent, we could be in grave danger, Lin Rongfu cautioned. He, too, had sensed no hostility from Ralph. Otherwise, he would have directly led Lin away from the caravan. Understood, Grandfather Fu, please remain vigilant, Lin nodded, given that he might face threats from his stepmother at any moment. Exercising caution was always prudent. That night, the caravan was guarded, and all remained peaceful. After breakfast the following morning, the caravan set forth. Lin and Lin Rongfu rode in the middle of the caravan. They traveled for several hours without encountering any highwaymen or bandits. After all, such a large caravan would undoubtedly possess formidable protective measures. No bandit would dare to provoke them. Occasionally, when faced with attacking beasts, the caravan guards swiftly dealt with them, posing no threat to the caravan. Clop, 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 clop. Just as the caravan advanced steadily, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed from the road ahead, unmistakably signaling a large troop approaching. Halt! The captain of the caravan guards, Riz, shouted, spurring his horse forward, raising his right hand. The guards formed a battle line, prepared for combat at a moment's notice. The caravan guards, well trained, promptly followed Riz's lead, positioning themselves at the forefront, weapons drawn and ready for battle. The remaining caravan members stood guard by the wagons, displaying no signs of panic. They had full confidence in their caravan's protective strength. Ralph, too, emerged from the wagon but did not advance. He merely furrowed his brow, gazing toward the source of the hoofbeats, where a cloud of dust was rising, indicating a considerable number of individuals were approaching. Lin gazed towards the rising dust in the distance, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. It seemed that the approaching figures were not benevolent, and there was a substantial likelihood that they were coming for him. Soon, 30 or 40 horses arrived before the merchant convoy. Leading the charge was a formidable beast, a gigantic black wolf, nearly the height of a horse. Its massive frame and menacing jaws, lined with sharp fangs, exuded a fierce aura that sent chills down one's spine. The presence of the wolf-like creature caused a stir among the horses in the convoy, despite their own lineage of magical beasts. They were not true monsters and instinctively recoiled in fear. Ritz emanated a powerful aura that calmed his mount, though his expression was grave. The group before them displayed considerable strength, particularly the rider atop the colossal wolf, who posed a significant threat. Which path brings you here? We are the Gucci Merchant Association, traveling to Hudistown for trade, Ritz called out, taking a few steps forward to announce their identity. The figures ahead were led by Jared, the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group, whose mercenaries had finally caught sight of the individuals they were tasked to intercept. Hearing Ritz's declaration, Jared's countenance darkened. He had heard of the Gucci Merchant Association and recognized its formidable reputation. The captain of the guard who had just shouted was no less powerful than he. However, regardless of the Gucci Merchant Association's might, I am not inclined to forsake this mission, Jared declared, scanning the merchant convoy until his gaze landed on Lin, his eyes flashing with a predatory gleam before shifting back to Ritz. I am Jared, the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group. I am aware of the esteemed reputation of the Gucci Merchant Association. I have no desire to be adversarial. But your convoy harbors 2 individuals who are the targets of our mercenary task. If you hand them over to me, I will leave at once. Upon hearing Jared's ultimatum, Ritz's expression soured. These two individuals were crucial to his master's investment plans, and he could not hand them over. Yet, as merely a captain of the guard, he needed his master's decision. I cannot comply with this request. It requires my master's judgment, Ritz replied, glancing back at Ralph. Ralph had naturally overheard Jared's demands, and his brow furrowed in concern. He turned to Lin and then mounted a horse to approach the front. Watching Ralph's retreating figure, Lin felt a surge of anxiety. If Ralph succumbed to the pressure from the giant axe mercenary group, their only recourse would be to fight their way out. Beside him, Lin Rongfu wore a serious expression, bracing for a potential battle. Jared, I am Ralph, the owner of this merchant convoy. I cannot surrender them. It concerns the integrity of the Gucci Merchant Association. Since its inception, our reputation is paramount. Therefore, I implore you to reconsider your demands. Gold or other compensation can be negotiated, which would also foster goodwill between us. Ralph stated, I desire gold and the friendship of the Gucci Merchant Association, indeed. However, a mercenary must fulfill their obligations. That too is a matter of integrity. Or else the giant axe mercenary group would not survive in this profession, Jared replied. Lord Ralph, these two individuals are not members of your association. Handing them over is but a trivial matter for you, and in return, you shall gain the camaraderie of the giant axe mercenary group. Future assignments could see your commission reduced by 20%. People are not negotiable. I urge you, Jared, to propose another condition, Ralph insisted. Lin was an investment he had high hopes for. He would not hand him over, and this was an opportunity to demonstrate goodwill towards Lin. Are you certain, Lord Ralph, that you wish to confront the giant axe mercenary group over two irrelevant individuals? Jared asked, his demeanor growing cold. Whether we are friends or foes depends on your choice. Jared, Ralph replied firmly. While merchants typically avoid conflict to cultivate prosperity, they would not shy away from confrontation if significant interests were at stake. In that case, there is nothing further to discuss, Jared retorted icily, gripping his giant axe tightly, a powerful surge of battle aura radiating from him. The massive wolf beneath him sensed its master's fury and released a low growl, filling the air with an ominous energy. The atmosphere turned tense, and it seemed a battle was imminent. Just then, a voice rang out. What is happening? Isn't it too early for a standoff? An old man with disheveled hair and beard emerged from a carriage, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Master Wanda, I did not expect to disturb you. My sincerest apologies, Ralph said respectfully, hurrying to explain upon seeing the old man. Wanda, upon hearing Ralph's explanation, erupted in anger. He was pressed for time as he sought materials in Town for an alchemical experiment. Every moment was precious to him. How dare a mere mercenary group waste his time over trivial matters? What nonsense is this mercenary group? What trivial task? They should leave at once. Do they not realize how valuable my time is? If they waste any more of it, I shall have their group expelled from the mercenary realm. Wanda bellowed, his fiery temper evident despite his age. Yes, Master Wanda, I shall have them make way, Ralph replied, internally elated. With Master Wanda present, a conflict could be averted, sparing the merchant convoy from potential losses. Riding forward once more, Ralph addressed Jared. Jared, I trust you have heard Master Wanda's words. You must leave at once. He is not someone you can afford to offend. If he truly becomes enraged, your mercenary group could easily be obliterated. Jared had indeed heard Wanda's booming voice and dared not voice any objections. For the old man wore a mage's robe embroidered with silver thread depicting a staff, signifying his status as a registered mage. The fury of a mage was something the giant axe mercenary group could not withstand, especially considering the vast power that lay behind a mage. Chapter 14. Arrival at Town faced with the wrath of a temperamental mage, Jared conceded, stepping aside to clear the path. Though warriors and mages were of equal strength, a single large spell from a mage could annihilate the entire giant axe mercenary group, and mages could cast spells instantaneously, leaving little chance even in close quarters. Watching the Gucci Merchant Association's convoy depart, Jared and his men felt a sense of frustration and resentment. Living the precarious life of a mercenary, they had never felt so humiliated, yet at that moment, they could only harbor their discontent in silence. Captain, are we truly going to let that kid go? One of Jared's subordinates asked. Humph. The giant axe mercenary group has never abandoned a task since its inception, Jared replied darkly. The Gucci Merchant Association's destination is Town. Once there, I doubt they will continue to protect that boy. Town is our paradise as mercenaries. Nothing is beyond our reach. And without that mage, the Gucci Merchant Association is of little consequence. Brilliant, Captain, said his subordinate, flattering him. Let us proceed to Hudis Town, Jared commanded, striking the head of the massive wolf beneath him. The beast roared and began moving, trailing far behind the merchant convoy of the Gucci Merchant Association. Thank you for your assistance, Ralph, Lin expressed. Lin proactively approached Ralph to express his gratitude. Had it not been for Ralph's intervention, he and Grandpa Fu would undoubtedly have faced a bloody confrontation. Even if they managed to escape, the cost would have been significant. Thus, Lin felt a deep sense of appreciation for Ralph and was quite ashamed of his previous doubts regarding him. My dear brother Lin, there's no need for such formality. You have contributed gold coins to the caravan, thus becoming a member of our team. It is my duty to protect you, Ralph replied with a hearty laugh. Moreover, it was not solely my merit. If it weren't for Master Wanda's esteemed name, Jared would not have retreated so easily. Regardless, I must extend my thanks, Lin replied sincerely, feeling his admiration for Ralph grow. By the way, Ralph, could you kindly introduce me to Master Wanda? I wish to express my gratitude to him as well, for he was instrumental in our recent predicament. Although Lin was unaware of Master Wanda's true identity, a mage of such caliber was undoubtedly significant. He felt that getting to know a powerful individual would only serve to benefit him. Certainly, but Master Wanda is not affiliated with the Gucci Trading Company, nor is he traveling in our carriage. Additionally, he has a rather peculiar disposition, so I cannot guarantee he will see you, Ralph stated without hesitation. Ralph led Lin to Master Wanda's carriage and respectfully inquired, Master Wanda, I am Ralph, and this young brother wishes to meet you to thank you for assisting the caravan earlier. Thank you for what? Don't disturb me if there's nothing important, came Master Wanda's impatient voice from within the carriage. Ralph felt a bit awkward and offered Lin an apologetic smile. Master Wanda has a rather irritable temperament. Perhaps we should not trouble him further. Very well, Lin's expression mirrored the discomfort. Was it typical for mages to possess such fiery tempers? Though he felt a twinge of indignation, he dared not show it. Despite the thwarted opportunity to befriend Master Wanda, Lin's rapport with Ralph blossomed rapidly. Ralph, a shrewd merchant with extensive experience, quickly forged a bond with Lin, and they soon regarded each other as brothers. Ralph, with his astuteness, refrained from inquiring about Lin's background or the enmity between the Giant Axe mercenary corps and Lin, knowing precisely what was prudent to ask and what to avoid. Brother Lin, although Hudis Town is bustling and renowned as a haven for mercenaries, it is also a chaotic place. You must exercise caution upon your arrival, Ralph advised, providing insights into the town. Through Ralph's explanations, Lin gained a deeper understanding of Hudis Town. While he had heard of it from others, he had never ventured beyond Jelly City, thus his knowledge was limited. Hudis Town lay at the intersection of three kingdoms, existing within a lawless zone. However, it was not without governance. Currently, the town was jointly controlled by three powerful mercenary groups. To live or conduct business there, one must tread carefully around these factions. In addition to the three major mercenary groups, the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Association also held substantial influence. Although they merely had branches in Hudis Town, no one dared to provoke them. Even with the three mercenary groups overseeing Hudis Town, chaos remained its hallmark. Mercenaries, accustomed to peril, frequently ventured into the Beast Mountain range to battle ferocious beasts. With uncertainty looming over each day, it was only natural for them to seize the moment, often resulting in violent confrontations. Bloodshed was commonplace, and the loss of a few lives was hardly remarkable. It was rather unusual for one to survive unscathed. The caravan continued onward toward Hudis Town, and the journey remained uneventful. 2 days later, the outline of Hudis Town came into view. Even before entering Hudis Town, Lin sensed its vibrancy. Although termed a town, it resembled a small city, fortified with imposing walls erected for protection against beast incursions. Armed mercenaries stood guard at both the gates and atop the walls. At the grand entrance, a multitude of mercenaries laden with weapons streamed in and out. Returning mercenaries often bore the spoils of their labor, various beast carcasses, ores, and medicinal herbs, while others trudged back, bloodied and despondent, having lost comrades in the fray. The Beast Mountain Range, famed for its treasures, was fraught with lethal dangers. As the caravan approached the city gates, they queued to enter. Lin observed that the mercenaries stationed there appeared formidable, suggesting they were no weaklings. New arrivals to Hudis Town were required to pay an entry fee, receiving a token as proof of payment, which permitted them to enter and exit the town thereafter. Brother Lin, to conduct business in Hudis, you must pay a fee of 1 gold coin to enter. This grants you a month's stay, during which you will be protected by the 3 major mercenary groups. After that, you'll need to renew your fee, or else you'll be expelled. If you remain beyond that, any ensuing troubles will be difficult to navigate, Ralph explained. This fee effectively served as a protection tax, and Lin was taken aback by the implications. With thousands of mercenaries residing in Town, this was a considerable source of income. Thank you for the heads up, Ralph. I will keep that in mind, Lin replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the caravan paid the entry fees and entered the gates, with Ralph covering the costs for both Lin and Lin Rongfu. Lin did not hesitate to accept this arrangement, mentally noting it for future reference. Brother Lin, the Gucci Trading Company has its own establishment in Town. If you find yourself without accommodation, you are welcome to stay at our lodge, Ralph offered. Thank you, but I prefer not to impose, Lin declined, wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience. As he harbored certain secrets he wished to keep concealed, seeking his own lodgings seemed the most prudent course of action. Very well. I shall remain in Hudis for about a month. Should you need anything, feel free to visit the trading post. It's quite easy to locate, Ralph said, an expression of regret evident on his face. Brother Lin, my associates have informed me that the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps has not given up. They are trailing our caravan and will likely enter Town as well. Given the complexities of the town, you must remain vigilant. Thank you for the warning, Ralph. I will exercise caution, Lin replied earnestly. With that, Ralph departed with his caravan, as he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Lin and Lin Rongfu found a nearby inn to temporarily settle down. Town was teeming with life, featuring a plethora of inns, taverns, and gambling houses, making it easy to secure accommodations. Once in their room, Lin requested a bucket of hot water from the attendant and indulged in a long overdue bath, reveling in the comfort of cleanliness after a prolonged period of travel. Soaking in the warm water, Lin began to contemplate his next steps. Town, nestled against the Hudis Mountains, presented an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. However, both the town and the mountains were fraught with complexities that necessitated thorough understanding and meticulous planning. In addition to enhancing his abilities, the pressing need to acquire wealth loomed large. The gold coins scavenged from Hades would not last long. Money was essential in Town, and Lin was acutely aware that the system he inherited from his previous life, imbued with the characteristics of a pay-to-win game, was a voracious consumer of gold. To swiftly leverage the system for his advancement, a substantial fortune was indispensable. Meanwhile, as Lin luxuriated in his bath, Jared, accompanied by his mercenaries, entered Town. Upon Lin's arrival at Town, a magnificent griffin descended upon Jelly City, landing within the estate of Viscount Phil. "Welcome, Mentor Phyllis," exclaimed Viscount Phil, flanked by his wife, Lady Laura, and their daughter, Ivel, along with a host of servants, who respectfully greeted Phyllis as she dismounted from the griffin. Phyllis, a mentor at the South Nancy Magic Academy and a formidable water mage, held a prestigious position throughout the Jackie Kingdom. As a mage, she belonged to the aristocracy but was regarded with even greater reverence than the typical noble, prompting Viscount Phil to exhibit extraordinary deference in her presence. "Good day, Viscount Phil." Lady Laura, Phyllis replied coolly, her voluptuous figure and exquisite features exuding the noble demeanor of a mage. She regarded Viscount Phil with indifference. Had he not been the father of her chosen student, Ivel, he would not have warranted her attention. "Mentor Phyllis," Ivel chirped, stepping forward with delight in her eyes. "I have come to escort you to the academy," Phyllis stated, finally revealing a warm smile upon seeing her favored pupil. "Mentor Phyllis, you must be weary from your journey. Please, allow me to show you inside for a well-deserved rest. I have arranged a sumptuous feast for you," Viscount Phil offered. Phyllis nodded and took Ivel's hand, leading the way. After the welcoming banquet, Viscount Phil instructed the servants to serve fragrant tea. Phyllis then stated, "You are aware of my purpose for visiting. The academy is about to commence, and I have come to take Ivel to the capital. However, I have heard that you have arranged a betrothal for Ivel, and I understand that her fiancé is an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation talent." Chapter 15. The annulment indeed, Viscount Phil replied, though taken aback by Phyllis's sudden inquiry. He dared not conceal the engagement between his daughter Ivel and the eldest son of Count William, recounting the details with a hint of apprehension. Phyllis's expression grew somewhat frigid, leaving him uncertain whether this revelation would adversely affect his daughter's aspirations of becoming her apprentice. "Foolishness," Phyllis retorted sharply, her gaze piercing as she confronted Viscount Phil. "Ivel is a student of exceptional talent, a prodigy even among the elite of the South Nancy Magic Academy. How could she be betrothed to a talentless wastrel? Given that Ivel is my student, I cannot condone this marriage. Viscount Phil, you must annul this engagement. Viscount Phil found himself in a dilemma. While he would gladly agree to the annulment, he had reservations about the repercussions. Frankly, ever since he learned of Lin's lack of cultivation talent, he had regretted the engagement. However, given that Count William held a higher title, retracting the betrothal would prove difficult. Moreover, he and Count William shared a close friendship. It was precisely because their children were still young that the engagement had been arranged. Canceling it would jeopardize their friendship and place him in an awkward position with the Count. Yet, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he felt compelled to disregard William's feelings, especially since Lin had proven to be disappointing. Do you hesitate, Viscount Phil? Phyllis fumed, her countenance darkening as an overwhelming aura of magical energy filled the room, rendering the very air heavy and stifling. Please do not be angry, Minter. My father means no disrespect, Ivel interjected hastily, fearing a rift between her father and Minter. I have already clarified matters with Lin. Our engagement is null, and he has consented. Ivel proceeded to recount her agreement with Lin. Viscount Phil, you lack the courage and resolve that Ivel possesses, Phyllis remarked, her expression softening slightly. Her satisfaction with Ivel growing. Yes, Viscount Phil assented, relief washing over him. However, he remained anxious, voicing his concerns. It is indeed ideal that Lin agrees to the annulment, but I fear that Count William may not acquiesce. A mere count holds no authority to disagree, Phyllis declared proudly. Nevertheless, you are right. If we are to annul the engagement, let it be thorough. I shall personally accompany Ivel to deliver the news. A count would not dare refuse me. With Phyllis's decision made, Viscount Phil held no objections. He welcomed her involvement, as it spared him the discomfort of facing William while successfully dissolving the engagement, achieving a commendable outcome. At Count William's estate, having just returned from the capital, the Count was incensed to learn that his eldest son, Lin, had been pursued and gravely injured by his wife, Lady Rose, prompting him to unleash his fury upon her. Despite his simmering anger, Count William found himself at an impasse. He could not bring himself to harm his wife, who had borne him a younger son, Wayne. Instead, he ordered Lady Rose to rescind the bounty on Lin while dispatching men to locate and protect him. You had best pray that Lin is safe, otherwise I shall not forgive you, Count William seethed at Lady Rose. Despite his unresolved resentment toward Lin, stemming from the tragic death of his first wife during childbirth, he could not bear to see harm come to the only legacy of his beloved. Lady Rose hung her head in silence, feigning submission before the Count. Yet, out of his sight, her expression darkened, her eyes gleaming with malice and fury. My lord, Miss Ivel has arrived, a servant announced, interrupting the tension. Oh, Ivel is here? Count William's face lit up with joy. He held a profound admiration for his future daughter-in-law and couldn't be bothered to continue reprimanding Lady Rose. Quickly, please show Miss Ivel in. Shortly thereafter, the servant ushered in Ivel and Phyllis. Ivel, it has been too long since you last graced us with your presence. You grow more beautiful with each visit. Count William exclaimed, his delight evident upon seeing the elven princess-like Ivel. Greetings, Count William. Ivel performed a graceful curtsy, exuding poise and confidence. And who might you be? Count William was taken aback by Phyllis's boldness as she addressed him without preamble. His brow furrowed. As a count, he was seldom spoken to in such a manner. While he felt a surge of irritation, he quelled it, recognizing her association with Ivel. I am Phyllis, a magical mentor from the South Nancy Magic Academy, Phyllis declared, her tone commanding. I do not consent to the union between Ivel and your son. I have come today to annul this engagement. Upon hearing this, Count William's expression darkened significantly. He felt the weight of Phyllis's status pressing upon him, and he was taken aback by her intention to withdraw from the marriage. Ivel, is this your decision or your father's? Where is he? Why is he not here? Count William suppressed his anger. My apologies, Uncle William, Ivel said apologetically, yet her demeanor remained resolute. Count William fell silent. Ivel's silence spoke volumes. The absence of her father, the Earl, was telling. Count William was all too aware that the engagement had been jeopardized the moment his son was found lacking in the talent for cultivation. I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you, Phyllis stated coolly. Impossible. Count William retorted angrily. Phyllis's haughty demeanor felt like a grave insult to him. You are merely Ivel's teacher, not her parent. What right do you have to demand the annulment? If the engagement is to be dissolved, Let it be done at the behest of the Earl himself. How dare you? Phyllis snapped, her voice icy, dismissing Count William's authority. If you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. This minor count's estate could crumble at a moment's notice. In a fit of rage, Phyllis conjured a staff, and a surge of immense magical energy enveloped the air, thickening it as if a tempest were brewing. The sound of crashing waves echoed around her, as if a colossal tide was poised to engulf everything. Under Phyllis's oppressive aura, the occupants of the room, aside from Yvel, whom Phyllis deliberately shielded, felt like mere driftwood in a raging sea, at risk of being shattered by the oncoming waves. My lord, the captain of the household guards, Migaro, burst in, drawing his sword and positioning himself protectively in front of Count William. His expression grave as he faced Phyllis. Despite being a formidable warrior, he felt the weight of the confrontation with a sorceress. Seeing Migaro's loyalty, Phyllis scoffed, deciding to teach him a lesson, to demonstrate to Count William the consequences of offending a sorceress. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a massive serpent made entirely of water, surging toward Migaro. Ha! Migaro shouted, channeling his energy into his sword, extending a blade of force to strike down the serpent. Thunderous chaos erupted as the energy met the serpent, which crashed violently into Migaro, sending him crashing through the wall and into the garden, severely injured. Phyllis seemed to swat away a fly, her demeanor nonchalant. She turned to Count William and said, I offer you one last opportunity. Present the marriage contract. Faced with Phyllis's overwhelming assertiveness, Count William, despite his resentment and fury, had no choice but to retrieve the contract. Phyllis examined the document before it disintegrated into fragments in her grasp. Yvel, we shall depart, Phyllis declared, stowing her staff and turning to leave. As the contract shattered, Yvel felt an exhilarating lightness, as if she had cast off heavy chains. She bowed deeply to Count William, then hurried to follow Phyllis, leaving behind chaos in the grand hall and Count William's grim visage. In stark contrast to Count William's fury, Lady Rose concealed a smirk of schadenfreude. The disgrace of the wasteful child, Lin, brought her joy. With the dissolution of the engagement, even if he returned to the Count's estate, he would no longer have leverage against her son for the title of heir. Yvel, free from the shackles of engagement, you shall devote yourself to studying magic. Your future is not one a mere waste can claim. You will undoubtedly surpass me and become one of the most brilliant talents in the realm of magic, Phyllis proclaimed as they exited the Count's estate. Teacher, I will endeavor with all my might, Yvel affirmed resolutely. For reasons unknown, the image of Lin suddenly surfaced in her mind, the boy who had vowed to repay her life-saving grace. The next time they met, she would be a dazzling star in the realm of magic, while he remained an ordinary soul, a chasm separating their paths. Shortly thereafter, a griffin soared from Yari City towards the royal capital. Chapter 16. Sword and Rose. Lin remained oblivious to the events transpiring in Yari City. After a restful night at a cozy inn, he awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Despite the absence of modern conveniences in the Divine Grace continent, no phones, no computers, no internet, the lack of industrial pollution rendered the air remarkably pure and invigorating. Setting aside the comforts of modern life, this place was indeed a suitable residence. The inn also served meals, and after breakfast, Lin and Lin Rongfu stepped out onto the bustling streets of Hudis town. Since they intended to linger in Hudis, it was essential to grasp the town's true nature firsthand rather than rely on hearsay. Hudis town housed tens of thousands, with hundreds of mercenary groups and trading companies. There were no ordinary folk here. Each individual was either a magician or a warrior. Commoners could scarcely survive here. The aftermath of a minor skirmish could easily claim an ordinary person's life. Thus, the streets were filled with formidable mercenaries brandishing an array of weapons, their expressions haughty and defiant. Many rode various tamed magical beasts, exuding an imposing presence, rendering the small town akin to a bustling menagerie. Lin was thoroughly captivated. Whether it was the defiant mercenaries, the ferocious magical beasts, or the robust architectural style of Hudis town, everything was a feast for his eyes. After all, he had just crossed over and had been relentlessly pursued, leaving him with little opportunity to appreciate the scenery of Yari City. Enthusiastically exploring his surroundings, Lin remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a spectacle for others. With his black hair and dark eyes, he stood out starkly against the crowd. Feeling quite out of place, many cast curious glances his way, but no one approached him, for all who entered Hudis town were no ordinary individuals. To offend someone whose background was unknown could entail dire consequences, perhaps even one's own life. Look, isn't that the Sword and Rose mercenary group? Someone exclaimed. Can you see the enchanting sisters, Lin and Wei, walking ahead? They are renowned beauties in Town, exceptionally lovely. Not only were they stunning, but they were formidable as well. Rumor had it that Captain Lin had reached the mid-tier of the Battle Master rank, and the Sword and Rose was on the brink of ascending to a B-level mercenary group. Goodness, what kind of magical beast is that? Could it be the 6th-tier beast? The Ravaging Bear? Indeed, it was the Ravaging Bear, a high-level 6th-tier beast. It was astonishing that the Sword and Rose mercenary group could vanquish such a powerful creature. It seemed that this time, they would indeed be promoted to a B-level mercenary group, and they would surely expand their ranks. Lin wondered if he could join the Sword and Rose. How delightful it would be to be in close proximity to Captain Lin. The mere thought filled him with joy. Brothers united. One mused, yet Captain Lin is too aloof for my taste. I prefer the playful and charming younger sister, Wei. Suddenly, the street erupted into a commotion as the crowd turned their attention to a newly arrived mercenary group. This group was small, comprising only about 20 individuals. At the forefront were two stunningly beautiful women, one exuding an air of regal aloofness, while the other radiated youthful exuberance. Both were equipped with knightly greatswords, drawing the gazes of all around. Equally captivating was a massive bear on a cart, its formidable presence lingering despite its lifeless state. Lin was also captivated by the commotion, her gaze drawn to the sisters, Lin and Wei, ahead. She felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The two sisters bore striking resemblances to one another, their ages seemingly a few years apart. Clad in form-fitting battle armor that protected only vital areas, they showcased their statuesque figures with an alluring blend of sensuality and valiance. The elder sister, Lin, donned gleaming white armor, her countenance austere and indifferent to the onlookers' gazes and murmurs, exuding an air of an aloof queen. In contrast, the younger sister, Wei, was adorned in vibrant red armor, her face radiating a lively smile, seemingly reveling in the attention and chatter of the crowd, hopping with the exuberance of a spirited young girl. Truly, they were the renowned two flowers of Town, deserving of their reputation. Retracting her gaze from the sisters, Lin turned her attention to the massive bear-like creature, the Earthshaker bear, resting atop a nearby carriage. This formidable beast measured an impressive 5 meters in length, its robust limbs and earthy yellow fur pulsating with the essence of earth element magic, a clear indication of its formidable defense. A colossal wound marred its neck, a fatal gash inflicted by a great sword, nearly cleaving it into thirds. To have slain a 6th-level high-tier magical beast, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps indeed demonstrated remarkable prowess, eliciting a sigh of admiration from Lin, who wondered when she might attain such strength. Wei, behave yourself. What is with all the bouncing around? Lin admonished, exasperated by her overly lively sister. But sister, I'm just happy. Wei replied with a youthful pout, clinging to Lin's arm. Listen, everyone is saying how powerful our Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps is. Enough, enough. Are you not aware of your own abilities? Had it not been for Thomas, you would have perished beneath the jaws of the Earthshaker bear. Return and train diligently. Only when you become a battle master will you have the right to be so self-satisfied, Lin stated sternly. I understand. I will train well, Wei replied, her lips pursed. Though she felt a twinge of fear at her sister's seriousness, her lively spirit soon returned, her bright eyes scanning the crowd. Upon spotting Lin and Lin Rongfu, a spark of curiosity ignited within her. She tugged at Lin's arm and pointed towards Lin, exclaiming, Sister, look, those two are so intriguing. Their hair and eyes are both black. I've never seen anyone like them before. Following Wei's gesture, Lin observed Lin and Lin Rongfu, a flicker of surprise flitting through her mind. Black-haired, black-eyed individuals were indeed a rarity to her, but given the vastness of the Divine Grace continent, filled with numerous nations and races, including orcs and the legendary elves, it was possible that they belonged to a scarce ethnic group. However, rather than their racial traits, Lin was more attuned to the elder beside the youth. From him emanated a faint yet palpable aura of danger, marking him as a formidable individual. Wei, do not point indiscriminately. Such recklessness may offend an unknown powerful figure, bringing us trouble, Lin warned, pressing down on Wei's arm with a tone of severity. Oh, I understand. Wei Ya replied obediently, recognizing her sister's concern for her well-being. Yet her curiosity regarding the black-haired, black-eyed youth remained unabated. Enough, let us return to our base and rest properly, Lin said, feeling another wave of exasperation wash over her as she quickened her pace. As the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps moved on, the clamor of the streets gradually subsided. Young master, I believe we ought to alter our appearance. This way, we will attract less attention, Lin Rongfu suggested. Having spent many years within the confines of the Earl's estate, he had initially overlooked this concern. But the gazes of the townsfolk had now prompted him to realize the necessity of a remedy, even if it was not too late. Lin paused momentarily, but soon understood the implication. The street was filled with individuals sporting a variety of hair colors. Yet only he and Lin Rongfu possessed the striking features of black hair and black eyes. Such an obvious trait could easily point out their direction to those hunting them. Consequently, Lin and Lin Rongfu entered a clothing store, and upon their exit, they were clad in hooded cloaks, with Lin additionally donning a cowboy hat. The street was bustling with diverse costumes, and their attire did not appear out of place. After spending most of the day exploring the relatively small town of Hudis, Lin and his companion returned to their inn. The nightlife in Hudis was vibrant yet chaotic, shrouded in darkness that concealed danger and peril. Although 3 major mercenary groups maintained a semblance of order, killings were far from eradicated. Lin had little interest in the nocturnal allure of Hudis. In his past life on Earth, he was an ordinary worker who preferred playing video games at home over frequenting bars and nightclubs. Here in the Divine Grace continent, devoid of games, he found solace in honing the abilities granted by the Phoenix fruit within the privacy of his room, which he deemed far more fulfilling than gaming. The night passed without incident, and Lin's proficiency with the Phoenix fruit increased significantly. After breakfast, he and Lin Rongfu ventured to the mercenary guild located on the main street of Hudis. Having gathered information the previous day, Lin realized that registering as a mercenary was the most effective way to establish themselves in the town. Being a registered mercenary ensured a reliable market for the monsters and materials they hunted, thus alleviating concerns of being cheated. Additionally, they could accept various commission tasks from the guild's task hall to earn money, making it an optimal choice for those lacking in strength. By early morning, the mercenary guild was already bustling with activity, particularly the task hall, which was teeming with individuals posting commissions and mercenary groups seeking to recruit. The reception staff were overwhelmed, and several mercenary groups were actively advertising for new recruits, targeting independent mercenaries. Hello, I would like to register as a mercenary. Lin approached the registration window, which was currently unoccupied except for a young woman in her 20s attending to it. With her chestnut red hair, fair yet somewhat rough skin, and a few noticeable freckles, her appearance was merely average, though her features bore a natural allure. She regarded Lin with surprise. For very few youths of his age registered as mercenaries, such a career was fraught with danger, and a boy of his age likely lacked the requisite strength, though his ambitions seemed boundless. Young man, being a mercenary is a perilous profession. Without formidable strength, it can be quite dangerous. Are you certain you wish to proceed with your registration? Perhaps reconsider? The woman, White Veil, kindly cautioned. Her concern stemming solely from his youth and not his striking appearance. She would swear to the mercenary god on that. Thank you for your concern, but I have made up my mind, Lin replied, shaking his head. Becoming a mercenary was essential for acquiring resources to enhance his strength. The mere notion of danger was insignificant in comparison, as it served as motivation to grow stronger. Such sweet words, White Veil remarked with a flirtatious smile, charmed by his confidence. Since you are resolute, I shall not dissuade you further. However, we must first assess your strength, for inadequate power will preclude your registration. White Veil led Lin and Lin Rongfu to the rear of the guild's task hall. Lin followed her, momentarily captivated by the sway of her figure, realizing that she possessed an extraordinary physique. Her upper body was ample, and her waist was slender, raising concerns about whether she could bear the weight above. Regrettably, her face did not match her remarkable form. After a brief moment, Lin snapped back to reality, pondering why he was so distracted. Although his soul was that of a 20-something man, this body was merely 15 and still underage. In his past life, he had encountered countless experiences. So why was he suddenly so weak-willed in the face of a mere silhouette? Surely, it was the men of the Divine Grace continent who matured early, not a reflection of his own flawed thoughts. Soon, the trio arrived at the testing area, a spacious room of approximately 300 to 400 square feet. The walls were lined with weapon racks, laden with an array of arms for mercenaries to utilize during their evaluations. At the center was a complex magic array, within which lay a black testing stone designed to measure combat power. This magical stone is employed to assess combat capabilities. Strike it with all your might, and the array will display your precise strength, White Veil explained, turning to Lin with eyes that seemed to beckon him forward. Young man, come and commence your demonstration. Lin felt her face flush and her heart race under the captivating gaze of Bai Weier, pondering to herself how alluring her sister's eyes were, though the freckles on her face marred her beauty. The weapons in the room were also meant for testing. You may select the weapon you are proficient with, Bai Weier added. Lin selected a one-handed sword and stood before the magical stone, eager to assess his current prowess. His panel displayed a magic power value of 135. He wondered what his strength would amount to if converted into a warrior's combat power. Clang! Lin drew his sword and executed a fundamental sword technique, striking down with full force upon the obsidian magic stone. A radiant glow erupted from the stone, illuminating the intricate patterns of the magic array. And a number emerged, combat power 135. A value of 135 surpassed the minimum standard for a novice warrior, which rested at 100. Upon observing the displayed combat power, while Lin remained unfazed, both Lin Rongfu and Bai Weier were taken aback. Lin Rongfu could hardly fathom how quickly Lin had progressed, achieving the strength of a low-tier novice warrior in just a few days. Bai Weier, too, was astonished that someone of Lin's age could possess such prowess. It was evident that he had considerable talent, explaining his audacity to register as a mercenary. However, she was not only surprised by his strength, but also by the complete absence of any aura fluctuations when he wielded his sword. Could it be that he possessed a specialized technique to conceal his aura? Wow, I can't believe my little brother is a novice warrior. This truly astonishes me. Bai Weier exclaimed dramatically. Not at all, Lin modestly replied, feeling quite satisfied with his growth and strength. Sister, am I eligible to register as a mercenary? Of course, Bai Weier replied with a smile. She then glanced at Lin Rongfu and inquired, would this esteemed gentleman also like to register as a mercenary? If so, a strength assessment would be necessary. Indeed, Lin affirmed. Lin Rongfu unsheathed his sword and approached the magic stone. Without employing any combat techniques, a blade of energy extended from the sword's body, cleaving down upon the stone. The magic array illuminated once more, revealing a figure, combat power value 2110. A combat power value of 2,110 categorized him as a low-tier battle master. A flicker of surprise and respect crossed Bai Weier's face. The strong are always worthy of reverence. She had not anticipated that this elder was indeed a battle master, a formidable presence even in the town of Hudis. Curiosity stirred within her regarding Lin En's identity. It was evident that this elder was his servant. Could it be that he was the heir of a powerful faction, venturing out for training? Both of you possess adequate strength to register as mercenaries. Please follow me, Bai Weier said, suppressing her thoughts with a cheerful demeanor. With Bai Weier's assistance, Lin En and Lin Rongfu registered their personal information and paid the mercenary registration fee of 1 gold coin each, officially becoming mercenaries. Lin En, from this moment forth, you are a member of the Mercenary Guild, Bai Weier announced, handing them their mercenary credentials, which were magical crystal cards. She proceeded to explain some of the guild's regulations. In the future, anything they collected in the Hudis Mountains could be sold at the guild for a fair price, more reasonable than that offered by outside merchants. Moreover, they could accept commission tasks from the task hall, though it was advisable to join a mercenary group, as many tasks were exclusively available to groups, which also provided a greater sense of security. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Bai Weier. Lin En expressed his gratitude. Such sweet words. Do remember to visit me often, Bai Weier replied with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. However, the allure of her captivating gaze was somewhat at odds with her freckled face, creating a rather peculiar contrast. Lin found it difficult to withstand the gaze of Bai Weier, and hurriedly took his leave, lamenting inwardly that such a face was indeed a pity. Bai Weier watched Lin's retreating figure, her smile unwavering, her eyes reflecting a contemplative thought. Upon arriving at the task hall, the atmosphere remained vibrant with chatter. Lin approached the magical screen displaying the tasks. The immense screen bore a resemblance to the electronic displays of Earth in his previous life, suggesting that the magical civilization of the Divine Grace continent was remarkably advanced, capable of producing effects akin to technology. Numerous tasks were listed, encompassing a variety of types: slaying magical beasts to obtain certain body parts, searching for herbs and minerals, exploring mysteries, seeking individuals in the Hudis Mountains, or providing escort services. Nearly all the commissioned tasks necessitated the involvement of a mercenary group to fulfill their requirements. Lin furrowed his brow, pondering the predicament he faced. Was his only option to venture into the Hudis mountain range to hunt magical beasts for sale? However, the profits from such endeavors paled in comparison to the rewards from completing quests. Must he truly join a mercenary group? Observing the various mercenary factions recruiting members in the task hall, Lin contemplated but ultimately dismissed this notion. Joining another's mercenary group would impose too many restrictions. Not only was his identity unsuitable for exposure, but the secrets he harbored were also incompatible with becoming a member of any other mercenary band. Thus, he resolved to establish his own mercenary group. With this thought in mind, Lin called over Lin Rongfu and made his way toward Bai Wire. "Lin, dear brother, you've returned so soon. Do you miss your sister?" Bai Wire exclaimed with a joyful expression. "Bai Wire, I wish to establish my own mercenary group. What must I do?" Lin inquired. "Forming a mercenary group is quite simple. I can assist you with that," Bai Wire replied. "You only need to decide on a name for your mercenary group and pay the registration fee." The cost to register a mercenary group was 10 gold coins, which was not exorbitant, for the mercenary guild did not rely on this as a source of income. Rather, the guild profited from the commissions fulfilled by each mercenary group or from the resources sold to the guild. The Great Siam Mercenary Group. This was the name Lin chose for his mercenary band, a tribute to his homeland, the Xia Kingdom, that had nurtured him and from which he might never return. It now lingered in his heart as a cherished memory. Upon receiving the magical crystal card representing the Great Xia Mercenary Group from Bai Wire, a system notification echoed in Lin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task. Establish a mercenary group. Reward, skill, armament Haki. Goodness. The sudden system notification nearly overwhelmed Lin, who had never anticipated that forming a mercenary group would constitute a hidden task, much less one that rewarded armament Haki. Lin had long yearned for this skill. The system was exceedingly generous, and he felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. Ding. The host has established a mercenary group. Unlocking the main quest. The ambition of the mercenary group. The Great Siam Mercenary Group must grow into an SSS-level mercenary group. This is a phased task. Commencing with the first phase, recruit the first member of the mercenary group. Reward, a starter pack. Delight surged within Lin as surprises continued to unfold. He had not anticipated such prompt and generous rewards from establishing a mercenary group, especially a phased main quest. Lin, dear brother, the magical crystal card for the mercenary group is quite convenient. When accepting tasks in the task hall, you can simply swipe the card. If you need to add members to your mercenary group, you just need to connect the magical crystal card representing the mercenary identity with the group card to input the identity information. Later, you can take the Group S magical crystal card to the mercenary guild to update your Group S information, Bai Wire explained. Her fondness for Lin evident as she detailed the functionalities of the mercenary Group S crystal card. Lin marveled at the convenience of the magical crystal card, exclaiming, "I never imagined that magic could be so extraordinary." The development of magic in the Divine Grace continent is quite impressive, rivaling certain aspects of technology. Indeed, our mercenary guild boasts numerous powerful mages, Bai Wire replied with a hint of pride. This gentleman, Lin Rongfu, is also a member of your mercenary group. Allow me to demonstrate how to add members. Thank you so much, sister, Lin exclaimed, filled with gratitude. Recording Lin Rongfu's information completed the first phase of the mercenary group S task, leaving him exhilarated. He could hardly wait to see what treasures the starter pack would contain. Under Bai Wire's adept guidance, Lin Rongfu's information was swiftly added to the mercenary group S magical crystal card, ushering in the first member for the Great Siam Mercenary Group. The system's prompt echoed in Lin's mind like celestial music. Chapter 18. The Invitation from Wei Yading. Congratulations, host, on completing the phase task. Reward. A starter pack has been added to your inventory. Please check. Ding. Main quest. The ambition of the mercenary group. The Great Siam Mercenary Group must grow into an SSS-level mercenary group. The second phase task has commenced. Upgrade the Great Siam Mercenary Group to an A-level mercenary group. Reward. An upgrade pack. With the task completed and the starter pack secured, Lin could hardly contain his excitement. If not for the surroundings, he might have danced with joy. The second phase task required upgrading to an A-level mercenary group, which seemed daunting, especially considering that the three major mercenary groups in Hudistown were merely A-level. By the way, we still need a badge for the mercenary group. What design would you like for the badge? By Wire inquired. A badge? Lin suppressed the urge to immediately open the starter pack and pondered. What should symbolize the Great Xia mercenary group? After a moment of contemplation, an idea took shape in his mind. He borrowed paper and pen from By Wire and sketched an emblem, a fluttering red flag adorned with 5 yellow stars. For smaller stars surrounding one large star. What is this design? By Wire asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar flag. The 5-star red flag. Lin replied solemnly, gazing at his drawing with profound intensity. Since Lin had chosen this design for the badge, By Wire had no objections. Taking the mercenary group's magical crystal card from Lin, she swiftly incorporated the vibrant 5-star red flag emblem onto it. Holding the magical crystal card and gazing at the red flag, Lin felt an emotional surge. This badge held profound significance for him, serving as a spiritual connection for someone from the Great Xia, who had traversed realms yet remained deeply tied to his homeland. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to let this flag fly high above the Divine Grace continent. When the Great Xia mercenary group ascended to the SSS level, the entire continent would come to know the name of this flag, the 5-star red flag. Lin, dear brother, I've helped you so much. How will you show your gratitude? By Wire's bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, a playful glimmer dancing within them, as if she could not resist teasing him. By Wire, I am truly grateful. How about I treat you to a drink? Lin stammered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her gaze, which seemed to consume him. He could not help but appreciate the excellent genes bestowed upon him by his parents, for being handsome certainly had its advantages. However, as soon as he uttered the offer, Lin suddenly recalled his dwindling funds. After registering the mercenary group, he had little left from the meager spoils acquired from the corpses of a few mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary group. He wondered if his remaining coins would suffice for a drink in the taverns of Hudistown. Contemplating this, a hint of embarrassment washed over Lin. It was indeed difficult to be a hero without a penny, yet having already made the offer, he felt too embarrassed to retract it, especially since By Wire had assisted him so much. He genuinely wished to express his gratitude. Well, I shall hold you to that. However, I still have work to do. When you earn some money from your tasks, you must take me to the best tavern in Hudistown. I know which tavern serves the finest drinks. By Wire remarked with a knowing smile, her alluring eyes sparkling as she winked at Lin. Just so you know, my tolerance for alcohol is quite impressive. Then it's settled. I will treat you to as many drinks as you can handle. Lin proclaimed enthusiastically. Lin promptly exhaled in relief, grateful that the request was not made at that moment. After bidding farewell to By Wire, Lin and his companion returned to the mission hall, standing beneath the vast magical screen to select their tasks. Not far from the hall, members of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps were actively recruiting new members. Having just upgraded to a B-rank mercenary group, they were eager to expand their ranks. The strikingly beautiful leader, Shirlin, accompanied by her sister, Weya, was personally involved in the recruitment, captivating numerous independent mercenaries with their combination of beauty and strength. The responsibility of recruitment fell to Shirlin and her deputy, Thomas, while Weya, the group's darling, was tasked merely with being aesthetically pleasing. With little else to do, Weya scanned the mission hall with her bright, curious eyes, finding everything rather mundane and preferring the thrill of hunting magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains. Suddenly, Weya's eyes sparkled with interest as she spotted Lin selecting tasks beneath the magical screen. Sister, look at that person. Isn't he the handsome one we saw on the street yesterday? Weya exclaimed, tugging at Shirlin's arm. In her eyes, Lin was the epitome of charm, while she entirely overlooked the presence of Lin Rongfu, who was also a mercenary. Let us invite him to join our mercenary corps. Shirlin cast a glance in Lin's direction, then shot a warning look at her sister. How can we invite a complete stranger to join our corps? Besides, he might already be affiliated with another group. You should forget about it. Weiyao pouted, it's not hard to find out. If he isn't with another group, I'll definitely invite him to join us. He probably wants to contribute to our mercenary corps as well. With that, she eagerly made her way toward Lin. Shirlin frowned slightly, but ultimately shook her head in resignation. Her serious demeanor had little effect on her sister. She decided to let Weiyao pursue her interest, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. Captain, I'll keep an eye on Weiyao. Thomas, the deputy leader, offered. Shirlin nodded, knowing her sister's naivete could lead to unforeseen situations, and having Thomas around would help prevent any mishaps. As Wei Ya approached, Lin Rongfu sensed her presence and instinctively positioned himself in front of Lin. Despite the safety of the mission hall, he remained vigilant, prioritizing Lin's safety above all. However, upon realizing it was merely a young girl approaching without hostility, he relaxed slightly. "Hello, I'm Wei Ya," she said, stopping in front of Lin Rongfu, but looking past him at Lin. "Hello, is there something you need?" Lin replied, surprised to recognize her as one of the two roses from the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps he had seen the previous day. He wondered why she was speaking to him. Was it common for young ladies from the Divine Grace continent to be so forward? Bai Weier had been the same. Yet Wei Ya's striking beauty set her apart. "You haven't told me your name yet," Wei Ya said playfully, not at all shy. If it weren't for her inquiry about Lin's name, one might think they were already acquainted. "My name is Lin," he replied, speculating about Wei Ya's intentions. Surely, it couldn't just be his good looks that attracted her attention, though he was unknowingly close in his assumptions. "Lin, you're a mercenary too, right? We are currently recruiting for the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, which has just achieved B rank status. I'd like to invite you to join us," Wei Ya said, her eyes filled with hope and anxiety as it was her first time extending such an invitation, fearing rejection. "Are you affiliated with another mercenary group?" "No," Lin replied, shaking his head. A smile blossomed on Wei Ya's face at his response, but it was short-lived as Lin continued. "However, I have just established my own mercenary group, so I'm afraid I cannot join yours, Miss Wei Ya." "Oh," Wei Ya said, disappointment washing over her, her spirits visibly dampened as if struck by frost. Her first attempt at inviting someone had ended in failure. Seeing Wei Ya so disheartened tugged at Lin's heartstrings. It seemed unfair to let such a lovely and graceful young lady feel let down. Yet, he truly could not join another mercenary group and could only express his apologies. Just as Lin contemplated whether to offer some words of comfort to the forlorn Wei Ya, a haughty voice interrupted. "Kid, how dare you reject Miss Wei Ya's invitation?" Thomas approached with an unfriendly expression, his gaze directed at Lin laced with hostility. "You've merely formed an E-rank mercenary group, which cannot possibly compare to our B-rank Sword and Rose." Thomas's demeanor was aggressive, fueled by his interest in Wei Ya and Lin. And seeing Wei Ya take an interest in Lin, who was more handsome than him, ignited a sense of rivalry. Thomas was incensed by Lin's refusal of Wei Ya's invitation, deeming it unforgivable. Lin was taken aback, wondering why this individual seemed to regard him as if he were indebted. What of the E-rank? The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps had ascended from E-rank to B rank, had they not? "One day, my great Xia Mercenary Corps shall also attain B rank, or even S rank," Lin asserted with dignity. "It is truly laughable. You must still be dreaming. Do you comprehend the prerequisites for an S-rank mercenary corps?" Thomas scoffed, advising, "I suggest you abandon your dreams and disband your so-called Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Accept Miss Wei's invitation, or I shall ensure you are unable to sustain yourself in Hudistown." Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu's expression darkened, his aura brimming with impending fury. How dare one threaten the young master, utterly oblivious to the consequences? Lin seized Lin Rongfu, her expression turning icy as she fixed her gaze on Thomas and enunciated each word with precision. "Then I shall await your demonstration of how you intend to render my existence in Hudistown untenable." Once an ordinary laborer on earth, living a life of humility, Lin had transcended her previous existence. Now, armed with the advantages of a game system and accompanied by Lin Rongfu, a former master of battle, she saw no reason to continue living in subjugation. Having experienced death once, Lin felt a diminished fear of it. After all, what was the worst that could happen? Perhaps death would grant her another chance at reincarnation. Thus, she approached the inhabitants of the Divine Grace continent with the mindset of treating them as mere NPCs. It was simply intolerable for an NPC to bare its teeth at her. Chapter 19. The path of one character. The atmosphere grew tense, swords metaphorically drawn. Via, taken aback by the escalation of events, momentarily set aside her disappointment and swiftly grasped Thomas's arm. "Brother Thomas, Lin, please cease your quarrel." Nearly in tears, she couldn't comprehend how matters had spiraled into this chaos. "I won't invite him anymore. Let us return, Brother Thomas." Seeing Via's distressed expression, Lin felt a flicker of sympathy. This young lady was quite naive, and she could not bring herself to exacerbate the situation with Thomas. Perhaps it was best to let it go for now and address his future actions if they became directed against her. Thomas allowed Via to lead him away while casting a cold, mocking smile at Lin before turning back. Young master, this individual harbors animosity towards you. You must exercise caution in the future, Lin Rongfu remarked, his protective instincts roused. Had the circumstances been different, he would have intervened immediately, unwilling to permit any threat to Lin's safety. I understand, Lin nodded, momentarily setting aside her earlier displeasure to search for suitable tasks on the magical screen. Meanwhile, Celine observed her visibly upset sister returning and glanced at the disgruntled Thomas. What transpired? She inquired. Nothing much. That person has established his own mercenary group, Via replied, her voice laced with frustration. Realizing her sister's invitation had gone awry, Celine assumed Via was simply disheartened by the failed outreach and did not delve deeper. There were numerous candidates eager to join the Sword and Rose mercenary group, and she needed to meticulously review and select the applicants, leaving her nearly overwhelmed. Turning to Thomas, she commanded, as vice captain, you should not be idle, lend a hand. Having enlisted Thomas's assistance, Celine returned to her busy endeavors, while Via pouted, her expression a clear manifestation of her discontent. The events unfolding in the task hall did not escape the attention of the mercenary guild. Generally, such trivial matters would go unnoticed as long as they did not escalate into violence. However, a staff member from the guild reported the incident to Bai Wire, who exuded an air of authority. Her alluring eyes sparkled with wisdom as the reporting staff member stood before her, deferential and avoiding her gaze. Ah, the allure of beauty. This young man certainly attracts attention, Bai Wire remarked with a playful smile, her eyes glimmering. Investigate Lin's identity. I require all pertinent information about him. Additionally, keep an eye on the movements of the Sword and Rose mercenary group. Understood, the staff member replied respectfully. After a thorough selection process, Lin finally accepted 2 suitable commission tasks. One involved locating a rare herb known as the spirit flower, while the other required the capture of a juvenile moonlight fox, a creature classified as a 3rd-tier magical beast. Both tasks demanded a significant quantity and placed no restrictions on the number of mercenary groups that could undertake them, with commendable rewards. As for the other available tasks, they either posed considerable difficulty or had restrictions based on the mercenary group's rank. Since the Daxia mercenary group was classified as E rank, many tasks were beyond their reach. Lin found himself in a state of helplessness, compelled to undertake tasks in order to gradually elevate the rank of the mercenary group. Besides completing commission missions, there were other opportunities to earn money in the Hudis Mountains. And with the presence of Lin Rongfu, a skilled warrior of lower rank, making a profit seemed quite attainable. Accepting the mission with the magical crystal card of the Daxia Mercenary Corps, Lin and his companion exited the mercenary guild and made their way to the inn where they were temporarily staying. Residing in an inn was not a feasible solution, as it posed significant inconveniences for their training. Thus, securing a room would be their first priority once they had earned sufficient funds. Outside the entrance of the mercenary guild, 2 individuals disguised as passing mercenaries focused their gaze on Lin and his companion, their eyes shrouded in secrecy. They trailed the duo from a distance, and upon witnessing them enter the inn, one remained to keep watch while the other departed to relay information. Captain, we have observed clearly. That lad has already accepted a mission from the mercenary guild. It seems he will soon venture into the Hudis Mountains to fulfill it, reported the mercenary who was keeping tabs, addressing none other than Jared, the leader of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps, who had followed closely behind Lin and his party into Hudis Town. Excellent. This fool truly does not recognize his own limitations. A worthless individual daring to enter the Hudis Mountains. It is unwise for us to act in Hudis Town, but once they step into the mountains, their demise will be imminent, Jared sneered. He was not surprised by Lin's actions at the guild. Although Lin was deemed incapable of becoming a mercenary, the old man accompanying him was indeed eligible for registration. Continue your surveillance. As soon as you see them leave the town, we shall follow. Understood, Captain, replied the subordinate mercenary. Unbeknownst to them, upon returning to their inn room, Lin had no inkling that the Great Axe Mercenary Corps had set their sights on him. Eagerly, he anticipated discovering the contents of the system's reward from the team opening package. System, open the team opening package now. Ding. Host, do you confirm the opening of the package? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the special physique, dominant sword body, the Great Blade, 21 crafts in the way of 1 character, and the Devil Fruit, animal type, human fruit, which have been stored in your backpack. Dominant sword body? This is the physique attributed to the world's greatest swordsman, Haki, in the game, allowing for a double speed in swordsmanship training and a 30% increase in attack power of sword techniques. Lin was overjoyed, as he had been troubled by the slow progress in his foundational swordsmanship skills. This physique felt like a game changer. The next reward, the Great Blade, 21 crafts in the way of one character, however, left him somewhat disheartened. Why not the Supreme Great Blade, 12 crafts? He pondered, for he had already collected the latter in the game. Though the Great Blade, 21 crafts, is commendable, the Supreme Great Blade is far more desirable. And what is this animal type, human fruit? Isn't this the very devil fruit consumed by Chopper, the ship's doctor and mascot of the Straw Hat crew? What purpose does this fruit serve as a reward? Should I capture a magical beast and feed it to this fruit, keeping it as a pet? Lin inwardly lamented the inadequacy of the team package. Aside from the commendable dominating sword body, it seemed her fortune had run dry. Despite her grievances, she could only accept whatever rewards the system bestowed upon her. With a mere thought, a long sword with a hilt and scabbard entirely white materialized in Lin's hand. Its appearance, reminiscent of the Dowie character, was unembellished, lacking any ornate decorations. Among the esteemed knives of the 21st craftsmanship, Lin held a particular fondness for this blade, for its straight blade closely resembled the Tang sword style, distinguishing it significantly from the typical katana. Clang! Lin unsheathed his blade, and a glimmering flash of steel illuminated the room, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. A chilling aura enveloped the space, the sharpness of the cold seemingly capable of slicing through flesh. Goosebumps involuntarily prickled on Lin's skin. What a magnificent sword! Lin could not help but exclaim in admiration, feeling immensely satisfied with the Wado Ikamanji. The lingering resentment from not acquiring the Supreme Great Knife 12 techniques had significantly dissipated. With a gentle swing of the blade, he effortlessly sliced through the wooden table before him, feeling barely any resistance as a corner of the table fell away, smooth as silk. Truly, the Great Knife lived up to its reputation for unparalleled sharpness, leaving him to wonder just how formidable the Supreme Great Knife must be. After testing the blade to his satisfaction, Lin sheathed the Wado Ikamanji, storing it in his system backpack. As for the currently useless human fruit, he held no interest in it, relegating it to a mere storage burden. Subsequently, Lin began experimenting with the newly acquired armament Haki. He felt a peculiar energy surge within him, a faint layer of black substance enveloping his hand, akin to a black glove. He sensed a significant increase in the strength and intensity of his hand after activating the armament Haki, though the precise extent of this enhancement remained to be determined through further testing. However, with limited space for experimentation in his own room, he decided to set aside that thought for the moment. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 11 experience, 3002. 000 Dao power, 145 profession, none skills, basic swordsmanship, advanced, 114 1, 000 shave, beginner, 365 500, 000 life return, beginner, 98 500, 000 armament Haki, beginner, 15 100, 000 devil fruit, mythical zone, phoenix, beginner, 48 500, 000 techniques, none physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, Wado Ikamanji. Human fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of max level, post level upgrade to max level. First stage task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. The ambition of the Legion, upgrade the Dasha Mercenary Corps to SSS level Mercenary Corps. Second stage task, a level Mercenary Corps. Reward, 1 promotion gift pack. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, Lin noted that his Dao power had increased to 145, suggesting a 10-point boost from acquiring the armament Haki. Additionally, the proficiency of various skills had also seen an uptick, though he was still far from leveling up. Lin felt a pang of frustration. With so many skills in need of improvement, relying solely on arduous practice seemed an uncertain path. It appeared that financial investment would be necessary, as he needed to hunt magical beasts to acquire magic crystals, yet low-level magic crystals offered scant energy. Indeed, to grow stronger, financial investment was imperative. Dismissing the attribute panel, Lin took advantage of the early hour to practice basic swordsmanship with the Wado Ikamanji. Time was of the essence. While individual practice might yield slow progress, small increments accumulated. and even the tiniest of mosquitoes were still meat. He could not afford to squander time, especially now that he benefited from the dominant sword body's enhancement, allowing for a more efficient training pace. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast and preparing essential supplies, Lin and Lin Rongfu set out from the inn towards the city gate, ready to enter the Hudis Mountains to fulfill their mission. The journey into the Hudis Mountains necessitated walking. Riding horses proved futile, as the beasts would become paralyzed with fear upon sensing the presence of magical beasts. As Lin and his companion exited the city gate, Jared, already informed, followed closely behind with his band of mercenaries from Hudis Town. Along the way, numerous mercenaries headed towards the Hudis Mountains, and Lin observed with envy as many of them rode various magical beasts. He contemplated capturing a few magical beasts for himself, sparing him the labor of traveling on foot, especially since he still had the human fruit in his backpack, which might prove useful in the future. Fortunately, all their supplies were stored in the system backpack, allowing for a lighter journey. Chapter 20. The unfortunate giant axe. After more than half an hour, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Lin and Lin Rongfu plunged into the dense expanse of the Hudis Mountains. The mountains were vast, comprising a principal range and over 100 peaks, characterized by towering heights and thick forests, teeming with countless magical beasts. Deep within the mountains lay many powerful high-level magical beasts, rendering the area a human taboo, rarely trodden by human feet. Lin and Lin Rongfu cautiously navigated through the dense forest. The Hudis mountain range was incomparable to the mountains where they had recuperated earlier. Even a formidable warrior like Lin Rongfu remained exceedingly vigilant, constantly attuned to his surroundings, apprehensive that a ferocious beast might suddenly emerge and pose a threat to Lin. Lin held a map of the Hudis mountain range, acquired from the Mercenary Guild. The map delineated the general topography of the mountains, indicated the distribution of magical beasts and resources, as well as the territories of formidable creatures. Though not exceedingly detailed, it sufficed to help him evade certain perilous areas. Guided by the map, Lin set forth towards a location where the elusive magic spirit flower was believed to grow, intending first to gather these flowers before seeking to capture the cubs of the level 3 magical beast, the Moonlight Fox. This was because the magic spirit flower could be stored in his system backpack, which, however, could not accommodate living creatures, thus deferring the capture of the Moonlight Fox cubs. The Hudis mountain range was vast, and even if all the mercenaries from the town of Hudis, numbering tens of thousands, were to pour into the mountains, it would be akin to a drop in the ocean. Consequently, Lin encountered no other mercenaries during his expedition, for those entering the mountains were keenly aware to avoid other mercenary groups. In the treacherous expanse of the Hudis Mountains, danger lurked not only in the form of magical beasts, but also from mercenaries themselves. Unlike the town of Hudis, the mountains were devoid of any constraints, and acts of murder and theft transpired almost daily. Countless mercenaries had ventured into the Hudis Mountains, never to return. Their fates unknown, whether they fell prey to magical beasts or met their demise at the hands of fellow mercenaries. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. A serpent-like magical beast, poised to pounce from a branch, was swiftly decapitated by Lin's guardian, Lin Rongfu. The creature, a level 2 withered vine serpent, bore a gray hue reminiscent of dead wood, adept at ambush with its high concealment ability. While its attack power was modest, its venom was exceedingly potent. Throughout their journey, Lin had encountered numerous such ambushes, all of which he had detected and dispatched in advance. Grandpa Fu, please refrain from striking so quickly next time. As long as my life is not in jeopardy, allow me to handle it myself. I wish to accumulate more combat experience, Lin remarked with a hint of exasperation, having noticed the withered vine serpent himself, yet it had been Lin Rongfu who acted first before Lin could draw his blade. Very well, young master. Lin Rongfu replied with a smile. It was a habit ingrained in him, a subconscious desire to protect Lin, momentarily overshadowing the fact that Lin had developed a degree of self-defense capability. Lin was, of course, unaware that he was being blamed by Lin Rongfu. Lin Rongfu understood his intentions. However, Lin required substantial combat experience to advance. The experience gained from battling second-tier magical beasts was scarce, yet he could not afford to relinquish it. Lin Rongfu stepped forward and extracted the venom sac and magic crystal from the withered vine serpent, the only valuable items it possessed, which could fetch a decent sum. Now, in dire financial straits, they could not overlook anything of worth. As they ventured further, A black-furred leopard-shaped magical beast, the shadow leopard, detected Lin and Lin Rongfu. This was a third-tier magical beast, known for its swiftness and ability to unleash blade-like gusts of wind. "Leave this to me," Lin declared, eager to engage. As a third-tier magical beast was akin to a novice warrior in human terms, matching his own strength. Before Lin could make a move, the shadow leopard let out a low growl and initiated the assault, its lithe and agile form slicing through the air, lunging towards Lin with its gaping maw, where sharp fangs gleamed like swords, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Lin's figure flickered as she deftly evaded the onslaught of the shadow leopard. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her sword, executing a fundamental sword technique aimed at the shadowy beast. True to its reputation for swiftness, the shadow leopard's lithe and powerful torso twisted gracefully, narrowly dodging Lin's strike. With limbs that moved like the wind, it pivoted and lunged at Lin once more. Remarkable speed. Lin, instead of being startled, felt a surge of delight. Although the shadow leopard was merely a level 3 beast, its wind attribute enhancement rendered it swifter than many level 4 beasts, enabling it to match the speed of his technique, shave. Therefore, he decided to engage in a contest of speed, perfectly suited to enhance his proficiency in the technique. At that moment, Lin refrained from swiftly dispatching the shadow leopard, recognizing the rarity of such a valuable experience opportunity. Thus, he sheathed his sword, only employing shave to maneuver around the shadow leopard. Shave. Shave. The host efficiently utilized shave, gaining 2 proficiency. Proficiency 2. Within the forest, only the fleeting figures of Lin En and the shadow leopard could be seen, creating swirling gusts of wind that lifted countless fallen leaves, rendering the scene utterly mesmerizing. With only a series of afterimages visible, not far off, Lin Rongfu, who was observing the battle, watched with his eyes sparkling, marveling at how much faster his young master had become. The divine inheritance was indeed extraordinary. Lin En's speed was unparalleled, even surpassing that of intermediate warriors. Listening to the incessant system notification echoing in his mind, Lin En felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After an indeterminate amount of time, the long-awaited system message finally arrived. Ding. The skill shave has reached full proficiency, and the skill shave has advanced to intermediate level. Dao Power 50. With the skill upgrade, Lin En's speed surged significantly, and the distance he could cover with shave doubled. At this moment, the shadow leopard could no longer keep pace with Lin En. Haha. Thank you for aiding in the enhancement of my skills. As a token of my gratitude, I shall grant you a swift end. Lin En laughed heartily, his figure flickering before he appeared to the right of the shadow leopard, drawing a brilliant arc of light as he slashed down with his sword. Roaring in response, the shadow leopard sensed the imminent threat. With a gust of wind at its feet, it attempted to evade the descending longsword, but found itself unable to escape in time. At that moment, the ferocity inherent in the beast surged forth. It turned to Lin En, opening its maw wide as a swirling mass of azure wind coalesced within, transforming into several razor-sharp blades that shot forth. The blade of light swept through, shattering the wind blades effortlessly, without pause. The next instant saw the shadow leopard's massive head severed from its neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ding. The host has slain a level 3 magical beast. The shadow leopard. Experience points 200. My young master, has your skill leveled up? Lin Rongfu inquired joyfully, having noticed the significant increase in Lin En's speed, feeling even more elated than if he had advanced in his own strength. Yes, all thanks to this shadow leopard serving as my training partner. Lin En replied with a smile. Lin Rongfu began to gather the valuable items from the shadow leopard, saying, Young master, the head of the shadow leopard has been severed, and its pelt is incomplete. Its value will undoubtedly diminish significantly. I shall be more vigilant next time. Lin En smiled sheepishly, having been overly excited moments ago. The scent of blood would attract magical beasts, so after they finished their task, the two continued toward the area where the spirit flower might grow. In another part of the Hudis mountain range, members of the giant axe mercenary group were also traversing the woods. After wandering for most of the day, they realized they had lost track of their target. Damn it, how could we lose the target? What good is it to keep you worthless fools? Jared, whose temper was notoriously foul, erupted in fury at the two subordinates responsible for the surveillance. The mercenaries dared not utter a word, fully aware that their leader was in a volatile state. Seeing his subordinates silent, Jared had nowhere to vent his anger and slammed his fist against a nearby sturdy tree. The force of his blow sent tremors through the trunk, causing the branches to rustle ominously. Unbeknownst to him, this act of frustration awakened a magical beast resting in the tree. From the lush foliage, a pair of cold, piercing eyes fixed upon the group below. "What shall we do, Captain?" one mercenary inquired. "We continue searching. That brat lacks strength and will surely not venture deep into the mountains. His movements will be confined to the outskirts," Jared replied. Naturally, his subordinates had no objections to this decision, and they pressed on. Just then, a shrill scream pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn back. They witnessed a massive python, as thick as a barrel, descending from the tree and swallowing one of their comrades whole. It's a level 5 magical beast, the rock python. The rock python was one of the forest's predators at the mountain's periphery. As an earth-type magical beast, it lacked innate skills, yet its scales were as tough as rock, providing formidable defense. An adult rock python could reach level 5, with some rare individuals even attaining level 6, rivaling human battle masters and sorcerers. While rock pythons were not social creatures, they typically traveled in pairs. Thus, if one appeared, another was sure to be nearby. "Help! Save me!" The python, still unsated after consuming one mercenary, lowered its long tail and ensnared another unfortunate soul who could only gasp for help before the python's crushing grip shattered his bones. Extinguishing his last breath. "Die!" Jared, already seething with rage, could hardly contain his fury at a level 5 magical beast daring to confront him. He swung his giant axe at the python, the energy coalescing into a fierce strike against its body, shattering its resilient scales. Despite the injury, the rock python's defense was astonishing, and it was only mildly affected. In pain, it hissed and lashed out at Jared with its tail, which struck down every tree in its path. Jared evaded the tail's swipe and engaged in battle with the python. But he remained alert for the other one that had yet to show itself. As an experienced mercenary, he knew well that rock pythons traveled in pairs. Sure enough, after a few exchanges, another rock python emerged, its strength approaching that of level 6, and it immediately crushed 2 mercenaries from the giant axe group. "You beast, take this." In a fit of rage, Jared unleashed a torrent of energy, amplifying the power of his axe strike, sending the entangled python flying before turning to confront the newly appeared, more powerful one. After a fierce struggle, Jared's explosive power finally led the giant axe mercenary group to slay both rock pythons, albeit at a significant cost, losing 5 men and leaving many others injured. This only intensified Jared's ire. Not only had they failed to locate their target, but they had also suffered heavy losses. "Skin these beasts," Jared commanded furiously, relieved that the magical crystals, scales, and tendons of the pythons held considerable value, which might offset some of their losses. Having endured a heavy toll in battle, the morale of the giant axe mercenary group plummeted, leaving Jared with a headache as he contemplated whether to abandon the mission and return to Hudistown. "Captain, while we cannot ascertain the task those brats have undertaken from the mercenary guild, newly registered mercenaries have limited job opportunities. I have reviewed all the available tasks, and the most likely ones they might take are searching for the spirit flower or capturing moonlight fox cubs." At this moment, Vice Captain Philip, the brains of the giant axe mercenary group, suggested, "Instead of wandering aimlessly in the mountains and risking the unknown, we should ambush at these 2 task locations." "Indeed, you have a sharp mind, as expected of my vice captain," Jared exclaimed, laughing heartily as he clapped Philip on the shoulder. "So, where do you suggest we set our ambush?" "The area frequented by the moonlight fox is most suitable," Philip replied, grimacing from the forceful pat. It was not far from their current location. "Very well, then we shall proceed there." Jared made his decision, and the giant axe mercenary group set off once more. The host utilized basic swordsmanship against the enemy, proficiency 4. The host employed the shave technique against the foe, proficiency 2. Ding. The host's basic swordsmanship, advanced, has reached proficiency 10,000, achieving perfection, and gained 100 Dao power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in basic swordsmanship. Comprehending the skill, one sword style, Iato. The notifications flooded Lin En's mind as he battled a level 3 ironback boar, overwhelming him with joy. Achieving mastery of advanced basic swordsmanship so swiftly was a remarkable feat, attributed to the relentless battles throughout the day, which provided the most experience, along with the recent enhancement from his unique physique, the dominant sword body, which doubled his training speed. The method of employing one sword style, Iato, imprinted itself in his mind, and he instantly grasped the technique, understanding its characteristic of doubling attack power. Goodness, having a technique makes a world of difference. My attack power just doubled. After enduring a prolonged struggle with the ironback boar, Lin En knew that apart from honing various skills to gain proficiency, the boar's formidable defense had made it difficult to deal significant damage, especially since he couldn't utilize the armed color of his Dao 1 character. Now, with the one-sword style, Iaido, at his disposal, he decided to test this newly acquired sword technique against the ironback boar. Swish, swish, swish. A series of slicing sounds echoed as the ironback boar launched several iron quills from its back toward Lin En, while its massive body charged forward like a tank, shaking the ground with its thundering approach. Chafe. Lin deftly evaded the iron dart that hurtled towards him, sheathing his blade with precision. He positioned himself directly in the path of the charging iron-backed boar, his legs slightly bent and his center of gravity lowered. With his sword rested at his waist, he gripped the hilt firmly, his gaze unwavering upon the ferocious beast, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. "Young master, it's dangerous," exclaimed Lin Rongfu, who was nearby. He was taken aback, never having imagined that the young master would not only refuse to retreat, but would instead place himself directly in the boar's path. Given Lin's current strength, he could easily sustain severe injury or even face life-threatening peril. As anxiety surged within him, Lin Rongfu prepared to leap forward, only to witness Lin spring into action, rushing towards the iron-backed boar with his sword drawn. One-sword style, Iaido slash. A resounding cry echoed as an unparalleled flash of light erupted from his blade, illuminating the surrounding woods within a 10-meter radius. The blade met the iron-backed boar with an ease akin to a red-hot iron slicing through butter. In an instant, the sword light flashed by, embedding itself into the trunk of a large tree, leaving behind a deep scar. Moments later, a line of blood appeared on the boar's body, and as its momentum carried it forward, it split in two, collapsing on either side of Lin. Lin Rongfu stood frozen, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the young master had mastered such a formidable technique. Indeed, the legacy of the divine was both mysterious and powerful. His earlier worries dissipated, replaced by elation for Lin's achievement. Ding. Host has slain a level 3 magical beast, iron-backed boar. Experience points, 300. Upgrade requirements met. Level increased by 1. Dao power 5. Lin's spirits soared at the news of his advancement. The exhilaration of increased strength was intoxicating. Yet, the system's notifications were not yet concluded. Ding. Host has fully mastered a skill, basic swordsmanship. Class unlocked. Would you like to choose the class of swordsman? At long last, the moment Lin had eagerly awaited had arrived. The game mechanics stipulated that only upon mastering a fundamental skill could one select a profession. Choosing a profession would unlock advanced skills, facilitating further growth and strength. The profession represented a directional choice for development, becoming a swordsman specializing in sword techniques, a warrior focused on physical prowess, or a mage honing the powers of the devil fruit. Of course, selecting a profession did not preclude the study of other skills. It merely established a primary and secondary focus. System. I choose the class of swordsman. Lin resolutely chose to become a swordsman, for the elegance of wielding a sword is undeniable, and besides, he could still harness the powers of the devil fruit. Ding. The host has selected the profession of swordsman and has acquired the basic swordsmanship skill. With the system's prompt, the methods for cultivating basic swordsmanship have been imprinted in Lin's mind. The basic swordsmanship encompasses 3 techniques, each of which can be executed upon reaching full proficiency at the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. Thus, although Lin has obtained basic swordsmanship, he can currently only employ the technique of one-sword style, Iaido. Nevertheless, Lin is thoroughly content with the enhancement of the supreme sword body. He believes he will soon be able to utilize the techniques of basic swordsmanship. System. Open the attribute panel. Character. Lin level. 12 experience. 2002. 500 physical strength. 300 profession. Swordsman skills. Basic swordsmanship. Max. Advanced swordsmanship. Initial. 330. 050. Shave. Intermediate. 540. 500. Life return. Initial, 101, 050. Armament Haki. Initial, 285, 000. Devil Fruit. Mythical Zoan. Phoenix. Initial, 550, 500. Techniques. One sword style. Iaido Constitution. Supreme sword body specialization. None special items. None energy. 560 inventory. Wado Ikamanji. Human fruit quests. Main Quest 1. Dream of Max Level. Host must reach maximum level. Phase 1 Quest. Achieve level 20. Reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Main Quest 2. Ambition of the Mercenary Corps. Upgrade the Great Siam Mercenary Corps to SSS level. Phase 2 Quest. A-Class Mercenary Corps. Reward. 1 promotion gift pack. Lin observed the properties of the panel, noting that his level had ascended to 12. His power value had reached an impressive 300 points. With an increase of 5 for each level gained, an addition of 50 for the advancement, and a substantial 100 for the mastery of advanced swordsmanship. This 300 power value was already equivalent to the prowess of a high-ranking junior warrior, coupled with his swiftness and the remarkable regenerative capabilities bestowed by the Phoenix Fruit. He found himself unmatched among junior warriors, and he could likely contend with even intermediate warriors, both at the initial and mid-stages. The notion of battling above his level was no longer a mere fantasy. In just a few short days, his strength had surged dramatically, igniting a sense of pride within Lin. Such is the privilege of a man endowed with a system. However, he quickly tempered his thoughts, recognizing that such rapid advancement was characteristic of the early stages when one's power is still modest. As skills progress, the experience required escalates significantly, and consequently, the enhancement of strength becomes increasingly sluggish. Lin was acutely aware that he was merely a fledgling equivalent to a junior warrior amidst the countless formidable beings of the divine, and he knew he must not become complacent. Yet, he also refrained from underestimating himself, setting a modest goal to first match the prowess of Grandpa Fu. Young master, have you made further progress in your strength? Lin Rongfu approached, a smile of genuine admiration gracing his face. Yes, I have made a small breakthrough, Lin replied, nodding in acknowledgement. In just a few days, the young master's remarkable advancement left many in awe. Indeed, the legacy of the divine was extraordinary. Lin Rongfu marveled at the fictional deity Lin had conjured with profound reverence. Lin Rongfu skillfully extracted the magic crystals from the ironback spike boar, along with the iron spikes adorning its back. These spikes served as materials for crafting arrows. Lin Rongfu insisted that Lin En should not involve himself in such laborious tasks, asserting that such menial work was beneath someone of his stature. Unable to persuade Lin Rongfu otherwise, Lin En conceded to his wishes. The items they collected were neatly stored in Lin En's system backpack, allowing them to confront numerous magical beasts without burden. This prompted Lin Rongfu to once again marvel at the divine. Meanwhile, Lin En contemplated the necessity of acquiring a storage ring once they had sufficient funds, as it would be difficult to explain the origins of their belongings in the future. After all, it would not always be just the two of them. While he trusted Lin Rongfu, he could not extend that trust to others. Some secrets must remain safeguarded. However, storage rings were not only expensive but also rare, typically possessed only by significant powers or formidable individuals. Even Lin Rongfu, a former battle master, did not own one, nor did the estate of Count William. Young master, the sky is nearly dark. We need to find a safe place to spend the night. The nights in the Hudis Mountains are perilous, Lin Rongfu remarked. Lin nodded, realizing that the Hudis Mountains were far more perilous than the forest where they had previously sought refuge. In the wilderness, numerous high-level magical beasts roamed in search of sustenance, and even formidable creatures from the depths of the mountains ventured into the outer regions to hunt. If they were to encounter such a powerful beast, given Lin Rongfu's current capabilities, which only matched the initial stage of a battle master, he might indeed struggle to cope. Chapter 22. Surrounded that night, Lin and Lin Rongfu carved a hollow within a large tree using their swords, creating a sanctuary large enough for both to shelter. Thanks to the provisions of food and water stored in their system backpack, they avoided the hassle and dangers of starting a fire for cooking, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Throughout the night, the mountains echoed with the roars of beasts and the sounds of magical creatures in motion. Countless low-level beasts undoubtedly fell prey to their higher-level counterparts. After a simple breakfast, Lin and Lin Rongfu resumed their journey towards the area marked on the map, believed to harbor the elusive spirit flower. As they delved deeper into the mountains, they encountered an increasing number of magical beasts, with their levels rising correspondingly, including formidable 5th and 6th-tier creatures. The higher-level beasts fell beneath Lin Rongfu's blade, while Lin honed his skills against the remaining foes, accruing a wealth of precious materials and magical crystals, all the while significantly enhancing his proficiency and experience. When a level 4 initial stage flame two-headed lion succumbed, a system notification sounded. Ding. The host has slain a level 4 magical beast, the flame two-headed lion. Experience gained, 500. Experience meets upgrade requirements. Level increased by 1. Dao power value, 5 ding. The host has utilized basic swordsmanship against an enemy. Proficiency 4. Proficiency maxed out. Basic swordsmanship has reached intermediate level. Dao power value, 50. With 2 consecutive notifications from the system, Lin's level and basic swordsmanship both ascended, augmenting his Dao power and strengthening his abilities once more. Sheathing his sword, Lin exhaled a breath of relief as greenish flames emerged from several wounds on his body, beginning to heal the injuries sustained during battle. The level 4 initial stage flame two-headed lion was a formidable opponent, endowed with exceptional fire elemental affinity and melee prowess. And Lin had indeed incurred significant wounds in the process of vanquishing it. However, under the restorative properties of the phoenix fruit, these injuries posed little concern. Lin glanced at his attribute panel, having leveled up twice to reach level 14. His upgrade granted him an additional 10 points in strength, while his basic swordsmanship skill increased by 50 points, bringing his strength to a total of 360 points, equivalent to that of a high-tier novice warrior. Moreover, with the advancement in his swordsmanship, he could now utilize a special technique, the sword flash, which augmented his attack speed for a powerful area assault, doubling his strike velocity and delivering considerable damage, as speed equates to power. Before long, the verdant life flame enveloping Lin dissipated, his wounds healed, leaving only tender, newly formed skin. Master, just ahead should be the area where the spirit flowers grow, Lin Rongfu remarked while collecting the magical crystals and materials from the fiery two-headed lion. The spirit flower is the favored delicacy of the 4th-tier magical beast, the blue-winged lizard. Where blue-winged lizards are found, spirit flowers are likely to abound. I noticed traces of their presence nearby. Let us quicken our pace. We must gather the spirit flowers today. I hope there are plenty, Lin responded. Following the trail left by the blue-winged lizards, Lin and Lin Rongfu pursued their path and soon discovered fresh signs of their activity. Half an hour later, they arrived at a valley where a small stream traversed its breadth, flanked by a cluster of spirit flowers. The purple-red blossoms swayed gracefully in the breeze, their beauty striking, and there appeared to be over 100 of them. However, a slight disappointment arose as they observed a dozen blue-winged lizards drinking from the stream, occasionally turning to flick their long tongues and consume the spirit flowers with evident delight. So many spirit flowers. Lin's eye sparkled. Each spirit flower fetched a price of 25 silver coins on the Mercenary Guild's task board, meaning this bounty could yield around 50 to 60 gold coins, a considerable fortune for Lin at present. Witnessing the blue-winged lizards devour the spirit flowers pained him. It felt as if they were consuming his wealth. The blue-winged lizards, sensitive to their surroundings, soon detected the intruders. Angered, they raised their heads and charged toward Lin and his companion. Uncle Fu, let us finish this quickly before these blue-winged lizards ruin the spirit flowers, Lin urged. Knowing he was no match for the dozen creatures, he feared that any residual battle might destroy the precious flowers, leaving him heartbroken. It was best to let Lin Rongfu handle the situation. Do not worry, master. A mere dozen 4th-tier magical beasts are not a challenge for me. I assure you no spirit flower will be harmed, Lin Rongfu declared, charging toward the oncoming blue-winged lizards. As a water-type magical beast with venom, the blue-winged lizards unleashed a barrage of dark green water arrows upon Lin Rongfu, a noxious scent lingering in the air, evidence of their toxicity. Yet, despite only wielding the strength of a novice warrior, Lin Rongfu adeptly countered the onslaught, moving with remarkable speed, his sword emitting brilliant flashes as he struck down the creatures, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. In no time, the dozen blue-winged lizards lay defeated. This swift confrontation left Lin in awe. He realized how far he still had to go to match Lin Rongfu's prowess, and that he must strive diligently to avoid complacency due to his recent surge in power. With all the spirit flowers collected, Lin counted a total of 186, a bounty that could be exchanged for over 40 gold coins, though not an immense sum. He was nonetheless satisfied. Completing the task was not solely for monetary gain. The points earned were crucial for upgrading the Mercenary Guild, directly affecting the system's missions. In terms of profit, a single magical crystal from a blue-winged lizard could surpass the value of these spirit flowers. Lin decided to temporarily retain the crystals gathered along the way, contemplating whether to sell them for gold or allow the system to absorb their energy upon returning to Hudis Town. After leaving the valley, they searched the vicinity and found several more spirit flowers. Subsequently, Lin and Lin Rongfu made their way toward the region where the moonlight foxes were known to roam. After spending a night in the Hudis Mountains, they arrived at the area frequented by the moonlight foxes by midday the following day. This locale featured a landscape of jagged rocks and towering cliffs, with the moonlight fox's burrows situated high above. The moonlight fox, a third-tier magical beast of the psychic variety, was skilled in creating illusions to bewilder its foes. While its attack power was relatively low, it was considered the least formidable among its tier. However, its exquisite appearance, a small, adorable creature with silvery fur and a fluffy tail that glimmered under the moonlight, made it a favored pet among noble women, leading to a consistent demand for capturing moonlight fox cubs by the mercenary guild. Nevertheless, the moonlight fox's burrows were perched on the cliffs, and they were highly alert. Any disturbance would send them scurrying to safety. Capturing adult moonlight foxes yielded some profit, but cubs commanded a higher price due to their greater bond with humans when raised from a young age. Although there were magical contracts, many nobles lacked the mental fortitude to form such bonds, making the cubs particularly sought after. Standing amidst the chaotic rock formations, Lin gazed at the towering cliff ahead, feeling somewhat disheartened. I have yet to see a single moonlight fox. Does this place truly harbor them? He queried. The moonlight foxes only emerge at night. It seems we must wait, Lin Rongfu replied. Thus, the two settled down in a relatively concealed spot beneath a large rock to rest while awaiting nightfall. However, just as they were preparing to regain their strength, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed around them. Someone approaches, Lin Rongfu whispered, drawing his sword and scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Lin's expression grew grave as he realized the peril of encountering not only mercenaries, but also the more formidable beasts within the Hudis Mountains. Soon, over 20 mercenaries materialized around him and his companion, forming a menacing encirclement. Upon recognizing them, Lin's countenance darkened. These were the very members of the Great Axe mercenary group who had previously ambushed the Gucci merchant convoy on their way to Hudis Town. The intentions of the newcomers were far from benign. Haha, at last, I have caught you, boy. You have kept me waiting for far too long. Jared exclaimed with a wicked grin, his teeth clenched in fury. Having spent 2 tedious days in the mountains with his mercenary band suffering heavy losses, he seemed eager to exact his vengeance upon Lin. Master, you must flee. I will hold them off, Lin Rongfu declared sternly, positioning himself protectively behind Lin, his face a mask of lethal determination. Grandfather Fu, I will not leave. If we are to escape, we shall do so together, Lin replied, drawing his sword, the blade glinting with deadly intent. Evading this threat once would only invite future dangers. He understood that the only way to eliminate the looming peril was to vanquish the members of the Great Axe mercenary group. Master, you must reconsider, Lin Rongfu urged desperately. There is no need for further discussion, Grandfather Fu. I refuse to retreat. I am no longer a helpless child, Lin asserted resolutely. Only by defeating them could he hope to eradicate the troubles that lay ahead. Lin Rongfu fell silent, having recognized the transformation in Lin En over the past few days. His resolve was unwavering. As the young master had rightly stated, it was time to resolve matters decisively. With a grim determination etched on his face, Lin Rongfu vowed to risk his life to eliminate any future threats for the young master. Leave. None of you shall escape, Jared growled menacingly. With a swing of his massive axe, he commanded his comrades, seize this brat. Once I deal with this nearly dead old man, I shall take my time with him to vent my fury. With that, a surge of fighting spirit erupted from Jared, and a 3-foot-long gleam of axe light coalesced upon his weapon. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful blow reminiscent of the famed Huashan technique. A thunderous crash echoed as Lin Rongfu met the descending axe with his longsword, executing nimble footwork. He countered with a horizontal slash aimed directly at Jared's shoulder. Old man, you've got some strength, Jared remarked, somewhat taken aback by Lin Rongfu's unexpected prowess. Nevertheless, he felt no fear as he engaged in combat with the elder, wielding his axe with ferocity. Kill! Lin En shouted, witnessing the mercenaries advancing to seize him. He took the initiative, launching a radiant blade of light with a swift strike. Chapter 23. Life and Death Predicament. Lin's bold advance momentarily stunned several mercenaries from the Great Axe Mercenary Corps, for they were well aware of his reputation as a talentless wastrel devoid of any martial prowess. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, a few of the mercenaries paid a grievous price. Dao Yi's razor-sharp blade glided across the throat of one mercenary before plunging into the chest of another. A chilling scream escaped the lips of the mercenary whose heart was pierced, rousing the others from their stupor. It dawned upon them that they were not confronting an ordinary individual, but rather a malevolent force capable of extinguishing their very lives. Beware, he is no ordinary man. The vice captain, Philip, bellowed to his comrades, his mind reeling with astonishment. How could Lin possess the capacity to slay seasoned mercenaries? Was the intelligence from the Count's estate flawed? In that moment, Philip found himself grappling with doubts akin to those once harbored by Hades. Eliminate him. The mercenaries of the Great Axe were incensed. What they had initially perceived as a lamb was, in fact, a ferocious wolf. They surged forward, weapons raised, encircling Lin with a relentless assault. Blades descended mercilessly, epitomizing the very essence of bloodthirsty mercenaries. Lin wielded his sword to parry a descending great sword, the force causing his stance to sink slightly. His opponent was no less formidable. Several other weapons struck from around him, prompting Lin to swiftly execute a dodge. Though he still sustained an injury, a gash measuring several centimeters marred his back, instantly staining his clothing with crimson. The intense pain elicited a muffled groan from Lin. After days of relentless combat against magical beasts, he had grown somewhat accustomed to pain, ensuring he did not lose his fighting spirit. Verdant flames danced at the site of the wound as Lin summoned the powers of the phoenix fruit to mend his injuries. With renewed vigor, he swung his sword again, unleashing the basic sword technique he had recently acquired. One sword style, flash. A dazzling arc of blade light sliced through several mercenaries nearby, the sharp edge of his sword cleaving through their bodies, blood splattering as two fell dead while two others were grievously wounded. Kid, don't get cocky. Come here and die, you brute. A towering mercenary, as massive as a small giant, bellowed angrily, brandishing a shield nearly his height, charging at Lin with the force of a bull. Having just executed his flash technique, Lin had no time to evade with another dodge. The mercenary barreled towards him, shield and all. In that moment of peril, Lin positioned his sword horizontally before him to brace against the shield. The impact was thunderous. The immense power behind the shield felt as though a locomotive had collided with him, sending Lin hurtling back several meters. His grip on the sword was nearly shattered, and a mouthful of blood surged to his throat. Brute charge. The massive mercenary, emboldened by his initial success, raised his shield again and charged forward, his heavy footsteps resonating like thunder. One sword style, Iato. Blood welled in Lin's throat, but his eyes glinted with fierce determination as he fixed his gaze on the incoming mercenary. He sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt tightly, and in the next instant, propelled himself forward, drawing his sword with a brilliant flash. The blade sliced through the air, cleaving the towering shield in twain, and the mercenary behind it met the same fate. Just as Lin dispatched the mercenary, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing his left thigh and nearly causing him to stumble. Before he could regain his footing, a knight's great sword descended upon him. Lin raised his own blade to block the knight's strike, then executed a swift dodge, leaping atop a large stone. Thud! Lin skillfully removed the arrowhead that protruded from the back of his thigh with a knife, grasped the shaft, and, gritting his teeth, forcefully yanked it out, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The wound immediately ignited with a vibrant green flame of life, and the bleeding halted swiftly. As he beheld the approaching mercenaries of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps, a fierce and murderous expression overtook his face. He leapt off the boulder, brandishing his sword, and re-entered the fray. There would be no retreat in this battle. Only the brave would triumph in this narrow encounter, carving a bloody path. The remaining mercenaries, after an initial moment of shock and panic, quickly regained their composure. After all, they were seasoned fighters, well-versed in the mercenary realm, experienced in countless battles, and fearlessly resolute. The injuries suffered by their comrades ignited their ferocity. Once these mercenaries settled down, utilizing their numerical advantage, Lin found himself in peril. Having fought together for years, they coordinated seamlessly, and with their superior numbers, Lin soon became restricted, his abilities rendered less effective amidst the siege. In an instant, Lin was engulfed in danger, acquiring 7 or 8 new wounds, his body drenched in blood. For an ordinary person, sustaining such grievous injuries would render them incapable of continuing the fight. Merely surviving would be a stroke of luck. However, Lin was different. The remarkable regenerative powers of the phoenix fruit allowed him to disregard pain. As long as the wounds were not fatal, they would heal swiftly. Thus, as new wounds appeared, a flame of life enveloped him, as though he were shrouded in fire. This bizarre phenomenon left the mercenaries both astonished and terrified. Was he a monster? Why could they not kill him? Flames erupted from his body, not consuming him, but rather accelerating his healing process. If not for his tattered clothing and the bloodstains, one might question the authenticity of his injuries. Even more disconcerting to the mercenaries was Lin's ferocious combat style, relying solely on his formidable healing ability, trading wounds for life. You strike me, and I remain unscathed. I strike you, and you perish. Faced with an adversary like Lin, who could not be slain, and whose ferocity only intensified, even the most hardened mercenaries felt a chill run down their spines, their fighting spirit waning. After all, while mercenaries are not averse to death, it does not imply they wish to embrace it. Monster. He is a monster. One mercenary shouted, his morale shattered, emotions spiraling out of control. Crumbling under the sight of Lin, bathed in green flames, like an indestructible demon. Philip, the vice captain who had not joined the fray, initially assumed that his mercenaries would easily subdue Lin. However, he was astounded by Lin's formidable prowess, which inflicted severe losses on his subordinates. Even more astonishing was Lin's growing ferocity as the battle raged on, nearly breaking the spirit of his men. Philip gazed in awe at the flames engulfing Lin. Having never encountered such a phenomenon, even among fire mages who would hesitate to do so, as it would likely result in their own incineration. Moreover, Philip sensed no magical elements emanating from Lin. Stand back. Allow me to confront him. Upon witnessing Lin exchange wounds for the life of another mercenary, Philip could no longer remain passive. If this continued, there would be scarcely any mercenaries left to command. Philip discerned that, despite Lin's monstrous demeanor, his strength was not particularly formidable. At most, he was comparable to an intermediate warrior. Otherwise, he would not have sustained injuries amidst a throng of low to mid-level mercenaries. Furthermore, as the battle progressed, Lin's condition visibly declined from its initial strength, prompting Philip to take matters into his own hands. Upon hearing Philip's command, the remaining mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to be spared from battling this creature. He was truly terrifying. As the mercenaries withdrew, Lin too felt a momentary reprieve, finally afforded a chance to catch his breath. Such an intense confrontation had not only heightened his mental strain, but also exerted an immense toll on his physical stamina. The regenerative abilities of the phoenix fruit demanded considerable energy. Your tenacity is quite surprising, Philip remarked as he approached Lin, drawing the knight's greatsword from his back. A layer of fighting spirit enveloped the blade, causing it to emit a radiant glow. I shall see if you truly cannot be slain. Then let us put it to the test, Lin replied, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened tension. This man exuded significant strength, far surpassing that of the previous mercenaries, instilling in him a palpable sense of threat. Let us indeed test it. With that, Philip closed the distance, his knight's greatsword, imbued with fighting spirit, swung down with force. Clang! Lin wielded his blade to parry the ferocious strike of the knight's greatsword, which came crashing down upon his weapon with immense force, nearly causing it to slip from his grasp. The overwhelming power sent Lin's body hurtling backward until he collided with a large stone, whereupon he finally came to a halt. The violent impact inflicted grievous injuries upon his internal organs, and he could no longer suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. However, this was not the end. Philip sneered coldly as he charged forward, raising the knight's greatsword once more, intent on cleaving Lin in two. Lin dared not confront him head-on any longer and swiftly evaded, for this individual's prowess far surpassed her own, being at least a high-ranking warrior of advanced tier. Boom! With tremendous force, Philip's sword cleaved the large boulder that had previously shielded Lin, splitting it in two as it toppled to either side. One sword style, aye aye. Lin proactively launched an assault against Philip, aware that his strength fell short and he could not afford to be on the defensive. Only through aggressive action could he hope to find an opportunity. Philip raised his sword to parry Lin's strikes, sneering, "Not bad, but this is all you have? If this is your only strength, then prepare to meet your demise." With all his might, Philip retaliated, his knightly sword infused with battle aura, swinging with a ferocity akin to a tempest, leaving Lin struggling to keep pace. He could only rely on the agility of his movements to evade Philip, yet even then, Lin could not gain the upper hand. Philip, being a high-level warrior, possessed formidable speed, although he could not match Lin's evasive maneuvers. His strike speed was no less than Lin's, consistently thwarting Lin's attempts and leaving him feeling as if he were a dog gnawing at a turtle. unable to make any progress. The situation grew increasingly bleak for Lin as he resorted to his earlier desperate tactics, trading blows with Philip in a futile exchange of injuries. However, he found himself unable to breach even Philip's battle aura defenses. As a high-level warrior, Philip could manifest battle aura around his body, creating a formidable armor that was nearly impenetrable. The battle was decidedly unfavorable for Lin, and as his stamina waned, he gradually descended into despair. Chapter 24. The Fall of the Great Axe Mercenary Corps. Huff, 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 huff. After yet another unsuccessful assault, which only resulted in sustaining another wound, Lin retreated several meters, leaning against the blade of his sword, gasping for breath. His physical stamina was nearing its limit. What to do? A sense of helplessness washed over Lin. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Even the sharpness of his sword could not penetrate Philip's battle aura defenses, rendering him powerless against Philip. If only he could breach that defense. Armed with the sharpness of his sword and the techniques bestowed by the system, Lin was confident he could severely injure Philip. With the regenerative abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit, he might even wear Philip down. Yet, Philip's strength far surpassed his own, his battle aura robust, and his defenses impenetrable. How could he possibly breach those defenses? Lin's gaze was fixed on Philip as his mind raced, desperately contemplating a solution. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Jared had escalated to a fever pitch from the outset. In a bid to swiftly eliminate Jared and rush to assist Lin, Lin Rongfu unleashed his utmost strength. However, Jared, possessing the prowess of an initial stage battle master, proved to be a formidable opponent, and Lin Rongfu found it impossible to dispatch him quickly, becoming ensnared and unable to aid Lin. As the battle continued, Lin Rongfu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Age had taken its toll on his vitality and stamina, exacerbated by lingering injuries. In prolonged engagements, he was severely outmatched by the peak condition of Jared. At that moment, Lin Rongfu, who had been closely monitoring the situation with Lin, realized the perilous predicament Lin was in, having been cornered by Philip into a near-desperate state. Lin Rongfu grew increasingly anxious, disregarding his own peril as he resorted to a desperate fighting style. However, as his condition deteriorated, he not only failed to drive back Jared, but instead found himself in a precarious situation, suffering from several of Jared's counterattacks. With a resounding clash, the giant axe met the long sword once more, sending Lin Rongfu stumbling backward, having lost ground in this fierce confrontation. Do you dare to be distracted while battling me? Do you think my giant axe is a mere toy? Jared sneered, striding forward to pursue Lin Rongfu. With a sweeping motion of his massive axe, he aimed to cleave Lin Rongfu in two. Jared was also mindful of the battle occurring nearby. At first, he was infuriated to witness Lin En unleash formidable combat prowess, dispatching several of his subordinates. The rage within him nearly reached a breaking point until Philip personally intervened, forcing Lin En into a desperate situation, which somewhat alleviated Jared's ire. Now, he felt no urgency. The fallen subordinates were lost, and he could always recruit more. As long as Philip eliminated that young man, he would finish the task himself by slicing the old man into 18 pieces with his giant axe. Thus, Jared devoted all his energy to entangling Lin Rongfu, preventing him from aiding Lin En. Jared was confident that the old man was nearing his limit and could no longer withstand many of his strikes. Any who dare to harm the young master must perish. Lin Rongfu's eyes glinted with intense murderous intent, fixating on Jared, his tone as frigid and piercing as the bitter winds of winter, chilling to the bone. Lin Rongfu, with his hunched physique, stood upright once more, erect as a mountain. A formidable aura erupted from him, stirring the air within several meters into a swirling cyclone. In this moment, Lin Rongfu no longer suppressed his old injuries. As Lin En found himself in peril, he unleashed his peak combat prowess once again. A battle master? How could this be? Jared gasped, his complexion shifting drastically, trembling at the overwhelming presence of a battle master emanating from Lin Rongfu. Just as Jared was struck with terror, nearly turning to flee, Lin Rongfu could not suppress a spurt of blood, his once stalwart frame swaying precariously, his energy plummeting from that of a battle master to a high-ranking warrior. In a matter of days, he had once again summoned peak strength, yet his underlying injuries surged forth, rendering his body incapable of sustaining the might of a battle master. You old fool, you startled me. Turns out you're merely a half-broken patient. Observing the decline in Lin Rongfu's aura, Jared exhaled in relief. only to feel a surge of arrogance surge within him, simultaneously embarrassed and furious at his previous impulse to flee. With a sneer, he declared, "Even if you can still wield the strength of a high-ranking warrior, in your current state, I do not believe you can endure for long. I could outlast you until your very end. Kill." A gleam flashed in Lin Rongfu's eyes as his body abruptly vanished, his longsword aimed directly at Jared's throat. Jared was indeed correct. In this state, he could not hold on for long. A swift resolution was imperative. Every moment of delay meant greater peril for the young master. Crash! Jared deflected the long sword with his massive axe, and at that moment, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He focused entirely on defense, determined to stall Lin Rongfu and prevent him from interfering in Philip and that young man's battle. Once Lin Rongfu's state wore off, it would be Jared's turn to strike. With Jared fully committed to defense, Lin Rongfu found himself at a loss, his urgency yielding no advantage. The battle between Lin Rongfu and Jared was keenly observed by Lin En from the corner of his eye. As he witnessed Lin Rongfu unleash his full strength once more, a surge of anxiety washed over him. He fervently hoped that Grandpa Fu would not come to harm. However, how could he break through Philip's aura defense? Only by shattering Philip's aura could he inflict significant damage, thereby altering the stalemate and escaping from peril. Unfortunately, the duration of his armed color Haki was too brief, rendering it incapable of enveloping his weapon for an attack. Otherwise, he could immediately compare the might of armed color Haki against aura. Perhaps the former could penetrate the latter's defenses. A sudden thought struck him: armed color Haki. Lin En's eyes sparkled as he conceived a strategy to resolve the deadlock. He mentally commanded, "System, I wish to recharge energy and convert all the magic crystals in my backpack into system energy." Ding. Please confirm. Do you wish to convert 5 second-level magic crystals, 11 third-level magic crystals, and 16 fourth-level magic crystals into system energy? Confirm. Lin En replied in his mind, uncertain of the total energy that could be derived from the magic crystals acquired over the past 2 days. He opted to convert them all. Ding. Conversion successful. System energy increased by 54,000 points. Total energy now at 54,560. System, allocate all energy to enhance the proficiency of armed color Haki. Lin En instructed the system. Indeed, this was his intention. Proficiency in skills could be augmented using energy, with 10 points of energy translating to 1 point of proficiency. Armed color Haki required a base proficiency of 5,000 to reach its pinnacle, and thanks to the training over the past few days, he had already accumulated several points of proficiency. This meant that the recently converted energy would suffice to upgrade his armed color Haki. Ding. Host level too low. Physical strength insufficient. Proficiency can only be raised to the pinnacle of the basic level. Then let it be upgraded to the pinnacle of the basic level, Lin En declared. The pinnacle is sufficient for me to utilize armed color Haki effectively. Ding. Consuming 600 points of energy. The host's armed color Haki has been elevated to the pinnacle of the basic level. Dao power value 50. Armed color Haki has significantly improved, now capable of enveloping weapons to enhance attack power. The exchange between Lin and the system seemed prolonged, yet it lasted merely a few breaths. Feeling the augmentation of his armament Haki within, Lin gained a newfound confidence. However, he maintained his composure and refrained from immediately utilizing the entwining capabilities of the armament Haki, continuing to deceive Philip so as to avoid raising his suspicions. You are utterly exhausted and have no strength left to fight. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end, Philip declared, convinced he had the situation entirely under control. If you can reveal the nature of the flames enveloping you, I might consider sparing your life. Philip's eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed at the thought of the unknown flames capable of rapid healing. Possessing such a miraculous ability would greatly enhance his own strength. Surrender is out of the question. In this lifetime, I shall never yield, Lin replied coolly. I am destined to die fighting, not to capitulate. With those words, Lin executed a swift movement, dashing toward Philip while thrusting his sword, the Kawato Ikemanji, fiercely toward Philip's chest. Futile. Your attacks cannot breach my aura defense. You are merely wasting your effort, Philip scoffed, swinging his knight's greatsword down toward Lin's left shoulder. Oblivious to the faint layer of black substance that had suddenly enveloped the blade as it approached him. A sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed as both the Kawato Ikemanji and the knight's greatsword struck their targets almost simultaneously. The greatsword cleaved into Lin's shoulder. nearly severing it, while the Kawato Ikamanji penetrated Philip's chest, its sharp tip emerging from his back. How is this possible? How could you breach my aura defense? Philip gasped, staring down in disbelief at the sword embedded in his chest, his face contorted in agony. Anything is possible. Haha. Lin erupted into a fit of manic laughter, as if the great knight's sword embedded in his left shoulder were but an illusion. Gripping the hilt of the blade with fervor, he yanked it downward with ferocity, inflicting a deep, gaping wound from Philip's chest to his abdomen, causing his entrails to spill forth. In an instant, Philip succumbed to death, his face still marked by a look of bewilderment. Exhaling a heavy breath, Lin staggered slightly, nearly losing his footing. The battle had pushed him to his limits. He took a few slow steps forward, leaning against a massive rock, and extracted the knight's sword from his shoulder. Instantly, the flames of life ignited on his shoulder, beginning to mend his injuries. However, the immense depletion of his stamina rendered the effects of the phoenix fruit less potent, prolonging his recovery. The remaining mercenaries of the Great Axe mercenary group stood in stunned silence, terror etched on their faces. With Philip, the vice-captain, slain by Lin, their morale shattered. Even knowing Lin was too exhausted to continue, none dared to advance against him. Philip, you useless fool. Jared, engaged in combat with Lin Rongfu, witnessed Philip's demise at Lin's hands and erupted in fury, wishing to rend Philip's corpse into pieces. This imbecile had ruined such a favorable situation. Cursed be his name. At this juncture, Jared's resolve began to wane. Although the old man appeared significantly weakened, his tenacity was unwavering. He refused to fall, but if this continued, Jared feared he might collapse first. With this thought, Jared's spirit faltered. He only yearned for escape. He exerted himself to drive Lin Rongfu back with a powerful swing of his axe before turning to flee. Exposing his back to an opponent of equal or greater strength was a grave mistake, and Lin Rongfu seized the opportunity. Channeling all his energy, he unleashed a colossal blade of fighting spirit, sweeping it across, severing Jared's body at the waist before he had taken more than a few steps. Chapter 25. Assessing the spoils with Jared's demise, the remaining mercenaries of the Great Axe fled in chaos, each seeking their own salvation, with their leader dead. Loyalty was a mere illusion. Lin Rongfu, too weary to pursue the fleeing rabble, acknowledged that with the deaths of Jared and Philip, the Great Axe mercenary group had effectively disbanded. My young master, are you unscathed? Lin Rongfu approached Lin, disregarding his own injuries with concern. With the flames of life igniting within me, I am unharmed. No need for worry, Grandpa Fu, Lin replied, reclining against the stone with a fatigued yet joyous smile. Though perilous, he had emerged unscathed from the battle. What of you, Grandpa Fu? I can still endure, Lin Rongfu assured. However, we must depart swiftly. The scent of blood is too strong here and will attract more beasts. Attracting even a few 4th or 5th tier magical beasts would pose a grave danger to both Lin and Lin Rongfu in their current states. Do not forget to gather the spoils, Lin reminded. Jared and his companions undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth, as well as magic crystals harvested from the Hudis Mountains. For Lin, who had recently converted all his magic crystals into system energy, no opportunity for wealth could be overlooked. Before long, Lin Rongfu had collected the valuables from Jared and the others. Upon returning to Lin's side, he found Lin had succumbed to exhaustion, deep in slumber, emitting soft snores. A gentle smile graced Lin Rongfu's pallid features as he carefully lifted Lin, holding the gathered treasures in one hand, and departed swiftly. Lin enjoyed a deeply restorative sleep, dozing for over 10 hours, awakening in the afternoon of the following day. Refreshed and revitalized, he felt invigorated, yet his stomach growled in hunger, craving sustenance after the tremendous exertion of battle. Just then, he caught the enticing aroma of roasted meat and heard Lin Rongfu's voice. My young master has awakened. You must be famished. Come, partake of the meal, Lin Rongfu called out. The provisions they had prepared were stored within Lin's system backpack, inaccessible to him while he slumbered, compelling Lin Rongfu to prepare alternative food. Fortunately, the Hudis Mountains were abundant with the meat of magical beasts. With his stomach growling audibly, Lin wasted no time, seizing the roasted meat and devouring it hungrily, as if he had been starved for 3 years. After a hearty feast, he consumed several pounds of magical beast meat. Finally feeling satiated, the skill of life restoration began to decompose the food, converting it into energy that coursed through his body, rapidly replenishing his strength and revitalizing him. With his vitality restored, Lin's spirit soared. He relished the experience akin to those depicted in anime, where, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained in battle, a good sleep followed by a hearty meal could rejuvenate one entirely. "Grandpa Fu, how fares your health?" Lin inquired with concern, knowing that after the fierce battle with Jarrett, Lin Rongfu's injuries would likely resurface. "Do not worry, my young master. I can endure," Lin Rongfu replied with a faint smile. Years of old injuries had rendered him accustomed to pain, and he wished to spare Lin any additional concern. "I shall tend to your wounds first," Lin insisted. Having dined and regained vitality, he deftly employed the abilities of the phoenix fruit to heal Lin Rongfu's injuries. Lin Rongfu had long adapted to Lin En's method of treatment. Now, Lin En's proficiency in utilizing the powers of the fruit had vastly improved compared to the beginning. After half an hour, the external injuries on Lin Rongfu's body had healed, but the internal old wounds had been exacerbated due to the eruption of peak combat power, causing further damage to his essence. Consequently, Lin Rongfu's combat strength had diminished once more, now only able to exert the prowess of a high-level warrior at its pinnacle. "Grandfather Fu, your old injuries have not yet healed, and now you have new ones. Your body is severely overdrawn. Promise me, do not erupt in power again," Lin En said, feeling a wave of guilt. If it weren't for himself, Grandfather Fu wouldn't have to go to such lengths. "Young master, do not worry. I am well aware of my own body and can support you for a few more years," Lin Rongfu replied cheerfully. He did not mind the injuries. Witnessing Lin En grow stronger in his lifetime was his greatest joy. Despite Lin Rongfu's seemingly carefree demeanor, Lin En felt a pang of discomfort in his heart as he furrowed his brow, contemplating how to treat Lin Rongfu's essence injuries. At that moment, he recalled the magic crystals he had obtained from the Giant Axe mercenary group. After converting all of them into system energy, he wondered if it would have any effect on the essence injuries after enhancing the Phoenix Fruit's abilities. System. Convert all magic crystals into system energy and use the energy to upgrade the Devil Fruit's abilities. How much can I upgrade with the maximum energy consumption? Ding. Conversion of magic crystals to energy successful. System energy increased by 74,500 points. Total energy 83,060 points. Ding. Host level 2 low, body strength insufficient. The maximum upgrade can only reach initial perfection, requiring 44,500 points of energy. Please confirm whether to upgrade. Confirm upgrade. Although somewhat disappointed, Lin En decided to upgrade the Phoenix Fruit's abilities. Ding. Consumed 44,500 points of energy. Phoenix Fruit's ability upgraded to initial perfection. Taoist power 50. Recovery effect significantly enhanced. Flight ability acquired. Flight ability? Lin En was momentarily taken aback before recalling that the Phoenix Fruit indeed possessed flight capabilities. Having focused on the recovery abilities, he had forgotten about the flight aspect, which was now an unexpected delight. With flight ability, his combat methods became more diverse, and his self-preservation capabilities were greatly enhanced. System. Open the attribute panel. Character. Lin En level. 17 experience. 1005,000 Taoist power. For 75 occupation, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, intermediate swordsmanship, initial, 310,100,000. Shave, intermediate, 112,500,000. Life return, initial, 186,500,000. Armament Haki, initial, perfection. Devil Fruit, mythical Zoan, Phoenix, initial, perfection, techniques, one sword style, Iaido. Flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 38,560 backpack, everyone S fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of maximum level, upgrade host level to maximum. First phase task, reach level 20, reward, upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary group, upgrade the Great Siam mercenary group to SSS level. Second phase task, a level mercenary group, reward, promotion gift pack. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, Lin En noted that his level had risen to 17, indicating that yesterday's battle had yielded considerable experience. During the fight, he hadn't had the time to check the system notifications. With a Taoist power of 475, he was now comparable to a beginner intermediate warrior. Aside from the energy upgraded armament Haki and Phoenix Fruit, his proficiency in basic swordsmanship and shave had also significantly improved. Noticing that life return remained at the initial level, Lin En, with a hint of mild obsessive compulsion, decided to use energy to upgrade life return. The enhanced effect of life return would greatly benefit his physique, which was still insufficiently strong, preventing further upgrades of armament Haki and the Phoenix Fruit. System, upgrade life return. Ding. Consumed 400 points of energy. Life return upgraded to initial perfection. Taoist power 50. Effective life return strengthened. As energy was deducted, life return reached initial perfection, increasing his Taoist power to 525 points. Lin En's strength had advanced, yet life return could only be upgraded to initial perfection, still limited by his low level. It seemed imperative to grind experience to elevate his level. Without leveling up, rapid strength enhancement would be unattainable. With 160 energy remaining, there was nothing more to do but save it for later. Grandfather Fu, my flame of life has grown stronger. The healing effect should be more potent. Let me try it on you, Lin En said, prioritizing the treatment of Lin Rongfu. Even if he could not cure him completely, he aimed to stabilize his condition and prevent further deterioration. Good, young master, please proceed, Lin Rongfu replied joyfully, eager for restoration to better protect his master. Once again, Lin En summoned the emerald green flames, observing a subtle change in their color. The blue had faded slightly, while the green appeared more vibrant, seemingly infused with greater vitality. As the flames enveloped Lin Rongfu, the rich vitality rapidly healed the injuries within his body. Lin Rongfu could intuitively feel the enhanced effectiveness of the flame of life, as not only were his internal injuries mending, but the damage to his essence from the previous outburst was also gradually recovering. In just a few days, he could regain his strength to the initial stage of a battle master. Unfortunately, the flame of life had minimal effect on the old injuries of his essence. But Lin Rongfu saw hope. When Lin En's abilities advanced further, perhaps the old injuries could truly be fully restored. He looked forward to that day with great anticipation. Upon learning from Lin Rongfu about the recovery effects of the flame of life, Lin En felt immense joy and devoted himself to treating Lin Rongfu until he had exhausted much of his stamina. During the time he took to rest and recover, Lin En began to tally the supplies acquired from the Giant Axe mercenary group. Before long, the inventory was complete. A total of 260 gold coins, 386 silver coins, 106 copper coins, over a dozen third and fourth level magic crystals, and numerous valuable materials from magical beasts. It seemed the Giant Axe mercenary group was quite affluent, having carried such wealth on them. One could only wonder how much more lay at their base, though this wealth would remain out of reach. Lin En felt satisfied with these gains. The money was one thing, but the dozen magic crystals represented a considerable fortune, especially for Lin En, who had converted all magic crystals into system energy. This was indeed a timely blessing. Upon further inspection, Lin En discovered an unexpected surprise among the items: 2 moonlight fox cubs. It seemed the members of the Giant Axe mercenary group had ambushed the area where the moonlight foxes roamed and captured these 2. Now, he could fulfill the task involving the moonlight fox cubs. The Giant Axe mercenary group truly were good people, akin to a financial benefactor from another world, even at the cost of their own lives. Lin sighed, having completed his task, and made the decision to descend back to Hudis Town. Chapter 26. Submitting the task upon his return to Hudis Town, as he gazed upon the bustling streets that remained vibrant, Lin experienced a profound sense of dislocation. The harrowing battle in the Hudis Mountains from the previous day felt like a mere dream. At times, he could not help but ponder whether he had truly become cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. Having slain so many members of the Great Axe mercenary group, he found himself surprisingly devoid of discomfort. After all, it was either kill or be killed. Yet, he questioned whether he should be so indifferent. Each life extinguished was once vibrant and full of potential. The teachings he had received on Earth instilled in him the belief that life surpasses all else. Was he truly becoming an emotionless NPC in the realm of the Divine Grace continent, or had he already become devoid of feelings? Lin felt a sense of confusion. Despite having integrated the memories of his former self, he still felt out of place in this world. His thoughts remained tethered to his past life, with only Lin Rongfu providing him a semblance of warmth. Perhaps he had never truly assimilated into this realm, as his heart bore no attachments. Upon returning to the hotel room, Lin washed away the dust of travel and collapsed into bed, casting aside all thoughts. The following morning, Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the Mercenary Guild's task hall to hand over their completed commissions. As they entered the hall, Lin instinctively glanced towards the area where registered mercenaries were, yet he found no trace of the enchanting by wire. For reasons he could not comprehend, a flicker of disappointment stirred within him. Shaking his head, he pondered the absurdity of missing someone as unremarkable, with her freckled face, as by wire. He dismissed this ludicrous notion from his mind and approached the window to check on the commission tasks. Miss, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, whom you instructed us to monitor, has come to submit their tasks today, reported a staff member of the Mercenary Guild to by wire, who was seated upon a chair adorned with the pelts of high-level magical beasts, while handing over several papers. This information was just delivered by our intelligence personnel. Concerning the leader of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, Lin. Oh, let me see, by wire replied eagerly, swiftly accepting the documents and perusing them. The intelligence system of the Mercenary Guild was remarkably robust, providing detailed information about Lin. However, it only unveiled basic details, leaving the mystery of how Lin, a mere ordinary person incapable of cultivation, suddenly possessed considerable combat prowess unexplained. I initially thought it might be some secret method to conceal the fluctuations of battle chi, but it turns out he truly cannot cultivate battle chi, by wire mused, her alluring eyes glimmering with curiosity. How intriguing! A person devoid of any aptitude for cultivation has, within a few days, attained the strength of a junior warrior. It appears that this young man, Lin, harbors significant secrets. If by wire had previously found Lin's looks somewhat special, her interest now genuinely piqued her curiosity, compelling her to uncover the mysteries surrounding him. Continue to monitor Lin and the Daxiao Mercenary Corps activities. I wish to be informed immediately, she instructed. Understood, replied the staff member respectfully. Inside the task hall, the personnel responsible for verifying tasks had completed the inventory of items submitted by Lin. Chief Lin, both of your tasks have been successfully completed. You collected a total of 248 magic spirit flowers. 50 flowers constitute one commission, allowing you to claim 5 task points. Additionally, you have 2 moonlight fox cubs, equating to 2 more commissions and 2 more task points. Do you have any questions? No questions, Lin shook his head in response. Very well. I will now confirm the completion of your commissions, the staff member stated, then proceeded to operate the Daxiao Mercenary Corps magic crystal card. In a short while, the card displayed the completion of tasks, with the task points updated to 7. Chief Lin, the commission for the magic spirit flowers amounts to 62 gold coins, while the commission for the moonlight fox cubs is 30 gold coins. After deducting the Mercenary Guild's 5 commission, you will receive a total of 87 gold coins and 40 silver coins. Would you prefer cash or a deposit to your magic crystal card? Please provide me with cash. Lin replied. The staff member promptly settled the commission, although Lin felt little emotional connection to the gold coins. This modest sum paled in comparison to his gains from the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps. What truly concerned him were the task points. Upgrading from E rank to D rank required 20 task points, and with 7 points already accumulated, he anticipated an upgrade in the near future. For most mercenary groups, advancing from E rank to D rank was relatively straightforward, as the majority possessed the requisite strength. The Mercenary Guild had not set excessively high thresholds, although the requirements for advancement increased over time, not only in terms of task points, but also regarding assessments of the mercenary group's overall strength. By the way, I wish to sell some materials obtained from magical beasts. Where can I do so? Lin inquired of the staff member. You may proceed to the right side of the task hall. There is a dedicated room for acquisitions, the staff member replied. Thank you, Lin said, expressing his gratitude before heading to the right. As Lin and Lin Rongfu approached to sell their materials, the staff member responsible for acquisitions greeted them warmly. Typically, only less powerful mercenary groups would choose to sell their goods at the Mercenary Guild, since although the guild offered fair dealings, the prices tended to be lower. More formidable mercenary groups usually opted to collaborate with trading companies, which typically only accepted high-value and high-profit items. However, powerful mercenary groups were wary of being exploited by trading companies. The advantage of the Mercenary Guild lay in its willingness to accept nearly anything of value, making it a preferred choice for weaker mercenary groups. Chief Lin, the valuation has been completed. These materials are worth a total of 680 gold coins, the staff member reported. Slightly astonished. It was unexpected for a newly established E-rank mercenary group, consisting of only 2 members, to have slain such a number of level 4 and 5 magical beasts. Clearly, this mercenary group possessed considerable strength, and this valuation did not even include the sale of magic crystals, which would have further increased their worth. As the most valuable assets from magical beasts were indeed the magic crystals, Lin opted for cash, and just as he received the coins from the staff, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Turning his head, he beheld the enchanting figure of Bai Wire entering the room. "Lin, my dear little brother, it seems you have made quite the gains in these few days," she teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she approached him, her ample bosom nearly brushing against him. With sultry eyes, she gazed at him and asked, "Have you missed your sister?" Lin's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly stepped back, wary of inadvertently crossing boundaries. He refrained from answering Bai Wire's inquiry and tossed the pouch filled with gold coins playfully, exclaiming, "Sister Bai Wire, I've earned some money. I can treat you to a drink now." "How rare that my little brother hasn't forgotten the debt of a drink he owes me," Bai Wire replied, suddenly leaning close to Lin's ear, her warm breath sending shivers down his spine. "Lin, dear brother, are you so eager to treat your sister to a drink because you harbor some feelings for her?" "And no," he stammered. The warmth enveloping his ear made his heart race. And to his dismay, he felt Bai Wire's ample bosom brushing against his arm, the softness causing a flurry of emotions within him. He quickly retreated a step, eager to escape the awkwardness, clarifying, "I simply wish to express my gratitude for your assistance a few days ago. There are no other intentions." Lin couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It seems that whether on Earth or the continent of divine grace, young ladies have a penchant for teasing handsome men. What audacity does Sister Bai Wire possess to presume that he harbors feelings for her, given her rather hard-to-describe appearance? Although her figure is indeed quite alluring. "Coward, how dull." Bai Wire shot a glance at Lin, her gaze reminiscent of a jilted lover, with Lin cast in the role of the scoundrel. However, noticing Lin's youthful complexion, Bai Wire refrained from further teasing him and declared, "Then it's settled. Tonight at the Silver Shield Tavern, we shall meet without fail." "Very well. I shall not miss it." With the time and place agreed upon, Lin hastily took his leave, unable to withstand Bai Wire's boldness, though it wasn't so much that he couldn't bear it, as her demeanor simply did not appeal to him. "Lin, regardless of the secrets you hold, I shall uncover them. I refuse to believe you can elude my grasp." Watching Lin's retreating figure, Bai Wire's enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth and confidence. Throughout this exchange, the staff responsible for acquiring supplies remained respectfully bowed, quietly acting as mere shadows, their expressions filled with reverence towards Bai Wire. Lin, flustered by the situation, was utterly oblivious to these subtleties. "Young master, this Bai Wire is quite extraordinary," Lin Rongfu remarked once they stepped out of the mercenary guild, having noted the staff's unusual demeanor. "Extraordinary? What do you mean by that, Grandpa Fu?" Lin inquired. "Her identity is not simple," Lin Rongfu replied. "Regardless of her identity, I have not sensed any malice from her, and that suffices for me," Lin stated, considering Bai Wire's status to be of no concern to him. "Young master, you should maintain your distance from her," Lin Rongfu advised once more. "Why?" Lin asked curiously. "I truly do not perceive any ill intentions from her. Young master, she harbors ulterior motives," Lin Rongfu stated earnestly. "She is likely interested in you." "Haha, I cannot help but laugh. I didn't expect you, Grandpa Fu, to possess such humor. We must not speak so lightly. What if she has no such intentions? She is unworthy of you. The future young mistress must be exceptionally beautiful and graceful to match your stature," Lin Rongfu insisted, firmly believing that only the most outstanding women are fit for Lin, and Bai Wire failed to meet this criterion on the grounds of her appearance alone. "Let us speak of something else. Now that we have money, we ought to purchase a house and no longer reside in an inn," Lin suggested, recognizing the necessity of a proper dwelling for his cultivation. Chapter 27, Silver Shield Tavern in Hudistown. There exists a real estate agency, and upon learning its location, Lin and his companion made their way there. "Brother Lin." Before reaching the agency, Lin heard someone calling him and turned to see Ralph waving. "Brother Ralph," he exclaimed, pleased to encounter a familiar face in Hudistown. After exchanging pleasantries, upon learning of Lin's intention to buy a house, Ralph said, "Brother Lin, you needn't go to the agency. Our merchant association has a vacant property in Hudistown. The environment is quite pleasant. Allow me to show it to you." Unable to refuse Ralph's warm invitation, Lin followed him. The property owned by the Gucci Merchant Association was situated off the main street, in a relatively tranquil area. Upon entering, there was a small courtyard, 4 or 5 rooms, and a large backyard suitable for training. Lin immediately took a liking to it. "Brother Ralph, I really like this house. How much is it? Lin inquired, feeling a bit anxious about whether his gold coins would suffice for such a spacious dwelling. This house was originally purchased for 260 gold coins. Since you like it, I shall sell it to you for the same price, Ralph replied. Brother Ralph, that seems unreasonable. This property must surely be worth more than 260 gold coins now. I cannot let you incur a loss. Lin shook his head. How about 300 gold coins? Brother Lin, selling it to you at the original price does not put me at a disadvantage. Moreover, as friends, I cannot profit from you, Ralph insisted. If you consider me a friend, you should accept my offer. All right then, thank you, Brother Ralph, Lin replied with a wry smile, recognizing the kindness he could not refuse. Ralph nodded in satisfaction. His shrewdness lay in selling the house at the original price, ensuring that Lin did not feel he took advantage of their friendship, while simultaneously securing a favor and strengthening their bond. The process was straightforward. Ralph arranged for the property deed, and after Lin made the payment, the house officially belonged to him. Holding the deed, Lin felt elated. Everything in the courtyard appeared pleasing to his eyes. Who would have imagined that after years of labor in his previous life without owning a home, he would now possess one in the continent of divine grace? Is this not akin to establishing a home in divine grace? With a house, Lin felt as though he had finally found a place to settle. No longer a mere transient, but a person with a lasting imprint in this world. Brother Lin, acquiring a house is a joyous occasion. We must celebrate it. Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks, Ralph proclaimed. How can I let you treat me? It should be I who invites you, Lin countered, feeling quite pleased. Brother Ralph, I have an engagement tonight for drinks. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us later. Agreed. It is settled, Ralph replied, emphasizing that the company mattered more than who was paying. After their agreement, Lin and Lin Rongfu returned to the inn to check out, moving directly into their new home without needing to pack much. They simply purchased some daily necessities to settle in. Later that evening, Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the entrance of the Silver Shield Tavern, where Ralph was already waiting with Captain Ritz of the guard. Shortly thereafter, Bai Weier approached gracefully. Tonight, she had dressed with particular care, donning a form-fitting black gown that accentuated her lovely figure, contrasting her slender waist with her ample bosom. Her movements were mesmerizing, drawing the eye as she walked, leaving Lin momentarily spellbound. Are you back to your senses? Bai Weier teased, standing before Lin and playfully waving her hand in front of his eyes. Once he regained his composure, she twirled around like a blooming rose, laughing. Lin, do I look beautiful tonight? Ahem. Indeed, you look beautiful. Lin coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment and quickly introduced Ralph to shift the conversation. Sister Bai Weier, allow me to introduce you. This is my only acquaintance in Hudistown apart from you, Ralph, the young master of the Gucci Merchant Association. Brother Ralph, this is Miss Bai Weier from the Mercenary Guild. Miss Bai Weier, greetings. I am Ralph, he said, casting a glance at Bai Weier. He mused that while she was rather ordinary in appearance, her figure was commendable. Perhaps Lin had a preference for mature women? Upon realizing there were others present, Bai Weier's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features, as she had assumed it would be just herself and Lin. However, she quickly masked her emotions, nodding to Ralph and replying, hello. Upon entering the Silver Shield Tavern, one is greeted by a cacophony of voices, as numerous mercenaries vociferously revel in the ambience, liberally indulging themselves. This tavern, arguably second only to brothels in its popularity among mercenaries, serves as a sanctuary for those who have flirted with death in the rugged terrains of the Hudis Mountains, compelling them to indulge in unrestrained enjoyment and catharsis. Guided by a provocatively clad waitress, Lin and his companions settled into a relatively quieter corner. After ordering drinks, Whiteveil nestled closely beside Lin, the intimate proximity igniting a blend of tension and awkwardness within him. He refrained from distancing himself, lest Whiteveil misconstrue his intentions, which would only amplify the discomfort. Instead, he chose to immerse himself in the drink to divert his attention. One cannot deny the pleasing flavor of the libations in the Divine Grace continent. Despite their high alcohol content, Lin's current physical resilience rendered such potency trivial. With the added advantage of his life restoration skill, he found himself capable of consuming copious amounts without inebriation. Come, my little brother, let us share a toast, Whiteveil proclaimed, lifting her glass to clink with Lin's, her body leaning slightly, nearly enveloping him. Whiteveil, could you refrain from calling me little? I am not a child. I have reached adulthood, Lin retorted. Feeling somewhat out of place with such a moniker, especially considering his soul had lived for over 20 years, and combined with his past life, he was nearly 40. Where's the evidence of your adulthood? White Veil teased, casting a playful glance downward before gazing at Lin with an alluring sparkle in her eyes. The flush of wine on her cheeks transformed her otherwise unremarkable visage, revealing a semblance of shyness that was unexpectedly captivating. Lin found himself at a loss as his sister, without a moment's hesitation, took the wheel, truly embodying the role of a seasoned driver in this otherworldly realm. He acknowledged his inability to cope with the situation and quickly raised his glass to clink with by wayer, exclaiming, "Let us not dwell on this, but rather indulge in our drinks." Giggling, "What a coward!" Bywayer laughed heartily. Ralph sat silently nearby, bemused. It seemed as if he were invisible. As the young heir of the Gucci Trading Company, he was accustomed to being well-liked by the ladies. Yet today, the tables had turned. "Brother Ralph, I've heard that mercenaries are typically unrestrained and audacious, yet the ones in this tavern seem quite the opposite. Even when inebriated, they stir no trouble." "I always imagined taverns to be chaotic," Lin remarked, eager to divert Bywayer's teasing. This curiosity had lingered in his mind. The tavern's female servers were quite attractive and dressed provocatively. Yet, despite the occasional flirtation and some brazen behavior from the mercenaries, none dared to cross the line. When had mercenaries become so docile? "That is due to the Silver Shield mercenary group," Ralph explained. "For a trading company to thrive in Hudistown, one must possess an in-depth understanding of its dynamics. The Silver Shield is one of the 3 major mercenary groups controlling Hudistown, and no one dares to cause a ruckus here. This tavern is among the safest havens, as mercenaries seeking a peaceful drink generally opt for the Silver Shield Tavern." "Oh, I see," Lin replied, realizing that with the backing of the Silver Shield, these mercenaries were as docile as sheep. However, just as Ralph concluded his statement, the sound of shattering glass and overturned furniture erupted throughout the tavern, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, curious as to who possessed the audacity to create chaos within the Silver Shield's domain. "Oh," Ralph said, feeling a bit awkward. His words had barely left his lips before chaos ensued. A towering mercenary struck a female server across the face with a resounding slap, the force sending her crashing to the ground. "Wretched girl, I asked you to share a drink with me. How dare you spill your drink on me? Today, you shall suffer the consequences of your insolence." The burly mercenary bellowed, seizing a bottle from the table and dousing the server in alcohol. His booming voice echoed throughout the tavern, drawing the attention of the mercenaries, all eager to witness the audacity of this bold individual daring to disrupt the Silver Shield Tavern. Yet, upon recognizing the imposing mercenary and his insignia, the onlookers quickly understood the reason behind his audacity. Some astute mercenaries hastily settled their bills and made their exit, knowing that sometimes witnessing a spectacle could lead to dire consequences. "It's a member of the Holy Knight mercenary group." Ralph's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder he was so brazen. He belonged to one of the 3 major mercenary groups. Although the 3 groups held a competitive relationship in their control over Hudistown, they typically maintained a facade of cordiality. Tonight, however, the situation was anything but ordinary. "One of the 3 major mercenary groups?" Lin inquired. "Indeed," Ralph nodded, his countenance grave. "When 2 major mercenary groups clash, it is far from trivial. We should leave at once to avoid being caught in the fray." Contrasting Ralph's seriousness, Bywayer observed the unfolding conflict with a dispassionate gaze, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil before her. "Then let us depart quickly," Lin urged, unwilling to be ensnared in the chaos merely for the sake of curiosity. Yet, as they rose to leave, a throng of Silver Shield mercenaries surged into the tavern, blocking the entrance. At that moment, escape was no longer an option. Chapter 28. The situation in Hudistown. Dozens of Silver Shield mercenaries surrounded the entrance, encircling the troublemakers from the Holy Knight mercenary group. Those mercenaries who had not yet vacated the tavern quickly distanced themselves from the eye of the storm. When 2 colossal mercenary factions clashed, the smaller groups knew they would be torn to shreds if caught in the middle. Lin and his companions retreated to a corner, observing the unfolding situation, while Lin Rongfu and Liz, 2 formidable warriors of the Battlemaster class, shielded them protectively. "Tim, what do you mean?" The head of the Silver Shield mercenary corps was a tall, imposing figure, his stature alone exuding an air of intimidation. His voice boomed like thunder as his fierce gaze locked onto the paladin mercenary named Tim. "Are you the Paladin Mercenary Corps, intending to wage war against us. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, here in the Silver Shield Tavern? Sanchez, do not think you can intimidate me with your threats of war. Does our Paladin Mercenary Corps fear you, Silver Shields? Tim scoffed, his anger palpable as he pointed at the waitress who had been drenched in ale. I came here to drink with my brothers, to support your Silver Shield Corps, to show you respect. This wretched woman not only refused to drink with me, but dared to pour ale over my head. If I do not receive an explanation today, do not blame me for losing my temper and demolishing your tavern. Everyone in Hudis Town knows the rules of the Silver Shield Tavern, Sanchez replied, casting a glance at the disheveled waitress, whose face bore the imprint of a slap. He suppressed his fury and fixed his gaze on Tim. Tim, tonight's incident requires not my explanation, but yours. Although the Silver Shield and Paladin Mercenary Corps were two of the three dominant factions in Hudis Town, they were also rivals. While they maintained a facade of harmony to uphold the town's order, underlying tensions often flared among the mercenaries, who were generally restrained to avoid significant disturbances. Tim's actions that day had severely humiliated the Silver Shield Corps. If they failed to respond, it would suggest they feared the Paladins, jeopardizing their authority over Hudis Town. Sanchez and Tim had a history of conflict, and the current situation only intensified their animosity. Explain? Tim sneered, the scent of alcohol wafting from him as he exuded provocation. With a forceful kick, he overturned a nearby table. This is my explanation. Tim, it seems you truly wish for war, Sanchez replied, his expression darkening. This was not a moment for retreat. In the mercenary world, reputation often outweighed life itself. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates, clear the place. All non-combatants, leave at once. The Silver Shield mercenaries swiftly acted, ushering out the tavern's patrons. The mercenaries who had lingered had long wished to depart. Conflicts between the two factions were not a spectacle to be witnessed. As Lin and his companions joined the exodus from the tavern, they heard the eruption of intense combat and the clash of energies within. The mercenaries quickened their pace, fearing that once the fighting commenced, reinforcements from both sides would pour in, leading to a full-blown battle. Lin, brother, the conflict between the two mercenary corps may drastically alter the situation in Hudis Town. It would be wise to exercise caution during this time, Ralph advised solemnly. I understand, Lin nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. All he wished was to quietly hunt some monsters for experience and earn a bit of coin. Why was it so difficult? Were all these mercenaries merely brawn without brains, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation? After Ralph and Liz departed, Lin escorted by wire back to the mercenary guild. Upon returning to his lodgings, he practiced for a while before resting. As for the conflict between the two mercenary corps, as long as it did not involve him, it was of no concern. The following day, Lin anticipated chaos in Hudis Town due to the clash of the two mercenary factions. To his surprise, the town remained remarkably tranquil, as if the previous night's altercation had been a mere accident. Were the Silver Shield and Paladin Corps truly that restrained, not wishing to escalate matters? Perhaps this was indeed the case, for both factions were evenly matched. A full-blown conflict would only result in significant losses for both sides. Moreover, one must not forget the presence of another Class A mercenary corps, the Gale Wolf Mercenary Corps, which would benefit from the turmoil between the Silver Shields and Paladins. Lin was relieved that Hudis Town had not descended into chaos. After all, it was best for him to steadily enhance his abilities. He continued to accept commission tasks at the Mercenary Guild, venturing into the Hudis Mountains to slay monsters and gain experience. Days passed, and Lin observed that beneath the surface calm of Hudis Town, tensions were brewing. Although the Silver Shield and Paladin Corps had not engaged in open warfare, their affiliated mercenary groups frequently clashed. In the Hudis Mountains, skirmishes erupted as the Silver Shield's affiliate mercenaries seized prey from those of the Paladin Corps, leading to retaliatory strikes by the latter the following day. This cycle of conflict escalated, with both sides suffering losses and even weaker mercenary groups being annihilated. The Gale Wolf Mercenary Corps found itself inadvertently drawn into the fray, further complicating the situation in the Hudis Mountains. Despite the chaos, Hudis Town maintained its outward tranquility, though all mercenaries were acutely aware that this facade was merely superficial. An air of anxiety hung over the town, casting a shadow over the mercenary groups. Lin, brother, I plan to leave Hudis Town, Ralph announced one day, expressing his unease about the escalating tensions. Despite the strength of the Gucci Commerce Association, they were but a strong ant in the face of the three major mercenary corps. Is it truly that urgent? Lin asked, surprised. For Ralph had previously stated he would remain in Hudis for a month, yet now he was considering departure after less than half that time. The situation in Hudis town is dire. The Gucci Commerce Association would be crushed if entangled in this conflict, Ralph replied with a wry smile, earnestly addressing Lin. I fear for our safety. Why not come with me? Leaving Hudis town? Lin had not yet contemplated this. Where would he go? The Hudis Mountains were currently the best place for him to enhance his strength. Even if the two mercenary corps engaged in war, Lin was confident in his ability to protect himself. If worst came to worst, he could always leave later. Lin, brother, you could accompany me to the Gucci Commerce Association, Ralph suggested, perceiving Lin's hesitation. He believed Lin was still the incapable son of a count, devoid of any means of self-defense aside from his old servant. Remaining in Hudis town was simply too perilous. Thank you for your invitation, Ralph, but I must decline, Lin replied, shaking his head. I have decided to stay in Hudis town for the time being. Ralph felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from pressing further. Since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. But remember, brother Lin, should you find yourself in need, you are always welcome to seek me out at the Gucci Commerce Association. With that, Ralph entrusted Lin with his token. Thank you, Ralph. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly seek you out at the Gucci Commerce Association, Lin expressed gratefully, appreciating Ralph's character. After Ralph departed with the Gucci Commerce Association's caravan, Lin resumed his tasks with Lin Rongfu, continuing to hunt monsters to earn points for the mercenary corps and gain system experience, seemingly oblivious to the increasingly precarious situation in Hudis town. In the city of Jelly, at the estate of Count William, my lord, we have news regarding young Master Lin. The leader of the guards, Migaro, hurriedly entered to report to Count William. Really? Where's Lin? Count William's face displayed surprise. Our people found a member of the Great Axe Mercenary Group, and from him, we learned that young Master Lin is in Hudis town, Migaro said. Hudis town? Count William furrowed his brow. He knew that the Great Axe Mercenary Group had been commissioned by his wife to hunt Lin, and he had ordered Lady Rose to revoke that commission. Hudis town was a perilous and chaotic place. Even with Lin Rongfu's protection, Lin's inability to cultivate made it exceedingly dangerous. Migaro, you must personally lead a team to Hudis town and bring Lin back. Count, the member of the Great Axe Mercenary Group, also mentioned another matter, Migaro said, his expression somewhat peculiar. What matter? Did the Great Axe Mercenary Group harm Lin? Count William asked, his tone growing cold. No, Migaro replied. According to the information we received from that member, the Great Axe Mercenary Group has been annihilated. Both the leader and the vice-leader were killed by young Master Lin and Lin Rongfu. Young Master Lin is no longer incapable of cultivation. Instead, he has attained the strength of a mid-level warrior. How is that possible? Count William exclaimed. The results from the aptitude test could not have been false. Lin truly could not cultivate fighting spirit, nor could he sense magical elements. My subordinates were also astonished upon hearing this news, Migaro said with a wry smile. However, the member of the Great Axe Mercenary Group did not appear to be lying. Count William fell silent, then felt a surge of joy. If Lin could indeed cultivate, it would be a momentous occasion. However, the truth could only be confirmed once Lin was found. Migaro, ensure that you bring Lin back safely, Count William instructed. Yes, my lord, Migaro replied, accepting the command. Soon, Migaro departed from Jelly City with several guards. Meanwhile, Lady Rose quickly received the news within the count's estate. Clouds of malice gathered on her beautiful visage as she muttered, that worthless child must not return to compete with my son for the inheritance. He must die. Chapter 29. Paper drawing. The situation in Hudis town grew increasingly ominous. The three major mercenary groups, operating in secrecy, not only coordinated their subordinate mercenary groups, but also recalled all mercenaries dispatched to complete tasks outside of Hudis town. In a short span, the total number of mercenaries in Hudis town nearly broke records. The entire town was in turmoil, with fear and anxiety permeating the air. Many astute mercenary groups recognized the shifting tides and had already vacated Hudis town. For the time being, Lin remained unaffected, focused solely on completing mercenary tasks, accumulating points and experience. Ding! The host has slain a level 4 magical beast, the mighty ape, gaining 500 experience points. Level up requirements met. Host level increased to level 20. Vitality points 5. Ding! Host level reached 20. Main quest 1. Dream of maximum level. Phase 1 completed. A level up gift pack has been awarded. The level up gift pack has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it. Ding. Main Quest 1. Dream of maximum level. Host level has reached maximum. The second phase of the quest has commenced. Reach level 40. Reward. 1 level up gift pack. As the level 4 magical beast, the mighty ape, fell beneath Lin's blade. The consecutive system notifications filled him with joy. His level had finally risen to 20, and he had completed the first phase of the main quest, securing the level up gift pack. System, open the attributes panel. Lin eagerly requested. Character, Lin level, 20 experience, 20, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 vitality points, 540 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect. Intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate, for 88, 510, 000, slash, intermediate, 182, 050, 000, life restoration, beginner, perfect, armed color Haki, beginner, perfect. Devil fruit, mythical beast phoenix, beginner, perfect, techniques, 1 sword style Iaido, flash physique, dominant sword body expertise, none special items, none energy, 71, 600 backpack, everyone's fruit. 1 level up gift pack quests. Main quest 1. Dream of maximum level. Host level has reached maximum. Second phase quest. Reach level 40. Reward. 1 level up gift pack. Main quest 2. Ambition of the mercenary group. Daxia mercenary group upgraded to SSS rank. Second phase quest. A rank mercenary group. Reward. 1 promotion gift pack. After several days, Lin's level had reached 20. His vitality points increased by 15, now totaling 540. The proficiency of his intermediate swordsmanship and slash skills also improved considerably. Looking at the newly added level-up gift pack in his backpack, Lin was filled with anticipation, wondering what delightful treasures it might contain. The situation in Town was indeed dire. He hoped to uncover skills or items that could enhance his strength. Lin also harbored a wish to obtain a devil fruit suitable for Lin Rongfu, which would undoubtedly bolster Lin Rongfu's power and perhaps aid in healing his past injuries. System. Open the level up gift pack. Ding. Opening level up gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill paper drawing and 1 pet contract card. The contract card has been stored in the backpack. Please check it. Paper drawing, one of the Navy's 6 styles, not bad. The pet contract card allows for the contracting of magical beasts, which is also a valuable item. Wait, that's it. System, is that all? This is what I received from the level up gift pack. Just these 2 items? What about the devil fruit? Lin was taken aback, repeatedly inquiring the system. But the system remained aloof and offered no response. Lin's face was clouded with gloom, but soon his expression shifted to a cheerful grin, only to be followed by a curse under his breath. Young master, what troubles you? Lin Rongfu approached, having just finished gathering materials from the powerful ape. He had seen Lin smiling moments ago, so this sudden change in demeanor puzzled him. It's nothing, Lin replied, shaking his head, though a trace of disappointment lingered within him. He had hoped to procure a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu, yet it seemed his luck was dwindling. After all, he had managed to obtain 3 items from the starter pack for establishing the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Paper drawing, beginner, 5000. Observing the newly acquired skill of paper drawing on his panel, Lin contemplated upgrading it with system energy. This would save considerable practice time and immediately bolster his power to face the increasingly dire situation in Town. System, upgrade the skill paper drawing to intermediate. Ding. Consumed 50. 000 energy. Skill paper drawing upgraded to intermediate. Dao power 50. With the upgrade, the skill was now at intermediate level, with proficiency at 50,000. To achieve full mastery at this level would require an additional 500, 000 energy. With just over 20, 000 energy remaining, Lin decided against further upgrades. Recognizing that increasing proficiency alone would not significantly enhance his strength. Grandfather Fu, the assistance provided by level 4 magical beasts, is now minimal. It is time to venture deeper into the Hudis Mountains, to the region where level 5 beasts roam, Lin declared, eager to test the capabilities of his newly acquired skill against stronger opponents. Deeper within the Hudis Mountains, in the territory of level 6 magical beasts, lay a valley shrouded in swamps, home to the formidable iron-toothed crocodile. This beast was said to possess a hint of dragon blood, making it exceptionally strong. With a jaw capable of crushing steel, adult iron-toothed crocodiles could reach high-tier level 6, dominating the food chain in their territory. At this moment, the usually tranquil swamp lay in shambles, unmistakably the aftermath of a fierce battle. The massive body of the iron-toothed crocodile lay at the swamp's edge, now lifeless, still emanating the fierce aura of a powerful beast. Shellen, the leader of the Sword and Rose mercenary corps, leaned against her knight's sword, panting heavily. The battle had left her looking quite disheveled. Her armor bore numerous dents and fractures, indicating serious injuries. Yet, her beauty remained intact, and her disarray did not detract from her cool elegance. The other members of the mercenary group were similarly injured, with 2 having perished at the jaws of the iron-toothed crocodile. After all, the creature's power was overwhelming, and such a cost was unavoidable. Among the group, the one faring best was Vea, whose lesser strength meant she had been of little help against the level 6 beast, only able to cheer from the sidelines. They had embarked on this hunt for the iron-toothed crocodile primarily to obtain a magical herb known as dragon blood fruit, which thrived in the creature's swamp. Now that the iron-toothed crocodile was dead, the dragon blood fruit would be theirs for the taking. "Leader, drink this healing potion," the vice-captain, Thomas, approached, his pallor evident from the immense magical energy he had expended during the battle. He presented Shellen with a bottle of intermediate healing potion, his gaze filled with unmasked admiration. "Thank you, Thomas. Without your magical support, we would have paid a far greater price to slay the iron-toothed crocodile," Shellen said, slightly uncomfortable as she avoided Thomas's fervent gaze. She had long been aware of his feelings for her since the day he joined the Sword and Rose mercenary corps, recognizing that his motivations were largely centered around her. However, feelings are mutual, and she did not reciprocate his affections. Yet, she valued his strength as a powerful mage and felt unable to reject him outright, hoping he would understand her sentiments. "Shellen, you need not be so formal with me. You know my intentions," Thomas spoke softly. "Thomas, matters of the heart are not my current considerations. My dream is to elevate the Sword and Rose to an S-rank mercenary corps," Shellen replied resolutely. "I understand, and I will stand by you to help make the Sword and Rose an S-rank mercenary corps," Thomas said, his expression dimming momentarily before he regained his smile. "Hurry and drink the healing potion. The Hudis Mountains are perilous, and it is best to recover swiftly." Shellen nodded, accepting the magical potion and raising it to her lips. She failed to notice the glint of satisfaction in Thomas's eyes as he watched her drink. The effects of the intermediate healing potion were remarkable. Shellen's vigor returned significantly. She then instructed her mercenaries to dismantle the iron-toothed crocodile's remains and harvest the dragon blood fruit from the swamp. Half an hour later, everything was collected, and the Sword and Rose mercenary corps began their descent down the mountain, preparing to return to Hudistown for rest. Within the group, Thomas cast a glance at Shellen and Vea's gallant figures ahead, a flicker of resentment crossing his features. He discreetly retrieved a magical communication device and sent a message away. The Sword and Rose mercenary corps, well acquainted with the Hudis Mountains, swiftly exited the territory of level 6 beasts and entered the realm of level 5 beasts. Once they transitioned to the level 4 region, the magical creatures would pose little threat. "Something's moving, halt. Remain vigilant," Shellen commanded, sensing disturbances around her that felt more like the presence of numerous individuals than magical beasts. Soon, over 20 mercenaries emerged from the forest, encircling the Sword and Rose mercenary corps. Upon recognizing their insignia, Shellen's expression darkened. They were members of the Holy Knight mercenary corps. As a subsidiary of the Silver Shield mercenary corps, encountering the Holy Knight mercenary corps in the Hudis Mountains meant battle was inevitable. "Prepare for combat," Shellen shouted, drawing her knight's sword into a battle-ready stance, her aura surging forth to envelop the blade. Suddenly, Shellen felt her internal energy falter, then surge chaotically, causing injuries throughout her body. Unable to suppress it, she coughed up blood, realizing that a significant portion of her formidable energy had dissipated. Chapter 30. To save or not to save. The sudden change left not only the members of the Sword and Rose mercenary corps stunned, but also caught Shellen off guard. How could this happen? Feeling the severity of her injuries and the loss of nearly 70% of her power, despair washed over her. "Sister, what's wrong?" Vea rushed to support Shellen, her face etched with concern. "Thomas, take Vea and flee. I will hold them off," Shellen instructed, fully aware of the dire situation facing the Sword and Rose. Her only hope lay in her sister Vea escaping, and she placed her trust in Thomas. "I want to leave you, sister," Vea cried, her voice trembling. "Silence," Shellen snapped, her tone unusually harsh. "Listen to your sister. Haha, none of you will escape. After today, The Sword and Rose mercenary corps will be but a memory. Tim cackled as he stepped forward, his gaze lecherously sweeping over Shellen and Vea. Shellen, I offer you a chance. Betray the Silver Shield mercenary corps and join our Holy Knight mercenary corps, or this will be your grave. Impossible, coldly, Shellen remarked, feeling the sweat of pain bead on her forehead. She turned to Thomas and said, Thomas, I entrust Vea to you. Take her away quickly. I will hold them off. Leave? Why must we flee? Thomas replied with a strange smile. Thomas, Shellen said, astonished as she gazed at him. You know my feelings for you, yet you choose to reject me. Do you have any idea how deeply I love you? Thomas shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Since you refuse to understand, do not blame me. I can no longer wait. I must possess you at once. Thomas, did you summon the Paladin mercenaries? At that moment, Shellen comprehended the truth, staring incredulously at Thomas's twisted visage. Indeed, Thomas laughed maniacally. Not only did I summon the Paladin mercenaries, but the potion you drank was also tampered with by me. Haha, well done. Thomas, Tim praised as he approached, clapping Thomas on the shoulder. Shellen's face turned pale. No wonder her internal energy had suddenly surged uncontrollably. It was all part of Thomas's scheme. This time, the Sword and Rose mercenary corps was truly doomed. I will kill you. Vea, her eyes ablaze with fury, drew her sword and charged at Thomas. How dare this scoundrel plot against her sister? Tim brandished his sword to block her, repelling Vea with a victor's smile. Captain Shellen, you have no chance left. Your only path to survival is to join the Paladin mercenaries. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Shellen, surrender, Thomas added, even if you do not consider your own fate. What of the brothers who have fought alongside you? Shellen trembled. If it were merely a matter of joining the Paladin mercenaries, she might have little resistance. After all, the Sword and Rose were merely affiliates of the Silver Shield mercenaries, not true members. Loyalty was not a concern. However, to ally herself meant falling into Thomas's clutches, a fate she could not bear. Her hatred for Thomas had grown deep. Thus, surrender is out of the question. We fear not death. Traitor Thomas, I long to slay you. A mercenary from the Sword and Rose Corps shouted, stepping boldly in front of Shellen and Vea. Brothers, protect the captain. Protect the captain. Instantly, 7 or 8 mercenaries responded, drawing their weapons and glaring fiercely at Thomas and the Paladin mercenaries. Shellen's heart swelled with emotion. Truly, these were the brothers of the Sword and Rose, willing to risk their lives, unlike the ungrateful Thomas. Ha! You worthless fools dare to resist. Thomas sneered, observing Shellen's touched expression. Shellen, do you truly believe your subordinates are loyal to you? You are far too naive. Let me show you just how fragile the Sword and Rose mercenary corps is. In the face of life and death and self-interest, loyalty is but the cheapest commodity. What are you waiting for? Come forth. As his words fell, over a dozen mercenaries from the Sword and Rose stepped out to stand behind Thomas. Upon witnessing this scene, Shellen staggered, nearly losing her footing. The very corps she had founded was so easily shattered. Despair surged within her. The mercenaries behind Thomas averted their eyes from Shellen's anguish, yet they held no regrets. Following Thomas was evidently a path to greater prospects. Thomas was a noble magician, and the choice was clear. Surrender or face death. You scoundrels. You are all scoundrels. Vea cried, tears streaming down her face. Ha! Shellen, surrender, and I shall treat you well. Thomas laughed triumphantly. Thomas, you delude yourself. Shellen gritted her teeth, glaring at Thomas with a venomous intensity. If her gaze could kill, he would have perished countless times. What a shame. Thomas replied coldly. Once I capture you, I will ensure you are well cared for. Captain, you and Vea must go. We will hold them off. The first mercenary who stepped forward to protect Shellen shouted, charging towards Thomas and his men. Brothers, for the captain. Let us fight. For the captain, charge. The remaining mercenaries, ready to face death, surged forward. Fools. Kill them. Tim commanded coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the Paladin mercenaries surged forward, and chaos erupted as energy and blood spilled across the forest. Lin and Lin Rongfu ventured into the territory of 5th-level magical beasts, creatures that are comparable to advanced human warriors. These beasts possess formidable physical strength, surpassing that of their human counterparts at the same level. Given that Lin's spiritual energy is equivalent to that of a mid-level warrior, he became increasingly cautious upon entering the realm of these 5th-level beasts, wary of potential pitfalls. The more powerful the magical beast, the stronger its territorial instincts. They are loath to share their domain. Each fifth-level beast has its own defined range of activity. And as long as they are not gregarious creatures, a solitary beast presents a challenge that Lin feels he can manage. With Lin Rongfu by his side, providing support, Lin can engage in battle with the magical beasts without trepidation. After battling the fifth-level magical beast, the unicorn rhinoceros, for half an hour, Lin finally vanquished it beneath his blade. Listening to the system's experience point notification, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Indeed, the experience gained from a fifth-level magical beast was quite substantial. Young master, someone is approaching, Lin Rongfu alerted. Having just extracted the magic crystal from the unicorn rhinoceros and sensing the disturbance, he swiftly moved to Lin's side, adopting a vigilant stance. Lin stood resolutely, prepared for the impending conflict. Moments later, two figures emerged from the dense thicket, appearing in Lin's line of sight. These figures seemed utterly disheveled, fleeing in a state of panic, as if pursued by some unseen terror. It was them. Lin recognized the two individuals. The disheveled figures were none other than Serin, the leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and her sister, Vea. Upon recognizing them, Lin felt a pang of surprise. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was a B-ranked group, renowned for its formidable strength, with Serin herself being a mid-tier warrior. What circumstances could have driven them to flee in such a disarray? What had become of the other members of their corps? Had they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful beast in the Hudis Mountains? With a thud, Serin and Vea stumbled out of the thicket, collapsing to the ground, clearly gravely injured and unable to control their bodies. "Help! Save us!" Vea cried out, spotting Lin and seemingly grasping at a final hope. "Young master, it's the members of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps," Lin Rongfu remarked, having recognized the sisters as well. "Let us go and see," Lin responded, having a vivid impression of Vea and harboring a significant fondness for her. Such lively girls were rare in the mercenary world. Witnessing their plight, Lin resolved not to stand idly by. "Young master," Lin Rongfu called out from behind, but seeing Lin advance, he could only follow. At that moment, Serin and Vea were truly in a pitiful state. To describe them as merely disheveled was an understatement, as tragic would be more fitting. Their armor was tattered, their bodies stained with blood, and Serin appeared exceedingly weak, nearly slipping into unconsciousness, supported only by Vea. Vea, though in a slightly better condition, was pale and trembling, having pushed herself to the limits while supporting her sister to this point. "Please, save us. Save my sister, I beg you," Vea pleaded, struggling to help her sister rise. Her large eyes devoid of their usual sparkle, filled with a desperate hope as she gazed at Lin. "What has happened to you?" Lin inquired, unable to suppress his sympathy for the sisters in their dire plight. "It was the Paladin Mercenary Corps," Vea replied, her voice hoarse, tears streaming down her cheeks as she recalled her sister's ordeal and the betrayal of their companions. The Paladin Mercenary Corps. Lin's expression turned grave. This was one of the 3A-ranked mercenary groups that dominated Hudis Town, a veritable sovereign of the region. He had heard whispers of the surging undercurrents in Hudis Town lately, but he never anticipated the situation had escalated to this extent. Even a B-ranked mercenary group like the Sword and Rose had suffered. And it was the Holy Knight mercenary group that had instigated the chaos. This signified a considerable issue at hand. "Young master, it is highly likely that members of the Holy Knight mercenary group are already in pursuit," Lin Rongfu said with a serious countenance. He had sensed the grave threat from Vera's words. If they were to encounter the Holy Knight mercenary group head-on, it would be akin to an egg striking a stone. "We must hasten our departure. Lin Rongfu's intentions are quite clear. It is imperative to disregard the Wei's sisters and to withdraw promptly." In his heart, Lin En's safety takes precedence above all else. Lin was well aware of the inherent dangers, yet gazing into the pleading eyes of Vea, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye to her plight. After all, he had been raised under the banner of the Red Flag, in an environment starkly different from the Divine Grace continent. Assisting those in distress was a virtue cherished by the people of the Great Xia for millennia. However, to intervene meant directly offending the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Caught in this moral quandary, Lin wrestled with the decision of whether to act or abstain. Chapter 31. Pursuit and Escape. Grandpa Fu, save her. Ultimately, Lin resolved to offer his aid. Though he was reluctant to become embroiled in the covert conflicts between the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, he could not stand idly by while two young women faced imminent demise. Whether driven by compassion or desire, Lin sought only the solace of a clear conscience. Though Lin Rongfu harbored deep reluctance to offend the Holy Knight mercenary corps in his quest to save others, which could endanger Lin En. Once Lin En had made a decision, he would wholeheartedly cooperate. Having resolved to rescue the individuals in peril, Lin En cast aside his hesitations and swiftly departed with Lin Rongfu and the Siren Sisters. They needed to act quickly to evade pursuit from the Holy Knight mercenary corps. Lin Rongfu carried Wei Ya, while Lin En bore the unconscious Siren on his back, healing her wounds with the flame of life as they sped through the forest. Siren's injuries were grievous, and without prompt treatment, she would not endure for long. Shortly after Lin En and his companions had vanished, Tim and Thomas, along with their mercenary subordinates, arrived at the spot where the Siren Sisters had fallen. It was evident that someone had come to the aid of the two women. Tim surveyed the surroundings and noticed not far off the corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros. With his extensive mercenary experience, he quickly deduced from the traces left behind that the number of rescuers was likely few. Moreover, judging by the wounds on the unicorn rhinoceros, this mercenary group appeared to be lacking in strength. How dare that foolish mercenary band intervene in our affairs on the Hudis Mountains? Thomas spat in anger, frustrated that a prize so nearly in their grasp had eluded them, compounded by the audacity of others to meddle. Whoever dares to intrude upon our matters must be prepared to meet their demise in these mountains, Tim stated coldly, waving his hand decisively. Pursue. Although the Hudis Mountains were rife with magical beasts and the traces left by humans could easily be destroyed, the Siren Sisters, injured as they were, left a considerable trail of blood along their path. Following the sanguine trail, Tim and his men would not lose their quarry. Thanks to the healing effects of the flame of life, Siren's external wounds had nearly healed, and the bleeding had ceased. However, her internal injuries remained troublesome, not amenable to swift healing. To conserve energy for their escape, Lin En ceased treatment once Siren was out of immediate danger. With her breathing gradually stabilizing, Siren succumbed to a deep slumber upon Lin En's back. Suddenly, a fifth-level magical beast, the lion tiger, emerged before them. With the head of a lion and the body of a tiger, the creature roared in fury upon perceiving the intrusion into its territory. It leaped forward, jaws agape, lunging towards Lin En and his companions, transforming the forest into a maelstrom of wind and bloodlust. Mountain River Sword, break the river. Lin Rongfu released Wei Ya and swiftly propelled himself forward to confront the oncoming lion-tiger beast. With a flourish of his long sword, he unleashed a blade of energy that extended several meters. The luminous arc cleaved through the air, and as the lion-tiger beast descended, its body was severed in two, blood spilling profusely upon the ground. Astonishingly, the fifth-level magical beast fell to a single strike from Lin Rongfu. Wei Ya, taken aback, felt her spirit waver. She had not anticipated that this elder was indeed a formidable battle master. Alongside her astonishment, her hope for escape and survival with her sister surged anew. Let us go. Lin Rongfu soared back, effortlessly dispatching a fifth-tier beast as if swatting a mere fly. He grasped Wei's arm, propelling her forward as they continued their flight. Meanwhile, Lin En did not falter even for a moment, confident that a mere fifth-tier beast could not impede their progress. Moments later, Tim and his companions caught up again. Upon witnessing the slain lion-tiger beast, Tim's expression turned grave for the first time. Among them were formidable warriors, at least at the battlemaster level. Tim remarked solemnly that slaying a fifth-tier lion-tiger beast with a single strike was no easy feat, battlemaster. Thomas's countenance darkened further. There were few battlemasters in the town of Hudis who would dare to risk offending the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps to rescue the Siren Sisters. Let us hasten our pursuit. I am eager to see which mercenary group dares to oppose us, Tim scoffed, unperturbed even by the possibility of facing a battlemaster. Despite carrying two individuals, Lin En and Lin Rongfu struggled to match the speed of Tim and his followers, who were steadily closing in, their shouts echoing behind them. Young master, they are nearly upon us, Lin Rongfu cautioned. Lin furrowed her brows, realizing that the current situation was untenable. They could not shake off their pursuers, and with the passage of time, they would inevitably be caught. The consequences of being overtaken were evident. The combined might of the mid-tier warrior Shirlin and the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps had led to such dire straits. This underscored the formidable strength of the pursuers from the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Moreover, they were burdened with two severely injured individuals, which further diminished their chances of survival. I'm sorry. We have become a burden to you, Vea lamented, her face marred by tears, loathing her own helplessness. At that moment, expressing such sentiments seemed futile. Lin, her mind racing yet unable to conceive a plan for escape, noticed Vea's pallor and understood that she had sustained significant injuries. Should they be caught in this state, matters would only worsen. Thus, she declared, Grandfather Fu, entrust Vea to me. I shall tend to her wounds first. Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu did not hesitate, transferring Shilin from Lin's back and handing Vea over to her. As Vea leaned against Lin, a flame ignited within her, rapidly mending her injuries. Astonished, Vea wondered what this flame was that could so swiftly restore her wounds. Amidst her surprise, she turned to glance at her sister Shilin, only to see that her sister's wounds had nearly healed as well. Although she remained unconscious, her breathing had stabilized, evidently due to Lin's healing powers. In that instant, Vea's heart swelled with gratitude towards Lin. Lin, thank you, Vea expressed sincerely. Once we are safe, you can thank me then, Lin replied, her pace unwavering as she pondered their next move. A roar reverberated ahead, signaling the presence of a powerful beast that had sensed the intrusion of humans into its territory, issuing a warning to assert its dominion. Eureka! The beast's roar stirred a thought within Lin, and a plan began to form. Grandfather Fu, let us head towards the territory of the beasts. We shall utilize them to hinder the pursuit of the Paladin mercenary corps, Lin proclaimed. Lin Rongfu's eyes sparkled with realization. This was indeed a viable strategy. Although they faced formidable magical beasts, which posed considerable danger and could hasten the pursuit by the Paladin mercenary group, in the absence of alternative options, they had no choice but to give it a try. Resolute, the two immediately adjusted their course, racing towards the direction of the beastly roars. Behind them, Tim and Thomas swiftly closed the distance. Tim, a formidable warrior, moved with remarkable speed, while Thomas, a high-ranking earth mage, utilized his magic to match Tim's pace, proving that he was no less swift. Other mercenary groups trailed far behind the duo. In the distance, Tim spotted the silhouettes of two figures ahead, audaciously attempting to rescue the Sirin sisters and oppose the Paladin mercenary group, which incited his fury. Stone bullet technique, Thomas declared, the crystal atop his staff illuminating with intensity. Instantly, a dozen stone projectiles, each the size of a human head, hurtled through the air towards Lin and his companions. He showed no mercy, harboring immense resentment towards Lin for disrupting his plans. The stone bullets whistled through the air, their speed surpassing that of the fleeing figures. Lin and Lin Rongfu, burdened with a person, could only veer aside, their pace inevitably slowing. Boom, boom, boom. The stone projectiles struck the ground ahead, splintering trees into shavings and creating deep craters in the earth. Lin's expression shifted as he realized there was indeed a mage among their pursuers. Nowhere to escape. Stay right there. Earth cleave, Tim shouted, launching himself into the air and slashing downwards with a sword of aura, directing its arc towards the slightly lagging Lin. Disrupted by Thomas's stone projectiles, Tim had already caught up. Young master, you go first, Lin Rongfu called out, tossing Vea towards Lin. Drawing his longsword, he met Tim's descending sword beam with a countering strike. Lin took Vea into his arms and sprinted forward, convinced that if he could escape, Lin Rongfu would find it easy to flee as well. You brat, it's you. At that moment, Thomas finally recognized both Lin and Lin Rongfu, and an intense fury ignited within him. Previously, in the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, he had boasted that Lin would be unable to survive in Hudis Town. But fate had not allowed their paths to cross again until now. To his astonishment, it was Lin who had come to the rescue of the Shirin sisters. This was a blend of old grievances and new animosities. At this moment, with Shirin perched on Lin's back and Vea cradled in his arms, Thomas, who had long regarded the Shirin sisters as his exclusive possessions, felt an overwhelming surge of rage, as if he were being mocked. This only fueled his murderous intent, making him wish to dismember Lin on the spot. Meyer. Thomas disregarded Lin Rong, who was attempting to impede Tim, and charged straight at Lin, casting a spell to hinder his progress. A surge of magic erupted from his wand, striking the ground before Lin and transforming the earth into a treacherous swamp. Lin was taken by surprise as he inadvertently stepped into a swamp conjured by magic, his feet sinking into the mire. With the added weight of Shilin and Weya, the muck quickly enveloped him up to his knees. His momentum faltered, and he nearly toppled into the swamp, alarm coursing through him, his expression changing drastically. "Young man, you've fallen into my swamp spell. There is no escape. Today you must perish." Thomas sneered as he observed Lin trapped in the mire, swiftly approaching while continuing to cast spells. Stone bullet. Dozens of stone projectiles materialized in an instant, hurtling toward Lin and the others ensnared in the swamp. Should they be struck, their fate would be no better than that of the trees recently shattered by the same barrage. The stone bullets whistled ominously as Lin's legs sank deeper into the swamp, rendering escape impossible. The more he struggled, the further he became ensnared. In a moment of desperation, Lin hurled Weiya forward. "Lin, sister!" Weiya cried out as her body soared through the air, helplessly witnessing the oncoming stone projectiles. Overwhelmed with fear and sorrow, she closed her eyes, unable to bear the thought of her sister and Lin being crushed. At that critical juncture, a vibrant emerald flame ignited around Lin, enveloping both him and Lin in its glow. The flames coalesced behind him into two magnificent wings of fire, and with a powerful flap, they ascended from the swamp. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the stone bullets struck the mire, sending mud flying in all directions. How is this possible? Thomas stared, mouth agape in disbelief at the sight of Lin soaring through the air. What were those wings of flame? A combat skill? Or perhaps magic? As a high-ranking sorcerer, Thomas had witnessed many wonders, yet this scene shattered his understanding. Warriors could only achieve flight at the saintly level, and even then, only through special techniques could they glide for a short distance. This was something entirely different. Magic users could utilize wind spells to fly at higher ranks. Yet Lin was no sorcerer, and Thomas had sensed no traces of wind magic from him. Weiya, having been thrown by Lin, landed heavily on the ground. The force of the throw was beyond Lin's control, and she felt the impact keenly. Yet, her physical pain paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart as images of her sister and Lin being smashed by the stone projectiles haunted her thoughts. "Take care of your sister." In a daze, Weiya heard Lin's voice, and for a moment, she thought it was merely an illusion. Before she could discern the reality of the sound, a soft body landed atop her. Startled, she awoke from her sorrow and, through tear-filled eyes, saw that it was none other than her sister, Lin. "Sister, are you unharmed? Lin is also safe." That voice was truly Lin's, not a figment of my imagination. Overjoyed, Weiya embraced her sister's unconscious form, her gaze searching for Lin. She beheld him soaring through the air, now adorned with two wings of emerald flame. Astonishment etched across her delicate features. Her wide eyes and slightly parted lips lent her an adorably bewildered expression. A singular thought pierced her mind. "Lin, how did you grow wings?" Having entrusted Lin to Weiya, Lin soared over the swamp conjured by Thomas's magic and charged toward him. Lin, too, was perplexed. Wasn't Thomas the vice-captain of the Sword and Rose mercenary group? Why was he allied with the Holy Knight mercenary group, pursuing Lin and Weiya? However, now was not the time for such inquiries. With other mercenaries from the Holy Knight group yet to arrive and Tim detained by Li Rongfu, Lin resolved to eliminate Thomas first, seizing the opportunity to vanquish a formidable foe, thus ensuring a greater chance of evading the Holy Knight mercenary group's pursuit. Though Thomas was a powerful high-ranking sorcerer, Lin was confident that once in close quarters, he could defeat him. One sword style, flash. Lin swiftly approached Thomas, wielding the gleaming blade of his sword. Earth wall technique. Ground spike technique. Realizing that Lin was advancing rather than retreating, Thomas smirked knowingly. He understood Lin's intentions all too well. Attempting to engage him in close quarters was a grave miscalculation on Lin's part. Thomas brandished his wand, conjuring a sturdy earthen wall to deflect Lin's assault. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed the ground spike technique, sending a myriad of sharp spikes erupting from the ground, resembling the formidable fangs of ferocious beasts, aimed directly at Lin. Simultaneously, a mound of earth surged beneath Thomas, propelling him backward with remarkable swiftness, thus increasing the distance between him and Lin. The earthen wall shattered under the force of Lin's strike, scattering debris across the ground. However, the relentless barrage of ground spikes forced Lin to evade. He had no doubt that these razor-sharp protrusions could easily pierce the flesh of any adversary. Taking to the skies, Lin spread his wings and soared above the spikes, continuing his pursuit of Thomas. Summon, Rock Giant. With this incantation, a thunderous roar echoed as a 5-meter-tall rock giant emerged from the earth, obstructing Lin's path. The giant advanced with heavy footfalls, producing a cacophony of sound. and swung its colossal fist toward Lin. Employing the flight capability of the phoenix fruit for the first time, Lin found himself somewhat unsteady in the air. As the enormous fist descended upon him, he realized evasion was futile. In an instant, he enveloped his sword, the Hideo Yuwenzi, in armament Haki and struck with all his might. Boom! The massive rock fist collided with the blade, cleaving it in half. Yet the sheer force of the blow sent Lin hurtling through the air, crashing into several trees before finally halting his momentum, coughing violently from the tremendous impact. He felt the jarring shock reverberate through his insides. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, signaling his injuries. With a look of astonishment, Lin recognized the extraordinary capabilities of a magician. The ability to summon such a formidable creature as a rock giant for battle was nothing short of astounding. For the first time in combat against a magician, Lin truly grasped the magnitude of their power. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled once more as the rock giant charged forward, akin to a tank on a rampage, sending the recently downed trees flying in its wake. Lin learned from his experience. He refrained from soaring into the sky and instead retracted his fiery wings to conserve energy. Employing a swift maneuver, he evaded the rock giant's assault and charged toward Thomas. Although the rock giant possessed immense strength, it was ultimately hindered by its sluggish speed. To engage me in close combat is but a folly, Thomas scoffed, as the earth beneath him propelled him rapidly backward. The crystal atop his wand glowed once more. Invoking the earth spike technique, tooth assault. From the ground, 5 earth spikes surged upward, extending rapidly like serpents striking towards Lin, effectively blocking his escape in multiple directions. Lin repeatedly utilized his swift dodging technique, yet several spikes relentlessly pursued him. One sword style, Iato slash. With the sword imbued with armament Haki, Lin executed a clean cut, severing the approaching spikes. In a flash, he appeared before Thomas, his blade aimed directly at Thomas's chest. Thomas's countenance shifted dramatically upon Lin's sudden appearance. He had not anticipated that Lin could sever his earth spikes with such speed. The sensation of imminent danger flooded his mind as the gleaming blade resembled the scythe of death. In a flurry of panic, he raised his wand to defend himself. Clang! The sword struck the wand with tremendous force, cleaving it in two. The blade then met Thomas's chest, but the magical robe he wore illuminated with protective runes, absorbing the impact, albeit at the cost of tearing open a gash in the fabric. Having gained the upper hand, Lin was poised to execute a decisive strike against Thomas when he sensed a formidable gust overhead. The rock giant was in pursuit. In that moment, he could not afford to linger and finish Thomas. He swiftly dodged away. Boom! The rock giant's enormous fist crashed down onto the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust and debris swirling. Lin, now several meters away, observed the devastation wrought by the giant's attack, his eyes twitching involuntarily at the display of power. Even with the regenerative abilities granted by the phoenix fruit, a direct hit from such force would leave him gravely injured. Thomas, barely escaping with his life, was drenched in cold sweat, terror gripping his heart. He had come perilously close to meeting his demise at Lin's hands. Gazing at his shattered wand and tattered robe, fury consumed him. He had invested a significant portion of his wealth into those items, and now they lay in ruins. As if he had reverted to a state of vulnerability. Lin, I shall see you dead. Thomas roared, his face contorted in rage. You wish for my demise. I shall be the one to end you first, Lin retorted coldly. While he could not fathom the depths of Thomas's animosity towards him, it mattered little. He was an adversary, and the time to strike was now, especially with Thomas's wand and robe in tatters, providing the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Whoosh! As Lin prepared to take action, an arrow infused with fighting spirit whizzed toward him. He deftly swung his blade, severing the projectile. Yet the force of the arrow's energy left his arm tingling. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows hurtled towards him, aimed directly at his vital points. Lin evaded with agility, internally lamenting that the other members of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps had already caught up, thus forfeiting the optimal opportunity to eliminate Thomas. Without further hesitation, Lin turned and fled. Should he be ensnared by the Holy Knights, escape would become impossible, potentially leading to another fierce battle. Chase him down. We must eliminate this brat. Thomas roared from behind. Dozens of mercenaries from the Holy Knight Corps surged forward, archers drawing their bows, aiming at Lin's fleeing figure and releasing a flurry of arrows. However, with the mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, hitting him would prove far from simple, and among the pursuers, there was only one archer. Lin descended beside Vaya, hoisting Shilin onto his back, while his left hand grasped Vaya's as they sprinted forward with fervor. Vaya's face was etched with anxiety, closely mirroring Lin's every stride. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battle between Lin Rongfu and Tim, colossal trees toppled under the onslaught of their fierce energy blades, rendering the surroundings akin to a tempest's aftermath. Both warriors were at the initial stage of their combat prowess, and the outcome remained undetermined for the time being. At that moment, upon noticing the approach of the Holy Knight mercenary group, Lin Rongfu decided against further engagement with Tim. With a decisive swing of his sword, he repelled Tim and swiftly turned to make his escape. "You shall not flee," Tim pursued relentlessly. Lin sprinted forward alongside the Sherlin sisters, covering several hundred meters in an instant. Suddenly, a colossal beast appeared ahead, blocking their path. It was a crystal lion king, a formidable 6th-level beast. With a deafening roar, the crystal lion king expressed its fury at the intrusion of humans who had disregarded its warnings. It lunged toward Lin and the sisters with a fearsome growl. Chapter 33. Escape. The crystal lion king, enraged and feeling its authority severely challenged, believed it must eliminate these trespassers to quell its wrath. The overwhelming aura of the 6th-level beast, towering over 4 meters and charging with incredible speed, instilled a deep-seated dread within them. Lin and Vaya's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing they were at the mercy of a superior force, while the comatose Sherlin remained unaware. What left Lin feeling utterly powerless was the Lion King's relentless pursuit. It had locked onto him, rendering any attempt to evade futile. The only option was to confront the Lion King head-on, bracing for the assault of its lethal claws and gaping maw. The shadow of death loomed near, and in that fleeting moment, Lin felt his body stiffen with the proximity of demise. "Young master, be careful. Beast, do not harm my young master," Lin Rongfu cried out, witnessing Lin's imminent peril. Though he was too far to intervene, his rage surged, echoing in his desperate shout. As the crystal lion king closed in, poised to claim its prey, Vaya's voice broke the tension with a cry of despair. In that critical moment, a greenish-blue flame ignited around Lin, and 2 fiery wings unfurled from his back. The emergence of these wings momentarily staggered the charging crystal lion king, which sensed a primal suppression in its bloodline. Despite this pressure being faint, it was undeniably that of a superior lineage. This brief hesitation in the Lion King's ferocity allowed Lin to seize the opportunity. With a powerful flap of his flaming wings, Lin soared into the air, taking the Sherlin sisters with him, evading the Lion King's lethal strike. As they ascended, Lin Rongfu's heart finally settled, realizing he had narrowly escaped. However, just as he began to relax, he felt a dangerous presence behind him. A blade of fighting spirit hurtled toward him. Tim had caught up, seizing the moment of Lin Rongfu's distraction to attack. With no time to dodge, Lin Rongfu braced himself, channeling his energy to withstand the blow. The sword's arc struck his back, causing him to spit blood, injuring him grievously. Yet, the force of the attack propelled him forward, allowing him to dart past the crystal Lion King. At that moment, the Lion King remained bewildered, questioning its existence after sensing a high-level bloodline from Lin. How could a mere human possess such formidable beastly lineage? This confusion hindered its response as Lin Rongfu zipped by. However, as Tim approached, the Lion King regained its senses, vowing not to let these humans who dared insult its majesty escape. With a shake of its massive head, the crystal Lion King roared at Tim, unleashing a torrent of purple flames, the signature attack known as the purple crystal fire. "Damn it," Tim cursed, forced to halt and defend against the onslaught. Feeling a surge of frustration, he realized that while he could abandon the Lion King to pursue Lin and the others, his mercenaries would be no match for such a beast. Thus, he was compelled to confront the Lion King first, watching helplessly as Lin and his companions made their escape. The battle culminated with the crystal Lion King's retreat. Alone, Tim was unable to prevent a 6th-level beast from fleeing, especially since Thomas's magical staff had been destroyed, diminishing their combat effectiveness. "Thomas, who were those 2 that rescued the Sherlin sisters?" Tim inquired darkly, his mood soured. "The leader of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, Lin." Thomas replied bitterly, his hatred for Lin palpable. He had thoroughly investigated Lin's background, all mercenary guild records being semi-public, and now he was determined to use the Paladin Mercenary Corps to eliminate Lin, a mere fledgling mercenary group comprised of only 2 members. Even with 1 warrior, They are no match for the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Tim's voice dripped with menace as he placed Lin on his kill list, insisting they pursue deeper into the Hudis Mountains. Determined to capture Lin and his companions while alerting the affiliated mercenary groups to seal off the perimeter. May they not perish at the hands of the ferocious beasts within. Thomas ground out, harboring a desire to kill Lin himself. Having temporarily evaded the pursuit of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, Lin and his companions slowed their pace. The depths of the mountains were rife with powerful beasts, and they could not afford to stumble into another dangerous territory. After the exhausting battles and the need to tend to the Lin's sister's injuries, Lin felt his strength waning, unable to maintain their speed. Master, the Paladin Mercenary Corps has not followed us. For now, we have evaded them, Lin Rongfu reported. With a sigh of relief, Lin halted, exhaling deeply. The prolonged sprint had drained his energy significantly, leaving him utterly fatigued. Vaya, equally breathless and drenched in sweat, felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Had they encountered another mercenary group, there was no guarantee of rescue. They could have easily been left to fend for themselves. Grandfather Fu, are you injured? Lin asked, noticing the blood at Lin Rongfu's mouth with concern. Just a minor wound. It's nothing, Lin Rongfu reassured him. To ensure we are not pursued by the Paladin Mercenary Corps, we need to find a secure hiding place and recuperate before making any further plans. Lin naturally concurred. Exhausting oneself in the depths of these mountains could prove perilously dangerous. Chapter 34. The smuggler. At the heart of the Divine Grace continent lies a range of undulating mountains, its highest peak soaring into the clouds like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. This mountain, known as Mount Anubis, or the Divine Mountain, is said to be the closest point to the divine realm on the continent. Yet, whether such a divine realm exists, or if deities truly walk among us, remains a matter of debate, as historical records spanning over a millennium on the continent have never documented the appearance of any deity. However, there exists a group of individuals who steadfastly believe in the existence of deities in the divine realm. They are the inhabitants of the temple. The temple itself is perched atop Mount Anubis, where vast palatial complexes reside on the mountain's peak. In the central grand hall, the venerable high priest Cyril, his hair and beard white as snow, sat cross-legged upon a carpet crafted from the hides of rare magical beasts, deep in meditation. Behind Cyril stood an imposing oval mirror. Over 2 meters tall, its surface a soft golden hue, surrounded by an intricate array of mysterious divine runes, exuding an air of enigma and nobility. Though it was called a mirror, the faint golden surface reflected no image, appearing somewhat dim, as if it had been silent for countless ages. Suddenly, the previously motionless mirror erupted in brilliance, casting golden light throughout the grand hall, turning it into a shimmering sea of gold, upon which dazzling lines of text began to materialize. Cyril, roused from his meditation, opened his eyes to the overwhelming golden radiance, his face a portrait of astonishment. He swiftly turned to behold the resplendent mirror and the words emerging upon its surface. A divine oracle. It is indeed a divine oracle. Cyril sprang to his feet, his heart brimming with excitement and joy as he exclaimed, "After a century, I have finally awaited the will of the divine." Ever since the passage between the divine realm and the mortal plane had been sealed, even with the celestial artifact, the mirror of heaven, capable of bridging the two worlds, communication had become exceedingly challenging, demanding a great toll. Thus, the temple had not received a divine oracle for over 100 years, so long that Cyril believed he would never again have the opportunity to hear the voice of the deities in his lifetime. Ding, ding, ding. Moments later, the great golden bell atop the temple tolled, reverberating throughout Mount Anubis. A dozen figures swiftly descended, landing within the grand hall. Esteemed colleagues, the mirror of heaven has conveyed a divine oracle. An insidious smuggler has infiltrated the divine grace continent. This smuggler poses a threat to the delicate balance of our realm and jeopardizes the intricate arrangements we have maintained for years. Cyril addressed the assembly of equally fervent priests and knights of the temple, his voice imbued with authority. We must locate this smuggler, apprehend him, and subject his body and soul to the purifying flames of the divine, meting out the ultimate punishment. As the high priest commands, the priests and knights echoed, acknowledging the undeniable gravity of the oracle. The vast machinery of the temple began to mobilize, directives emanating from the temple atop Mount Anubis, reaching far and wide across the divine grace continent. In a concealed cave, Lin awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of cool, piercing eyes. These eyes, as clear as water, were set within a strikingly beautiful visage, fixed upon him with intense scrutiny. Momentarily taken aback, Lin, still somewhat dazed from sleep, recalled his many daydreams back on Earth of waking up to the presence of a captivating companion by his side. To his astonishment, that fantasy had materialized in this moment. However, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Although this body was merely 15 years of age, the world of divine grace was one of cultivation, where maturity arrived much earlier than on Earth. At 15, one was already in the throes of youthful vigor. Lin practiced a formidable technique each morning, and he wondered if Shirin had noticed this peculiar habit. With this thought in mind, Lin hastily rose to conceal his training state. Yet he had not anticipated that Shirin was seated too close. As he stood, his face brushed against her lips, a proximity she had not foreseen due to her lingering injuries, which dulled her reflexes. Consequently, her lips grazed his cheek, creating the illusion that she had kissed him. In that fleeting moment, Shirin froze, her cheeks blooming with color, and a flicker of embarrassment mingled with irritation danced in her cool eyes. She had never experienced such intimate contact with any man. Had this been a different time, Shirin would have been furious, perhaps even striking out in anger. Yet, in the presence of Lin, who had risked his life to save her sister, she felt an unusual softness towards him. Although she had been close to unconsciousness at the time, she retained some awareness, and after Lin had staved off her injuries with the flames of life, her consciousness had sharpened enough to perceive the events around her, though exhaustion ultimately claimed her into slumber. While she felt no profound anger, the essence of her purity felt compromised, akin to the loss of her first kiss, leaving her both embarrassed and irritated. Yet, as Lin had acted without intention, Shirin found herself at a loss to admonish him. Lin was also taken aback. He could swear to the Buddha that this was entirely accidental. For a moment, embarrassment washed over him, leaving him at a loss for words, while his mind replayed the soft sensation from earlier, igniting ripples of emotion within him, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Observing the smile at the corner of Lin's mouth, Shirin could easily deduce his thoughts, and, feeling a mix of shame and irritation, she could no longer maintain her icy demeanor. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she shot Lin a fierce glare, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and suggestive between them. "Lin, you're awake." At that moment, the voice of Wei broke through the tension, rescuing the two from their embarrassment. Shirin shot another warning glare at Lin, her eyes filled with a silent admonition for him to keep their earlier encounter a secret from her sister. Wei seemed to have reverted back to her former cheerful self, her face radiating joy as she approached with a light-hearted gait. "I slept so well," Lin chuckled, though there was a hint of discomfort in his smile, which Wei did not notice. "You really can sleep. You were so deeply asleep that nothing could wake you. This is unacceptable. The Hudis Mountains are quite perilous. You must remain vigilant, especially as a mercenary." Wei chastised Lin earnestly, adopting a big sister's tone and sharing her mercenary wisdom, completely forgetting that it was Lin who had rescued her the day before. Yes, I will remember," Lin replied with a forced smile, nodding, reassured by the presence of Lin Rongfu, which allowed him to relax. Meanwhile, Shirin quietly observed the scene before her, a fleeting smile gracing her cool features before it vanished. It was heartwarming to see her sister's innocent and lively smile once again. All of this was thanks to Lin. Her gaze lingered on him, her typically cold eyes now reflecting a deeper warmth. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin's stomach rumbled, a reminder of the tremendous physical exertion he had expended the previous day, and hunger began to take hold. "Oh dear, I'm hungry," Lin remarked, retrieving a considerable array of food from his system backpack without any intention to hide it from the sisters, knowing that as long as he didn't mention it, they would assume he had drawn it from a spatial ring. Wei's eyes widened, fixated on the aromatic food before her, nearly drooling. They were deep within the Hudis Mountains, where hunting high-level magical beasts for food posed significant challenges. In contrast to Wei, Shirin perceived something different. She was astonished to discover that Lin possessed a spatial ring, an item not commonly owned, as only the leaders of the three major mercenary groups in Hudis Town possessed such treasures, indicating Lin's extraordinary status. Chapter 35. United against a common enemy after a hearty feast, Lin contentedly burped, while the sisters were left astounded by his extraordinary appetite. However, neither sister inquired further, as everyone harbored their own secrets. Following their meal, Lin Rongfu ventured outside to scout the surroundings. With his strength replenished, Lin turned to Shilin and said, "Captain Shilin, your wounds have yet to heal, and given the present dangers, it would be prudent to expedite your recovery. Currently, we lack healing potions and can only recuperate gradually." Shilin replied bitterly, uncertain of what Thomas had tampered with in the potions. Her body and meridians were severely damaged, and her fighting spirit could not coalesce. Though she was unsure how Lin had stabilized her condition yesterday, the issues remained dire, rendering her combat capabilities nearly non-existent. "You need not rely on potions. I can heal your injuries," Lin declared, conjuring a sphere of life flame in his hand. Having saved the sisters, he was willing to reveal a fragment of his secret. Shilin and Wei gazed in astonishment at the life flame, their faces alight with curiosity as they sensed a profound life force emanating from the flames. "Brother Lin, what is this ability? Is it magic? But why do I not sense any magical fluctuations?" Wei asked, her eyes wide and sparkling. "Did you use this flame to heal us yesterday?" "Indeed, this flame is known as life flame, possessing healing properties. It could be considered my unique ability, distinct from magic," Lin replied with a smile, turning to Shilin. "Captain Shilin, I must make contact with your body. I beg your pardon." With that, Lin took hold of Shilin's delicate hand, and the life flame spread from his grasp, enveloping her entirely. As he held her hand, a faint blush appeared on Shilin's typically pale face, though the flames concealed her from view. Before long, Shilin felt a surge of life energy flowing into her, mending the turmoil within her body. It was as though she had submerged in a warm spring, the sensation so delightful it almost coaxed a moan from her lips. Wei looked on in wonder at her sister, enveloped in the life flame, her curiosity about both the flame and Lin intensifying. This brother Lin truly was enigmatic, possessing such a miraculous ability. After a while, as Lin's energy waned, he withdrew the life flame. With its disappearance, Shilin experienced a lingering sense of longing, feeling her injuries substantially healed, and a rare smile graced her features. The sensation of regaining her strength was exhilarating. She gazed at Lin with gratitude, noticing his fatigue and realizing that utilizing the life flame must have exacted a significant toll on him. After all, such a wondrous power could not come without a price. Her appreciation for Lin deepened, and she asked with concern, "Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just a bit tiring. A short rest will suffice," Lin reassured her, noting that the life flame primarily consumed his stamina, yet it also increased his proficiency. "That's a relief," Shilin sighed, relieved that Lin had not suffered any severe consequences from healing her. "Isn't Thomas the vice captain of your sword and rose mercenary group? How did he end up associating with the Holy Knight mercenary group and participating in the pursuit of you all?" Lin inquired during a moment of rest. "That scoundrel Thomas is a traitor," Wei spat through gritted teeth, still seething at his betrayal. "He had the audacity to covet my sister. What gall! A toad wishing to feast on swan meat. How repugnant! And those rogues in the group, half of them have sided with Thomas. After all the kindness my sister showed them, they repaid her with treachery, such ungrateful wretches." Hearing Wei lament the betrayal of her comrades, Shilin's expression darkened significantly. As for Thomas, she was deeply pained by the betrayal of those mercenaries she had invested so much effort in. Had they turned against her merely for the prospect of following a sorcerer like Thomas? The pain in her heart intensified. Yet she took solace in the fact that half of her subordinates remained loyal, willing to fight to the death for her. However, they had perished in battle for her sake, and with each thought of those mercenaries who had fallen, Shilin's heart ached further. A flame of hatred flickered in her cool demeanor. She would ensure that this grievance would be avenged, and those loyal subordinates would not have died in vain. Lin could hardly fathom the events that had befallen the sword and rose. His perception of Thomas, the rebellious scoundrel, had deteriorated further. During their initial confrontation at the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, Lin had sensed Thomas's feelings for Sophia. He never imagined this rogue would aspire to claim both sisters for himself. His ambition truly knew no bounds. Ironically, Thomas's impure intentions became the catalyst for the downfall of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. Such is the unpredictability of life. "What are your plans moving forward?" Lin inquired. "I have no idea," Shilin replied, shaking her head, her heart clouded with uncertainty. The mercenary corps she had painstakingly established had crumbled, and while she and her sister remained, the betrayal of so many subordinates left a thorn in her heart. The thought of rebuilding the Sword and Rose was no longer on her mind. All she desired now was vengeance. She yearned to exact retribution on Thomas and the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. However, the formidable strength of the Divine Knight Mercenary Corps filled her with a sense of helplessness. If it were just her, unencumbered by concerns, her mid-tier combat prowess could indeed pose a significant challenge to the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Yet, with her sister Sophia in the picture, Lin had to consider her safety. Yes, we must avenge ourselves by eliminating that scoundrel Thomas, Sophia declared. Shaking her tiny fists in fury, her thoughts less complex than Lin's. Vengeance was all that mattered. Observing the sisters, Lin hesitated to voice his thoughts. He had considered inviting them to join the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, which currently consisted only of himself and Lin Rongfu. It felt like a shell of a former company from a past life, and Lin wished to recruit additional members. However, he was cautious. He could not accept just anyone, particularly those whose backgrounds he did not know. His ambitions for the Great Xia Mercenary Corps were substantial. Lin was a mid-tier combat master, her strength exceeding that of Lin Rongfu's current capabilities. If Lin and Sophia were to join, the power of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps would surge dramatically. Yet, as Lin remained the leader of the Sword and Rose, Lin felt awkward broaching the subject, uncertain if she still harbored hopes of revitalizing her mercenary group. "Count me in for the vengeance against the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps," Lin stated. "They are aware of my identity and will not spare me. Rather than wait for them to come for me, I prefer to take the initiative." "That's wonderful, Brother Lin. We will fight side by side from now on," Sophia exclaimed joyfully, patting Lin's shoulder with an air of sisterly protection. "Thank you, Lin. It is the burden of my sister and me that has dragged you down," Lin expressed apologetically. "There's no need for gratitude. It would be a disservice to our bond," Lin replied, shaking his head. "I do it for my own sake as well." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and Lin Rongfu returned, having scouted the situation. Chapter 36. System Mall. Grandfather Fu, what is the situation outside? Lin inquired. "Young master, the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps has not abandoned their search. They have increased their numbers and even stationed guards at several exits around the mountain range," Lin Rongfu reported. Remnants of a fierce aura lingering on his face from having dispatched several members of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps for information. Who would have thought the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps would go to such lengths? Lin frowned. "It seems we must ascend the mountain and return to Hudis Town, which will not be an easy task." Lin was not particularly worried about the search by the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. The vastness of the Hudis Mountain made it unlikely they would conduct a full-scale search unless they had tracked their movements precisely. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the mountains, the more formidable the magical beasts became, deterring the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps from extensive searching. Lin furrowed her brow. Originally planning to descend immediately after healing her injuries to report the Divine Knight Mercenary Corps' actions to the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, she suspected that the Divine Knight Mercenary Corps had already targeted the B-rank Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and the next step would likely involve direct conflict with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. If the latter was unprepared, they could suffer significant losses, drastically altering the dynamics in Hudis Town. However, Lin did not anticipate the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps' aggressive pursuit of her. Now, for the sake of her sister and Lin, descending the mountain was fraught with peril. "I predict that the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps will soon engage in battle with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. A significant conflict is imminent in Hudis Town," Lin stated. "If that is the case, it may present an opportunity." Lin's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across his face. "When the two mercenary corps clash, the forces of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps stationed in the Hudis Mountains will surely be called back, allowing us to descend and strike at Hudis Town while they are embroiled in battle." Indeed, Lin concurred, realizing that catching the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps off guard might be more advantageous than risking a descent to warn the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Perhaps they could even influence the outcome of the battle. "When the time comes, we will charge down the mountain and deal with that scoundrel Thomas," Sophia said, making an adorable, fierce expression, her thoughts fixated on vengeance. Having strategized their course of action, the group settled in to recuperate and monitor the movements of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps in the mountains. Reflecting on the impending conflict, Lin felt acutely aware of his inadequacies. Although he could effortlessly eliminate ordinary members of the Mercenary Corps, he still lacked the strength to contend with those of captain rank, let alone match the elite forces of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. To elevate his power in such a short span, aside from continuing to hunt magical beasts for experience, he would have to resort to spending money. Sighing inwardly, he contemplated the irreversible path of expenditure. Gazing at the magical crystal cores he had collected in his inventory, he murmured, "System, convert all magical crystals into system energy." Beep. Please confirm if you wish to convert 21 third-tier magical crystals, 7 fourth-tier magical crystals, and 2 fifth-tier magical crystals into system energy. Confirm. Beep. Energy conversion successful, adding 137,500 points of energy, with total energy now at 159,100 points. With the remaining energy from before, Lin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He had never experienced such wealth. The feeling of abundance was delightful. Beep. Host's energy recharge has reached 200,000. The mall function has been activated. Please check the system mall at your convenience. With yet another system notification, joy surged within Lin, nearly prompting him to leap with excitement. The long-anticipated mall had finally been activated. Had he known that recharging 200,000 energy would unlock the mall, he would have converted those magical crystals long ago. Lin eagerly opened the system store, eager to discover any splendid items that might enhance his abilities. Having recently recharged a substantial amount of system energy, he felt an exhilarating rush akin to sudden wealth and thought it imperative to indulge without delay. However, upon perusing the prices of the items in the store, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Superhuman Series, Tremor Fruit, 2,000,000 energy. Yomi Fruit, 3,000,000 energy. Gum Fruit, 2,500,000 energy. String Fruit, 1,500,000 energy. Door Fruit, 5,000,000 energy. Natural Series, Ice Fruit, 2,000,000 energy. Magma Fruit, 3,000,000 energy. Flame Fruit, 2,000,000 energy. Animal Series, Bull Fruit, Wild Buffalo Form 500,000 energy. Human Fruit, Mythical Beast, Great Buddha Form 2,000,000 energy. Supreme Great Blade Series, 12 works of Supreme Great Blade, 500,000 energy. 21 works of Great Blade, 250,000 energy. 50 works of Good Blade, 100,000 energy. Navy 6 styles, 200,000 energy. Observation Haki, 1,000,000 energy. Conqueror's Haki, 2,000,000 energy. Pet Contract Card, 100,000 energy. Devil Fruit Fusion Card, 5,000,000 energy. As Lin gazed upon the extensive list of item prices, his heart nearly faltered. The long string of zeros dazzled his eyes. He had naively believed that possessing over 150,000 energy was akin to sudden wealth, only to realize he was still impoverished. Currently, he could only afford the Good Blade and the Pet Contract Card. Having recharged twice, Lin had also learned how different grades of magic crystals could be converted into system energy. A level 4 high-grade magic crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 energy, while a level 5 low-grade magic crystal yielded 20,000 energy. To acquire the cheapest Devil Fruit, one would need to collect 25 level 5 low-grade magic crystals, a daunting task that would require vanquishing countless beasts. Lin was contemplating whether he could acquire a Devil Fruit for Lin Rongfu. However, the least expensive and rather mediocre animal-type Devil Fruit in the marketplace demanded a staggering 500,000 energy, a sum he could not currently afford. As he surveyed the prices of the Devil Fruits, he noticed a stark contrast to his previous gaming experience. In the game, the natural-type Devil Fruits were the most coveted, followed by various formidable superhuman and mythical animal-type fruits, while the less desirable superhuman and subpar animal-type fruits were relatively inexpensive. Now, within the confines of the system's marketplace, certain superhuman Devil Fruits were priced even higher than the natural-type ones, particularly the Fruit, which required an astounding 5 million energy for exchange, more than twice the cost of the natural-type Freezing Fruit. Was this a reflection of the disparity between the game and reality? The reasons behind this arrangement eluded Lin, yet he presumed that there must be a rationale for the system's decisions, even if it remained a mystery to him. Lin also observed a phenomenon. The items available for purchase in the system mall primarily consisted of those he had initially acquired through his own financial investments while playing the game. Being an avid collector, even if he had no use for them, The sight of exquisite items compelled him to gather them for his own gratification. His collection was indeed remarkable, featuring powerful devil fruits, while the less desirable fruits were merely those obtained through quest completions within the game. Lin felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had collected these items beforehand. Otherwise, the system shop would be filled with nothing but worthless trinkets. The impoverished Lin sighed as he closed the system shop, deciding that if he could not afford anything, it was best to turn a blind eye. He resolved to enhance his strength through the proficiency of his energy transformation skill instead. System. Use my energy to elevate the proficiency of my basic swordsmanship to the pinnacle of the intermediate level. Chapter 37. The Emergence of a Conspiracy. Ding. Consumed 41. 600 energy points. Proficiency in basic swordsmanship has increased to the pinnacle of intermediate level, granting 100 Dao power. Ding. The host's proficiency in basic swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of intermediate level, unlocking the sword technique, flashing strike. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Lin felt a tremendous surge of energy flooding into his body, nearly doubling his strength in an instant. He had also activated the second technique of basic swordsmanship, flashing strike, an advanced technique capable of launching simultaneous attacks on multiple targets. After a while, Lin adapted to his newfound power and commanded, System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 24 experience, 180, 0, 15, 500, 000 Dao power, 710 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, pinnacle, advanced swordsmanship, intermediate, 50, 000, shave, intermediate, 680, 500, paper drawing, intermediate, 185, 500, life restoration, basic, pinnacle, armed color Haki, basic, pinnacle, devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, basic, pinnacle, techniques, one sword style, Iato, flash, flashing strike physique, dominant sword body specialization, none special items, pet contract card X1 energy, 117, 500 inventory, everyone S fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of max level, upgrade host level to maximum, second phase quest, reach level 40, reward, upgrade gift pack, main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary corps, upgrade the Dasha mercenary corps to SSS level, second phase quest, a level mercenary corps, reward, promotion gift pack, with his Dao power reaching 710 points, which equates to the high tier of an intermediate warrior. Lin had achieved a 30 attack bonus from his dominant sword body. His combat power was now exceedingly close to that of a high-tier warrior. When employing the one-sword style, Iato technique, his attack would double, allowing his combat prowess to rival that of a high-tier warrior. However, it is important to note that there remains a significant gap between a warrior and a battle master. Even if Lin's explosive power approached the initial stage of a battle master, it merely afforded him the ability to survive against a battle master's initial stage, without the capacity to triumph over one. Lin was quite satisfied with this outcome, as he had transformed from an ordinary individual into someone possessing strength comparable to that of a high-tier warrior in such a brief period. Perhaps, throughout the entirety of the Divine Grace continent, no one else had achieved such a feat. Only Lin, with the aid of the system, could accomplish this. Yet, Lin was not completely content. The remaining energy was insufficient to further elevate any skill to its pinnacle, rendering additional proficiency meaningless. It was wiser to conserve energy and reserve it for crucial moments, allowing proficiency to gradually improve through practice. In the short term, significant enhancement of strength was unattainable. The increase of 5 Dao power points per level was now merely a drop in the bucket, providing minimal impact on combat effectiveness. The most substantial improvements would still stem from skill enhancements, and his primary goal moving forward would be to hunt magical beasts to refine his skill proficiency and acquire magic crystals. With the formidable healing capabilities of the life fire, the injuries of Lin, Fu, and Shiren swiftly healed. Shiren regained her mid-tier battle master strength. With 2 powerful battle masters by their side, Lin and his companions could traverse areas inhabited by 6th-tier magical beasts, as long as they avoided encounters with groups or advanced 6th-tier magical creatures. With the assistance of the 2 battle masters, Lin's skill proficiencies steadily increased, and they amassed a considerable number of 6th-tier magic crystals, much to Lin's delight. At the gates of Hudis Town, a group of 4 or 5 individuals paid the entrance fee and entered the quaint settlement. Among them, a curious blonde youth, around 15 or 16 years old, surveyed the bustling mercenaries in the streets. "Lord Migaro, is this truly the legendary mercenary paradise?" the blonde youth inquired, his tone filled with curiosity and admiration. "With so many people, how can we possibly compete with Master Lin?" These individuals were led by Migaro, the chief guard of the Earl's estate, sent by Count William from Jelly City to search for Lin in Hudis Town. "First, we shall find an inn to settle in. Then seek news regarding Master Lin and Uncle Fu," Migaro replied, his expression slightly grave. Since entering Hudis Town, he had sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The instincts of a battle master were keen. "I hope we can locate Master Lin swiftly. I wonder how Master Lin is faring now, with mercenaries all around. He must have faced considerable hardships after leaving the Earl's estate," the blonde youth expressed, his concern palpable. "Worrying will not aid us. We must hope to find Master Lin soon. The Earl is quite anxious about him," Migaro said, placing a reassuring hand on the blonde youth's head. "Captain, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps may be in trouble," Sanchez hurriedly reported to Jalarella, the captain of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, upon entering their headquarters. "What has happened?" Jalarella's expression darkened, her robust visage emanating authority. As she sat regally in her expansive chair, though a woman, she stood tall and robust, towering over Sanchez by half a head, exuding an unmatched presence that justified her leadership of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, one of the three dominant forces in Hudis Town. "Our scouts discovered that Thomas, the vice captain of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, was seen mingling with members of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Yet neither Captain Sharin nor the others were present," Sanchez reported. "My subordinates have already inquired, and it appears that the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps has not returned since entering the Hudis Mountains. Thus, I suspect the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps has taken action against them, and Thomas has defected to their side." "How audacious," Jalarella bellowed, slamming her palm onto the armrest of her chair, shattering it into splinters. The aura of a battle master surged forth, causing Sanchez to instinctively step back. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was one of the strongest affiliated groups under the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. An assault by the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps on the Sword and Rose was tantamount to severing a finger from the Silver Shield. Jalarella's expression darkened further. "It seems the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps intends to dismantle the existing order of Hudis Town and monopolize it. Sanchez, send someone to ascertain the true situation of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. Additionally, notify all our affiliated mercenary groups to recall their members and prepare for an all-out war with the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps." "Understood, Captain," Sanchez acknowledged, already sensing the impending conflict. Once Sanchez departed, Jalarella remained silent for a moment before rising to visit the headquarters of the Rampaging Lion Mercenary Corps, one of the three major mercenary groups. With the balance of power in Hudis Town disrupted, the Rampaging Lion could not afford to remain detached. Given the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps' grand ambitions, it was likely that the Rampaging Lion would not be pleased. At the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps headquarters, Captain St. Paul, upon receiving reports from his subordinates regarding the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps' movements, revealed a sinister smirk of satisfaction. Addressing an enigmatic figure cloaked in shadow beside him, he declared, "Lord Prado, the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps has taken the bait. It is time to execute our plan. Fear not, Captain St. Paul. The plan shall proceed smoothly. But do not forget the promises you made," the shadowy figure replied with a chilling tone. The figure cloaked in black, his face obscured, smirked ominously. "Rest assured, Lord Prado. Once I seize control of Hudis Town, I shall honor my promise," St. Paul replied with a smile. "That is good," Prado chuckled darkly, his form dissolving like a shadow. Chapter 38. The Great War begins at the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps encampment. A formidable assembly of mercenaries had gathered. Members from the main corps and several affiliated bands totaled 2,000 to 3,000, each one armed to the teeth. Seasoned veterans of countless battles against beasts in the Hudis Mountains. The palpable aura of ferocity instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. The mercenaries wore grave expressions, fully aware of their purpose for convening, to wage war against the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Resentment had been brewing within them, fueled by recent conflicts with the Paladins, who had targeted and even hunted several of their allied groups. This atmosphere of danger only intensified their fury, as Captain Jorarila summoned them for battle. A fierce determination surged among the mercenaries, eager to teach the Paladins a lesson. "My comrades, the Paladin Corps has overstepped their bounds, attempting to undermine the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and monopolize Hudis Town. Recently, they have even attacked the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and our leader, Sir Helen, remains unaccounted for. She may have fallen victim to their treachery, Jorarila declared, her authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembly. As your leader, I cannot remain idle while the paladins oppress you. Today, we formally declare war upon them, and with our blades. We will make it known that the Silver Shield Corps is not to be trifled with. Captain Jorarila, issue the command. Let us engage them, cried one of the mercenaries, his voice filled with righteous anger. I have long endured their provocations. It is time we teach the paladins a lesson. The mercenaries, brimming with indignation, rallied behind Jorarila, who was pleased to see their spirits high. She continued, I have forged an alliance with Captain Vankinder of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps. Together, we shall strike at the paladins. To battle! To battle! With this rallying cry, the mercenaries surged forth from their encampment, marching resolutely toward the paladin stronghold. In the streets, onlookers were taken aback as they witnessed the Silver Shield Corps and their allies mobilizing for war against the paladins. The tension in Hudis town had reached a boiling point, and the anticipated clash was imminent. Quickly, we must leave. When these behemoths clash, the innocent will surely be caught in the crossfire. If we are swept into this conflict, our fates will be sealed, whispered the smaller mercenary groups, seeking refuge in the mountains until the storm passed. As the Silver Shield Corps reached the main thoroughfare of Hudis town, another formidable force emerged from the opposite direction, the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, led by the imposing Vankinder, whose wild mane and commanding presence were reminiscent of a lion. The two mercenary factions converged, a formidable tide moving toward the Paladin Corps base. The sight left onlookers in shock. The Silver Shield and Lionheart Corps had united against the Paladins, and the stakes had escalated dramatically. Trouble is at hand. The Silver Shield and Lionheart Corps are advancing upon us. A breathless mercenary stumbled into the Paladin camp, his face pale with fear, his words barely coherent. Calm yourself. Even if the Silver Shield and Lionheart have allied, we, the Paladin Corps, are not without our defenses, St. Paul replied, his demeanor unshaken. For he had anticipated this very scenario. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of his elite warriors and the leaders of allied factions. Preparations had been made. Reinforcements from the Hudis Mountains were already en route. My comrades, the Silver Shield and Lionheart are upon us. This is a battle for our very survival. Let us stand united, St. Paul proclaimed. Victory will secure our dominance in Hudis town, and we shall reap the rewards. With renewed determination, St. Paul and his followers moved to confront the approaching forces. Soon, the combined might of the Silver Shield and Lionheart Corps arrived, halting 30 meters from the Paladin stronghold. Faced with the formidable alliance of 4,000 to 5,000 mercenaries, the Paladins felt an overwhelming pressure. Many showed signs of trepidation, their legs trembling. Vankinder, this conflict is between the Silver Shield and Paladin Corps. As a seasoned veteran of the mercenary world, why involve yourself? St. Paul queried, fixing his gaze upon Jorarila and Vankinder. St. Paul, I seek stability in my old age. The balance of Hudis town must not be disturbed, Vankinder replied, stroking his rugged beard. If you cease hostilities and maintain the status quo, I shall withdraw. That is out of the question, St. Paul retorted coldly. A confrontation is inevitable. Your request is simply unacceptable. Your ambitions are too grand, St. Paul. Thus, I must join forces with Captain Jorarila to teach you a lesson, Vankinder declared, his expression darkening at St. Paul's refusal. Ignore his words, Vankinder. St. Paul is a man driven by ambition. There is no need for further discourse, Jorarila interjected, glaring at St. Paul. Together, our two mighty factions will ensure the end of the Paladin Corps today. Huh, and what of your two mighty warriors? Do you think I lack my own secrets? St. Paul laughed heartily. As his laughter subsided, a powerful aura erupted from a middle-aged man beside him, revealing him to be Flandrico, the vice-captain of the Paladin Corps, a formidable warrior in his own right. Realizing the strength behind St. Paul's ambitions, Jorarila and Vankinder exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Even with an added powerhouse, they remained resolute. Enough of this banter. Let us engage, Jorarila shouted, charging forward, her left hand wielding a towering silver shield while her right brandished a massive spiked hammer, ready to strike at St. Paul. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 39. Surrender. Jorarela's physique was more formidable than that of a man, resembling a small giant, and her charge was astonishing. With a silver shield and a hefty hammer in hand, each heavy step she took caused the ground to tremble. A distance of 30 meters was but a fleeting moment for a battle master. In the blink of an eye, Jorarela had reached St. Paul. raising her mighty hammer high before bringing it down with tremendous force. A hammer forged from condensed fighting spirit roared through the air, creating ripples of energy. "Come forth," St. Paul bellowed, producing a lance nearly a meter long, thrusting it fiercely forward. A sharp beam of light pierced the air and collided with the fighting spirit hammer. Boom! The clash resonated like thunder, unleashing a deafening sound as the hammer and lance met, sending shockwaves that reverberated outwards. The ground sank half a foot within a radius of several meters, dust billowing into the air. The mercenaries of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps struggled to maintain their footing, their ears ringing, utterly astounded by the intensity of the battle between the masters. The mere aftershocks were enough to overwhelm them. Shield bash. Joraleral, shield held aloft, charged like a human tank towards St. Paul, stirring a fierce wind that swept through the battlefield, an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes, St. Paul swung his lance in a wide arc, striking down upon the shield with force, interrupting Joraleral's momentum and unleashing a flurry of lance strikes that met Joraleral in a fierce exchange. "Captain Vankend, allow me to experience your prowess," Vladko declared. Stepping forward with his great sword drawn, its point directed at Vankend, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Having just ascended to the rank of battlemaster, he sought a worthy adversary. Though Vankend was older, his formidable presence remained undiminished, eyes still possessing an air of superiority, unyielding to the provocation of a junior fresh to the ranks of battlemasters. "Arrogant, allow me to enlighten you. There is a distinction among battlemasters," Vankend retorted with a cold snort, leaping forth, his great sword cleaving the air, leaving a gash in the ground. "Engage," Vladko shouted, meeting Vankend in combat. "Brothers, charge forth." As the four battlemasters clashed, the remaining mercenaries surged forward, weapons drawn, unwilling to retreat. In this moment, victory promised everything while defeat threatened their very lives. As mercenaries, they had long accepted this reality. The two factions collided with a force that was nothing short of catastrophic, with countless casualties in the initial moments, akin to waves crashing against rocks, sending forth a spray of crimson. Despite the frenzy of battle, the mercenaries were conscious enough to steer clear of the battlemaster's duel, avoiding the peril of collateral damage. The tumult of combat and the cries of battle shook the very foundations of Hudis town. The other mercenaries, upon hearing the commotion, turned pale with fear. Before the three major mercenary groups took control, Hudis town was rife with chaos, and conflicts among the mercenary groups were commonplace. Yet such a large-scale battle had never erupted. Anxiety rippled through the ranks of mercenaries, uncertain of the fate that awaited Hudis town. Inside the inn, Miguro wore a grave expression. During his recent inquiries into Lin's whereabouts in Hudis town, he had sensed something amiss, but the severity of the situation surpassed his expectations. He worried the conflict might spill over to his group, and without having located young Master Lin, he felt trapped in Hudis town, a predicament that weighed heavily on him. "Lord Miguro, what shall we do now?" the golden-haired youth asked nervously, the sheer scale of the battle instilling fear not only in him, but also in the other guards of the count. "Usops, do not fret excessively," Miguro reassured the youth, though he too harbored concerns. Fortunately, the rumors he had gathered suggested that young Master Lin and Uncle Fu had entered the Hudis Mountains. With Uncle Fu present, they should be safe within the mountains, far removed from the tumult of Hudis town. The Hudis Mountains were vast and uncharted, leaving Miguro unable to venture in search of Lin. Waiting for the young Master's return to Hudis town seemed the only option. He could only hope that Lin would return after the dust of battle had settled. In Miguro's heart, Lin remained an ordinary person incapable of combat. The safest course was to remain uninvolved in the turmoil of Hudis town. Within the mercenary guild, Wire closely monitored the conflict among the three major mercenary groups. The guild stood as one of the most formidable powers in Hudis town. Even as a branch, none of the three groups dared to truly offend the mercenary guild. However, the unfolding events in Hudis town would inevitably influence the guild's strategy. Wire had come to the Hudis town mercenary guild with aspirations for achievement, hence her acute focus on this battle. What perplexed Wire was St. Paul's maneuvers. Logically, the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, even with the addition of a battlemaster, should not have been able to contend with the combined forces of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps. In terms of elite combat power and numbers, the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps was at a disadvantage. With the battle commencing, they risked collapse or even annihilation. Why then was St. Paul acting so irrationally? by wire since there were aspects yet unclear to her. What exactly did St. Paul intend? Regardless of the outcome, the mercenary guild would remain above the fray, a certainty by wire had never doubted. At the stronghold of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, the battle among the three major mercenary groups had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides blinded by bloodlust, incurring immense casualties. The Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, outnumbered, began to falter, suffering greater losses and gradually retreating, using the buildings for defense. Amidst his fierce struggle against Joraleral, St. Paul observed the unfolding chaos. While he did not overly concern himself with the losses of his mercenaries, such ranks could easily be replenished in Hudistown. He grew anxious upon witnessing Vladko's perilous encounters with Vankind, nearly falling victim to the latter's blade. Vladko, despite having just ascended to Battlemaster, struggled against the seasoned Vankind. A Battlemaster held immense significance for the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps, and St. Paul was determined to preserve Vladko's life. Stand down. The Holy Knight Mercenary Corps surrenders. With a thrust of his lance, he forced Joraleral back, standing firm as he proclaimed his command. St. Paul, having brought the battle to this point, do you think you can simply call it off? Joraleral scoffed, yet refrained from launching another attack. Captain Vankind, please cease hostilities. We concede. St. Paul ignored Joraleral, swiftly moving to Vladko's side, deflecting Vankind's assault. Chapter 40. The Holy Knights withdraw from Hudistown. Vankind too lowered his sword, even with the upper hand, striking down Vladko, who was also a fledgling battlemaster, would not be a simple task. Combat among battle-masters was a protracted affair, and if his opponent fought with desperation, he would incur substantial costs as well. Captain, I apologize, Vladko expressed, shame etched upon his features. It is my inadequacy. St. Paul placed a reassuring hand on Vladko's shoulder. Addressing Vankind and Joraleral, Captain Vankind, Captain Joraleral, the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps concedes this battle. I ask you both to issue the command to cease hostilities. Witnessing St. Paul capitulate, Joraleral and Vankind prudently decided to withdraw, commanding their mercenaries to cease hostilities. The battle thus far had resulted in significant casualties on both sides, a toll that weighed heavily on their hearts. To utterly obliterate the Paladin Mercenary Corps would necessitate an even greater sacrifice. However, the losses incurred by their men would not be in vain. They sought to ensure that the Paladin Mercenary Corps would pay a sufficient price, which was the objective of both Joraleral and Vankind. Once war had commenced, it would not conclude easily. The question remained as to what price St. Paul was willing to pay. As the leaders issued their commands, the fighting came to an abrupt halt, and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, although the lingering scent of blood and the sight of mangled corpses remained. St. Paul, after all this, you simply declare a ceasefire? Just a straightforward admission of defeat? Joraleral said coldly. Vankind remained silent, yet his agreement with Joraleral was evident. St. Paul must face significant repercussions to compensate for their losses, if not for the desire to minimize further casualties, which could undermine their own strength, and the fear of a desperate counterattack from St. Paul. The complete annihilation of the Paladin Mercenary Corps would have been the most prudent course of action. In the mercenary world, mercy was not a virtue. To leave enemies alive only invited future troubles. I am willing to withdraw from Hudistown, St. Paul declared, taking a deep breath and speaking solemnly. Captain, we cannot abandon Hudistown, Vladko shouted, his voice filled with resentment and anger. To withdraw meant to forsake everything. All the years of effort invested by the Paladin Mercenary Corps in Hudistown. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is made, St. Paul replied, his voice heavy with melancholy. Vladko, we have been defeated. We can no longer allow our brothers to bleed. Captain, Vladko's voice caught in his throat, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Upon hearing St. Paul's words, both Joraleral and Vankind were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a decision from him. Yet it was undoubtedly a wise one. Exchanging glances, they acknowledged that St. Paul was indeed a remarkable individual, capable of both holding on and letting go. Their satisfaction grew. For with the Paladin Mercenary Corps' withdrawal, Hudistown would fall under their control, reducing competition for their share of the spoils. St. Paul, I must commend you on your astute choice, Vankind remarked. St. Paul, you have shown wisdom, Joraleral added with a sneer of triumph. Now, take your men and depart from Hudistown. Anger flickered across St. Paul's face, yet he restrained his fury. A defeated leader must accept the reality of his situation. He remained silent, motioning for his men to retreat in disarray. The victors, the Silver Shield and the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps, began to reap the rewards of their triumph. Claiming the territory of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, the news of the battle's outcome spread swiftly throughout Town. Although many had doubted the Paladin Mercenary Corps' chances against the combined forces of two mercenary groups, the conclusion of the conflict with their withdrawal was unexpected for all. In retrospect, this may have been the best resolution for the Paladin Mercenary Corps. White Veil received news of the Paladin Mercenary Corps' retreat from Town almost immediately. Her brows furrowed in deep concern, and her alluring eyes betrayed her bewilderment. Did St. Paul truly withdraw from Town just like that? She sensed an unsettling ambiguity surrounding the outcome of this conflict. If he had no solid assurance of victory, would St. Paul have recklessly instigated such a confrontation? Even with Flandeco as a formidable warrior, the Paladin Mercenary Corps stood little chance against the combined might of the two groups. Why then would St. Paul choose to act in this manner? St. Paul would not be so foolish. White Veil shook her head, convinced that there was an underlying motive she had yet to comprehend. His abrupt and decisive withdrawal from Town could not be as straightforward as it appeared. Have someone closely monitor the movements of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, she commanded, determined to ascertain whether St. Paul was genuinely resigned to leaving Town. Observing their actions would surely unveil the truth behind this development. Understood, a subordinate replied, departing to carry out her orders. However, a sense of unease lingered within White Veil. She could not shake the feeling that this situation was far from simple. An ominous presence seemed to loom in the air. Given the distribution of power among the mercenary guilds, the Town branch undoubtedly had formidable warriors stationed there to deter the three major mercenary groups. Yet, White Veil sensed a palpable threat, recalling Master Wanda, who had recently visited the guild. Master Wanda had been secluded in the guild's chamber, conducting experiments with magical potions. Perhaps it was time for her to pay a visit. With that thought, White Veil gracefully made her way towards the chamber, her slender figure moving with purpose. Outside Town, the Paladin Mercenary Corps trudged away in a disheveled state, resembling defeated roosters. The faces of most, marred by the battle, displayed confusion and despair, the weight of their defeat and uncertainty about the future draining their spirits. In contrast, St. Paul bore no trace of defeat upon his countenance. It was as though he had not been vanquished at all. In truth, he felt no disheartenment. Everything was proceeding according to his design. The withdrawal from Town was merely a part of his strategy, and orchestrating a grand battle to divert suspicion from Jallarella and Venkind was crucial. The cost of sacrificing hundreds of his men to achieve this objective was a price he would readily pay, for the ultimate goal outweighed any temporary loss. Flandeco, find a place for everyone to rest and tend to the wounded, St. Paul instructed. Yes, Captain, Flandeco replied, his previous bitterness now absent. As the vice-captain of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, he was well aware of the captain's plans. His earlier resentment and anger had all been in act, and he had played his part flawlessly. St. Paul turned his gaze back towards Town, a cold smile gracing his lips. Town, I shall return soon. Jallarella, Venkind, enjoy your fleeting triumph while it lasts. Chapter 41, The Pet System Roar. Roar. The Amethyst Lion King glared fiercely at the four humans before it. Despite being gravely injured and unable to move, it still exuded the ferocity of a level 6 magical beast. The four individuals before the Amethyst Lion King were Lin and his companions, who had fortuitously encountered the beast they had previously used to thwart the Paladin Mercenary Corps. The unfortunate Amethyst Lion King, besieged by the formidable warriors Lin Rongfu and Shi Lin, soon found itself kneeling in defeat. Now stripped of its capacity to resist, the final lethal blow was left to Lin, as per his request. After all, slaying a magical beast with his own hands would grant him experience. Although the Shilin sisters did not fully comprehend this peculiar desire, it did not hinder them from acquiescing to Lin's wishes. Lin had just participated in the siege of the Amethyst Lion King, for the opportunity to battle a level 6 magical beast was indeed rare. With Lin Rongfu and Shilin as the main forces to distract, he could easily gain some proficiency by skirting around the edges. Nevertheless, he bore several wounds, particularly a long scratch across his chest inflicted by the Amethyst Lion King. At that moment, flames of life ignited at the sight of his injury, rapidly mending the damage as he took measured steps towards the Amethyst Lion King, poised to extinguish its life. The once ferocious Amethyst Lion King, despite its grievous injuries, now let out a mournful whimper upon sensing the pulsating flames of life emanating from Lin. The fierce roar transformed into a pitiful cry as it lowered its head. Resting its front paws before Lin, its ears drooping, and its once menacing gaze now imbued with a sense of submissiveness. "Wait, Lin," Sherlin exclaimed, her expression shifting as she quickly called out to him. "What is it, Sister Sherlin?" Lin turned back, puzzled. "This Amethyst Lion King has already submitted to you," Sherlin stated. Astonished, the submission of a mature magical beast was a remarkably arduous feat, especially for a level 6 beast that possessed considerable intelligence. The inherent ferocity within the bloodline of magical beasts typically prohibits them from yielding to humans, unless one is vastly superior in strength or bound by a powerful magical contract crafted by a formidable sorcerer. Taming a magical beast usually necessitates the capture and nurturing of its young from an early age. The current behavior of the Amethyst Lion King was unmistakably one of submission to Lin, which left Sherlin in awe. Upon hearing this, Lin too was taken aback. The Amethyst Lion King had actually yielded to him? "Do you wish to submit to me?" Lin inquired, gazing at the bowing, whimpering creature before him, feeling a curious thrill. Regardless of whether the Amethyst Lion King could comprehend his words, the Amethyst Lion King continued to whimper, but alas, Lin could not decipher its meaning. Lin found herself in a predicament. The language barrier rendered communication utterly impossible. Now, with the Amethyst Lion King gravely injured and on the brink of death, it had submitted. But what would happen once it regained its strength? She lacked the ability to perform contract magic and possessed no scrolls for such spells, leaving her unable to bind the Amethyst Lion King. Having such a formidable beast nearby was a source of considerable unease. The pet contract card. Lin recalled the pet contract card nestled within her backpack. The current situation presented an opportune moment to utilize the card. With a mere thought, the pet contract card materialized in her hand. She mentally commanded, "System, activate the pet contract card to bind this Amethyst Lion King." In an instant, the card transformed into a radiant white light, which split into 2 streams. One stream merged into the Amethyst Lion King's forehead, while the other fused with Lin's own. At that moment, Lin sensed a newfound connection between herself and the Amethyst Lion King, enabling her to perceive its emotions and communicate commands to it. Ding! The pet contract card has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first pet, thereby activating the pet system and unlocking the pet space. You have been awarded a unique skill. Listen to the voices of all things. This skill cannot be upgraded. The system's notification echoed in her mind, filling Lin with unexpected joy. She had not realized that binding her first pet would activate the pet system. Previously, she had assumed this was a distinction between the system and the game. This revelation felt like a delightful surprise. Furthermore, the granting of the unique skill, "Listen to the voices of all things," was particularly astonishing. This ability was reminiscent of the legendary Roger the Pirate King's power, which only emerged when one developed their observation Haki to an exceptionally advanced level, allowing them to comprehend the voices of sentient beings in the world and communicate with them. While this skill may not enhance combat prowess, it was undeniably formidable. The pinnacle of observation Haki could yield a myriad of extraordinary abilities, such as Katakuri's foresight, which permitted glimpses into imminent events, Enel's mantra, capable of eavesdropping on the thoughts of an entire city, and even the extraordinary long-range perception of a smile, which could detect falling meteors from outer space and manipulate them as projectiles. Lin beamed with joy. For mastering the skill of listening to the voices of all things was undoubtedly a divine talent. With the recent contract forged with the Amethyst Lion King, communication with this majestic creature became remarkably seamless. The prospect of someday acquiring the abilities of foresight or a mental network would be even more splendid. Alas, she had yet to attain the observation Haki. The journey ahead remained long and arduous. Lin reviewed the introduction to the pet space once more, noting that it could house contracted pets and swiftly heal their injuries. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The capabilities of the pet space were indeed formidable. By contracting additional pets into this realm, one could easily deceive others into believing they were alone, only to be suddenly encircled by several magical beasts. What a fright that would cause. A chuckle escaped him at the thought. It seemed prudent to acquire a few more powerful companions. However, the pet contract cards were rather expensive, costing a staggering 100,000 energy each. What a financial strain. Moreover, the pet space possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly heal the injuries of his companions. Lin contemplated the possibility of inviting the Amethyst Lion King into the space to test the efficacy of this healing feature. Yet, he ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, with the sirens, Lin and Via nearby, the sudden disappearance of such a large magical beast would undoubtedly terrify them. Thus, he resolved to endure the burden himself, dutifully tending to the Amethyst Lion King's grievous wounds. As his first contracted pet, he could not allow it to perish so soon after their bond was formed. Lin extended his hand to rest upon the head of the Amethyst Lion King, igniting the flame of life in his palm, which gradually enveloped the majestic creature. The Amethyst Lion King sensed a potent vitality mending its wounds and submissively nudged its fluffy head against Lin's calf, resembling a kitten despite being a formidable 6th-level magical beast. "Lin, have you truly tamed this Amethyst Lion King?" Lin inquired, astonished. "Indeed, it shall henceforth be my pet," Lin replied with a cheerful smile, envisioning the added strength of having another battlemaster by his side once the lion recovered. Shirlene's normally stoic visage betrayed her surprise. How could Lin, who lacked magical skills, forge a bond with the Amethyst Lion King? Yet, the scene before her compelled her to accept the reality that Lin had indeed subdued this powerful 6th-level beast, revealing the many extraordinary facets of his being. Chapter 42. Speculations on the Devil's Fruit. In contrast to Shirlene's astonishment, Lin Rongfu remained composed. After all, the young master was a recipient of divine inheritance. Subduing a 6th-level beast was hardly remarkable. Nonetheless, he felt a swell of happiness, knowing that this acquisition bolstered the young master's influence. "Wow, Lin, you are incredible," exclaimed Vea, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she approached, captivated by the Amethyst Lion King. "Lin, may I pet it?" "Of course," Lin replied with a smile, assured by the presence of the contract card that the Amethyst Lion King would obey his every command. "That's wonderful," Vea exclaimed, eagerly reaching out to stroke the long fur atop the lion's head. "To think I am in the presence of a living 6th-level beast. And it is so obedient. I wish I could have such a magical beast as my mount. When the time is right, I shall capture a suitable beast for you." Lin promised. "You must keep your word. Do not deceive me," Vea urged, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed intently at Lin. "Of course," Lin affirmed. "As long as I have the energy to procure a pet contract card, acquiring a mount should be simple enough. However, convincing a powerful magical beast to submit is far from easy." "Why did you choose to submit to me?" Lin asked the Amethyst Lion King, intrigued by its willingness to obey, as powerful magical beasts typically would rather die than bow to humans. "Master, when that flame appeared upon you, I felt a bloodline suppression. This aura is far more potent and noble than my own, which compelled me to submit," the Amethyst Lion King roared, transmitting a wave of mental energy to Lin through their bond. "So this was the reason?" Lin was taken aback to discover that the flame of life, a power derived from the mythical creature known as the Phoenix Devil Fruit, had instilled a sense of bloodline suppression within the Amethyst Lion King. It was stated that this power was far more potent and noble than its own lineage. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? What is the true origin of the devil fruit bestowed by the system? Could it be that the phoenix fruit indeed harbors the bloodline of the phoenix, thereby imbuing Lin with the essence of the immortal bird? Otherwise, the Amethyst Lion King's submission to him would remain a mystery. The phoenix, a legendary divine beast, is renowned for its ability to rise from its ashes, thus earning the moniker of immortality. Naturally, the bloodline of such a divine creature would far surpass that of a mere 6th-tier magical beast by countless degrees. In the realm of magical beasts, hierarchical distinctions are stark, and bloodline suppression is quite severe. The Amethyst Lion King was yielding to the aura of divine bloodline rather than to Lin himself. As these thoughts traversed Lin's mind, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. Perhaps this was indeed the true reason behind the Amethyst Lion King's capitulation. It seemed that Zoan-type devil fruits might allow those who consume them to inherit the corresponding bloodline essence of the animal, while ordinary Zoan fruits might hold little value. Possibly even weaker than certain magical beasts, the more formidable Zoan fruits were an entirely different matter, much like his own phoenix fruit. If Lin could develop the capabilities of the phoenix fruit to the awakening stage, could he not transform directly into the divine phoenix? A surge of excitement coursed through him as he began to anticipate this possibility. The noble bloodline essence bestowed by the phoenix fruit was unparalleled, and it was likely that few magical beasts across the divine grace continent could rival its lineage. This implied that by harnessing the suppression of the phoenix's bloodline essence, he could potentially subjugate numerous powerful magical beasts. With an ample supply of pet contract cards, he could forge a formidable army of magical beasts, equipping each member of the Daxiao mercenary corps with a powerful beast as their mount. Would this not make the task of elevating the mercenary group to the SSS level considerably easier? Lin resolved that upon encountering the next magical beast, he would put his recent hypothesis to the test. Should his conjecture be validated, it would indeed be remarkable. The imposing frame of the Amethyst Lion King required Lin to expend considerable stamina to heal its wounds. By the time Lin's energy was nearly depleted, the lion's injuries had only improved slightly, given that it had been gravely wounded moments prior. Nonetheless, this degree of recovery was sufficient to pull the Amethyst Lion King from the brink of death, allowing it to rise on its own. Consequently, Lin retracted his abilities, which intensified his desire to experience the pet space's rapid healing function. With a mighty roar, the Amethyst Lion King stood, its nearly 4-meter height exuding a regal presence. It affectionately nudged Lin with its large head in gratitude for the healing he had provided, causing Lin, who was already fatigued, to stumble slightly. "Haha," laughed Vaya. The Amethyst Lion King gazed at Lin innocently, its first encounter with a master evident in its clumsy attempts at charm. "Master, please understand, but you seem rather fragile." "You rascal," Lin remarked, lightly patting the lion's head. Its innocent expression was hardly convincing. Had it not been for the lion's still healing wounds, he would have seized the opportunity to discipline it. Lin and Lin Rongfu approached, their curiosity piqued as they observed the once ferocious beast now submissive. "Lin, what name will you give it?" Vaya inquired. "A name?" Lin pondered. It would be fitting to bestow a name upon such a majestic creature. After all, even a pet dog is often named Fortune. For this mighty beast, perhaps something more imposing. Let's call it Little Purple. Little Purple? Lin and the others were taken aback. This powerful Amethyst Lion King, and you choose such a name? It is a 6th-level beast, after all. It deserves some dignity. The lion's large violet eyes reflected disappointment, clearly displeased with its new moniker. "Master, could you be a bit more sensible? I am the Lion King. What's wrong with Little Purple?" Lin scratched his head, grappling with his naming dilemma. "How about Little Crystal?" "Little Crystal? Ha ha ha." Vaya erupted in laughter, nearly spitting out her drink, doubled over in mirth. "What kind of logic is that, Lin?" Lin could not contain her amusement either, a charming smile gracing her lips, while Lin Rongfu also wore a smile. Only the Amethyst Lion King wore a human-like expression of sheer exasperation. "Master, please be reasonable." "Not a good name, huh? Then what should I call it?" Observing the reactions of those around him, Lin understood that his name choice had fallen short. Is there a remedy for naming difficulties? How about simply calling it Lion King? Lin suggested. With a resounding roar, the Amethyst Lion King expressed its approval of this name, evidently relieved that Lin had refrained from bestowing upon it another peculiar title. "Very well, if you like it, from this day forth, you shall be known as Lion King," Lin declared, patting the lion's large head. It occurred to him that the intelligence of a 6th-level magical beast was quite high, as it was aware enough to dislike its name. This inspired Lin to consider nurturing it further. He recalled the animal-type human fruit in his backpack, wondering what would transpire if he were to feed it to the lion. Chapter 43. The roar of beasts in the depths of the mountains. The thought of having the Amethyst Lion King consume the human fruit proliferated in Lin's mind like weeds in spring. Should he take the plunge? As he approached a decision, Lin hesitated, uncertain of the transformation that might ensue from the lion consuming the fruit. In One Piece, Chopper had gained the ability to walk upright, speak, and possess intelligence comparable to humans after eating the human fruit, a potent fruit from magical beasts. While the magical beasts of the Divine Grace continent were indeed powerful and possessed high intelligence, they could not transform into human forms as depicted in Earth's myths. Even the mightiest 9th-level magical beast was bound by this limitation. The human fruit was primarily auxiliary, not enhancing combat prowess, and Lin dismissed the notion. The current form of the Amethyst Lion King was already impressive. Transforming into a humanoid might prove unseemly, so he abandoned that thought. After the fierce battle, all present were considerably fatigued and bore various injuries. It was time to recuperate. Lin Rongfu skillfully started a fire to roast the meat of a previously slain 6th-level beast. With the Amethyst Lion King's domain secured, no other beasts dared to intrude, allowing them to cook without concern. The lion had a tremendous appetite. Even with Lin's life return ability, he struggled to match its consumption. After a hearty feast, the 4 companions and 1 beast were left quite satisfied. albeit at Lin Rongfu's expense. Once they had eaten their fill, Lin opened his attribute panel to assess the rewards from their recent skirmishes. Character: Lin level, 30 experience, 90. 020, 000 vitality, 740 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, max, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced, 22, for 105, 000, shave, intermediate, 8, 705, 000, paper drawing, intermediate, 4, 905, 000, life return, beginner, max, armament Haki, beginner, max, listen to the voice of all things, non-upgradable, devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, beginner, max, techniques, one sword style, Iato, flash, continuous flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, nun pet, amethyst lion king, initial 6th level beast, special items, nun energy, 117, 500 backpack, human fruit, several magic crystals quests, main quest 1, dream of leveling up, host level upgrade to maximum, phase 2 quest, reach level 40, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack, main quest 2, the ambitions of the mercenary corps, upgrade the Dasha mercenary corps to SSS level, phase 2 quest, A-level mercenary corps, reward, 1 advancement gift pack. Having reached level 30, Lin's vitality had increased by 30 points, and the proficiency of various skills had grown significantly. However, the slow increase in vitality was disheartening. Without skill upgrades contributing to his vitality, the meager 5 points gained per level were hardly sufficient to make an impact on his current strength. The increased proficiency required for skills meant that grinding for experience would be a lengthy endeavor, while energy enhancements were far more expedient. Having tasted the joy of spending currency for boosts, he found the prospect of grinding proficiency rather unappealing. Additionally, life return, armament Haki, and his devil fruit abilities remained unupgradable. It seemed that he would need to reach level 40 before he could enhance those skills once more. Lin gazed at the several 6th-level magic crystals he had gathered over the past few days in his backpack, pondering whether to recharge. He was curious about the potential conversion of 6th-level magic crystals into system energy. System: convert all magic crystals in the backpack into system energy. Ding. Please confirm. Do you wish to convert 3 6th-level initial stage crystals and 1 6th-level intermediate stage crystal into system energy? Confirm. Ding. Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 225, 000, totaling 342. 500 points. Having converted 4 6th-level magic crystals, Lin calculated that the 6th-level initial stage crystals yielded 50, 000 energy each, while the 6th-level intermediate stage crystal provided 75, 000 energy. It seemed that 6th-level magic crystals contained a substantial amount of energy, significantly surpassing that of 5th-level crystals, with the system's total energy now exceeding 340, 000. Just a few more 6th-level magic crystals would suffice to accumulate the 55 energy needed to upgrade a skill, thereby greatly enhancing his strength. Grandfather Fu, it seems I haven't seen any members of the Paladin Mercenary Corps these past few days. Have there been any sightings today? Lin inquired. No. I have scoured the surrounding area and found no sign of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, Lin Rongfu replied. Young master, could it be that they have abandoned their search? Lin nodded, acknowledging the possibility. After all, the Hudis Mountains were vast, teeming with formidable magical beasts, and the Paladin Mercenary Corps could not endlessly squander manpower. They could very well lie in wait at Hudis. Perhaps a conflict was imminent between the Paladin Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. At that moment, Sherlin spoke, her expression grave, sensing something amiss. Sister Sherlin, can you be certain? Lin inquired. I cannot say for sure, Sherlin replied, shaking her head. However, if Tim and the others have been summoned back to Hudis, the likelihood of war is considerable. Otherwise, they would not have recalled their forces. After all, compared to a grand conflict with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, they are but minor players, not worth the expenditure of resources. What shall we do now? Should we rush back to Hudis? Lin asked again, admitting his lack of expertise in such matters. The Paladin Mercenary Corps has not appeared for 2 days. They may have already exited the Hudis Mountains. I fear we may not reach them in time, Sherlin said, her serene countenance betraying a hint of concern. She pondered the outcome of the battle between the Silver Shield and the Paladins, contemplating what their next steps would be if the Paladins emerged victorious. Regardless, we must return to Hudis. If the battle is still ongoing, our return could provide a critical advantage to the Paladin mercenary corps. If the battle has concluded and the Paladins have triumphed, we must consider our departure from Hudis, Lin mused, recognizing that the conflict at Hudis significantly influenced his future actions. Very well, let us return to Hudis at once, Lin decisively declared. With the decision made, the four of them immediately began their descent. Along the way, Lin continuously used the flame of life to heal the Amethyst Lion King, hoping that by the time they reached Hudis, it would be able to unleash its full strength as a level 6 beast, thereby augmenting their formidable forces. As Lin and his companions made their way down the mountain, deep within the Hudis Mountains, an area seldom traversed by mercenaries, a shadowy figure darted through the forest like a wraith, moving with such incredible speed that it seemed almost ethereal. This dark figure bore a burden, a comatose magical beast cub nestled within its pack. Roar! Just moments after the cloaked figure departed, a tremendous roar reverberated from the depths of the Hudis Mountains, imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority and rage. The sound echoed through the valleys, startling countless magical beasts, who cowered in fear, trembling as they sensed the wrath of a king. Chapter 44. The beast tide. The tremendous roar shook a significant portion of the Hudis Mountains, causing innumerable beasts to tremble in trepidation, as if they could feel the fury of their sovereign. Lin and his companions naturally heard the resounding roar of the beast, their faces paling in unison. The immense authority encapsulated in that roar sent shivers through their souls, instilling a profound sense of dread. Even the Amethyst Lion King weakened, collapsing onto the ground and emitting a low, mournful whimper, clearly shaken. With his skill to perceive the sounds of all living things, Lin sensed an overwhelming fury within that roar. He was taken aback, pondering the caliber of the beast that could possess such might. A mere vocalization capable of instilling terror from such a distance. What could provoke such a formidable creature to unleash its wrath? Lion King, whose roar was that? Lin inquired, regaining his composure. Ugh, master, that was the roar of the king among beasts, the Thunderwing White Tiger. It is an 8th level beast. The Amethyst Lion King responded, filled with reverence for the Thunderwing White Tiger. An 8th level beast equates to a saint among humans, while a 9th level beast borders on the legendary. In the absence of a 9th level beast, an 8th level beast undeniably reigns supreme, which explains the sheer terror that caused the 6th level Amethyst Lion King to tremble. The roar of the 8th level Thunderwing White Tiger, Lin stated gravely. Thunderwing White Tiger. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Even Lin Rongfu, a former battle master, felt a chill in his heart. How could the Thunderwing White Tiger be enraged? Did someone dare to trespass into its territory and provoke this mighty beast? Lin's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The depths of the Hudis Mountains were known for harboring 8th level beasts, a fact well known among the mercenaries of Hudis Town. Yet, no one had ever dared to disturb it, not even the 3 major mercenary groups. Fortunate that the Thunderwing White Tiger never ventured out of its mountainous lair, allowing Hudis Town to remain undisturbed for many years. Roar! Roar! Then, from the depths of the mountains, the roar of the Thunderwing White Tiger echoed once more. Roar! Master! It's bad. The Thunderwing White Tiger is summoning all the beasts in the mountains to attack humans. The Amethyst Lion King exclaimed. Without needing the Amethyst Lion King's reminder, Lin understood the implications of the 2 roars. His countenance instantly darkened. Master, what's wrong? Lin Rongfu asked, noticing Lin's grave expression. The Thunderwing White Tiger has commanded all the beasts to emerge from the mountains and assault Hudis Town. Lin replied somberly, a shadow clouding his heart. What? The 3 companions' faces turned ashen. The Thunderwing White Tiger's command meant all the beasts of the Hudis Mountains would go on a rampage. A beast tide. A terrifying thought struck Lin and his companions like a bolt from the blue, overwhelming their hearts with immense fear. How could a beast tide erupt? Lin exclaimed, her previously calm demeanor shattered. Someone has stolen the Thunderwing White Tiger's offspring, Lin uttered, his eyes betraying his astonishment. Which hero would dare to steal the young of a saint-level beast and succeed at that? Yet, this reckless act had dire consequences for them. What? Someone stole the Thunderwing White Tiger's cubs? Lin, Wei Ye, and Lin Rongfu were all left utterly shocked, struggling to believe the revelation. Master, we must leave the Hudis Mountains immediately, Lin Rongfu urged anxiously. The terror of a beast tide, though he had never experienced it, was something he had heard of. The continent teemed with beasts, many regions having suffered beast tides. It was an unimaginably horrific spectacle, a torrent of beasts sweeping through, tearing apart everything in their path. Let us go. We must leave at once. As the image of countless beasts surging towards them flooded Lin's mind, his complexion paled, his throat dry. Even with the Amethyst Lion King, their combined strength would be no match against the beast tide, and they hurriedly fled downhill without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, a dark figure swiftly traversing the Hudis Mountains had reached the outskirts, its expression shifting slightly upon hearing the thunderous roars from the depths of the mountains. I didn't expect that beast to return so quickly, but it is too late now, the shadowy figure chuckled softly, its laughter echoing through the forest as it darted downward. With the Thunderwing White Tiger's command, all beasts in the Hudis Mountains erupted into chaos, emerging from their hiding places and heading towards the outskirts. Some beasts raced through the forest with incredible speed, while others, colossal in size, shook the ground with their thunderous strides. Flying beasts soared overhead. Originally, these creatures would engage in ceaseless battles, but now, regardless of whether they were natural enemies or their levels, they seemed to set aside their past grievances and instincts, uniting into a torrent that cascaded down the mountainside. The entirety of the Hudis Mountains resonated with deafening roars, the frenzied aura of beasts engulfing the region. Numerous mercenary groups within the Hudis Mountains were instantly swept into the tide, torn to shreds by the onslaught of beasts in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin and his companions found themselves in peril, besieged by a multitude of beasts that charged at them as if they were avenging their slain kin. Despite the Amethyst Lion King's presence, their efforts were in vain. Though the beasts were primarily 4th and 5th level, they posed no significant threat individually. Yet their overwhelming numbers and reckless ferocity severely hindered Lin and his companions' escape. As the beasts grew in number, Lin realized that even a swarm of ants could bring down an elephant. Once their stamina and energy were exhausted, they would be engulfed by the tide. Moreover, if they were caught by the 6th or 7th level beasts lurking deeper in the mountains, it would spell disaster. Roar! The Amethyst Lion King bellowed, snapping the neck of a charging 4th level beast. Typically, such low-level beasts would flee at its scent, but now they charged with reckless abandon, infuriating the Amethyst Lion King. Despite its incessant roars, it was futile. For every beast it dispatched, another would leap into the fray. Under the Thunderwing White Tiger's command, these lower beasts would obliterate any human in sight, and while the Amethyst Lion King sought to protect Lin and his companions, they would also turn on it. Master, we can't stay like this. We must not let these beasts hold us back. If the pursuing horde catches up, we will be trapped in the tide. Lin Rongfu shouted, slashing at the attacking beasts with his sword, his urgency palpable. He feared not for his own life, but for Lin's. We have no choice but to carve a path through. Lin gritted his teeth, panic etched on his face. Despite countless battles against beasts in the Hudis Mountains, the sheer terror of the beast tide was overwhelming. No matter his past or present, he had never witnessed such a daunting scene. It was utterly terrifying. We can't escape. Shirlene's face turned pale. They had already ventured deep into the Hudis Mountains, and breaking free from the territory of 6th level beasts would be near impossible. The beasts on the periphery were even more numerous, and though they may not be strong individually, their sheer volume was daunting. Let us find somewhere to hide. Lin Rongfu yelled. Yes, we should find a place to take cover until the tide passes. Lin's eyes brightened. This indeed could be a viable escape. Killing them all was impossible. As long as they evaded the tide, a glimmer of hope remained. Let us head back to the cave where we previously sheltered. Lin Rongfu shouted, leading the charge towards the cave they had once used for refuge. Lin, Shiren, and Vea closely followed, and at Lin's signal, the Amethyst Lion King charged forward, clearing the path alongside Lin Rongfu. Chapter 45. The Panic of Mercenary Paradise. The group pressed onward together, while Lin attempted to utilize the bloodline aura of the Phoenix to intimidate these magical beasts. However, it remained uncertain whether the low intelligence of these 4th and 5th level beasts rendered them incapable of sensing the bloodline aura, or if it was due to the command of the Thunderwing White Tiger. The Phoenix's presence had no effect on these creatures. Consequently, Lin had no choice but to retract the life flame to conserve energy and wield his blade to carve a bloody path forward. Fortunately, the cave where they had previously taken refuge was not far away. After vanquishing an unknown number of magical beasts, they finally managed to retreat into the cave. leaving the Amethyst Lion King stationed at the entrance to guard against the agitated beasts. Upon seeing no sign of Lin and the others, the magical beasts ceased their assault on the Amethyst Lion King and charged down the mountain, allowing those sheltered within the cave to breathe a sigh of relief. "We're finally alive. I thought I was going to die from fright," Vea exclaimed, her voice trembling and laced with the remnants of terror. "Do not be afraid. We will be safe," Shirin reassured Vea, embracing her, though her own face was pale, reflecting her lingering fear. As she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure in front of her sister, Lin leaned against the stone wall of the cave, gasping for breath, embodying the essence of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. This was merely a minor encounter with a small horde of beasts. He could hardly fathom the terror of a full-scale beast tide. Even now, his limbs felt weak, and his heart raced uncontrollably. "Young master, are you all right?" Lin Rongfu inquired softly, a hint of concern in his voice, fearing that Lin might be traumatized by the horror of the beast tide. "I am fine," Lin replied with a bitter smile. "It's just that encountering such a situation for the first time is rather frightening. Experiencing this once is quite sufficient." In her previous life, Lin had watched a documentary on the migrations of animals across the African savanna. However, the sight of countless beasts surging forth could not compare to the current onslaught. The creatures of the African plains were but ordinary animals, whereas the beasts of the Hudis Mountains possessed formidable power, capable of shattering trees that required several people to encircle. It was a terrifying spectacle. Lin had once thought her strength was growing rapidly and had felt a sense of pride, but in the face of the beast tide, her abilities were inadequate for even self-preservation. She realized that if her strength were sufficient, if she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the thunderwing white tiger, or even slay it, then the trivial beast tide would be nothing, easily vanquished by a single strike. Though they sheltered in a cave, Lin and her companions remained vigilant. The thunderous roars of the beasts and the cacophony of their stampede created an unsettling atmosphere. Despite the presence of the Amethyst Lion King guarding the cave entrance, the possibility of more powerful monsters detecting their scent left their fate uncertain. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Lin began tending to her companion's wounds. The brief skirmish had left them injured, as they had prioritized offense over defense in their rush to reach the cave. Prompt healing was essential to ensure their survival amidst the beast tide. At the entrance of Hudistown, a figure cloaked in black rushed through the gates, shouting, "The beast tide has erupted. Quickly, close the gates. The beast tide has erupted? What nonsense is this?" One guard scoffed. It has been years since the Hudis Mountains experienced such a phenomenon. Perhaps he was frightened by the monsters in the mountains, another speculated. He's returned alone. His companions likely perished at the hands of the beasts. The guards and mercenaries at the gate dismissed the black-cloaked figure's warnings with laughter. Recently, Hudistown had undergone significant changes. Many mercenaries had been stifled for too long and found amusement in this absurdity. The cloaked man overheard their jeers and silently scoffed, paying no heed to those who would soon meet their demise at the hands of the monsters. He pressed forward into the town. Before long, a guard stationed at the gate suddenly pointed towards the Hudis Mountains, exclaiming, "Look, what is that? Is it a storm cloud? Is it going to rain? Are you infected by that fool's nonsense? With the sun shining so brightly, where would clouds come from?" Another mercenary jested, "Wait, there really is a cloud. But why is it moving so fast? Good heavens, that isn't a cloud, it's a swarm of flying beasts." The guard's terrified shout pierced the air, his body trembling in fear. "The beast tide is upon us." At that moment, all the mercenaries realized the truth. The dark mass hurtling through the sky was indeed a vast number of flying monsters. On the ground, though obscured, the dust cloud rising was hundreds of meters high, resembling a sandstorm, and they could feel the ground trembling beneath them. The vibrations growing ever stronger. "It's over. The beast tide is here. Close the gates. Inform the captain at once." The mercenaries' panicked cries filled the air, causing chaos to erupt. The news of the beast tide spread like wildfire throughout Hudistown, igniting a frenzy within the streets. Jarala and Venkind, who had only just stabilized the town's situation, hurried to the battlements, their earlier pleasantries forgotten. Upon witnessing the approaching horde of flying beasts and the dust storm billowing forth, their expressions turned grave. "Gather all mercenaries. Prepare for battle atop the walls to confront the beast tide," Venkind commanded. As one of the most seasoned mercenaries in Hudistown, he had once experienced a beast tide in his youth, an experience he never wished to relive. Yet now, with the tide returning, Their only option was to fight. Fleeing was futile against such ferocious beasts, especially the swift-flying monsters. To leave their backs exposed would be tantamount to seeking death. They had to stand their ground and fight for a chance at survival. Everyone, do not falter. Retreat equals death. We must hold back the tide if we are to have any hope. Vankin's voice resonated atop the walls. As the tide approached, escape was impossible. Only a fierce battle awaited. Jarala, though a woman, displayed extraordinary courage as she echoed Vankin's rallying cry. Under the leadership of the two mercenary captains, all the mercenaries in Hudis towns surged to the battlements, steeling themselves against the impending tide. Fear gripped their hearts, but none dared to retreat. To do so would mean certain death. Should the beasts breach Hudis town, few would survive. A somber and tragic atmosphere enveloped the battlements. In the distance, the fastest of the flying beasts neared Hudis town, their forms becoming discernible atop the walls, while the ground monsters charged forward, the very walls trembling under the thunderous stampede. Chapter 46. A gruesome battle by Wire and her mercenary guild appeared atop the walls as the beast tide approached, realizing they too could not escape its wrath. As she beheld the advancing horde, By Wire's heart sank not only at the sight of the tide, but also for Lin, who remained in the Hudis Mountains. The scale of the beast tide cast a grim shadow over Lin's fate. How could there be a beast tide? Upon hearing the news, Meguro was in utter disarray. Master Lin was still in the Hudis Mountains. Master Meguro, what shall we do? Young Master is still in the Hudis Mountains. Eusebius fretted, his face a mask of worry. Young Master is under Uncle Fu's protection. He will be fine, Meguro reassured Eusebius, though he too struggled to believe Lin would survive the tide. Yes, the young Master has fortune on his side. He will be all right, Eusebius murmured to himself, trying to muster courage. Eusebius, no one can escape the beast tide. You are too weak to remain here. I must head to the battlements and see if I can find news of young Master Lin, Meguro stated resolutely. With that, Meguro gathered several guards and stepped outside, leaving Eusebius gazing anxiously after him, resentful of his own lack of strength. He resolved that if the monsters breached the town, he too would fight to the death against them. At the forefront of the beast tide, a dozen figures sprinted desperately. These were mercenaries who had escaped the tide in the Hudis Mountains. They ran for their lives, hoping to reach the town before the tide engulfed them, thereby securing a slim chance at survival. Unfortunately, the monsters would not grant them such mercy. A dozen flying beasts swooped down from the sky, snatching the mercenaries from the ground and lifting them into the air. In the next moment, blood rained down, and the mangled bodies fell, crushed to pulp by the following beasts. Witnessing this scene, the mercenaries atop the walls turned pale. If they failed to hold back the tide, their fate would mirror that of those unfortunate souls. Soon, the vanguard of flying beasts descended to within 100 meters of the walls of Hudis town, preparing for their assault. Archers, prepare. Fire. With a command given, thousands of archers on the city walls swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a torrent of arrows imbued with fighting spirit that tore through the skies, targeting the flying beasts. Instantly, several hundred of these aerial creatures succumbed to the relentless rain of arrows plummeting from the heavens. The initial wave of flying beasts, possessing only the strength of levels 3 or 4, fell easily to the archers' deadly precision. Release the arrows. Another volley soared forth, claiming hundreds more flying beasts. However, as the third barrage ascended, a colossal flying creature emerged from the dark clouds, a level 5 beast, the iron feather eagle. Its wings stretched over 20 meters, generating fierce winds that scattered hundreds of arrows, and with a powerful flap, it unleashed a hail of razor-sharp feathers upon the city walls. In an instant, dozens of mercenaries were slain by the descending feathers. You wretched beast, do not be so arrogant, roared Vankinder, the leader of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, whose men were stationed at this section of the wall. Witnessing the heavy losses of his subordinates ignited a furious rage within him. He leaped into the air, his knight's great sword cleaving through the air with a surge of fighting spirit, striking the iron feather eagle. The creature's body was cleaved in two, blood raining down from above. At that moment, the flying beasts had already descended upon the city walls, their sharp claws shattering the skulls of mercenaries, even lifting some to great heights before letting them fall, lifeless, to the ground. Chaos erupted atop the walls, yet the mercenaries rallied in defiance, their fighting spirit clashing against the beasts, cutting them down amidst a tempest of bloodshed. The onslaught of flying beasts was relentless. attacking not only the mercenaries defending the walls, but also plunging into the town itself to assault those within. Unable to accommodate all mercenaries on the walls, many took to the rooftops to fend off the aerial assault. A dozen flamingos soared over the town, spewing forth torrents of fire that ignited the buildings below. Although the flamingos were swiftly dispatched, the mercenaries suffered grievous losses. A thunderous rumble shook the ground as the ground forces of the beast horde charged forth. Leading the charge were hundreds of level 4 gale wolves, who unleashed wind blades towards the walls as they closed in. "Defend!" Joralera shouted, raising her silver shield before her. A massive fighting spirit shield emerging to shatter a wave of wind blades. Many mercenaries swung their weapons to deflect the oncoming assault, though numerous fell to the barrage. "Magicians, attack!" While the majority of the mercenaries were warriors, a significant number were mages. Spells were released from the walls, raining down upon the beasts below, swamp traps, fire meteor showers, quicksand, water tornadoes, and other area spells decimating groups of monsters. With a mighty roar, over 100 gale wolves leaped onto the walls, using the momentum to vault 20 meters high, plunging into the throngs of mercenaries, resulting in immediate fatalities. "Kill! Slay these beasts!" The mercenaries yelled in a frenzy, their eyes ablaze with fury as they clashed with the invading monsters. Each leaping beast was met with resistance, yet the price in blood was steep. More and more beasts surged onto the walls, and with the aerial onslaught, the mercenaries found themselves engulfed in a fierce battle. White Veil joined the fray, her one-handed sword extending into a fierce blade of fighting spirit, felling beast after beast. In that moment, she resembled a battle-hardened goddess, shedding the dainty demeanor she once displayed while teasing Lin. A tremendous rumble echoed as formidable silhouettes emerged from the horde: the rampaging bear, the mammoth, and the diamond ape, each a powerful beast of level 6 and above, towering at an astonishing 7 to 8 meters, like small mountains crashing towards the walls. With a thunderous impact, the city walls shook violently, causing some mercenaries to lose their footing and tumble into the tide of beasts below. Do not let these beasts breach the walls. Everyone understood that should the walls fall, the mercenaries would lose their defensive advantage, exposed to the beast's claws. "Die, you monsters!" Joralera leaped from the walls, her hammer radiating a blinding light of fighting spirit as it smashed into the mammoth's head. The true battle was upon them. Chapter 47. The thunder-winged white tiger as they beheld the 3 formidable level 7 beasts in the distance. One mercenary muttered, his gaze vacant, despair evident in his eyes. "Fool, what are you daydreaming about in the middle of battle?" "My primary duty is to ensure your safety," Rolando replied, wary of allowing any harm to befall her. "If a level 7 beast breaches Hudis town, we will all be doomed. I am not in danger on the walls, and we still have Master Wanda here," White Veil insisted. Rolando glanced at Master Wanda, who was tirelessly casting spells from the side, and ultimately nodded. He drew his sword and leaped down from the walls, charging toward the level 7 beasts, slashing through countless lower-level beasts along his path. "What a tremendous loss," Master Wanda grumbled, tossing magic scrolls while lamenting his dwindling resources. He had initially come to Hudis town to gather the abundant spirit flowers of the Hudis Mountains for his potion experiments, never anticipating that he would encounter such a disastrous beast tide. His carefully accumulated scrolls were now at risk of depletion. However, there is no alternative. Facing such a formidable tide of beasts necessitates the conservation of magical energy. Despite the painful sacrifice, one cannot afford to spare any magical scrolls at this moment. Mijaro is fiercely combating the approaching monsters atop the city walls, his body drenched in blood. With his novice warrior strength, the current onslaught of creatures poses no threat to him, yet prolonged engagement may lead to exhaustion of his fighting spirit. Not far away, Joralila, Venkent, and Rolando have already engaged in battle with 3 level 7 beasts. Joralila's adversary is a colossal mammoth, a foe she relishes, as its thick hide and robust form provide her with immense satisfaction when she wields her hammer against it. As the mammoth charges, its massive trunk lashes out like a colossal whip. Joralila channels her fighting spirit into her hammer, which seems to swell to an enormous size. meeting the mammoth's trunk with a thunderous clash that reverberates through the air. Venkind has chosen to confront a two-headed hellhound. Legend has it that when the three-headed hellhound sprouts its third head, it evolves into a fearsome hell beast of the saintly tier. The two heads of the hellhound unleash twin jets of fire, one a fiery orange, the other an inky black, scorching the ground beneath. Venkind counters with his great sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of energy that extinguishes the flames. Rolando faces a titanic devouring serpent, measuring over 2 meters in diameter and nearly 30 meters in length. Its armored scales impervious to blades. The serpent hisses menacingly, coiling its massive tail towards Rolando, who slashes with his sword. But the energy blade merely glances off the serpent's hardened scales, sparking bright flashes. The three battles erupt with cataclysmic intensity, the air thick with fighting spirit, and the beasts near the 3 points of conflict are instantly torn apart by the residual shockwaves. The 3 level 7 beasts are held at bay by the trio of warriors, yet a dozen other level 6 monsters thunder towards the town of Hudis, their ferocious momentum seemingly unstoppable. If these creatures collide with the walls, the fortifications may very well crumble. They must be halted. These beasts cannot be allowed to breach the walls. Warriors of the higher ranks, follow me. Sanchez of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps roars, leaping down from the battlements. Quickly followed by a dozen figures, each a top-tier warrior from Hudis' mercenary community, who spring into action to intercept the advancing level 6 monsters, igniting a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, several leagues away from Hudis, at the encampment of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, a frantic mercenary rushes in from the direction of Hudis to report to St. Paul. Captain, a beast tide has erupted in the Hudis Mountains, and the monsters have begun their assault on the town. Finally, the moment has arrived. St. Paul rises from his seat, laughter replacing any fear on his face. My opportunity has come. Flandeco, rally everyone. We return to Hudis and reclaim what belongs to the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Yes, Captain. Flandeco replies, equally exhilarated. After this beast tide, Hudis will belong to the Paladin Mercenary Corps, excluding those still recovering from injuries. Nearly 2,000 warriors, led by St. Paul and Flandeco, march back to Hudis with unwavering determination. In the depths of the Hudis Mountains, Lin and her companions, still hidden in their cave, remain oblivious to the fierce battle raging above. Anxiety and trepidation consume them as the sounds of rampaging beasts echo endlessly outside, their hearts racing, unable to relax their vigilance. After an indeterminate time, the cacophony outside gradually subsides, the roars and stampedes fading as if the beast tide has passed. Sensing the retreat, Lin exchanges glances with her companions, relief evident in their eyes. Let us go outside and take a look, Lin suggests. Upon exiting the cave, they are met with devastation. It appears as if a hurricane has swept through, with toppled trees and scattered branches everywhere. The ground is littered with the massive footprints of the beasts. Yet the purple crystal Lion King stands steadfastly guarding the cave entrance. Thank you for your vigilance, Lion King, Lin says, patting the great creature's head. Without its protection, they would have surely been detected by the beasts even while hidden in the cave. The Lion King lets out a roar and nudges Lin's hand, eager to receive praise. But suddenly its body tenses, fur bristling as if sensing a formidable enemy nearby. Lion King, what is it? Lin's expression shifts to one of concern. As Lin's words echoed, the once formidable amethyst Lion King, who had appeared ready for battle, suddenly let its bristled fur droop helplessly, its massive body collapsing to the ground in trembling submission. Master, the Thunderwing White Tiger has arrived. Upon receiving the mental signal from the amethyst Lion King, Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Raising his gaze, he beheld a winged white tiger slowly approaching in the distance, sending a chill coursing through him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 48. A sudden mission. The Thunderwing White Tiger was not particularly large, standing just over 2 meters tall and measuring only 5 meters in length, almost diminutive when compared to the amethyst Lion King. Yet, it exuded an overwhelming and tyrannical aura befitting a sacred beast. The tiger's piercing gaze radiated the commanding presence of a beast king, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who met its eyes. The Thunderwing White Tiger, Lin stammered, oblivious to how his voice had distorted under the weight of his terror, his heart racing as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The Thunderwing White Tiger. Helene and her companions momentarily froze, their eyes following Lin's horrified gaze, locking onto the slowly advancing creature. their pupils constricted, bodies stiffening as a tide of unrelenting fear surged within them, rendering their breaths almost non-existent. The thunderwing white tiger maintained its deliberate pace, the sound of its paws striking the ground resonating like a thunderous drumbeat in the hearts of Lin and his companions, causing their blood to boil and their hearts to pound as if they might leap from their chests. The amethyst lion king, in stark contrast, lay prostrate, its head buried deep in the ground, its fur trembling like ripples on water, issuing low whines of despair. Humans all must perish. The thunderwing white tiger's eyes glinted with ferocity, radiating a bloodthirsty intent. It did not speak, yet its mental projection conveyed its lethal message to Lin and his companions. Those sacred beasts could not articulate words, they communicated through their psychic powers. Flickers of blue lightning danced along the wings of the thunderwing white tiger, suggesting an imminent discharge of formidable electricity. Feeling the unrestrained malice emanating from the thunderwing white tiger, Lin's heart raced with panic. What should he do? The oppressive aura of the tiger rendered him immobile. He was unable to even perform the simplest of gestures. Was he destined to meet his end today? A sense of unwillingness surged within him. Ding! Due to the host being subjected to an irresistible sacred-level mental assault and facing extreme peril, the temporary skill Conqueror's Haki has been awakened, with a duration of 15 minutes. In this critical moment, the system activated. As the notification rang in his ears, Lin felt a sudden clarity envelop his mind. The suffocating pressure exerted by the thunderwing white tiger seemed to vanish, as if a colossal burden had been lifted from his shoulders, leaving him invigorated and unencumbered. Lin felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the system proved to be reliable. However, the Conqueror's Haki was merely a temporary skill, lasting only a quarter of an hour. It could only assist him in withstanding the oppressive aura of the thunderwing white tiger, but would not aid him in vanquishing it. His success in this endeavor still relied on his own abilities. With a deep breath, the verdant flames of life ignited around Lin, enveloping him entirely. The essence of the phoenix's bloodline within the flames could intimidate the amethyst lion king, and it was likely to have an effect on the thunderwing white tiger as well. This was the only method of self-preservation Lin could conceive at present. Indeed, his gamble paid off. Upon witnessing the life flames surrounding Lin and sensing the bloodline aura of the phoenix, the thunderwing white tiger's ferocious gaze shifted and its steps faltered. It scrutinized the fiery figure of Lin, filled with suspicion. Human, how can you possess the aura of a magical beast's bloodline? The thunderwing white tiger conveyed a mental wave, astonished by the overwhelming nobility of the bloodline aura emanating from this human, which even instilled a hint of pressure within it. Had this human not been so weak, it might have struggled to bear such an oppressive presence. This was indeed peculiar. The thunderwing white tiger, having existed for countless years, had never encountered such an unusual human. Tiger King, I assure you, I am as bewildered as you are. Would you believe me? Lin inquired cautiously, fearful of provoking the grief-stricken thunderwing white tiger. However, he could not divulge information about the system, as it would likely be incomprehensible to the beast. Human, do you dare mock me? The thunderwing white tiger roared, its majestic and domineering aura resonating. The cowering amethyst lion king, trembling on the ground, was rendered mute by fear, lying still as if lifeless. The sirens, Lin and Weiya, trembled in terror, feeling the suffocating aura of death envelop them. Lin Rongfu fared slightly better, having once been a formidable warrior of the Battlemaster tier, managing to withstand the thunderwing white tiger's pressure, albeit barely. Though Lin could withstand the thunderwing white tiger's oppressive force under the temporary skill of Conqueror's Haki, his complexion remained pale, as the wrathful beast instilled fear within him. Tiger King, please calm your fury. I harbor no intentions of mockery. But I truly cannot articulate the matter clearly, Lin hastily reassured, his desire for survival overwhelming. It was evident that while the phoenix's bloodline aura instilled a modicum of caution in the thunderwing white tiger, it was insufficient to fully subdue such a powerful holy-level magical beast. Tiger King, I am aware that your offspring has been taken. I can assist you in retrieving your child. Human, do you speak the truth? Inquired the thunderwing white tiger. In its heart, the well-being of its offspring was paramount. The more powerful the magical beast, the more arduous it was to bear progeny, which explained the thunderwing white tiger's wrath upon its child's abduction, leading it to incite a beast tide. Despite its skepticism regarding Lin's ability to recover its child, the thunderwing white tiger was unwilling to relinquish hope in the face of despair. After all, even if it unleashed a beast tide, There was no guarantee of reclaiming its offspring. Should harm befall its child during the ensuing chaos, even the annihilation of all humans would prove futile. Naturally, before the Tiger King, they were utterly powerless and dared not deceive it. Lin spoke earnestly, "If we succeed in finding your child, I hope you will spare us and retract the order to cease the beast tide." "Very well, as long as my child is unharmed, I shall grant my word," replied the thunderwing white tiger, before a menacing aura enveloped it once more. "Should you deceive me, you shall be the first to suffer my wrath." "Agreed," Lin nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. For the moment, his life was spared. Ding! A temporary quest has been activated. Rescue the thunderwing white tiger's cub. Please assist in retrieving the thunderwing white tiger's offspring to quell the fury of the holy level thunderwing white tiger. Reward, Conqueror's Haki. Lin was taken aback, never anticipating that he would trigger a temporary quest, and to his delight, the reward was the coveted Conqueror's Haki. His heart swelled with joy. This was indeed a timely boon, and he resolved to find a way to complete the task at hand. Reaching a consensus, the Thunderwing Tiger King retracted its oppressive aura, allowing Shilanwaya and Lin Rongfu to relax, akin to fish returning to water, gasping for breath as the feeling of having survived a calamity washed over them. Recalling the harrowing scene, they were still gripped by lingering terror. The Thunderwing White Tiger unleashed a series of lightning bolts from its wings, which transformed into electric ropes that ensnared Lin and his companions, lifting them high above the Hudis Mountains. A tingling sensation coursed through their bodies, and they feared that the Thunderwing White Tiger might mismanage its power, leaving them charred, yet they dared not utter a sound, terrified of inciting its wrath anew. Unfazed by their trepidation, the Thunderwing White Tiger soared directly toward Hudis Town. The battle in Hudis Town had escalated to a fever pitch, in every fleeting moment. Numerous magical beasts and mercenaries fell, with the battlements littered with severed limbs and the ground awash in blood. In this relentless clash between humans and beasts, there was no mercy to be found, only a fierce struggle for survival. However, the most intense confrontation unfolded between three formidable masters and three seventh-tier magical beasts. A clash that threatened to upheave the very ground beneath them and would ultimately dictate the outcome of this fierce conflict. With a resounding crash, the leader of the Crazy Lion Mercenary Corps, Van Kander, wielded a 10-meter-long sword of light, extinguishing two jets of flame emitted by the phantasmic two-headed hound. His breath quickened. The prolonged battle had taken its toll, and he found himself straining against the formidable beast whose physical prowess surpassed that of any human. Suddenly, the two heads of the phantasmic hound unleashed another pair of fire pillars, one black and one red. Van Kander deftly dodged the flames and charged towards the beast, opting to change his strategy and seek an opportunity for a close-range strike rather than continue to clash head-on. Just as he moved, a dark flash zipped past him with the speed of thunder. Instinctively, Van Kander evaded to the side, but the shadowy light grazed his left arm, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone, blood spraying forth. Before him stood a lithe and elegant magical beast, its obsidian eyes fixed on Van Kander, exuding a human-like disdain and mockery, flanking the phantasmic hound. It was a seventh-tier magical beast, the Dark Enchantress Panther, a rare creature of the dark element. Born to be an assassin, Van Kander's heart sank in alarm. Not only was there another seventh-tier beast, but it was the notoriously troublesome Dark Enchantress Panther, known for its swiftness and exceptional stealth capabilities, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. With one phantasmic hound already testing his limits, he could hardly withstand another. Despair gripped Van Kander as thoughts of retreat surfaced. Facing two seventh-tier beasts was tantamount to a death sentence. He realized that only by relying on the fortifications of the town could he hope to survive. Another seventh-tier beast, Van Kander shouted, warning Joralera and Roland to fall back and take refuge behind the walls. After issuing the warning, he turned to flee. Preserving his life was the wisest choice. Hearing Van Kander's urgent call, Joralera and Roland were struck with alarm. The emergence of yet another seventh-tier beast could entirely shift the tide of battle. Both began to contemplate retreat. If they were ensnared by the assault of these magical beasts, escape would be impossible. Suddenly, the ground beneath Joralera gave way, and an enormous maw brimming with jagged teeth erupted from the earth, lunging towards her. The Earth Dragon Beast. Joralera's face paled. A seventh-tier beast had ambushed her from below. This creature resembled a colossal worm, adept at burrowing underground, specializing in surprise attacks. In a moment of peril, Joralera raised her silver shield to deflect the beast's attack. But the force propelled her into the air, causing her to spit blood as she fell into the throng of magical beasts below. Countless creatures surged towards her, threatening to overwhelm her. Ignoring her injuries, she leaped from the ground, wielding her hammer to carve a bloody path toward the walls of Hudis town. Meanwhile, witnessing Joralera's ambush by the Earth Dragon beast, Roland's heart raced with dread. He could not afford any delay. If another 7th-tier beast were to attack him, he would be in dire straits. He swiftly repelled the devouring python and darted toward Hudis town. With a resounding crash, the devouring python refused to relinquish its prey. Its powerful tail swept towards Roland, who barely managed to block the strike with his sword, only to be sent flying. Blood spilling from his mouth as he leveraged the momentum to hasten his escape toward the walls. On the battlements, many were fixated on the distant struggle of the three masters, stunned by the sudden turn of events. As they witnessed the masters retreating in disarray, panic surged through the crowd. If even the masters were forced to flee, who could withstand the onslaught of the magical beasts? Was Hudis town destined to meet its demise amidst the tide of beasts? The Earth Dragon beast burrowed through the ground, while the other 4 7th-tier beasts thundered toward the walls, their overwhelming presence instilling fear. The 3 masters had returned to the battlements, their expressions grave as they beheld the approaching magical beasts, each bearing wounds, particularly Vankander, whose back had been raked by the dark enchantress Panther, leaving him weak and vulnerable. The other mercenaries appeared ashen-faced. In their despair, they lost focus, and many fell beneath the claws of the magical beasts. A fiery inferno erupted. With a powerful incantation, an abundance of fire elements coalesced in the air. In the next moment, a fierce blaze ignited on the ground before Hudis town, engulfing a radius of several hundred meters in flames, incinerating thousands of magical beasts, and filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. It was Master Wanda who had taken action. At this critical juncture, he spared no effort in expending his magical energy to unleash a large-scale spell, showcasing the prowess of a grand sorcerer. In an instant, his spell decimated the magical beasts in front of Hudis town, yielding remarkable results. The mercenaries atop the battlements were invigorated, their spirits lifted as they seized the opportunity to slay the remaining magical beasts surging toward them. Master Wanda is truly remarkable, Bai Weier exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Although Master Wanda appeared somewhat pale, having expended such tremendous energy was taxing, but it was necessary to instill fear in the 7th-tier beasts. Indeed, the magical beasts were momentarily daunted by the display of power, their advance faltering. Even the 7th-tier beasts hesitated, their gazes fixed upon the battlements with grave concern. With a furious roar, the phantasmic hound felt provoked, its howl filled with rage, prompting the other 7th-tier beasts to join in, issuing commands for an all-out assault. The tide of beasts surged once more toward the walls. Prepare for defense. The mercenaries on the battlements stared grimly at the approaching onslaught, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions a blend of fear and determination. At that moment, a thunderous roar from a beast echoed from afar. Upon hearing this fearsome sound, the previously surging tide of beasts momentarily halted, only to slowly recede after a brief pause. Even several level 7 magical beasts began to withdraw. What could this mean? The beasts are retreating? Observing the withdrawal of the tide, the crowd was filled with confusion but dared not relax. High-level magical beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Was there some hidden scheme at play? The earlier roar had been imbued with an overwhelming might that sent shivers down their spines. Furthermore, after retreating several miles, the magical beast halted, remaining a looming threat over Hudis town, akin to a sword suspended above their heads, instilling a sense of unease. Captain Vankand, what is the meaning of this? Joralera inquired. I am uncertain. That roar was anything but ordinary, Vankand replied gravely, his injuries leaving him breathless. He gazed into the distance, yet saw nothing, though the echo of the roar gnawed at his heart. What kind of beast could command the obedience of level 7 magical creatures and unleash such a powerful roar? As the crowd wrestled with their apprehensions, a commotion arose from behind. Vankand and Joralera turned to see a large group of mercenaries approaching the town's walls. Led by none other than St. Paul, the captain of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, along with his deputy, Flandeco. The Paladin Mercenary Corps? Joralera and Vankand exchanged astonished glances. St. Paul, what brings you here? Joralera called out loudly. Captain Joralera, your question is rather amusing, St. Paul chuckled. With Hudis town facing a tide of beasts, it is only natural for the Paladin Mercenary Corps, as a member of this town, to lend our strength in its defense." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries' faces brightened. The addition of the Paladin Mercenary Corps bolstered their chances of withstanding the onslaught. Moreover, the presence of 2 battle masters from the Paladin Corps meant that the number of battle masters in Town would match that of the level 7 beasts, perhaps granting them a fighting chance against this tide. "St. Paul, the Paladin Mercenary Corps has withdrawn from Town. You are no longer a part of it," Van Ken stated firmly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It was a perilous endeavor to resist the tide of beasts, and it seemed implausible that St. Paul would extend such goodwill. "Captain Van Ken, your words are disheartening," St. Paul retorted with a cold smile, surveying the mercenaries around him. "At this critical moment for Town, I have brought my brothers to assist, and this is the reception I receive? I did indeed declare that the Paladin Mercenary Corps had withdrawn from Town. Initially, I and my men had no obligation to return and risk our lives against the beasts. If Town were to fall, it would not concern me. Yet, out of goodwill, I could not bear to see a place where we once fought be trampled by beasts, nor could I bear to see you all perish at their hands. However, with my brothers ready to fight for Town, I find that both Captain Van Ken and Captain Joralera do not acknowledge the Paladin Mercenary Corps as part of this town, which is profoundly disappointing. Do you all share this sentiment? If so, I, St. Paul, shall take my leave and spare my men from battling for those who are not our kin." St. Paul's words were delivered with righteous fervor, as if he were the epitome of virtue, wronged and indignant. Many mercenaries began to murmur, with several openly praising St. Paul and his Paladin Corps for their noble character, imploring him to stay and join the fight against the beasts. Among the many voices, some urged Van Ken and Joralera to set aside past grievances for the sake of resisting the tide and accept the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Hearing these sentiments, St. Paul wore a triumphant smile, his gaze sweeping over the grim faces of Joralera and Van Ken, his heart filled with scorn. At that moment, Joralera and Van Ken's expressions darkened considerably. St. Paul was cunning, threatening them with a sense of righteousness, placing them in a precarious position. Should they refuse? How could the 2 mercenary factions maintain control over Town? Yet, if they acquiesced, what schemes lay in wait from St. Paul? In the crowd, by wire observed St. Paul with cold detachment. She had dispatched someone to monitor the movements of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, but could not ascertain St. Paul's intentions due to the beast tide. Nevertheless, she was certain that his return bore ill tidings. However, this was of little consequence. It would not affect the mercenary guild, and it was beneficial for the Paladin Corps to join in the fight against the tide. "Captain Van Ken and Captain Joralera, we wholeheartedly welcome the Paladin Mercenary Corps to unite in our defense against the tide," they said after exchanging glances. Van Ken, I was willing to stand against the tide for Town, yet you deny my membership. Why should I agree now?" St. Paul laughed heartily, his demeanor shifting to coldness. "If you wish for the Paladin Mercenary Corps to join in the defense, then from this day forth, you, Van Ken and Joralera, must submit to me. The Lionheart Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps shall disband and merge into the Paladin Mercenary Corps." "St. Paul, you are delusional," Joralera exclaimed in anger. "St. Paul, you're taking advantage of a crisis." Van Ken glared furiously. The mercenaries erupted in uproar, astonished that St. Paul would propose such terms. This exceeded mere audacity. "Indeed, I am taking advantage of the chaos," St. Paul sneered. "Do you truly believe yourselves to be noble saviors? As long as you 2 submit, not only will I lead my men to resist the tide, but I also have the confidence to resolve this crisis, ensuring Town suffers no further losses." "What? Captain St. Paul claims he can resolve the beast tide? Surely not. Captain St. Paul is merely a battle master. How could he contend with a tide of this magnitude? But what if he can?" The mercenaries buzzed with disbelief, some clinging to a flicker of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed resolve the crisis. Given the uncertainty of survival in the face of the beast tide, "St. Paul, such words would deceive a child," Joralera scoffed, having seen through his malicious intentions. "You merely wish to coerce Captain Van Ken and me into submission with such fabrications. Your ambitions to dominate Town are not newfound. You could return to the town, but only if you join us in resisting this tide. As for your desire for our submission, you may reconsider once you attain the status of a saint." Van Ken remained silent, clearly in agreement with Joralera's stance. "What a pity! I had offered you a chance," St. Paul lamented. As soon as St. Paul finished speaking, A dark dagger suddenly materialized from the void beside Van Kind, swiftly slicing across his throat. Caught off guard due to his injuries, Van Kind had no time to react before the dagger had already drawn a line of crimson across his neck. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his throat and collapsed. A cloaked figure appeared beside him before vanishing into the crowd, leaving everyone in shock. No one had anticipated that an assassin would strike at such a moment, assassinating the captain of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps and the formidable battle master, Van Kind. Captain! The members of the Savage Lion Mercenary Corps shouted as they supported the fallen Van Kinder, yet it was too late. Van Kinder had already breathed his last. Chaos erupted within the entire mercenary group. "St. Paul, is that you?" Jola Raylo exclaimed, suddenly on high alert, fearing that the assassin who had slain Van Kinder might appear to target her next. If the assassin could kill Van Kinder, he could just as easily eliminate her. "Those who refuse to submit to me shall meet their demise," St. Paul declared with an air of self-satisfaction, showing no remorse for Jola Rayla's accusations. At his words, the crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how St. Paul could have turned against Van Kinder at such a critical moment. With the loss of a formidable warrior, the already disadvantaged humans faced an oncoming tide of beasts. The mercenaries began to regard St. Paul with growing hostility. Amidst such dire circumstances, he had instigated internal strife, breeding discontent among his comrades, regardless of his intentions. White Veil was equally unprepared for St. Paul's treachery, having witnessed the assassin's formidable aura, an intermediate-level master. This assassin was not affiliated with the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Where could St. Paul have possibly found such a powerful operative? Moreover, did St. Paul truly have confidence in resolving the beast tide, or was there some unknown ulterior motive behind this sudden upheaval? The atmosphere was thick with suspicion, leaving White Veil perplexed. She exchanged a glance with Roland. "St. Paul, amidst such a grave threat, you have slain Captain Van Kinder, causing us to lose a master warrior. What do you intend to achieve?" Roland demanded. Facing Roland's inquiries, St. Paul refrained from being overly arrogant, fully aware of the potential repercussions from the Mercenary Guild. "My Lord Roland, the Mercenary Guild does not intervene in the affairs of mercenary groups. That is their stance. I would not make such a claim if I did not possess the means to address the beast tide. I shall witness how you intend to resolve this beast tide." "St. Paul," Roland retorted with a cold scoff. St. Paul cast a regretful glance at Jola Rayla, realizing that her newfound vigilance rendered any attempt on her life nearly impossible. Had both she and Van Kinder perished, the two mercenary groups would have been left leaderless, allowing him to quell the beast tide and seize control of the entire Hudius town. Nevertheless, he felt assured with Mr. Prado's assistance, Jola Rayla posed little threat. "Mr. Prado, I appreciate your help," St. Paul called respectfully. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared beside St. Paul, the very assassin who had just killed Van Kinder. The appearance of this shadowy figure sent ripples of unrest through the mercenaries. "Behold, as I demonstrate how to confront the beast tide," St. Paul declared with a booming laugh. Ascending the city walls with his followers, the crowd, uncertain of St. Paul's true intentions, parted to allow him passage. Their gazes filled with suspicion directed at the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Should St. Paul fail to thwart the beast tide, the desperate mercenaries might very well turn their wrath upon the Paladin group first. Suddenly, a mercenary who had been on watch for the beasts outside shouted, "A flying beast is approaching Hudius town." As the creature soared overhead, a formidable aura descended, leaving the crowd breathless. "Is that a saint-level beast?" Master Wanda exclaimed, eyes widening in shock. "What? A saint-level beast?" The mercenary groups exchanged fearful glances, panic washing over them. The presence of 5 level 7 beasts had already placed Hudius town in peril. Now, the arrival of a saint-level beast signaled vengeance for the countless creatures slain over the years. As the thunder-winged white tiger approached, St. Paul's expression shifted to one of alarm, though his anxiety subsided upon recalling the creature's cubs secured in the black-cloaked figure's possession. "Roar! Humans, you must fulfill your promise. Should any harm befall my offspring, all of you shall perish." The thunder-winged tiger hovered ominously above Hudius town, addressing Lin before violently tossing him and his companions towards the town's walls with a flick of its electrical bindings. "Look, some are being flung our way. My heavens. And another beast, a level 6 amethyst lion king, is coming down. Dodge." As Lin and his companions fell from the sky, the mercenaries were taken aback, scrambling to evade the incoming figures. "It's Lin." White Veil recognized him in the crowd, elated to see that he had survived the beast tide. However, his appearance suggested he had been captured by the saint-level beast. Why had the beast spared their lives, only to return them? Many mercenaries also recognized the Siren Sisters, whose reputation in Hudius town was well known, prompting speculation about why they had been captured but not killed. With a series of thuds, Lin and his companions landed atop the city walls. The Thunderwing Tiger had controlled the force of their descent masterfully. Despite the rough landing, they were largely unharmed. The mercenaries hesitated to attack the Amethyst Lion King, deterred by the looming threat of the Thunderwing Tiger above. "Lin, my brother, I am so relieved you are safe," Whiteveil exclaimed, rushing forward to examine him closely. "What on earth happened?" "Sister Whiteveil, this tale is lengthy, and now is not the time for details," Lin replied with a wry smile before adopting a serious tone. "I have uncovered the cause of the Beast Tide's eruption. Someone has stolen the Thunderwing Tiger's cub. In its fury, the tiger unleashed the Beast Tide." "What? Someone dared to steal the cub of the saint-level beast, the Thunderwing Tiger?" Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, igniting a collective fury among the mercenaries. The devastation wrought by the Beast Tide, the loss of so many lives, all due to the reckless actions of a thief? Who was this cursed individual? Chapter 51. The Thunderwing Tiger's injury. Countless furious gazes swept through the crowd, searching for the thief responsible for the Thunderwing Tiger's loss. Should they find the culprit among them, the mercenaries would surely exact their vengeance with nothing but their seething wrath. Whiteveil felt a jolt of realization as her gaze instinctively fell upon St. Paul. His unwavering confidence in resolving the Beast Tide raised suspicions. Could he be the one who had dared to steal the Thunderwing Tiger's cub? It was not unreasonable for Whiteveil to harbor doubts about St. Paul. Anyone capable of filching cubs from the lair of a saint-level beast would undoubtedly be a formidable master. St. Paul fit that description, especially with the mysterious and powerful assassin at his side, who possessed the means to carry out such an audacious act. What could his motive possibly be? Was it merely to weaken the Silver Shield and Savage Lion mercenary groups, thereby achieving dominance over Hudius town? For this purpose, so many mercenaries have suffered casualties. St. Paul is indeed a figure of great cunning, a true schemer. It is no wonder that the Paladin Mercenary Corps chose to withdraw from Hudius town in advance. Their actions were evidently premeditated to avoid losses among their ranks during the Beast Tide. The conflict with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps was likely orchestrated by him as well, ensuring that both Silver Shield and the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps remained oblivious to his true intentions. This man is shrewd and ruthless, a formidable adversary, and he is backed by mysterious forces. The Mercenary Guild has failed to uncover any information regarding this support, indicating that this enigmatic power is indeed formidable. Upon realizing this, Wire regarded St. Paul with a newfound depth of understanding and wariness. Many astute mercenaries also began to connect the dots, casting glances towards St. Paul. "Indeed, the cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger is in my grasp," St. Paul declared with pride, unashamed and indifferent to the murderous glares directed at him. "Is it truly you, St. Paul?" Joralair exclaimed, filled with fury. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps has suffered tremendous losses, and she herself has sustained considerable injuries, all instigated by that scoundrel St. Paul. How could she not be enraged? "And what of it?" St. Paul retorted coldly. "Joralair, it is not too late for you to submit to me. Otherwise, once I have dealt with the Beast Tide, it will spell the end for the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps." His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the mercenaries. "Only I possess the means to resolve the Beast Tide. Should you continue to glare at me with such hostility, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The weak must accept their fate. You shall not succeed," Joralair shouted, struggling to contain her fury and murderous intent. St. Paul was correct. The cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger lay within his control, and at this moment, he was the only one capable of addressing the Beast Tide. Lin cast a glance at St. Paul, feeling a mix of admiration and anger for the audacious fellow who dared provoke the Thunderwing White Tiger. It was indeed a display of courage, but it was overshadowed by the rage boiling within him, for this scoundrel had nearly cost him his life in the Hudius Mountains. Had it not been for his system, he might have perished. He would remember this grudge and settle it once his system tasks were completed. Suddenly, Lin noticed someone behind St. Paul, glaring at him with hatred. It was none other than Thomas. Lin narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent rising within him. This fellow was a menace, and he must be dealt with at the earliest opportunity. Sherlin and Vea also caught sight of Thomas, their eyes filled with animosity. Had Sherlin not restrained Vea, she would have charged at him, seeking vengeance. Sherlin remained calm. It was not the time for retribution. "Mr. Prado, The next steps are in your hands. St. Paul addressed the figure in the black robe, who seemed to disregard the others. The robed man nodded, retrieving a bag from behind him, from which he produced a creature the size of a small dog. It was none other than a thunderwing white tiger cub. Roar! Upon seeing its offspring, the thunderwing white tiger in the sky erupted in a thunderous roar. The bag had masked the beast's aura until it was opened, allowing it to sense its bloodline. The roar of the thunderwing white tiger incited the fury of the beasts in the distance, reverberating through the walls of Hideous Town. Humans, surrender my child. The thunderwing white tiger sent forth a psychic wave, sensing that its cub was unharmed, merely unconscious, alleviating some of its tension. Respected Tiger King, I can return your child, but you must promise to cease this beast tide, return with your beasts to the Hideous Mountains, and guarantee that such a tide will not be unleashed again, St. Paul proclaimed loudly. I promise, the thunderwing white tiger responded, suppressing its fury for the sake of its child. How can I trust you? St. Paul countered. If he handed over the cub, what if the thunderwing white tiger reneged? No one could withstand the beast tide, nor could they confront a saint-level beast. All eyes on the wall were on the thunderwing white tiger, filled with hope and trepidation, worried about the possibility of the beast's betrayal. I swear on my bloodline to the god of beasts that as long as you safely return my child, I shall not unleash the beast tide again, the Tiger King swore, a solemn vow that was unbreakable for a saint-level beast. Since the Tiger King has sworn, I shall return your child now, St. Paul declared. The figure in black tossed the thunderwing white tiger cub into the air towards its parent. The thunderwing white tiger, upon seeing this, swooped down, a bolt of lightning lashing out to ensnare its child. At this moment, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the thunderwing white tiger retrieved its offspring, the system's temporary task would be complete, and the Conqueror's Haki would soon be his. However, just then, the thunderwing white tiger's eyes turned blood red. If this strike landed, its child would be reduced to mere pulp, with no chance of survival. Endless bolts of lightning surged around the thunderwing white tiger, transforming it into a spirit born of thunder. In a sudden burst of speed, it placed itself in front of its cub just before the sword light descended, shielding its offspring with its massive body. Boom! The immense golden sword light struck down, cleaving through the lightning surrounding the thunderwing white tiger, leaving a massive wound from which blood spurted into the air. At the same time, the electric serpents it had unleashed struck the black-robed man, causing a scroll on him to shatter and mitigate some of the lightning damage. The thunderwing white tiger plummeted from the sky, grievously injured, but it disregarded its own wounds to check on its child, only to find it covered in blood. Despite its protection, the cub had sustained severe injuries from the saint-level attack and was on the brink of death. Roar! The thunderwing white tiger let out a mournful cry, filled with sorrow and boundless rage. Its child was dying, and those treacherous humans would pay for this betrayal. Wounded and enraged, the thunderwing white tiger stood tall, its eyes filled with murderous intent directed at the black-robed figure approaching. You shall pay for this, human. The thunderwing white tiger's colossal form rose, its child's critical condition igniting an insatiable fury within its blood-red gaze. Seeing the black-robed man charging, the thunderwing white tiger unleashed a thunderous roar and leaped forward, striking down with its massive paw upon the black-robed assassin's chest. Thud! The black-robed figure, Prado, felt another magic scroll shatter upon his body, accompanied by a spurt of blood. His form was hurled away like a sandbag, and a wave of terror surged within him. He had not anticipated that the thunderwing white tiger would possess such formidable strength after being struck by a sacred artifact. He had gravely underestimated the creature's prowess. It was likely at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the sacred level, perilously close to the mid-stage of that realm. He had thought that a single sacred artifact would suffice to deal with the thunderwing white tiger, perhaps requiring only a final strike from himself. However, he had misjudged its raw power, and with only one sacred artifact at his disposal, Prado found himself devoid of further means to confront a sacred-level beast. Outmatched and desperate, the thought of escape flickered through his mind. As the thunderwing white tiger lunged at him once more, Prado swiftly tore open a magic scroll, and a surge of spatial energy enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish from sight. A teleportation magic scroll. Such scrolls were exceedingly rare, valued on par with sacred artifacts. Roaring in fury, the thunderwing white tiger watched as the black-robed figure disappeared, its crimson gaze fixating on the battlements of Town, locking onto St. Paul. This individual was an accomplice of the black-robed man, and both deserved to perish. Chapter 52. Healing the young white tiger. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers atop the city wall in a state of bewilderment. Although the sequence of occurrences felt prolonged, it transpired in mere moments, sending their emotions on a tumultuous ride akin to a roller coaster. S. heart plummeted. Please don't die. If you do, my mission will be over, he thought, recalling the overwhelming aura of dominance he had felt. Lin yearned to leap down and use the flame of life to heal the young thunderwing white tiger, yet the sight of the cub's blood-red eyes, brimming with lethal intent, froze him in place, paralyzed by the immense sacred pressure and murderous aura. Lin harbored no doubts that should she leap down, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with alarm as he cursed under his breath. That scoundrel Prado had adamantly claimed he could handle the thunderwing white tiger. Yet here he was, fleeing like a coward. Was this not a betrayal of the highest order? With a furious roar, the thunderwing white tiger leapt toward the battlements. Crackling with electricity, and unleashed a lightning sphere the size of a house, aimed directly at St. Paul's position. The impact was catastrophic. The lightning sphere detonated, releasing an endless blaze of lightning that transformed the battlements into a tempest of electric fury. Mercenaries caught within this storm were instantly incinerated, and even the formidable St. Paul could not withstand the onslaught for long, following the fate of his comrades. When the blinding light finally faded, a massive breach had been blown into the city wall, and the mercenaries who had just stood upon it were reduced to nothingness. The upper echelons of the Paladin mercenary corps had been nearly obliterated, and with the demise of St. Paul and his allies, their existence was rendered nearly obsolete. Help! The thunderwing white tiger is coming for us. I want to go home. The mercenaries atop the walls fled in terror, wishing fervently they had been born with 2 more legs. No one dared face the wrath of the enraged thunderwing white tiger. Even the esteemed masters Wanda, Joralira, and Rolando, powerful beings in their own right, hurried to evade the impending doom, having witnessed how a single lightning sphere had annihilated St. Paul. The thunderwing white tiger has gone mad. We must escape. Master Wanda exclaimed anxiously, aware that as a fragile mage, a single hit would spell his end. Miss White, we must leave now, Rolando urged as he dragged Miss White away, who, in her frantic desire to help Lin, was swept away in the chaos. Lin, what should we do? We must hurry and escape. Vea clutched Lin's arm desperately, her mind in disarray. Although she felt a sense of vindication at Thomas's demise under the thunderwing white tiger's lightning sphere, the creature's rampage filled her with profound dread. It seems there is no escaping this, Lin sighed bitterly. Faced with the frenzied thunderwing white tiger, where could they possibly flee? The creature had memorized her scent, and she doubted they could evade it even before leaving Town. Moreover, in the distance, the beast tide surged once more, an overwhelming wave of ferocity that would soon engulf Town. The panicking mercenaries were in no position to form a defense. A single charge would shatter their already crumbling ranks, and the town's annihilation might occur in an instant. Should the town fall, all would likely perish in the onslaught, with few able to escape. Young master, we must depart at once. Delay could mean our doom, Lin Rongfu urged, his concern for Lin's safety paramount. Observing the unstoppable thunderwing white tiger on the battlements, the panicked mercenaries fleeing in every direction, and the approaching beast tide, Lin's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Although she possessed the flight ability granted by the phoenix fruit, which might allow her to evade the tide, what of Lin Rongfu and the sisters, Sherlin and Vea? Even Miss White, it seemed, would struggle to survive this calamity. During their time together, Lin and Lin Rongfu had forged a deep bond. And as Lin accepted these individuals into her heart, she gradually found herself entwined with this world, no longer perceiving it merely as a game filled with NPCs. They were living beings, flesh and blood, with feelings. Grandfather Fu, the beast tide is nearing, we cannot escape amidst it. Lin spoke resolutely. The only course of action left is to communicate with the thunderwing white tiger. If we can pacify it, we might halt the tide and secure our survival. Could it be? Lin Rongfu paused, quickly deducing Lin's intention. With the power of the flame of life, perhaps she could save the thunderwing white tiger's offspring. Worry etched on his face, he blocked Lin's path. Young master, this is far too perilous. What if the Tiger King grants you no chance? You would be in grave danger. I cannot allow you to proceed. The situation was not merely dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. Yet Lin had made her decision. The attempt offered a glimmer of hope, while inaction promised certain demise. For the sake of Lin Rongfu and the others, as well as herself, she resolved to take the risk. Given the Thunderwing White Tiger's attachment to its young, Lin believed that if it learned of a chance to save its offspring, it might temper its fury. Grandfather Fu, I must confront the Thunderwing White Tiger. This is our sole hope, Lin declared with conviction. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Lin Rongfu had no choice but to acquiesce. Though he silently vowed that if the Thunderwing White Tiger were to kill Lin, he would seek vengeance, even if it cost him his life. Leaving a wound upon the beast, Lin and Vea watched Lin with concern, their eyes reflecting both worry and admiration. As the flame of life ignited, two immense wings of fire unfurled from Lin's back as she soared toward the Thunderwing White Tiger, which was currently wreaking havoc among the mercenaries, claiming hundreds of lives within mere minutes. The bloodline aura of the phoenix fruit shielded Lin from the oppressive presence of the divine beast. Drawing nearer, she shouted at the Thunderwing White Tiger, "O King of the Tigers, please cease your onslaught. Your offspring still has a chance for salvation. O King, please, I can save your child." Lin shouted several times, and at last, the frenzied Thunderwing White Tiger heard his voice. It lunged fiercely towards Lin, stirring up a tempest. As if the god of thunder had descended, its overwhelming presence akin to towering waves. "Human, what did you say?" The blood-red eyes of the Thunderwing White Tiger fixed on Lin. "Can you truly save my child?" "Yes," Lin swallowed hard. Even with the essence of the phoenix shielding him from the tiger's ferocity, he still struggled to breathe, speaking with great difficulty. "My flames possess healing properties. As long as there is life, I can restore him." The Thunderwing White Tiger sensed the immense life energy contained within the flames. Its gaze softened slightly, clarity returning. As it eagerly proclaimed, "Human, if you can save my child, I shall reward you greatly." The Thunderwing White Tiger lifted Lin and swiftly flew to the feeble cub. Speaking in a trembling yet hopeful tone, "Human, hurry and heal my child." The cub's breath was alarmingly weak, startling Lin. Fortunately, he had made this decision in time. Had he delayed even a few minutes longer, the cub might have truly perished, leading to a catastrophic disaster for the town of Hudis. Without hesitation, Lin crouched down, placing his hand on the cub, enveloping it in the life flames, which began to mend its wounds with a surge of vitality. Meanwhile, the tide of beasts that had surged forward was halted by the Thunderwing White Tiger. Nothing was more vital than the return of its offspring, and no force could disrupt Lin's efforts to heal. On the castle walls, Lin Rongfu and others anxiously observed Lin's actions, silently praying for the cub's recovery. The mercenary groups of Hudis paid little heed to the unfolding events, as long as the Thunderwing White Tiger did not turn its wrath upon them. They considered themselves fortunate and took the opportunity to flee to safety. As time passed, the cub's injuries began to heal gradually. Although severely wounded, its inherent weakness allowed for a swift recovery. Not long after, the majority of its injuries had mended under the nurturing flames of life. "Yuwu." The cub slowly opened its eyes, emitting a faint whimper. Witnessing this, Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Roar." The Thunderwing White Tiger was overwhelmed with emotion. Its child had returned from the brink of death. Even as a sacred beast, tears welled in its eyes as it extended its tongue to affectionately lick the cub's head. "Yuwu." The small white tiger was elated, attempting to rise, but only managed to lift itself halfway before collapsing back down, panting heavily, clearly exhausted, releasing another soft whimper. "Human, what is happening?" The Thunderwing White Tiger inquired anxiously, its fierce gaze fixed upon Lin. "Have you not fully healed my child?" Observing the cub's condition, Lin's previously relaxed demeanor darkened instantly. Ignoring his fatigue, he once more summoned the life flames to treat the cub, but alas, the flames no longer bore their healing effects. Lin's expression soured significantly. He understood all too well that the cub's current state mirrored Lin Rongfu's original wounds. If the source of these injuries was not properly treated, the cub would likely remain in this frail state indefinitely. Not only would it be impossible for it to grow into a majestic sacred beast, but even in maturity, it would merely resemble a sickly cat. Lin's heart was laden with bitterness. Had all her efforts been in vain? No wonder the system had not indicated the completion of the task. "Tiger King, your child's external wounds have healed, yet the source is damaged, and with my current abilities, I am unable to provide treatment. Lin spoke with a heavy heart. Human, dare you deceive this king? I shall devour you. The thunderwing white tiger erupted in fury. To him, a damaged source meant his offspring was rendered useless, a reality he could not bear. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with lightning, and the very heavens darkened. Chapter 53. The end of the beast tide. The wrath of the celestial beasts surged, their formidable presence causing the skies to tremble. Wait, Tiger King. There is still a way, Lin thought swiftly in this dire moment, recalling the singular potential remedy for the young white tiger's source affliction. In her hand appeared a peculiar fruit, and she declared, Tiger King, this fruit may hold the key to healing your child's source injury. The fruit in Lin's hand was none other than the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, which had been stored in the system's backpack. Although he remained uncertain whether this fruit could restore the damaged essence of the white tiger, he had no choice but to grasp at straws. The gaping maw of the thunder-winged white tiger halted just a foot away from Lin, its gaze fixed upon the fruit that Lin held. Sensing a mysterious power emanating from it, an enigmatic force it had never encountered before. Could it truly be effective? Human, you had better pray that this fruit possesses efficacy, otherwise, I shall certainly devour you, growled the thunder-winged tiger king, having already experienced excessive anger and disappointment throughout the day. Its tone had shifted from initial fury to a more ominous demeanor, rendering the thunder-winged tiger king all the more terrifying. Lin ceased to speak, leaning down to present the Ren fruit to the small white tiger, signaling it to open its mouth and consume it. The small white tiger obediently complied, and Lin deftly inserted the entire fruit into its mouth. The small white tiger swallowed the Ren fruit whole, as if it were merely a morsel. Subsequently, both Lin and the thunderwing white tiger gazed at the small white tiger with palpable tension, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Moments later, a transformation began to manifest in the small white tiger. The signs of illness vanished, its aura visibly strengthened. It then exerted its limbs and stood firmly, shaking itself with an air of newfound vigor. Witnessing this scene, both Lin and the thunderwing white tiger were filled with immense joy. For the Ren fruit had indeed restored the small white tiger's damaged essence. The changes in the small white tiger were not yet complete. A hint of confusion appeared on its face, and then its limbs underwent a transformation. Its front paws shortened while its hind paws grew more robust and powerful. Suddenly, its entire body began to stand upright, mimicking a human stance. The small white tiger, now standing for the first time, looked down at its legs in astonishment and took a few tentative steps, subsequently spinning in excitement on the spot. As the small white tiger underwent this transformation, the thunderwing white tiger was left in a state of shock. What was happening? Lin, however, displayed no signs of surprise. After all, the renowned pirate King Chopper had transformed into a human form after consuming the Ren fruit and could even speak. Thus, it was only natural for the small white tiger to follow suit. Consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit grants 3 forms: human, hybrid, and beast. And the small white tiger was currently in its hybrid form. Daddy. A voice emanated from the small white tiger, light and somewhat peculiar, as if it were speaking for the first time and struggling to find its footing. The thunderwing white tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. Was its offspring truly speaking? How could this be? The thunderwing white tiger could hardly trust its own ears. Child, is that you speaking? It inquired incredulously, its voice quivering with astonishment. Daddy, it is I who am speaking. Daddy, I am all better now, the small white tiger replied, with far greater fluency in its second utterance. Splendid. The thunderwing white tiger trembled with excitement, its whiskers quivering uncontrollably. In the realm of magical beasts, only those who ascend to the status of a 9th-tier beast, the legendary divine beast, can articulate human speech. Even an 8th-tier holy beast, possessing intelligence equal to that of humans, cannot utter words. They can only communicate through mental waves. Thus, the ability to speak is a hallmark of divine beasts. The fact that its child could now converse suggested it had broken through the constraints of its lineage, evolving into the first potential divine beast of the Thunderwing White Tiger clan. This was a glimmer of hope for the Thunderwing White Tiger lineage. What was this miraculous fruit that bestowed such extraordinary powers? Human, thank you. After a considerable moment, the Thunderwing White Tiger managed to suppress its exhilaration and expressed gratitude to Lin, now fully aware of the exceptional value of the fruit its child had consumed. You have earned my friendship, human. Should you ever find yourself in need, feel free to seek me in the mountains with a token, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. With that, A strand of shimmering lightning-infused fur fell from the Thunderwing Tiger King's crown and floated into Lin's hands. "Thank you." The small white tiger also expressed its gratitude to Lin, its large eyes sparkling with endearment, finding the human before it exceedingly amiable and filled with fondness. Lin accepted the token of the Thunderwing White Tiger, a tuft of its fur, and gently caressed the head of the little white tiger. As the small creature consumed the Ren fruit, Lin felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from it, as if they had shared a long-standing and amicable acquaintance. This might be yet another effect of the devil fruit produced by the system. Although there was no binding contract of allegiance akin to that between a pet and its owner, Lin sensed that the little white tiger would not turn against him. This realization brought him a sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to expend a precious devil fruit only to rescue a treacherous beast. "Lord Tiger King, your offspring is safe now. Countless lives have been lost in Hudis Town due to this chaos, and I hope the tide of beasts recedes henceforth," Lin stated earnestly. "Indeed," nodded the Thunderwing Tiger King. With his child unharmed and having gained considerable fortune, he felt no need to pursue further grievances. As for the other magical beasts that had perished in the onslaught, he held no concern. They were merely his sustenance. The Thunderwing Tiger King departed with the little white tiger, while the overwhelming tide of beasts retreated back to the Hudis Mountains, leaving behind a grim scene of carnage. Watching the dust settle from the retreating horde, Lin unceremoniously sank to the ground, only then realizing that his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. A wave of dread washed over him. Had the Ren fruit failed to heal the little tiger's original injuries? He had no doubt that the Thunderwing White Tiger would have devoured him without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission. Save the Thunderwing Tiger King's cub. Reward: Conqueror's Haki has been granted. The system's notification chimed in, and the long-awaited Conqueror's Haki was finally bestowed upon him. Lin's spirit soared. His efforts had not been in vain, and he had even gained a Ren fruit in the process. "Young master!" A shout jolted Lin back to reality. He looked up to see Lin Rongfu and Shilin Weiya leaping down from the city wall, their faces alight with excitement as they rushed towards him. "Lin, you were simply amazing!" exclaimed Weiya, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm as she dashed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Lin was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, immediately followed by a soft embrace that stirred his emotions, causing his face to flush with a sudden warmth. His hands, anxious and restless, found no suitable place to rest, particularly when he noticed the inexplicable smiles on Lin Rongfu and Shilin's faces, which only heightened his embarrassment. The Thunderwing White Tiger had departed, and the beast tide had receded. At last, some mercenaries sensed something amiss and stealthily climbed to the castle walls, witnessing the retreat of the beast tide. They immediately shouted in jubilation, their cries reverberating throughout Hudis Town. When it was confirmed that this was no jest and the beast tide had truly dissipated, a chorus of relief-filled cheers erupted from the townsfolk. Little did they know that the savior of Hudis Town was merely a 15-year-old boy named Lin. The quartet of Lin did not join the throngs of celebrants. They were preoccupied with the task of collecting the magical crystals strewn across the ground, remnants of the fallen beasts. The aftermath of the beast tide left behind a wealth of magical resources, a veritable fortune. Meanwhile, several leagues away from Hudis Town, a shimmering ripple appeared in the air, from which emerged a shadowy figure. Prado, the black-robed man who had fled before the Thunderwing White Tiger. Prado, pale and with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, glanced back toward Hudis Town, his face a mixture of relief and resentment. He muttered, "If it were not for the fear of drawing the attention of the mercenary guild, the captain would have personally intervened, and that beast would not have dared to be so arrogant. Alas, the mission has failed, and the captain's plans have come to naught. But this matter is far from over." Prado remained fixated on his own mission, indifferent to the fate of his partner, St. Paul, who remained in Hudis Town. Such expendable figures were plentiful. After casting one last glance towards Hudis Town, Prado's figure gradually faded from view. In the aftermath of the great battle, Hudis Town underwent a fervent frenzy of harvesting magical crystals and materials from the corpses of the beasts, followed by a somber gathering to mourn the fallen mercenaries. As night fell, the town succumbed to a profound silence, the events of the day having been tumultuous, leaving everyone both mentally and physically exhausted, necessitating a period of rest and recuperation. The following morning, Lin Rongfu had prepared breakfast. After their meal, the sisters Shilin and Weiya departed to attend to matters concerning the Sword and Rose mercenary group. although all personnel sent into the Hudis Mountains had perished. A few remained behind at the base in Hudis Town, although Lin felt a twinge of reluctance. He was at a loss for words to express his desire to retain them. He had contemplated inviting the two to join the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Yet he understood that Lin, as the leader of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, was unlikely to abandon her own team. After a moment of reflection, Lin chose to remain silent. Young master, both Lin and Vea are commendable individuals, indeed worthy of your esteemed status, Lin Rongfu remarked, fully aware of the reluctance in Lin's heart. In his eyes, the strength and beauty of the Lin and Vea's sisters rendered them quite deserving of his young master. Lin's wry smile reflected his helplessness. It seemed that the elders of this other world were no different from those on Earth in his previous life, as they began to press for marriage. Nevertheless, Shirin and Vea were indeed remarkable, renowned in the mercenary circles of Hudis Town as two exquisite roses. Their beauty and physique were unparalleled, and their formidable strength was complemented by their sisterly bond, which was an exhilarating thought. Lin suddenly felt a surge of self-reproach, hastily reining in her thoughts and redirecting her attention to the system panel. As she gazed upon the lengthy figures in the energy column, she could not suppress a wide grin. Such an abundance of energy, it was simply inexhaustible. Chapter 54. The Toothless Pterosaur Fruit Character. Lin Level, 31 Experience, 60, 020. 000 Vitality Points, 745 Profession, Swordsman Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Perfect, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Advanced, 285, 650, 000, Shave, Intermediate, 94. 050, 000, Paper Drawing Intermediate, 58, 850, 000, Life Restoration Beginner. Perfect, Armed Color Haki, Beginner, Perfect, Conqueror's Haki, Beginner, 0, Listening to the Voices of All Things, Non-Upgradable. Devil Fruit, Phantom Beast Type Phoenix, Beginner, Perfect, Techniques, One Sword Style Iato, Flash, Continuous Flash Physique, Dominant Sword Body Specialty, None Pet. Amethyst Lion King, Level 6 Initial Stage Beast, Special Items, None Energy, 1, 842. 500 Inventory, Hidao EE1Z Quests, Main Quest 1, Dream of Reaching Maximum Level, Post-Level Upgrade to Maximum. Phase 2 Quest, Reach Level 40, Reward, Upgrade Pack. Main Quest 2, The Ambition of the Mercenary Corps, Upgrade the Great Siam Mercenary Corps to SSS Level. Phase 2 Quest, A Level Mercenary Corps, Reward, Promotion Pack. During the Beast Tide, Lin had slain numerous magical beasts, rising a level and gaining 5 vitality points. Along with the skill Conqueror's Haki as a reward for completing a temporary task, the system energy had accumulated to over 1.8 million, and after the Beast Tide, they had harvested a substantial amount of magic crystals, predominantly lower grade ones, yet their sheer volume was significant. However, with only 4 members in their party, manpower was limited, and most of the magic crystals were claimed by other mercenaries. Nevertheless, Lin had still amassed 1.5 million energy from this Beast Tide, and combined with the previous 300,000, she felt wealthier than ever before. Of course, while 1.8 million energy seemed considerable, it was insufficient to purchase even a single potent devil fruit. The notion of being unable to spend it all was merely jest. Contemplating how to utilize this surplus energy, Lin pondered whether to enhance her skills proficiency to bolster her own strength or to procure a devil fruit from the system shop for Lin Rongfu. After the white tiger consumed the human fruit, it had restored its damaged essence, leading Lin to reflect upon Lin Rongfu's own source injuries, a matter she had never forgotten. Perhaps a devil fruit could likewise heal Lin Rongfu's affliction. After a moment of contemplation, Lin resolved to first purchase a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu. If Lin Rongfu's essence injuries were healed, she would have a formidable warrior at her side, a far more advantageous prospect than merely enhancing her skills. More importantly, Lin could not bear to see her devoted elder continue to endure the torment of his injuries. However, which fruit should she purchase? Lin opened the system marketplace to peruse the devil fruits and discovered that her current funds only allowed her to afford a selection of paramecia and zoan types, while she was unable to purchase even a single logia fruit. Alas, she remained a pauper. Which is superior, the paramecia or the zoan? Lin exhibited a preference for the zoan type, not because it was inherently superior, but due to its capacity to grant immense physical strength and vitality to those who consume the devil fruit. This might prove invaluable in restoring one's original injuries. Ultimately, Lin's gaze settled upon a particular devil fruit of the Zoan variety, the dragon fruit, ancient type, toothless pterosaur form. This was an exceptionally powerful devil fruit, belonging to one of the calamities under the Yonko Kaido, known for its formidable attack power and ability to fly. The dragon fruit, ancient type, toothless pterosaur form, required 1,600,000 energy for exchange. System, purchase the dragon fruit, ancient type, toothless pterosaur form, he commanded. Ding. 1,600,000 system energy deducted. Purchase successful. The devil fruit has been deposited into the system backpack. Once again impoverished, Lin glanced at the remaining energy of over 200,000, exhaling a deep breath. Contemplating that system energy, akin to currency, was merely a nuisance expended, and it shall be regained. Grandfather Fu, this fruit should aid in healing your damaged essence, Lin stated as he produced the toothless pterosaur devil fruit. Sir, what is this? Lin Rongfu gazed in astonishment at the fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. This fruit belongs to the same category as those I have previously consumed, albeit with differing abilities, Lin explained. As my strength grows, I can unlock treasures bestowed by the deities at a certain cost. Though the price is considerable, it merely involves some magic crystals. In an effort to alleviate Lin Rongfu's apprehensions, Lin offered this clarification, not out of concern for his grandfather's courage to consume the devil fruit, but rather his fear that Lin Rongfu might perceive the cost as insurmountable. Is that true? How wonderful! Lin Rongfu exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. The torment of his damaged essence had plagued him for decades, relegating him to live as an ordinary person within the Count's estate, a significant affliction for one of his stature. Yesterday, he had witnessed Lin bestowing a devil fruit upon the little white tiger, transforming it into a vibrant creature. Thus, he held no doubts regarding the efficacy of this extraordinary fruit. Grandfather Fu, do consume it quickly. I can hardly wait to see you regain the prowess of your former battles, Lin urged with a smile. However, do brace yourself. While this fruit possesses miraculous abilities, its taste leaves much to be desired. Taste is but a trivial matter. No matter how unpalatable, I shall manage to consume it, Lin Rongfu replied resolutely. Lin Rongfu excitedly took the fruit of the toothless pterosaur, paying little heed to Lin En's comments regarding its taste. After enduring decades of torment, he felt he could withstand any unpleasant flavor. Without hesitation, he took a hearty bite of the devil fruit. Ugh! In an instant, Lin Rongfu's excited expression froze. His pupils dilated, and his face turned a shade reminiscent of pig liver. Ha! Lin En could not contain his laughter. Lin Rongfu's expression was simply too amusing. Finally, someone else was experiencing the sensation he had felt when he first consumed the devil fruit. Yesterday, the little white tiger had swallowed it whole, thus remaining unaffected by its flavor. However, a human does not possess such a large mouth, and the taste of the devil fruit would explode on their taste buds. The flavor was utterly sour and refreshing. Young master, should I consume the whole thing? After finally swallowing the fruit flesh with great difficulty, Lin Rongfu asked with a pained expression, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. Describing the taste as merely unpleasant would be a compliment. Consuming it entirely is the best approach, Lin En replied, uncertain of the difference between taking a single bite and finishing it completely. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he decided to finish it, as he too had consumed the entire fruit in the beginning. Lin Rongfu could only grimace as he launched an assault on the devil fruit, taking large bites of the flesh and swallowing it without chewing. Once he consumed the entire fruit, he felt a wondrous energy surging within him. The source of his internal injuries began to mend gradually under the influence of this extraordinary energy, and his aura grew increasingly potent. With a tearing sound, Lin Rongfu's legs transformed into robust dragon claws, his trousers ripped apart, and his shoes shattered under the pressure of his new form. His hands also morphed into sharp dragon claws, and a pair of expansive, muscular wings unfurled from his back, unleashing a formidable presence that struck terror akin to a primordial beast. Lin gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Lin Rongfu, sensing his gradually strengthening aura. She mused to herself that her initial intuition had indeed been correct. The animal-type devil fruit could truly restore the damaged essence. This sensation was utterly overwhelming. As Lin Rongfu felt the changes within his body, he was unable to contain his excitement. He sensed that his impaired essence had fully recuperated. Although his strength had yet to return to its former pinnacle, he was confident that after a few days of adaptation, this would no longer pose a challenge, and he might even achieve a breakthrough in power. Thank you, Young master, the old servant said, regaining his human form. With tears in his eyes, Lin Rongfu knelt before Lin in gratitude. She hurried to support him, firmly stating, "Grandfather Fu, I have always regarded you as a senior. There is no reason for you to kneel before me. From now on, I forbid you to do so." "Understood. Old servant will remember this," Lin Rongfu replied, nodding through his tears, his face alight with gratitude and emotion. The young master had truly grown. Lin inquired once more about Lin Rongfu's condition and learned that his fundamental essence had been restored. He was elated to hear that, with a few more days of adaptation, Lin Rongfu would regain his peak strength. This venerable elder, who had devotedly cared for him since childhood, truly deserved a respite from his hardships. This situation exemplifies the adage that when one ascends, those around them also flourish. Having acquired the gaming system for himself, Lin was determined to elevate the well-being of those around him even further. With Lin Rongfu's injuries resolved, a weight lifted from Lin's heart. He glanced at the remaining energy of over 200,000 and realized that merely preserving it held little significance. It was time to enhance his own capabilities. The only available upgrade was the recently acquired Conqueror's Haki system. Expend 100,000 energy to elevate the proficiency of my Conqueror's Haki to intermediate level. Ding. 100,000 energy consumed. Proficiency in Conqueror's Haki increased by 10,000 points. Skill level upgraded to intermediate, and Dao power increased by 100. Significant progress was made in Conqueror's Haki, and he acquired the unique attribute of intimidation. As his Dao power surged, a warm current flowed through him. Lin distinctly felt his strength augmenting, and with the Conqueror's Haki reaching an intermediate level, he sensed a notable expansion in his mental prowess. His perception of the surroundings sharpened considerably, leaving him to wonder if it was merely an illusion. Lin's primary interest lay in the characteristic of intimidation acquired after the advancement of his Conqueror's Haki, a concept with which he was quite familiar. In the original pirate tales, those possessing Conqueror's Haki could unleash an aura of intimidation, rendering nearby minions unconscious from the sheer force of their will. This was a powerful maneuver for clearing out minor foes, as those with weaker mental fortitude were utterly defenseless against it. Lin eagerly anticipated the moment he could utilize this ability in a group battle, envisioning the sight of many foes collapsing around him. "Come, Grandpa Fu. Let us head to the mercenary guild and sell off those monster materials," Lin declared, his mood lifted, resolved to exchange some items for gold coins. Seeking to enhance his spirits further, for earning money was indeed a delightful endeavor. In the spacious conference room on the top floor of the Mercenary Guild, White Veil perused a report detailing the personnel losses incurred during the beast tide, her brows slightly furrowed, a shadow of concern flickering in her eyes. She had come to the Mercenary Guild branch in Hudistown to make a mark, hoping to showcase her abilities to the headquarters and prove that her current status was not merely a result of her background. However, the outbreak of the beast tide had led to significant losses for the guild, and upon the news reaching back, many would likely revel in her misfortune. Thoughts of the fleeing figure in the black robe filled her with bitterness. He was the root of her troubles, appearing in Hudistown with artifacts and teleportation scrolls, suggesting a formidable backing. White Veil believed that the black-robed man's intentions were far more complex than merely supporting the Paladin mercenary group's dominance over Hudistown. There must be ulterior motives at play. Relay the information back to the headquarters and pursue the identity of the black-robed man with utmost diligence, White Veil commanded coldly. Regardless of his intentions, anyone who dares to disrupt my progress in the Mercenary Guild of Hudistown must be investigated thoroughly, no matter the power he wields. Understood, President, her subordinate replied, promptly setting off to convey the message. With a sigh, White Veil contemplated the vexing matters awaiting her at the headquarters, her mood further deteriorating, prompting her to rise and descend the stairs. Upon entering the task hall, White Veil's alluring gaze brightened, a joyful smile gracing her face, and her steps quickened. "Lin, dear brother, have you come specifically to find your sister?" White Veil playfully stood before Lin, her words filled with cheer. "Sister White Veil, I have come to submit a commission and sell monster materials," Lin replied candidly. "You are such a darling. Can't you playfully deceive your sister just a little?" White Veil rolled her enchanting eyes, exuding charm as she embraced Lin's arm, seemingly unperturbed by their closeness. "Lin, dear brother, your great summer mercenary group has already achieved D-rank status, an impressive ascent. However, to attain C rank, there are not only task points to consider, but also a limit on the number of members. I am aware, Lin said. Lin had initially hoped to invite the sisters Shirin and Vaya, but they already had their own mercenary group, leaving him with no choice but to abandon that thought. By the way, dear brother, how did you manage to evade the beast tide while in the Hudis Mountains? And how did you survive the encounter with the thunderwing white tiger? White Veil inquired with curiosity, recalling her deep concern for him when she learned of the beast tide's outbreak while he was still in the mountains. Lin, having prevented the rampage of the thunderwing white tiger, had gone unnoticed by White Veil, as she had already been led far away by Roland. Thus, she was unaware that Lin was the true hero who saved Hudis Town. This is a long story. I will explain in detail when I have time, Lin replied, hesitant to divulge certain details that were closely tied to his secrets, preferring not to engage in ostentatious displays of his achievements. I shall await your tale. I fear your trip may have been in vain. I shall not return to Gary City, Lin stated. Young master, Hudis Town is perilous. The beast tide has just passed. And who knows when it may strike again. You should return with me. The Count has assured that such incidents will not recur, Miguro urged, casting a glance at Lin Rongfu, whose formidable presence exuded an air of threat. With such a strong ally and the Count's protection, Lin's safety seemed assured. Indeed, young master, the beast tide is terrifying. Several guards who accompanied us perished during the onslaught, Usopp added, his face still bearing traces of fear. Had he not been left behind at the end due to his low strength, he too might have succumbed to the beast tide. I am no longer the person I once was. Life in Gary City is no longer suitable for me. I prefer the exhilarating life of a mercenary, Lin replied lightly. Moreover, I am not the defenseless waste I used to be. With that, Lin clenched his right fist, dark energy swirling around it, and unleashed a powerful punch toward Miguro. Miguro's gaze sharpened, shock evident in his eyes as he witnessed the ferocity and speed of the blow, which bore the strength beyond that of an ordinary person. With a resounding crack, Miguro raised his palm to steady Lin's punch, astonishment deepening on his face. The force behind Lin's strike was nearly that of a high-level warrior. Was this truly the same Lin who had once lacked any talent for cultivation? What do you think? Lin asked with a faint smile, satisfied by Miguro's astonished expression. Time apart had indeed changed perceptions. Miguro was left speechless, grappling with his shock. The fact that Lin lacked any cultivation talent was a well-known secret in Gary City, and it was unheard of for someone deemed talentless to cultivate anew. Those identified as lacking talent were effectively sentenced to a dead end in the path of cultivation. Yet, what was the source of Lin's newfound strength? Beside him, Usopp was equally astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The young master had already acquired formidable prowess, and with the old servant by his side, the young master's safety was assured. Lin Rongfu coldly snorted, a surge of imposing aura enveloping Mi Jialuo. Mi Jialuo sensed a life-threatening menace, akin to a sharpened blade aimed directly at him, causing a cold sweat to break out. He had underestimated the old man's strength. Since young master Lin En is unwilling to return, I am left with no choice, but I shall duly report to the Count, Mi Jialuo stated. Do as you wish. Lin En replied indifferently. Mi Jialuo felt somewhat disheartened. He had failed to accomplish the task assigned by the Count, and apart from Usopp, all his subordinates had perished in the beast tide. This was a definitive failure. However, the Count would likely be quite pleased to learn of young Master Lin En's ability to cultivate. Contemplating this, Mi Jialuo eagerly wished to return to Gari City and promptly decided to leave Hudis Town with Usopp. Lord Mi Jialuo, I wish to stay, Usopp declared. Mi Jialuo was taken aback. What did you say? I am not going back. I want to remain by the young master's side, Usopp affirmed, his strong brows and wide eyes filled with determination. I have followed young Master Lin En since childhood. Wherever young Master Lin En goes, I shall follow. Lin was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Usopp would choose to remain in Hudis Town. Yet, he felt a sense of joy, as Usopp had mentioned. They had grown up together as childhood friends. Although one was a young master and the other a servant, their bond had always been strong. The presence of a familiar face brought Lin comfort. Usopp, your decision is quite commendable. Let us embark on this journey as mercenaries together, he chuckled, giving Usopp a friendly pat on the shoulder. Lin Rongfu, observing Usopp, couldn't help but smile as well. Since this is your choice, I shall not interject, Meguro said, gazing at the resolute Usopp with approval. Take good care of Master Lin, and also of yourself. Rest assured, Lord Meguro, I shall, Usopp replied cheerfully. As Meguro departed, his solitary figure appeared somewhat forlorn. During their farewell, Usopp shed tears once more, leaving Lin somewhat exasperated. He began to question whether his decision to have Usopp stay was indeed wise, as it seemed he had acquired a companion prone to tears. Master, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, but you must promise not to be angry or saddened by it, Usopp said, his tone wavering after they had happily settled into a room. Speak freely, Lin encouraged. Thus, Usopp recounted the incident of Phyllis arriving with Eve to annul their engagement. Anxiously watching Lin's reaction, Lin's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing the news of the broken engagement. After all, she had long been mentally prepared for this eventuality, having had a verbal agreement with Ivel. However, the audacious display of power by Phyllis in the Earl's residence incited a sense of indignation within Lin. Striking the Earl's house was not a matter of pride for her, and thus, the rift with Phyllis was firmly established. Chapter 56. The sisters joined the great Xia. Phyllis's forceful withdrawal from the engagement with Ivel did not stir significant turmoil within Lin's heart. Yet, it did prompt her to reminisce about the ethereal beauty of Ivel, reminiscent of a fairy. Lin vividly recalled Ivel's words during their carriage ride, proclaiming that her future husband would undoubtedly be a formidable figure. It was also Lin's first experience of unrequited love, as she had barely begun to feel affection before facing heartbreak. She wondered how Ivel would react upon their next encounter, especially after learning that this so-called waste, unable to cultivate, had now acquired formidable strength. Surely, the expression on her beautiful visage would be captivating. Lin anticipated their next meeting with eager expectation. At the Silver Shield mercenary core base, Jallarila, still recovering from injuries sustained during the Beast Tide, appeared pale yet welcomed the sisters, Sherlin and Wea. Sherlin had always been someone Jallarila held in high regard. Her prowess placed her among the elite mercenaries in Hudis town, and being one of the few women made her even more remarkable. Sherlin, your sword and roses have suffered significant losses. Why not merge with my Silver Shield? I can offer you the position of deputy commander, Jallarila proposed, revealing her admiration for Sherlin openly. The Silver Shield had endured substantial losses after a fierce battle with the Paladins and the Beast Tide, necessitating fresh blood. Thank you for your invitation, Commander Jallarila. But I have decided to disband my mercenary group, Sherlin replied, shaking her head in refusal. Betrayed by her own mercenaries, she had grown disillusioned with the Sword and Roses. Her visit was merely to inform Jallarila, as the Sword and Roses was an affiliated group under Silver Shield. Isn't that fortuitous? With your group disbanded, you can seamlessly join my Silver Shield. You know how much I admire you, Jallarila expressed with delight. I do not have such intentions at the moment. I hope you can understand, Commander Jallarila. Sherlin reiterated her refusal, having already formulated her plans in her heart. Commander Sherlin, do you realize what you were saying? Refusing our commander's invitation? Countless mercenaries in Hudis town aspire to join the Silver Shield, but lack the qualifications. Now, our commander personally extends an invitation, and you fail to recognize the opportunity. Carlos, the deputy commander of the Silver Shield, scoffed, his gaze towards Sherlin burning with desire. Female mercenaries were already a rarity, and those of striking beauty were even fewer. I hope you can understand, Commander Jallarila, Sherlin said again. Before Carlos could retort, Jallarila intervened, her countenance darkening as she felt her authority had been challenged. Nevertheless, she addressed Sherlin. I respect your decision. However, should you change your mind, the doors of Silver Shield will always remain open for you. The position of Deputy Commander will forever be reserved for you. Thank you for your understanding, Commander Jallarila. Sherlin replied, feeling a sense of relief, as she wished to avoid inciting Jallarila's ire. Once the sisters departed, Carlos remarked, Commander, that Sherlin is quite ungrateful. Jallarila fell silent, her gaze profound, concealing the tumult of thoughts within her heart. As Lin practiced his swordsmanship in the yard, the sisters Sherlin and Wei Yu arrived. Upon seeing the pair come and go, Lin felt a surge of joy mixed with surprise. What brings you here? Lin inquired. Do you not welcome my sister and me? Lin? Wei Yu positioned herself before Lin, adopting an adorable yet fierce expression, as if to say that any hint of unwelcoming sentiment would provoke her wrath. Of course. You are most welcome, Lin responded with a smile, his gaze shifting toward Sherlin. Lin, we have come seeking refuge with you. I wonder if you would be willing to take us in? Sherlin remarked, a rare smile gracing her typically serene countenance, akin to an orchid blossoming in a secluded valley. Really? Sister Sherlin, you are not jesting with me, are you? Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly not a jest. My sister has disbanded the Sword and Rose mercenary group. And now we find ourselves homeless, Wei Yu explained. That is splendid news. I warmly welcome both of you to join my Great Xia mercenary group, Lin declared, elated that a previous thought had unexpectedly materialized into reality. In high spirits, Lin introduced Sherlin and Wei Yu to Yusapusi and, seizing the moment, headed to the mercenary guild to have Yusapusi registered as a mercenary, while also incorporating him and the sisters into the Great Xia mercenary group. Moreover, the Sword and Rose mercenary group was not merely composed of Sherlin and Wei Yu. There were 5 logistical staff stationed at their base in Hudis Town, all willing to follow Sherlin into the Great Xia mercenary group. Consequently, the membership of the Great Xia mercenary group surpassed 10, meeting the criteria for a D-level mercenary group. With only the task points remaining to be secured, Captain Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Sherlin stated earnestly as they exited the mercenary guild. Sister Sherlin, please just call me by my name. There is no need for such formality. Lin waved his hand, indicating his preference for a more relaxed rapport. Indeed, I am not accustomed to calling you Captain, right, Brother Lin? Wei Yu chimed in. You are quite the imp. Sherlin shot her sister a playful glare. Yet a hint of amusement danced on her lips. Lin's demeanor was comforting, affirming her decision to join him. Come, today is a joyous occasion. Let us return and feast in celebration, Lin announced cheerfully. Splendid. I adore grand feasts. Yusapusi exclaimed, nearly drooling at the thought. Meanwhile, Bai Wei'er, who had been closely monitoring Lin from within the mercenary guild, received immediate reports from her subordinates regarding the arrival of the Sherlin sisters into the Great Xia mercenary group. She was taken aback, unable to fathom why Sherlin, a figure of some renown in Hudis Town, would disband her mercenary group to join Lin's previously modest assembly. What had transpired in this unfolding tale? Lin's younger brother is indeed no ordinary person. He harbors many secrets within. Bai Wei'er gently bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a bewitching smile. The thought of Lin spending his days and nights with the stunning sisters, Sherlin and Wei Yu, stirred a tinge of melancholy in her heart. That little rascal certainly knows how to charm the ladies. In such a short time since arriving in Hudis Town, he has already entangled himself with the renowned duo of roses in the mercenary realm. At such a tender age, he exhibits quite the roguishness. Humph. In the evening, the Great Xia Mercenary Corps hosted a grand banquet at the former headquarters of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Group, which has now become the base of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. After all, the premises are considerably larger than the quarters where Lin and his companions once resided. Equipped with comprehensive facilities, rendering it an ideal location for a mercenary group as headquarters. Lin also became acquainted with the 5 logistics personnel who had remained with the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. Despite their logistical roles, they possessed formidable abilities. Otherwise, they could not have registered as mercenaries. The banquet was a delightful affair, with everyone enjoying the feast. Lin discovered that Vea had a low tolerance for alcohol, getting tipsy after just 1 glass, clinging to Lin's arm with a blissful, intoxicated smile that was utterly endearing. Then there was Usopp, who, after becoming familiar with the Amethyst Lion King, engaged in a drinking contest with it. After indulging too much, he resorted to performing his renowned crying act, embracing the Lion King's fluffy head, tears streaming down his face. It was hard not to wonder if the alcohol he consumed had transformed into tears. Could this be an exceptionally sophisticated method of sobering up? During the banquet, Lin announced Sherlin as the vice-captain of the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Initially, Lin intended for Lin Rongfu to assume this position, as he was the person he trusted the most. After consuming the devil fruit and recovering from his original injuries, Lin Rongfu's strength had also reached its peak. However, Lin Rongfu declined, stating that he was merely the young master's servant, content to serve him well. Lin, feeling helpless, decided to relent. Fortunately, Sherlin possessed both the experience and ability to manage a mercenary group. Lin resolved not to invest too much time and energy in the administration of the mercenary band. Instead, he preferred to focus on enhancing his own strength. Thus, having someone capable of managing the mercenary group became essential, and Sherlin was just the right fit. The Day Summer Mercenary Group flourished, with not only an increase in members, but also a substantial enhancement in overall combat capability. With the addition of Sherlin, a mid-tier battle master, and the anticipated recovery of Lin Rongfu's formidable prowess, The Day-Summer Mercenary Group was poised to emerge as a top-tier mercenary band in the entire Hudis Town. Currently, Hudis Town had witnessed a significant decline in the strength of mercenary factions following the Beast Tide. The Holy Knight Mercenary Group had nearly been obliterated, and the Lionheart Mercenary Group's leader, Van Kinda, had been assassinated, reducing it to a second-rate group. Only the Silver Shield Mercenary Group retained a Battle Master-level warrior, while the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, despite its inferior scale and mid-tier combat strength compared to the Silver Shield, boasted a competitive high-end combat capability. In addition to personal enhancement, Lin contemplated the elevation of his comrades' skills. He imparted the knowledge of the two techniques from the Navy's 6 forms, shave and paper drawing, to Lin Rongfu, Shirlin, Vaya, and Usoppus, the 4 core members of the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, individuals he deemed trustworthy. In the ensuing days, Lin refrained from taking on commission tasks at the Mercenary Guild and devoted his time to teaching his comrades the Navy's 6 forms. Lin Rongfu and Shirlin quickly grasped the fundamentals, given their prowess as battle masters. In contrast, Vaya and Usoppus required additional practice to reach competence. The marvel of shave and paper drawing left everyone astonished and elated, as the combat techniques of the Divine Grace continent were rather rudimentary, primarily relying on the power of fighting spirit to overwhelm opponents, with little emphasis on technique. Witnessing the extraordinary capabilities of the Navy's 6 forms, Shirlin felt even more validated in her decision to join the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, deeply grateful to Lin for so generously sharing such remarkable techniques. Observing his comrades mastering the Navy's 6 forms filled Lin with great joy. Once he had fully mastered all the skills, he planned to share them with everyone, ensuring a significant boost in the strength of the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, if sufficient energy could be harnessed from the system. Bestowing each member with a devil fruit would create an awe-inspiring spectacle. Having witnessed the might of magic users, Lin eagerly anticipated how the powers of a nature-type devil fruit would compare to magic. Chapter 57. The Sword of Judgment approaches. For several consecutive days, Lin and his companions diligently trained within their encampment, striving to bolster their own strengths. Meanwhile, Hudis Town experienced a brief period of calm following the Beast Tide. As various mercenary groups began to recover from the devastation, an intense internal struggle ensued. The 3 major mercenary factions that had previously dominated Hudis Town faced significant upheaval. The Holy Knight Mercenary Group was nearly eradicated, and the Lionheart Mercenary Group had been relegated to a second-rate status due to the death of its leader, Van Kinda. The Silver Shield Mercenary Group also suffered tremendous losses, with its leader, Joralair, severely injured. This turmoil presented other mercenary groups with an opportunity to seize power and establish themselves as the new rulers of Hudis Town. Ambitious and capable factions took advantage of Joralair's vulnerability, undertaking aggressive expansions to absorb weaker groups or forming alliances with similarly strong factions to challenge the Silver Shield Mercenary Group, aiming to become one of the new power brokers in Hudis Town. Thus, the brief tranquility of Hudis Town was shattered, plunging it into chaos. Numerous weaker mercenary groups vanished amidst the turmoil, either swallowed whole or annihilated, while several larger factions rose to prominence, gaining the strength to contend with the Silver Shield Mercenary Group. These disturbances instilled a sense of urgency in Lin, who recognized that the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, situated in Hudis Town, must strengthen itself to navigate the brewing storm. Fortunately, after several days of acclimatization, Lin Rongfu had fully regained his former peak strength, now at the initial stage of a battle master. With the enhancement from the Toothless Wyvern Fruit, he possessed the capability to engage mid-tier battle masters, and it would not be long before he genuinely transcended to that level. This development instilled Lin with newfound confidence. Despite the small scale of the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, its high-end strength was sufficient to confront the chaos unfolding in Hudis Town. One day, trouble indeed came knocking. Usoppus rushed over, anxious, exclaiming, "Master, it's bad. A multitude of people has gathered outside, blocking our entrance." "Let us take a look," Lin replied, his brow furrowing. He had not anticipated trouble arriving so swiftly. Could anyone truly regard the Day-Summer Mercenary Group, a mere D-tier band with so few members, as a target? The true strength of the Day-Summer was unknown to all. As the group followed Lin outside, they beheld a throng of 200 to 300 individuals blocking the street, led by a stout middle-aged man wielding an oversized sword that towered above him. Beside him stood another man with a large bow slung across his back, his hawk-like eyes piercing. "Leg, Grinlam," What is the purpose of blocking my encampment's entrance? Lin demanded coldly, recognizing the two as notable leaders of mercenary groups in Hudis town. Leg, in particular, was a high-tier battle master and one of the strongest among the factions beneath the three major groups. Haha, Leader Lin, we've come today to extend an invitation for you to join us, Leg boomed, his voice echoing, causing ears to ring. His gaze swept over Lin and the other 10 individuals, his confidence bolstered. I've heard that your sword and Rose has suffered significant losses, leaving only these few members. Now, with the alliance between myself and Leader Grinlam, we have formed the new Sword of Judgment mercenary group and are in dire need of a strong warrior like you to join our ranks. Sword of Judgment? Such bold claims indeed. Lin retorted. Lin smacked his lips, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had initially thought that they were seeking his Daxiao mercenary corps, but to his surprise, their interest lay in the sword and Rose. It appeared that the Daxiao mercenary corps was indeed a mere shadow in the town of Hudis. Apologies, but I must decline. Lin replied coldly. Lin, Captain, do not take offense at my bluntness. Your sword and Rose now consists of only a few strays. If you do not band together, you might be devoured to the bone, Leg remarked, his gaze sweeping over Lin and the others with a hint of disdain. Join my judgment sword, and I shall grant you the position of vice captain. Together, we can ensure that even the Silver Shield mercenary corps will not dare to underestimate us. We may even become one of the dominant forces in controlling Hudis. Hey, I must ask, do you truly believe you can poach my vice captain right in front of me? Lin interjected, unable to let Leg's audacious dreams go unchallenged. Who are you to speak? I was in conversation with your captain. When did it become your place to interrupt? Leg's expression darkened, only to realize the implications of Lin's words. His vice captain? Lin? Leg's countenance shifted as he turned to Lin, inquiring, Captain Lin, if I am not mistaken, did this fellow just state that you are his vice captain? Indeed, the Sword and Rose mercenary corps no longer exists, Lin replied matter-of-factly. What? Leg was genuinely taken aback. Lin's demeanor suggested she was not fabricating tales. He gazed incredulously at the youthful Lin, skeptically asking, Boy, reveal the name of your mercenary group. I am curious to see what kind of organization could entice Lin to join. Listen closely. My mercenary group is called the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, Lin declared. The Daxiao Mercenary Corps? Greenram. Have you heard of such a group? Leg turned to Greenram beside him. I have not. With so few members. It must be a trivial band, Greenram scoffed. Haha. Leg erupted in laughter, a menacing glare directed at Lin. Captain Lin, even if you wish to refuse me, there is no need to concoct such a flimsy excuse. Attempting to deceive me with a mere boy and an inconsequential mercenary group? Do you truly believe I have no temper? Now, I shall offer you one last opportunity. Join my judgment sword, or else the sword and Rose shall vanish from Hudis today, and you all shall perish. As Leg's words fell, hundreds of mercenaries from the judgment sword drew their weapons, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Such a nuisance. Lin frowned, finding Leg's arrogance intolerable. How dare he threaten his vice captain? Numbers alone do not equate to power. Listen closely, you little gourd. I too extend an opportunity for you. Take your men and leave at once, or you shall not walk away from this encounter. Lin remained silent, naturally deferring to Lin's judgment, for he was the captain of the Daxiao mercenary corps. Seeking death, Leg's fury transformed into a mocking laughter. With a sweeping motion, he commanded, Boys, eliminate them. With that, Leg unsheathed his colossal sword and charged towards Lin, believing that only the mid-tier battle master warranted his attention. Capturing Lin and forcing her into submission was a tantalizing thought. After all, any normal man would harbor such desires for the renowned Rose of Hudis. And Leg was no different. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as a blade of light cleaved through the air, striking Leg mid-charge. With a thunderous crash, Leg's sword shattered, and the force of the strike sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the ranks of the approaching Judgment Sword mercenaries, toppling several in his wake. The sudden turn of events halted the advance of the Judgment Sword mercenaries. Their captain had been sent flying by a single sword strike. How was this possible? Their captain was a high-tier battle master, one of the most formidable in the realm of mercenaries in Hudis. Lin Rongfu, wielding a long sword, advanced step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a surging tide. The mercenaries of the Judgment Sword, taken aback, halted in fear, their faces turning pale. Even the captain could not withstand a single strike from Lin. To step forward would be tantamount to courting death. Gulp. Grellum, struggling to swallow. Hastily released his grip on the arrow. Fortunately, he had hesitated just long enough to avoid loosing it. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as Reg. Who would have thought that a small, obscure mercenary group could harbor such a formidable presence as a battle master? No wonder Lin chose to serve as the deputy captain. What was happening? What had befallen him? Who had struck him? Reg, grievously wounded by a single blow, was somewhat dazed. He lay on the ground, howling a few times, and turned to see Lin Rongfu stepping forth. Upon sensing Lin's unfathomable power, he felt a shiver run down his spine. So it was indeed the battle master. "Spare me, my lord." Reg quickly knelt, dragging his injured body to the ground. Faced with the overwhelming might of the battle master who had so easily incapacitated him, he understood the gravity of the situation. With their captain kneeling, the other mercenaries of the Judgment Sword, including Grellum, promptly followed suit, creating a spectacular scene of submission. The rapid capitulation of the Judgment Sword mercenary group bored Lin, who found it uninteresting that they had hoped to contend with the Silver Shield mercenary group and establish dominance over Hudistown. "Just leave." Lin waved his hand dismissively, feeling no desire to continue tormenting them now that they had yielded so swiftly. The Judgment Sword mercenary group, once fierce and imposing, now retreated in shame, their numbers dwindling from several hundred to a mere shadow of their former selves. This spectacle did not escape the attention of the other mercenary groups in Hudistown. Initially, many believed that the Sword and Rose mercenary group would face dire consequences, either being forcibly absorbed by the Judgment Sword or annihilated by Reg. They felt pity for the sisters Lin and Vea, fearing that these two roses would fall into the hands of the diminutive Reg, which was infuriating. However, as the Judgment Sword shamefully departed from the Sword and Rose's stronghold, many mercenaries were astonished. How could such a powerful group as the Judgment Sword fail to subdue the Sword and Rose mercenary group? It seemed inconceivable. Consequently, various mercenary groups began investigating the matter, quickly uncovering detailed information. Yet this only deepened their confusion regarding the mysterious Dixia mercenary group. Chapter 58. Rising Fame. The details of the Dixia mercenary group were no secret. They could easily be found in the Mercenary Guild's records, comprising merely 2 members, with the captain being a mere 15-year-old novice warrior, and the other an elderly man of battlemaster rank. It seemed implausible that Lin would choose to join such an inconspicuous group. Moreover, despite integrating with the Sword and Rose, the Dixia's numbers had barely reached 10. Yet they had managed to send the 100-strong Judgment Sword home empty-handed. It was worth noting that Reg was a bona fide high-level battlemaster, and there were certainly more powerful individuals in Hudistown than he. Could it be that the Dixia mercenary group truly possessed a battlemaster-level powerhouse? Many were skeptical of this claim. Battlemasters were exceedingly rare and renowned figures, and it seemed improbable that one would stoop to serve in a minor group like Dixia. Nevertheless, the fact that the Judgment Sword had suffered defeat at the hands of Dixia was undeniable. In a fleeting moment, the Dixia mercenary group gained an aura of mystery and strength among the mercenaries of Hudistown, deterring anyone from targeting them. "Captain, who would have thought Lin would reject your invitation and instead join another mercenary group, especially one as obscure as Dixia? It's a slap in the face to our Silver Shield mercenary group, and to you personally," Carlos scoffed. Jorarella's expression mirrored his discontent. As one of the 3 former powerhouses of mercenaries in Hudistown, and the only recognized battlemaster, she was incensed. "Carlos, do you truly believe the Dixia mercenary group has a battlemaster?" Jorarella inquired. "I find it implausible," Carlos replied, his tone laced with disdain. "This is surely a fabrication by Reg, attempting to save face after his defeat. By claiming a battlemaster, he can escape with his reputation intact, perhaps even garnering some esteem in the process." Indeed, Jorarella nodded slowly, sharing his belief. If the Dixia mercenary group possessed a battlemaster, they would not have remained so obscure for so long. They would have already made a name for themselves in Hudistown. Once my injuries heal in a few days, I shall question Lin about her audacity to reject my invitation. And what right does a mere Dixia mercenary group have to compete with my Silver Shield for recruits? Jorarella's eyes glinted with determination. She would not allow her dignity to be trampled upon. Within the Mercenary Guild, when Bai Weier received the news, her alluring eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the old man beside Lin would be a battlemaster. He had clearly concealed his true strength during the registration test. She doubted not the authenticity of the events. Only a battle master could inflict such grievous harm upon a high-level warrior like Reg. An elderly servant turned out to be a battle master. And a man who had ostensibly shown no signs of martial talent suddenly possessed formidable power. What could be the reason? Did it have anything to do with the mysterious East? Knowing the background of Lin's father, Count William, she was aware that there was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Yet Lin Rongfu, the battle master, was a servant left behind by Lin's mother. Bai Weier recalled Lin's unusual black hair and black eyes. As a senior member of the mercenary guild, she was well aware of the mysteries surrounding the East, but the eastern continent was too distant, separated by an expansive ocean. Even the guild's knowledge of it was scant, mostly consisting of ancient legends whose veracity was questionable. In any case, the enigma surrounding Lin only heightened by Weier's intrigue. He was a man shrouded in mystery. Had not only attracted Lin of the Sword and rose to join them as the deputy captain, but had also sent the Judgment Sword away in disgrace. This was truly remarkable. Despite the ongoing fierce clashes among the mercenary groups in Hudistown, none dared target the Dixia mercenary group. Rather, a few smaller groups, fearing annihilation, sought to ally with them, wanting to become affiliated with Dixia, and some even wished to join directly. However, Lin rejected all such offers. The Dixia mercenary group preferred quality over quantity and would not take just anyone, for an increase in numbers would jeopardize their secrets. The original 5 members of the Sword and Rose mercenary group had also significantly changed their views on Lin. Initially, they could not comprehend why Lin would dissolve their group to join the obscure Dixia, especially under a young captain of seemingly limited strength. Now they understood. This small mercenary group had a powerful entity at its helm, and they treated Lin with newfound respect. Captain. But the Orange Cat mercenary group persisted like an unyielding adhesive, appearing daily at her doorstep, waiting for an entire day, shamelessly insisting on joining the Great Xia. If not that, they were content to become a subordinate group. If she refused, they would linger for another day, only to return the next. The leader of the Orange Cat mercenary group maintained an exceedingly humble demeanor, and although Lin found their persistence irksome, she refrained from forcibly dismissing them. Here they come again. Lin was taken aback. This Orange Cat mercenary group was surprisingly tenacious. Isn't this the 4th day now? Lin, they seem genuinely earnest. Why don't you agree to their joining? It would expedite the development of the Great Xia mercenary group, Vea inquired. Vea, whether to accept them is the captain's decision. Do not speak so rashly, Lin retorted. A captain must uphold absolute authority. Otherwise, how can one lead unruly mercenaries? Generally, it may not be an issue, but when it comes to significant matters, only the captain can make decisions. Furthermore, you ought to address the captain properly. Your manner is unbecoming. Oh, Vea replied, feeling aggrieved. Lin's sternness instilled a sense of reverence in her. Sister Lin, it's not that serious. I think it's quite good as is, Lin chuckled, lacking any aggression. His upbringing differed significantly from those on the Divine Grace continent, where social hierarchies were more pronounced. Observing Vea's dismay, he comforted her. Sister Vea, it's merely a title. You may address me however you wish. Upon hearing this, Vea's face lit up with joy, and she playfully made a face at Lin, who could only roll her eyes in exasperation. It seemed that the recent training had been too lenient. She would need to intensify Vea's regimen. As for the Orange Cat mercenary group, they could remain at the doorstep if they wished. Our Great Xia mercenary group follows an elite path. We prefer quality over quantity. Lin stated, we have recuperated sufficiently. We shall enter the mountains starting tomorrow. Enhancing their strength through battles with magical beasts was Lin's foremost priority. She enjoyed presenting herself as a seasoned mercenary in front of Lin, imparting her experiences as if to say, my sister is here to protect you. Having lived 2 lives, Lin regarded her youthful exuberance with great fondness. Being with her felt effortless and enjoyable. Outside the gates of the Great Xia mercenary group, a dozen members of the Orange Cat mercenary group waited eagerly, watching as night approached, another day passing without success. Captain, today marks the 4th day. The Great Xia mercenary group is clearly not accepting us. Lingering here is merely a waste of time. One subordinate, Arno, could no longer contain his frustration and complained to their leader, Jack. Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat mercenary group. was a young man in his 20s with golden hair and a sunny, handsome visage. Arno, as long as we wait, the Great Siam mercenary group will recognize our sincerity. Jack replied with a smile, displaying no signs of impatience after days of waiting. In the increasingly chaotic Hudis town, small mercenary groups like theirs could not survive without aligning with a major force. Then why don't we seek to ally with another major mercenary group, such as the Silver Shield mercenary group? They are currently the only group in Hudis town with a Grandmaster-level expert, Arno queried. Puzzled by Jack's insistence on the Great Siam mercenary group, rumors suggested that the Great Siam also had a Grandmaster-level expert, but nothing was confirmed. No one knew if it was true. The Silver Shield mercenary group would never look down on us. Jack shook his head. Even if we were to join them, we would merely be cannon fodder. I believe the future of the Great Siam mercenary group will not be inferior to that of the Silver Shield mercenary group. In fact, it may even surpass it. Captain, do you hold such high regard for the Great Siam mercenary group? Arno asked, unsure where his leader's confidence stemmed from. Instinct, Jack replied, his eyes shining with fervor. He would never forget the sight of the lightning-winged white tiger rampaging atop the city walls, causing countless casualties while everyone fled in terror. At that moment, amidst the chaos, he had caught a glimpse of a figure, wings of flame ignited behind them, standing against the lightning-winged white tiger. At that time, Jack was also among the fleeing crowd, but his accidental glance back revealed an unforgettable scene. Although he did not know what transpired afterward, the lightning-winged white tiger vanished, and the beast tide retreated shortly thereafter. Jack was convinced that everything was connected to that boy, the captain of the Great Siam mercenary group. It was this conviction that filled Jack with curiosity and confidence about the Great Siam mercenary group, and he was eager to join them. He firmly believed that the future of the Great Siam mercenary group would far exceed that of the Silver Shield mercenary group, and even Hudis town would not be able to confine its development. Years later, reflecting on his journey, Jack felt grateful for that moment of turning back. Let us go back. We will return tomorrow, Jack said, glancing at the gates of the Great Siam mercenary group and waving his hand to lead his subordinates away. Chapter 59. The tea party that evening. After dinner, Lin lay atop the expansive back of the amethyst Lion King, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, his heart swelling with melancholy as he longed for his family on Earth. Just then, Shilin hurried over, interrupting his reverie. Captain, the Silver Shield mercenary group has issued a notice inviting all mercenary groups in Hudis town to a tea party to discuss the future landscape of Hudis town. We have also received an invitation, Shilin announced. Oh, Lin took the invitation and glanced at it, smirking. It seems that after the fall of the Paladin mercenary group and the Mad Lion mercenary group, Joralela has taken it upon herself to become the head of the mercenary community in Hudis town. Clearly, Joralela's organization of this tea party was intended to announce the Silver Shield mercenary group's dominant status to all mercenaries. As one of the three major mercenary groups controlling Hudis town, the Silver Shield mercenary group undoubtedly possessed the strength and authority to do so. However, the emergence of the Great Siam mercenary group added an unpredictable variable to the equation. Captain, should we attend? Shilin inquired, naturally unconcerned about the strength of the Great Siam mercenary group. However, given that they had once been a subordinate group of the Silver Shield, she felt a sense of loyalty and did not wish for any conflict between the Great Siam and Silver Shield, since they have extended an invitation. Lin prepared to dismount from the amethyst Lion King. However, as he looked down, his gaze was immediately drawn to two radiant white orbs. It was nighttime, and Shilin had not donned her armor. Instead, she wore a flowing lavender gown with a low neckline, which revealed her ample bosom. The deep cleft, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered with a pearlescent glow. From his elevated position on the amethyst Lion King, Lin had an unobstructed view and found himself momentarily entranced, wishing to lose himself in that depth forever. Shilin noticed Lin's sudden daze and was about to inquire what was amiss when she realized his gaze was fixated on a particular area of her attire. Looking down, she quickly understood what he was staring at, and a blush spread across her cheeks, anger and embarrassment flashing across her usually composed face. Perverted little wolf. Shilin flusteredly covered her chest, shooting Lin an angry glare before hurriedly fleeing. Pervert or not, why add little to it? Lin lowered his gaze to his robust and spirited brother, muttering, not small at all. However, Sister Shirlene's figure is truly remarkable. If she were to have children in the future, there would be no worry of them going hungry. I mustn't dwell on this any longer. or I might start bleeding from my nose. The recent hot weather has made one prone to internal heat. It is best to rest and sleep. Lin gracefully descended from the amethyst lion, gently patting its majestic head before meandering back to his chamber. After a restful slumber until dawn, he had yet to rise when, with a resounding bang, the door swung open and Vea flitted in with a flurry of excitement. "Lin, dear brother, the sluggard, it is time to awaken," she chirped, reaching to tug the covers off him. "Vea, what are you doing?" Lin exclaimed, his face paling as he hastily grasped the blanket. "What do you mean? It's time to get up. Have you forgotten that we're attending the tea party hosted by the Silver Shield mercenary group soon?" Vea replied, her enthusiasm palpable. She adored such lively gatherings. "Sister, even if we must attend a tea party, there is no need for such haste. And you need not pull my covers. Each morning, I practice the Pillar of Heaven technique. Revealing my blanket could expose my secrets, which are not to be divulged," he protested. "Very well, just step outside. I shall rise momentarily." As Vea reached for the covers again, Lin clutched them tighter, urgency in his voice. "Do hurry, dear brother," Vea urged, blissfully unaware that her earlier actions nearly disrupted Lin's technique. At breakfast, when Lin entered, he noticed a hint of unease and a barely perceptible blush on Shiren's otherwise composed face. Unable to resist, he stole a few glances at her, eliciting a vexed glare from Shiren. This only served to remind him of the enchanting scene from the previous night, causing his Pillar of Heaven technique to almost activate spontaneously, compelling him to redirect his focus to the food before him. Following the meal, the group prepared to depart for the Silver Shield mercenary group's headquarters. Accompanying Lin were Lin Rongfu, Usopp, and the sisters Shiren and Vea, taking Usopp along merely to broaden his horizons, while the rest remained behind at their base. As they stepped outside, Lin was surprised to find a contingent from the Orange Cat mercenary group waiting at the entrance. It seemed they were not only persistent but also industrious, arriving bright and early. "Greetings, Captain Lin. I am Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat mercenary group." Jack approached with a humble smile. "I sincerely wish to follow you. I kindly asked for this opportunity." "Ah, Jack is it? As you can see, our Daxiao mercenary group consists of only a few members, and we are not currently considering new recruits," Lin replied. Although he declined, he recognized Jack's lowly demeanor and did not wish to respond harshly. In Jack, Lin saw a reflection of his own past when he sought employment on Earth, understanding the difficulties faced by those in lower positions. "Captain Lin, I am willing to disband the Orange Cat mercenary group and join Daxiao mercenary group entirely, even if it means starting as a mere foot soldier," Jack earnestly proposed. Lin was taken aback by Jack's resolute determination. "I sense your sincerity. However, joining the Daxiao mercenary group requires merit. I will need to observe your capabilities." Lin regarded Jack with newfound respect. Yet he remained firm in his stance. Daxiao would rather remain exclusive than accept mediocrity. "Rest assured, Captain Lin, I shall strive to demonstrate my worth and earn your approval." Jack responded with joy. Although Lin did not immediately acquiesce, he had at least granted a glimmer of hope. "Are you all heading to the Silver Shield mercenary group's tea party as well? Perhaps we could go together." Lin nodded without uttering a word, while Jack immediately followed him like a sycophant, his obsequious demeanor rendering the members of the Orange Cat mercenary group unable to bear the sight. Was this truly their leader? Surely he hadn't been swapped out for another? On the contrary, the lively and vivacious Wea found Jack to be quite intriguing, casting curious glances in his direction. As they journeyed onward, various mercenary groups set forth to the Silver Shield mercenary group's base. Having received an invitation from the dominant mercenary faction of Hudistown, a summons that none dared to refuse. By the time Lin and his companions arrived, the area outside the Silver Shield's base was teeming with people, a veritable sea of heads. With such a multitude, it was impossible for everyone to gain entry. The premises could not accommodate such numbers. Thus, it was stipulated that a maximum of 5 individuals from each mercenary group could enter, which fortuitously allowed Lin and his entire party to gain access. At this moment, the Silver Shield mercenary base was heavily fortified, both to deter any potential troublemakers and to demonstrate their might to the assembled mercenary factions. "Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our tea gathering at the Silver Shield mercenary group. Please, come inside," announced Carlos, the vice captain of the Silver Shield, who stood at the entrance to greet the guests. Despite his haughty demeanor, a broad smile adorned his face, exuding an air of congeniality. However, when he spotted Lin's group approaching, the smile vanished, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze laced with hostility directed at Lin and his companions. Sensing the animosity emanating from Carlos, Lin felt a twinge of confusion. Had he inadvertently offended this individual? Yet, it mattered little. He was merely present to make an appearance and had no intention of becoming entangled with the Silver Shield mercenary group. Captain, the Sword and Rose was previously an affiliated group of the Silver Shield. It's likely they harbor considerable enmity towards us because of my actions, Shirin whispered. Her innocent and lively eyes darting around in delight. How impressive, seeing his own, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. How could he, as the captain, maintain any semblance of dignity? Lin could not help but marvel at the fact that Hudius Town was indeed home to a considerable number of formidable individuals. A cursory glance revealed that there were already over 100 warriors of the Battle Master caliber, not to mention several mercenary groups yet to arrive. And Lin also spotted several mages among them. Lin and his companions entered the venue, immediately drawing a multitude of curious gazes. After all, the sisters Shirin and Vaya were quite renowned in Hudius Town, and many were familiar with them. Moreover, the recent exploits of the Dachau Mercenary Corps had also garnered considerable attention, prompting many to observe Lin and his entourage discreetly. Little brother Lin, over here. At that moment, Lin heard someone call his name. Following the sound, he spotted the graceful Bai Wire waving at him. Bai Wire, you're here too? Lin approached her, surprised. Bai Wire was affiliated with the Mercenary Guild, not the Hudius Town Mercenary Corps, and he hadn't expected her to be invited to the tea gathering by the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Chapter 60. The Silver Shield Strikes Back. Lin felt genuinely pleased to see Bai Wire at the tea gathering. Aside from the people he had brought, he was unfamiliar with everyone else. Having a familiar face among the crowd was a welcome relief, and he made his way toward her. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps has extended invitations to the Mercenary Guild as well, and several large trading companies are also included, Bai Wire said, casually linking her arm with Lin's. Stay with me and chat for a while. Otherwise, this tea gathering will be dreadfully dull. Of course, Lin nodded, indifferent about where he sat. Accompanying Bai Wire from the Mercenary Guild, the renowned Battle Master Rolando cast a curious glance at Lin, intrigued by Bai Wire's vastly different demeanor toward the young man. However, he merely observed, having no intention of interfering in Bai Wire's personal affairs. His gaze was more focused on Lin Rongfu, the formidable figure rumored to be a genuine battle master, which piqued his interest even further. Little brother Lin, who is she? Vaya inquired, noticing Bai Wire's affectionate hold on Lin's arm. Jealousy flickered in her large eyes as she stepped closer to wrap her other arm around him. With both arms embraced, Lin felt a sudden pressure. Such blessings were not as easy to bear as one might think. Vaya, this is my sister Bai Wire. Lin quickly introduced them. I know you, Miss Vaya, one of the two roses of Hudius Town, Bai Wire responded with a smile. Observing Vaya's possessive grip on Lin's arm, her brows arched playfully, and a glimmer of amusement sparkled in her alluring eyes. It seemed that Lin had a knack for attracting the affections of both sisters so swiftly. And you must be Miss Shirin, the former leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, Bai Wire continued, her gaze landing on the aloof Shirin. You truly embody the name of a rose in Hudius Town, both beautiful and exuding an air of noble elegance that elicits a desire for conquest. I am aware of you as well, Shirin replied coolly, observing Bai Wire's tight embrace of Lin's arm, her eyes reflecting an icy demeanor. President Bai Wire of the Hudius Town Mercenary Guild. How flattering that Miss Shirin knows of me. It is indeed an honor, Bai Wire chimed, her laughter light and airy, her figure subtly brushing against Lin's arm. Noticing the increasing tension among the three women, Lin interjected, Sister Bai Wire, you are the president of the Mercenary Guild? You've kept that a well-guarded secret from me. You never asked, Bai Wire replied playfully. Everyone has their little secrets. She then gently pulled Lin to sit down, her lips parting with a sultry smile. Come, dear brother Lin, let us sit and chat. What secrets would you like to know about your sister? I am at your service. Humph. Flirtatious vixen, Vaya scoffed, promptly taking her seat beside Lin. Master is truly impressive, Usopp remarked from behind, marveling at Lin's charm. He turned to Lin Rongfu and asked, Grandpa Fu, whom do you think the master prefers? Mind your own business regarding the master's affairs, Lin Rongfu chuckled. his eyes twinkling as he watched Lin, now encircled by the three women. Our master has certainly matured. Meanwhile, not far away, Jack and his group were confronted by a rival faction, the Blade Mercenary Corps. Jack, I hear you've been groveling to the Daxia Mercenary Corps for days. Yet you remain unwelcome, taunted Novus, the leader of the Blade Mercenary Corps. It seems the Daxia Mercenary Corps leader possesses keen insight, recognizing your Orange Cat Mercenary Corps as nothing but trash. Novus, your insults are futile. Let us settle this with a duel, Jack retorted coldly. Do you truly believe you still have the standing to oppose me? Novus laughed heartily, gesturing to the mercenary insignia on his chest. My Blade Mercenary Corps is now an affiliate of the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps, led by a prominent mid-level archmage. What qualifications do you, a rejected waste from the Daxia Mercenary Corps, have to confront me? After today's ST gathering, the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps will be erased from Hudistown. Jack's expression darkened. The Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps was a top force in Hudistown, rivaling even the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Novus's alliance with them posed a significant threat, and Jack realized the severity of their predicament. You can await your demise, Jack, Novus sneered, reveling in Jack's distress. He made a slicing gesture across his throat and departed with his entourage. Captain, this is troublesome. What should we do? Arno inquired anxiously. We'll take it one step at a time, Jack replied, feeling increasingly helpless. He hadn't anticipated Novus seeking support from the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps, which now jeopardized the fate of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps. He cast a glance at Lin in the distance, his resolve strengthening. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had evidently gone to great lengths to prepare for this gathering, inviting nearly half the chefs in Hudistown. The tables were laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies, featuring various grades of monster meat, a clear display of their wealth and power. Before long, the invited mercenary groups had mostly arrived, filling the venue with a dense crowd of over 1,000 people. At this moment, the host, Jarala, the leader of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, finally made her entrance. Jarala strode forward, exuding the commanding aura of a battlemaster that captivated the audience. Following her were several high-ranking members of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, each a formidable force in their own right, including 4 mid-level battlemasters, one of whom was the vice-captain, Carlos, and a novice archmage. Such elite strength dominated the mercenary scene in Hudistown. Welcome, everyone, to this tea gathering, Jarala proclaimed from the elevated platform, her voice booming with pride as she surveyed the packed hall. Having sent out the invitations, she relished the fact that no mercenary group in Hudistown dared to disregard her. Captain Jarala, you are too gracious. The numerous captains below responded in unison, even those not affiliated with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps refraining from showing disrespect, for Jarala was the only visible battlemaster in Hudistown, the foremost force. Today, I have invited you all to discuss the future development and structure of our mercenary community in Hudistown, which concerns each and every one of our mercenary groups. Jalarella stated, her gaze scanning the crowd, and when she spotted Sherlin, her eyes narrowed, glinting with a cold light. However, before proceeding, allow me to address a minor issue. The crowd was taken aback, wondering what trivial matter required resolution at a tea gathering. Yet, upon witnessing Jalarella's demeanor, they understood that this so-called minor issue was indeed significant, and thus fell silent, bracing themselves for the unfolding drama. Jalarella's gaze shifted towards Lin and his companions, and she exclaimed, Sherlin, you are a subordinate of my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Without my consent, you have defected to the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, which equates to betrayal. Such actions clearly oppose my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. She then turned her attention to Lin, disdain flickering in her eyes as she noted his youth and the lack of a formidable aura about him. You are the leader of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, are you not? Your acceptance of Sherlin and the Wei sisters, who have defected from my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, has disrupted the established norms of the mercenary world. Will you provide me with an explanation? Upon her words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, soon replaced by understanding. It was evident that Jalarella sought to suppress dissent. After all, rumors spoke of formidable warriors within the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, and Jalarella would not allow any mercenary group to threaten the standing of Silver Shield, with Sherlin serving as the perfect pretext. The onlookers relished the spectacle of 2 mercenary factions clashing, recognizing the potential benefits for themselves. The leader of the Judgment Blade Mercenary Corps, Leg, smirked, anticipating that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps would suffer against the Silver Shield, a scene he found delightfully entertaining. I was unaware that such rules existed. Lin remarked with a faint smile, intercepting Lin, his gaze unwavering as it met Jalarella's. I wonder, what kind of explanation does the leader of Silver Shield seek from me? Quite simple, Jalarella replied, her tone firm and haughty. You must expel Lin and the Wei sisters from the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, and the Great Siam must bow to the Silver Shield and admit fault. Jalarella, exuding an air of arrogance, appeared to be extending a benevolent offer. If Lin acquiesced, he would no longer need to linger in Hudius Town, having failed to protect even his own subordinates, thereby losing any credibility to lead. The prospect of admitting fault would render the Great Siam Mercenary Corps a laughingstock. I refuse, Lin stated decisively. Leader Lin, do you truly wish to oppose me? Jalarella threatened, her eyes brimming with a dangerous glint. How audacious for a mere de-rank mercenary group to disregard my authority, believing themselves to possess a formidable warrior. Today, I shall strip you of your pretense. If you consider this opposition, then let it be so, Lin retorted with a cold laugh, rising slowly. Though his frame appeared youthful, he now radiated an imposing presence, embodying resilience. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps would not abandon anyone, accept any threats, nor fear any conflict. With each word, Lin spoke with a resounding conviction that resonated in the air, as if he emanated a radiant aura. The name of the Great Xia had stood firm for 5 millennia on Earth, its flag stained with the blood of countless heroes who embodied an indomitable spirit. By naming his mercenary group after the Great Xia and adopting the 5-starred red flag as their emblem, Lin could never allow the name of the Great Xia or its flag to be dishonored. Brother Lin, how handsome, Wei murmured, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Bai Wei and Lin were equally captivated by Lin's formidable charisma, unable to resist being drawn in. Is it possible? This fellow truly dares to confront the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? What gives him such confidence? Could it be that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps indeed possesses a formidable warrior? Oh, a splendid performance awaits. Within the venue, astonishment spread as whispers circulated about Lin's audacity, yet the anticipation of the unfolding drama electrified the atmosphere. Truly, he is a man worth my allegiance, Jack thought, recognizing that only a man unafraid of formidable foes was worthy of support. Jalarella's expression darkened, her eyes aflame with malice as she coldly declared, in that case, none of you will leave this tea gathering today. With her words, dozens surrounded Lin and his companions, all leaders and elite subordinates of the affiliated mercenary groups under the Silver Shield, eager to impress Jalarella. The other mercenary groups discreetly distanced themselves, wishing to avoid entanglement. Miss Bai Wei, the mercenary guild traditionally refrains from intervening in disputes between mercenary groups. Surely you would not wish to disrupt the guild's principles? Jalarella remarked, casting a wary glance at Bai Wei, aware of her close ties with Lin. Rest assured, Leader Jalarella, I would never contravene the mercenary guild's regulations. Bai Wei replied with a smile, though a hint of coldness lurked in her gaze. She found Jalarella rather irksome. Understanding Lin's strength, Bai Wei felt no concern for the Great Siam Mercenary Corps predicament, and with a sympathetic tone, she addressed Lin. Brother Lin, I fear I cannot assist you today. Not to worry, I can handle this, Lin replied, asserting that he did not require Bai Wei's help against the Silver Shield, with Bai Wei's assurance of non-interference. A smile appeared on Jalarella's face as she surveyed the venue, noting the silence and reverence from all present. Her heart swelled with pride. Her display of authority was proving effective. Following this day, the mercenary world of Hudius Town would be dominated by the Silver Shield, with no faction daring to challenge their supremacy. Days earlier, the Judgment Blade Mercenary Corps had suffered a setback before the Great Xia, prompting many groups to seek favor with them, even aspiring to join. Yet now, as the Silver Shield confronted the Great Xia, not a single mercenary group dared to side with them. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps stood utterly isolated. Leader Lin, well said. I stand with you. A voice unexpectedly rang out in the gathering, capturing everyone's attention. Who would dare ally with the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, thereby opposing the Silver Shield? The speaker was none other than Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps, who, disregarding the astonished stares of onlookers, approached Lin with his subordinates and solemnly declared, Leader Lin, my Orange Cat Mercenary Corps will stand united with the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Lin was taken aback, unable to believe that at this moment, Jack had the audacity to step forward. One must admit that this fellow possessed a certain boldness. Lin inquired, Captain Jack, have you considered this thoroughly? Aligning with Daxia at this juncture is perilous. I have indeed made up my mind, Jack declared loudly. A gesture of goodwill is less valuable than timely assistance. He was also taking a gamble, wagering that Lin had sufficient confidence. Otherwise, Lin would not confront the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps directly. Very well, from this moment forth, I accept your entry into the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Lin smiled and patted Jack on the shoulder. Given Jack's courage to stand alongside Daxia, Lin was determined not to let him down. Thank you, Captain Lin, Jack exclaimed with joy. In stark contrast to Jack's elation, the expressions of Arno and others behind him were filled with bitterness. However, as Jack's decision as captain was final, they could do little but hope Jack's judgment was sound. The numerous mercenary leaders present were left dumbfounded by Jack's audacity. Who was this reckless youth? So stubborn as to dare align himself with Daxia? Surely, he must be a fool. Haha. Jack is doomed, chuckled Novus from the Blade Mercenary Corps. It seemed Jack had sealed his own fate, and it appeared that he wouldn't need to face any repercussions from Novus himself. A shadow loomed over Joralela's face. Though she was unaware of the origins of this small mercenary group, characters she typically wouldn't spare a glance, Jack's intrusion was undeniably a slap in her face. Unaware of the danger. If you seek death, I shall oblige, Joralela coldly commanded, casting a frigid glance at Lin and his companions. With a wave of her hand, she ordered, seize the members of the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Yes, Captain Joralela. The subordinate mercenaries encircling Lin and the others immediately sprang into action. Dozens of weapons aimed at them, their fighting spirits surging, a palpable aura of death surrounding them. Those who could enter the venue were either captains or high-ranking members of their respective mercenary groups, all seasoned warriors. At this moment, the combined assault of dozens was overwhelming. Even a high-ranking combat master would be compelled to retreat. As the formidable attacks approached, the outcome for the Daxia Mercenary Corps was already foreseen. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing resonated throughout the venue. Lin Rongfu had made his move. A brilliant sword aura swept forth, shattering all incoming attacks, accompanied by the continuous sound of weapons breaking. Even weapons forged from high-quality steel could not withstand the force of the sword's brilliance. With a single strike, he effortlessly thwarted the assault of dozens of skilled mercenaries. Humph! Before anyone could react, Lin Rongfu scoffed coldly. His sword slashed out once more, releasing a radiant sword aura that stretched several lengths, dazzling as if it could rival the sun above, tearing through all in its path, directed towards the mercenaries ahead. With a ripping sound, more than 10 mercenaries were cleaved in two, their bodies and armor severed, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. A bloody stench enveloping the entire venue. This gruesome and explosive scene left the remaining mercenaries trembling in fear, dread clouding their hearts. Thankfully, the sword aura had not been aimed at them. Otherwise, they too would have found themselves among the scattered remains. Witnessing Lin Rongfu's overwhelming strength, the other mercenaries hesitated to advance. Although Joralela's command was significant, their own lives took precedence, prompting them to retreat hastily, wishing they could sprout extra legs to escape. Those who dare to harm my young master must perish. Lin Rongfu shouted, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He stepped forward, his longsword slicing through the air repeatedly, unleashing a series of elongated sword energies that enveloped the remaining mercenaries. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with swirling combat energy, and the ground was cleaved, leaving deep gashes. A chorus of anguish screams erupted, as blood rained down like a torrential downpour, transforming the entire venue into a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating, even for those seasoned mercenaries who had witnessed countless battles. The sight of Lin Rongfu dispatching foes with such ease sent chills down their spines. In mere moments, dozens of formidable mercenaries, including nearly 10 battle masters, had been ruthlessly slain by Lin Rongfu's strikes. Only a battle master possessed such extraordinary power, capable of severing life from a distance with their sword energy. At that moment, the onlookers were struck with awe, realizing the truth of the rumors. Indeed, the Great Xia Mercenary Corps had a battle master in their ranks. As fear gripped their hearts, they dared not even breathe too heavily, lest they invoke Lin Rongfu's wrath and find themselves the next victim of his blade. Those who had previously dismissed the Great Xia Mercenary Corps now had their perspectives irrevocably altered. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps attempts to assert dominance over them seemed futile. The power dynamics in the mercenary world of Hudis Town were destined to shift dramatically. Standing behind Lin En, Jack wore a maniacal grin. He had placed his bet wisely, and soon, he too would ascend to great heights. In stark contrast, the faces of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps were grim. Xiao Lurura's expression was so dark it could have dripped with water. The strength Lin Rongfu had just displayed weighed heavily upon her. filling her with immense pressure and seething anger, as her pride had been severely wounded. What she had anticipated would be an effortless display of authority had instead revealed the Great Xia Mercenary Corps to be a formidable hidden force, a veritable boss lurking in the shadows. Now, before all the mercenary factions in Hudis town, Chiao found herself caught in a precarious situation, unable to advance or retreat. All eyes were on her, awaiting her response. How formidable the Great Xia Mercenary Corps proved to be. Chiao nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Regretting her failure to thoroughly investigate the Great Xia Mercenary Corps beforehand, which had led her to this intractable position, confronted with Lin Rongfu, a battle master. She understood that sending her subordinates to engage him would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. If her forces suffered significant losses, the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps would lose its grip on the situation in Hudis town. Only by personally intervening could she salvage the dignity of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Otherwise, the purpose of today's gathering would be utterly defeated, and they would become the subject of ridicule. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura erupted from her being. The presence of a battle master surging forth like a torrent, Chiao transformed into a goddess of war, wielding her silver shield and warhammer. As the platform beneath her trembled and cracked, she propelled herself forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Lin Rongfu. Chapter 62, Coexistence. As Chiao took the initiative, the mercenaries in the venue hastily retreated, understanding the gravity of the impending clash between battle masters. The devastation that could ensue from their combat would be catastrophic. Losing one's life while merely spectating would be an unjust fate. Young master, you should move back further, came the warning. Lin Rongfu, after speaking, leaped forward, his sword slicing through the air with a blinding brilliance, aiming directly at the figure of Chiao suspended above. A thunderous impact resonated as Chiao silver shield, infused with her battle aura, erupted with radiant light. She countered the incoming sword beam with a powerful strike, producing a deep, resounding echo that reverberated painfully in the ears of onlookers, shattering the sword light and conjuring a fierce gale in the sky. Smash! Chiao bellowed, her warhammer swinging down, summoning a colossal battle hammer, several meters in size, which descended from the heavens like a mountain, unstoppable. The air rippled visibly under the force, producing a sound akin to thunderous roars, shaking the very ground beneath. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Lin Rongfu chose to evade rather than endure the blow. The enormous battle hammer struck, creating a massive crater in the ground, sending tremors through the venue, as if an earthquake had struck. The earth around the pit cracked like a spider's web, extending several meters outward. Spectators in the distance staggered, barely able to maintain their footing, their hearts racing with dread at the sight of the immense pit. Was this the might of a battle master? Anyone below that rank struck by such a hammer would surely be reduced to mere pulp, rendering any recovery of their remains impossible, truly terrifying. Though battle masters cannot fly. As Chiao landed after her strike, a sword beam shot toward her. Behind it, Lin Rongfu moved with the swiftness of lightning, his sword aimed at Chiao throat, the blade gleaming like freshly fallen snow, exuding a deadly intent that was palpable even before it reached her. With a resounding thud, her massive silver shield interposed itself, blocking both the sword light and the thrust. Chiao retaliated with her hammer, the strikes falling like the blows of a master blacksmith, each swing seemingly weightless in her hands, yet delivering devastating force, shattering stone and shaking the earth with her ferocity, pushing everything aside. In stark contrast to Chiao brutal approach, Lin Rongfu moved like a drifting dragon, his sword flashing like the wind, avoiding a direct clash. He unleashed waves of sword light that tore through the air and cleaved the ground, forcing Chiao to raise her silver shield in defense. To the observers, including Lin En and others, the figures of the combatants were barely discernible. All they could perceive was the eruption of battle aura, the giant hammer soaring through the air, and the intertwining sword beams, stirring a storm of dust and continuous thunderous sounds. That area resembled a disaster zone, a veritable death trap where any intruder would be torn apart in an instant. As they watched, their hearts raced, a mixture of fear and admiration for the terrifying power of the battle master, igniting a yearning within them. How impressive! When can we be this strong? Vea anxiously grasped Lin En's arm, her fingers digging in with enough force to elicit a wince from him, her eyes wide with amazement. Indeed, one day we shall all possess such strength, Lin En replied with a smile, elated that Lin Rongfu had regained his peak combat prowess. This elder, who had devoted himself to caring for him since childhood, was finally reaping the fruits of his labor. Lin En, your old servant is indeed extraordinary. Able to contend with Xiao Lei Lara on equal footing, Bai Weier remarked, her voice laced with admiration. With such formidable allies, the prospects for the great Xiao mercenary corps were boundless. Lin smiled faintly, noting that this was merely the beginning. Lin Rongfu had yet to exert his full strength. Having consumed the fruit of the toothless pterosaur, his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Once he unleashed the power of the fruit, the battle would likely conclude swiftly. However, Lin had instructed Lin Rongfu to refrain from revealing the abilities of the devil fruit unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was savoring the thrill of combat. His foundational injuries had caused him to descend in rank, and for 2 decades. To his astonishment, he found himself capable of reclaiming his peak. He yearned for a rousing and invigorating fight, and Jorlarella proved to be a worthy adversary. In contrast to Lin Rongfu's enjoyment of the battle, Jorlarella's expression grew increasingly grim as the fight progressed. Lin Rongfu's tenacity exceeded her expectations. His ferocious fighting style implied a greater toll on her stamina. Lacking the endurance for a protracted confrontation, she realized that if she could not subdue her opponent swiftly, she would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jorlarella comprehended that it was impossible to defeat Lin Rongfu in the short term. As time wore on, her prospects of victory seemed to diminish. The combat had lost much of its significance. With a resounding crash, another violent collision occurred, sending waves of energy that stirred up clouds of dust, while shattered sword light gouged the ground, creating numerous bottomless pits. Seizing this opportunity, Jorlarella leaped from the fray and declared solemnly, "Your strength is formidable. It is evident that we cannot determine a victor in such a short span. Continuing this fight would serve no purpose. Let us cease hostilities here." The crowd was taken aback by Jorlarella's unexpected cessation of combat and her words, which clearly acknowledged the equal standing of the Daxia Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. This acknowledgement seemed inevitable, faced with an unbeatable opponent. Seeking a peaceful coexistence was a prudent choice. It appeared that a dominant mercenary group was about to rise in the town of Hudis. The various leaders of mercenary groups present exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts and intentions. Lin Rongfu, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, decided to cease his actions. Nevertheless, today had provided him with a thrilling experience. Achieving a victory over Jorlira without the use of the Pteranodon fruit's abilities proved to be quite challenging. Without responding to Jorlira, Lin Rongfu returned to Lin En's side, knowing that as a mere servant, the decisions lay in the hands of his master. "Master, I am grateful for the opportunity." "Grandfather Fu, did you find it exhilarating?" Lin En inquired with a smile. "It was indeed thrilling, all thanks to you, master." Lin Rongfu's face glowed with vitality. His spirit rekindled, resembling a long-forgotten sword that had shed its rust to once again reveal its sharpness. Having once believed that his path to cultivation was obstructed and that he would merely linger on in a state of mediocrity, he now felt the resurgence of his peak potential, accompanied by signs of a breakthrough in strength. The long-dormant passion for pursuing the pinnacle of cultivation surged within him, his heart beating fervently. An old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A valiant warrior, even in old age, retains undying ambition. Witnessing Lin Rongfu's unprecedented vigor brought joy to Lin En's heart. Captain Lin En, the Daxia Mercenary Corps possesses formidable strength and is qualified to collaborate with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps in establishing the rules of the mercenary realm in Hudis Town. Joralira turned her gaze toward Lin En, acknowledging the prowess of the Daxia Mercenary Corps while pondering Lin En's identity. With such a capable subordinate, Lin En's status must be significant. She believed he would not decline the opportunity for peaceful coexistence with her. The Daxia Mercenary Corps can coexist peacefully with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, Lin En stated. As for establishing rules, I have little interest. The Daxia Mercenary Corps harbors no ambitions of dominance. The system task required Lin En to elevate the Daxia Mercenary Corps to an SSS-level mercenary group. Although Hudis Town was deemed a paradise for mercenaries, its hierarchy ultimately remained low, lacking even a single saint-level powerhouse, which would hinder the development of the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Perhaps it would not be long before Lin En led the Daxia Mercenary Corps away. Thus, claiming supremacy in Hudis Town held no significance for him. His attendance at the tea gathering was merely due to the Daxia Mercenary Corps being part of Hudis Town and certain matters being unavoidable for the time being. Additionally, Lin En intended to enjoy a complimentary meal. Regrettably, the tea gathering had scarcely begun before a fierce battle disrupted it. Observing the chaotic scene, Lin En shook his head. Realizing that dining was no longer an option, since there was nothing to eat here, he decided to return and prepare a fine meal himself. Perfectly timed to host a welcome banquet for Jack and the others who had recently joined the Daxia mercenary corps, Lin departed, leaving behind a chaotic venue and a multitude of mercenary leaders, each lost in their own thoughts. Jalarila gazed at Lin's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering. Although Lin did not agree to collaborate with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps to control Hudis Town, the outcome was still favorable, as it avoided conflict with them. Until Lin's origins were clarified and until he possessed sufficient strength to overshadow the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, Jalarila decided to maintain the status quo. Thus, the tea party concluded rather anticlimactically, yet its impact on Hudis Town was profound. Everyone recognized the unstoppable rise of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. Fortunate that they did not harbor ambitions for domination. Many mercenary groups resolved to foster good relations with the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, aspiring to become their subordinate factions or even to join them outright. Conversely, those with grudges against the Great Summer Mercenary Corps were filled with trepidation, such as the Blade Mercenary Corps, which was aligned with the Star of Six. Their leader, Novus, was apprehensive of trouble, especially now that Jack had joined the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. Upon returning to their base, Lin ordered a banquet to celebrate Jack and others joining the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. White Veil was also invited. During the festivities, merriment ensued. But Vea and White Veil found each other disagreeable, leading to a drinking contest. After indulging, they nestled beside Lin, treating him as their battlefield, leaving him both exhilarated and overwhelmed. Jack and Yusufus quickly became fast friends over a few drinks, and under Jack's deliberate attempts at camaraderie. The inexperienced Yusufus nearly forged a brotherly bond with him, their drunken revelry escalating into a raucous duel with the Amethyst Lion King. The banquet continued late into the night. That day, Lin drank excessively. Even with his life restoration ability, he found himself utterly intoxicated. In his haze, he felt a profound sense of relaxation. Momentarily forgetting he was a traveler from another world, gradually blending into the divine continent. In his dreams, he envisioned his parents back on Earth, who, at a relatively young age, had decided to have a second child, blessing him with a younger brother. They lived happily together as a family. Upon awakening, Lin noticed his pillow was slightly damp. Reflecting on the dream, he felt a surge of optimism. Perhaps it was indeed as dreamt. After enduring sorrow, his parents had embraced new life, pouring their love into his brother, emerging from their pain to embark on a fresh chapter. Mom and Dad, please take care of yourselves. Your son is here and will be well. Even if we are in different worlds, I will live splendidly, becoming the pride in your hearts. Wiping his eyes, Lin rose to greet a new day. As per usual, Lin practiced his swordsmanship at the training ground, then personally fed the Amethyst Lion King. Everything seemed ordinary. Yet the observant Sherlin noticed subtle changes in Lin. Lin, you seem different today, she remarked. In what way? Lin chuckled. I can't quite articulate it. But you are indeed different. Sherlin scrutinized the youth, who wore a relaxed smile, exuding vigor and an extraordinary charisma, tinged with an unmistakable ambition. Lin smiled quietly, choosing not to speak, releasing the burdens that weighed on her heart. With a newfound openness, she felt a difference within herself. Letting go did not equate to forgetting, but rather to burying feelings deep within. Do you feel you have improved or worsened? I have improved, Shelene replied, her radiant smile reminiscent of the spring sun. Warm and gentle, a flicker of emotion stirred within her, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. This sensation had never graced her in her 20-some years of life, creating a crack in her typically frigid demeanor. Shelene lowered her gaze, seemingly hesitant to meet the boy's beaming smile, yet that brilliance etched itself in her heart, infusing warmth into her icy soul. Sister, what are you talking about? Via rushed over, her voice preceding her arrival. Upon reaching them, she embraced Lin's arm tightly. Lin, 2A is so difficult to practice. I haven't been able to grasp it. You must teach me. All right, Lin acquiesced, recognizing the distinct nature of their training systems. It was only natural that Via struggled to progress, given the high physical demands of 2A. As she watched her sister affectionately lead Lin toward the training grounds, Shilene's gaze lingered on the entwined arms of the two, a mix of envy and resignation flickering across her face before she sighed softly, her expression shadowed by an inexplicable melancholy. After another day of rest, Lin and the others finally re-entered the Hudis mountain range. embarking on a new round of tasks and training. The town of Hudis gradually regained its tranquility, the impact of the beast tide receding, and mercenaries resumed their perilous lives. During this time, numerous mercenary groups sought to join the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, all of which Lin declined. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps also adopted a more low-key approach. Compared to the days when the three major mercenary groups held sway, the mercenary scene in Hudis town had become significantly more vibrant, teeming with life. However, to restore their former overall strength would likely require a considerable amount of time. As a month slipped by, a notification chimed. Ding. Host has slain a level 6 magical beast, the rock python. Experience points 500. Experience has reached the level up requirement. Host level has risen to 40. Dao power 5. Ding. Congratulations. Host level has reached 40, completing the second phase of main quest 1. Reward, an upgrade package, now stored in the system's backpack. Please check. Ding. Activating the third phase of main quest 1. Level up to 60. Reward, an upgrade package. The familiar sound of system notifications, heralding task completion, filled Lin with joy as she mused internally. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 40 experience, 10, 035, 000 Dao power, 890 occupation, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect. Advanced swordsmanship, intermediate, 4, 788, 050, 000. 2A, intermediate, 1, 122, 050, 000. Paper drawing, intermediate, 987, 050, 000. Life restoration, intermediate, 500, 000. Armament color Haki, intermediate, 500, 000. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, 1, 101, 000. Listening to the voices of all things, non-upgradable. Devil fruit, mythical beast type, Phoenix, intermediate, 500, 000. Techniques, one sword style, Iato, flash, continuous flash physique, dominant sword body specialization, Nunpad. Amethyst Lion King, level 6 beginner magical beast, special items, Nun energy, 142, 500 backpack, several magic crystals, upgrade package quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, host level to reach maximum. Third phase quest, reach level 60, reward, an upgrade package. Main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary corps, Great Xia Mercenary Corps to upgrade to SSS level. Second phase quest, a level mercenary corps, reward, a promotion package. Lin glanced at the panel, noting that his level had ascended to 40, with a prowess value reaching 890 points. The increase was rather insignificant, as the mere 5 points gained per level were hardly noteworthy. The enhancement of prowess primarily relied on the upgrading of skills. Over the past month of practice, his proficiency in basic swordsmanship had nearly reached perfection, bolstered significantly by the dual enhancement of the dominant sword body. However, his mastery of the two techniques of the Navy's 6 forms, shave and paper drawing, still fell far short of advancement. And the progress of his Conqueror's Haki was exceedingly slow. It seemed that the only path to upgrading would necessitate monetary investment. As anticipated, upon reaching level 40, the restoration of life, along with the potential for further enhancement of the armament Haki and the Phoenix fruit, was now attainable. If the system's energy proved sufficient, Lin's strength would experience a remarkable surge. Observing the accumulated magic crystals in his bag over this period, Lin mentally commanded, System, convert all my magic crystals into system energy. Ding. The conversion of system energy was successful, resulting in an increase of 715,000 points, bringing the total system energy to 857,500 points. Looking at the total energy of just over 800,000, Lin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The modest accumulation of magic crystals over the past month could be attributed to two main factors: the relatively small scale of the Daxia Mercenary Corps, which meant fewer personnel and, consequently, lower efficiency in harvesting magic crystals. And although the Hudius mountain range was reputed to be a domain of magical beasts, it was merely a localized area within the 3 surrounding kingdoms and paled in comparison to the entirety of the Divine Grace continent. The magical beasts within the range were generally of low strength, with only a single saint-level beast, the Thunderwing White Tiger, present, leaving little opportunity for Lin and his companions to hunt higher-tier magical creatures. Lin surveyed his current array of skills, with the energy at his disposal. He could upgrade 2 skills at most. One was his nearly maxed-out basic swordsmanship, which, bolstered by the double proficiency from the dominant sword body, he hesitated to waste energy on. Instead, he decided to upgrade just 1 skill, reserving the remaining energy for future enhancements. System, upgrade my armament Haki to intermediate full circle. He commanded, prioritizing the improvement of his armament Haki. This enhancement would not only bolster his defense and attack, but also serve as the most effective means against combat chi. Lin had tested this. With his current level of armament Haki, he could barely breach the defenses of a combat master, inflicting minimal damage. Only by upgrading could he pose a genuine threat to such formidable opponents. Ding. 500,000 system energy consumed. Armament Haki upgraded to intermediate full circle. Dao power increased by 500. Lin felt a significant surge of strength, bringing his total Dao power to 1390, elevating him to the mid-tier of high-level warriors. This sudden increase in power filled him with exhilaration, igniting a fleeting impulse to upgrade basic swordsmanship with the remaining energy. However, he reconsidered, opting instead to cultivate the necessary proficiency himself. Once he amassed 500,000 energy, he could upgrade another skill, thus augmenting his Dao power by an additional 1,000 points, potentially catapulting his strength into the realm of combat masters. The distinction between a combat master and a high-level warrior was profound. The former was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Suppressing his desire to further enhance his skills, Lin turned his gaze to the upgrade package in the system's inventory. A glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He wondered what treasures this upgrade package might contain, hoping for a stroke of good fortune this time. Roar. Before Lin could open the upgrade package, a commanding beastly roar echoed through the forest, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. As the tempest subsided, the imposing figure of the thunder-winged white tiger materialized before them. The members of the Daxia mercenary corps remained composed in the face of the suddenly appearing sacred-level beast. After more than a month of encounters, they were no strangers to the thunder-winged white tiger. While respect for such a powerful creature lingered, panic was nowhere to be found. Roar. A youthful voice broke through the tension as the young white tiger leaped from its mother's side, bounding towards Lin with excitement and affection. Since consuming the human fruit, the little white tiger had developed a strong bond with Lin. Whenever he ventured deep into the Hudis Mountains, the young tiger would insist on visiting him. Guided by its mother, Lin was confident that if he possessed a contract card, the little white tiger would willingly become his companion without any coercion. He contemplated how to secure the little tiger, which boasted the bloodline of a sacred beast and had consumed the human fruit, promising immense potential for growth. "Ah, little white," cried Vea, her eyes sparkling as she rushed forward to scoop up the little white tiger, her radiant face nuzzling against its soft fur. Girls often found it impossible to resist fluffy creatures, and the little white tiger's adorableness, coupled with its ability to speak, only heightened its appeal. Even the composed and mature Shiren regarded the little white tiger with affectionate eyes. Roar. "Vea, let me go? I want to find Lin." Despite having grown familiar with Vea, the little white tiger clearly favored Lin more, wriggling in Vea's embrace. "Not until you've had enough cuddles," Vea teased, holding the little tiger tightly against her burgeoning chest. Chapter 64. Lin is stabbed all right. Vea, let little white go. Observing the little white tiger's forlorn demeanor, Shiren could no longer bear it, her heart brimming with compassion. Reluctantly, promptly bounded away, leaping into Lin's arms. "Lin, Vea's sister is bullying me," the little white tiger complained, its eyes wide with grievance. "How ungrateful you are, little white. After I cooked you delicious meat last time," Vea retorted, her tone laced with indignation. "Vea's sister simply adores you. Who could resist such a charming little creature?" Lin chuckled, affectionately stroking the little white tiger's head. The little tiger displayed a blissful expression, inciting a hint of jealousy in Vea. "Soon, Vea's sister will prepare some grilled meat for you." Lin exchanged greetings with the thunderwing white tiger, which, while indifferent to others, displayed a somewhat amiable demeanor towards Lin, the savior of its offspring. The Daxia mercenary corps had grown considerably in numbers, and the task of gathering materials from the slain magical beasts no longer required the direct involvement of Lin Rongfu. Usopp and Jack were perfectly capable of managing the task. Subsequently, the team divided the meat of the rock python, and today's feast would consist of roasted python meat. After indulging in the cooked fare, the thunderwing white tiger, along with the little white tiger and the amethyst lion king, developed a fondness for the cooked dishes. although they would not refuse raw meat. It was evident that the cooked meals tantalized their appetites even more. Following the sumptuous barbecue, the little white tiger reluctantly bid farewell to Lin, trailing behind its mother. As Lin and his companions prepared to embark on their journey back to Town. Upon submitting their mission report at the Mercenary Guild, Lin reflected on the progress made over the past month. The Daxia Mercenary Corps had ascended to a C-level rating, inching closer to the A-level requirement for the next stage of missions. This realization prompted Lin to marvel at the strength in numbers. As they exited the guild and strolled through the streets, members of various mercenary groups frequently approached to greet them. Since the last tea gathering, the Daxia Mercenary Corps had become a celebrated entity within the mercenary community of Town. Even those unable to join the Daxia Mercenary Corps sought to maintain amicable relations. For the Daxia Mercenary Corps exhibited no ambitions of dominance, and Lin was not the type to be overbearing, fostering a willingness among many mercenary groups to forge connections. After managing yet another friendly encounter with a mercenary group, Lin wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a mix of exhaustion and annoyance. He had no desire to become a so-called star. His only wish was to quietly enhance his abilities. It seemed prudent to minimize his outings in the future. Avoiding the adoration of fans was a preferable course of action. At that moment, however, Lin sensed a surge of malice directed towards him. Before he could react, one of the individuals from the mercenary group he had just spoken with swiftly produced a dagger, silently lunging towards Lin's chest. Despite his efforts to evade the attack, the dagger found its mark, piercing his flesh. With a sickening thrust, the blade tore through skin, and blood gushed forth. The sudden assault left Lin momentarily dazed, but the intense pain soon jolted him back to reality, prompting him to retaliate with a powerful punch aimed at the assailant. The attacker, having successfully struck, was already retreating swiftly as Lin's fist flew towards him. "Young master!" Lin Rongfu was the first to react, exclaiming as he dashed forward like lightning, appearing before the assailant in an instant, his hand reaching out to grasp the attacker. The assailant, taken aback by Lin Rongfu's unexpected speed, was unaware of the marvelous technique of the Navy's 6 forms. Although this assassin possessed the strength of an initial stage battle master, he aimed his dagger with a gleaming arc, targeting Lin Rongfu's wrist. Lin Rongfu was ablaze with fury, his palms surging with energy as he effortlessly swatted away the dagger aimed at him. With relentless force, he struck the assassin's chest, sending the assailant hurtling backward. Driven by a desire to uncover the identity of the individual daring enough to attempt the assassination of his young master, Lin Rongfu pursued without hesitation. The assassin, grievously wounded by Lin Rongfu's blow, lay on the ground, and had Lin Rongfu unleashed his full strength, the assassin would have met his demise. Realizing he could not escape, the assassin, in a moment of desperation, bit down on a hidden poison and succumbed to death. Lin En, Captain. The sudden assault left everyone in shock. Once they grasped that the assassin had been cast aside by Lin Rongfu, they swiftly gathered around Lin En. "Are you all right?" Shilin anxiously inquired, supporting Lin En, her face a canvas of guilt and concern. "I'm fine," Lin En replied, shaking his head. Fortunately, he had managed to evade the worst of the attack. Had the dagger pierced his heart, he was uncertain if the fruit of the phoenix could truly save him. Nevertheless, as long as his heart remained unharmed, other injuries were inconsequential. "How dare the Falcon Mercenary Group attempt to assassinate our captain?" Jack's fury ignited as he rallied the members of the Falcon Mercenary Group. "No, it's a misunderstanding. I would never dare to assassinate Lin En." Fred, the leader of the Falcon Mercenary Group, exclaimed in confusion, his face paling with fear. The notion that one of his members had sought to kill Lin En was a threat to his very life. In his panic, Fred hastily explained that if he could not clarify the situation, not a single person from the Falcon Mercenary Group would escape today. He fervently prayed for Lin En's safety. Otherwise, whether or not he had given the order, he would find it impossible to survive. The other members of the Falcon Mercenary Group were equally terrified. Their faces drained of color as they found themselves surrounded by Jack and his men, lacking the courage to resist. Any misinterpretation could spell their doom. "Fred, you scoundrel. I will slay you." Jack disregarded Fred's explanations and swung his sword towards him. "Jack, stop!" Lin En shouted. "Captain, this scoundrel dared to assassinate you. He cannot be spared." Jack retorted with venom, yet he ultimately heeded Lin En's command to cease his assault. "Captain Lin, I assure you, this was not my intention. How could I dare to assassinate you?" Fred pleaded, relieved to see Lin En, though injured, appeared to be in relatively stable condition. He quickly clarified, "That assassin joined my mercenary group just days ago. I had no inkling he was a killer, regardless of your knowledge or ignorance. The assassin is now one of your mercenaries. As the leader, you cannot evade responsibility," Vea declared angrily. Usopp and the other members of the Great Siam mercenary group glared at the Falcon mercenary group with fiery indignation. As Vea stated, even if Fred had not issued the order, the assassin's proximity to Lin En through the Falcon mercenary group rendered them culpable. Fred and his mercenaries were drenched in cold sweat. The anger and murderous intent emanating from the members of the Great Siam mercenary group left them quaking in fear as they looked to Lin En. At that moment, their fate rested squarely in his hands. "Sir, the assassin has committed suicide by poison," Lin Rongfu approached. Fully aware of Lin En's recovery abilities and thus not overly concerned about his injuries, though his heart still simmered with intense rage. Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that finding clues from the assassin was a futile endeavor. The act of committing suicide by poison at the slightest provocation indicated a professional assassin. Who could possibly want him dead? "Jack, let the members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps depart," Lin instructed, gesturing dismissively. "This matter should not concern them. They were merely used by the assassin to approach me." "Yes, Captain," Jack replied. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to comply with Lin's orders. "Thank you, Captain Lin. Thank you." Fred and his subordinates expressed their profound gratitude, having narrowly escaped death. Upon returning to the mercenary group's base, Lin continued to ponder who might wish to take his life. "Lin, could it be the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps?" Sherlin suggested. "The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps has considerable motive, as the presence of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps obstructs their ambition to dominate the town of Hudis." "It is certainly a possibility," Lin acknowledged with a nod. Young Master Lin Rongfu hesitated, sensing that his stepmother, Lady Rose, could have a significant role in this matter. However, given the nature of the situation, it seemed inappropriate to voice such thoughts. Lin wore a gloomy expression, having already surmised what Lin Rongfu intended to convey. He also contemplated the stepmother who sought to bring about his demise. The fact that he remained alive must surely cause her great unease. With the initial assassination attempt, a second was inevitable. Fury surged within Lin. He had resolved not to return to contest any claims to the title of nobility. Yet his stepmother refused to relinquish her pursuit. She still regarded him as the inept, unrefined individual he once was, allowing her to dictate the course of his fate. The news of Lin's assassination swiftly spread throughout the town of Hudis. Given that it transpired in broad daylight, numerous witnesses were present, and many mercenaries began speculating about the identity of the assailant. The prevailing theory pointed to the Silver Shield mercenary group, as they possessed both the motive and the capability for such an act. "What? Lin has been assassinated?" Naturally, Joralira also received the alarming news, her expression reflecting shock. Upon learning that Lin had merely sustained injuries and was not dead, she felt a twinge of regret, acknowledging that he was indeed quite fortunate. "Captain, there are rumors circulating outside that we are responsible for Lin's assassination," Carlos stated somberly. Joralira furrowed her brow, recognizing that this was far from good news. While she was aware that the assassin was not one of her own, she worried about the possibility of Lin misunderstanding the situation. "Carlos, you must personally visit the Day Summer Mercenary Group to clarify that we are not involved in this matter." Joralira pondered for a moment and then spoke. At this juncture, she desired to avoid conflict with the Day Summer Mercenary Group, making it imperative to eliminate any suspicion against her. Lin was not surprised by Carlos's visit. He understood that Joralira wished to absolve herself of any blame and avoid confrontation with the Day Summer. After dealing with Carlos, Baiweier rushed in, her demeanor frantic as she immediately began inspecting Lin's injuries. "Elder Sister Baiweier, it's merely a minor wound. A mere assassin cannot take my life," Lin replied, bemused, unsure if her concern was genuine or if she was simply taking advantage of the situation. "With so many people around, perhaps you should choose a more private location next time. Fortunately, my brother Lin is not severely hurt. Otherwise, I cannot imagine what you would have put him through," Vea interjected, glaring at Baiweier, feeling that the latter harbored ulterior motives towards her brother. "Ah, Miss Vea, are you feeling jealous?" Baiweier teased, a cunning glint in her eyes. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Not at all," Vea retorted indignantly, her cheeks subtly flushed, a rosy hue that was quite becoming. Stealing a glance at Lin, she noticed his lack of a particularly strong reaction, which relieved yet disappointed her. Bai Weier remained silent, seemingly amused by Veia's flustered state, and decided not to provoke her any further. Lin, my little brother, have you discovered the identity of the assassin? She inquired. Not yet. The assassin took poison and committed suicide, Lin replied, shaking his head. It appears to be a professional assassin, Bai Weier mused. This should not involve the Silver Shield mercenary group. Joralira is not foolish. If you had been killed, old Mr. Lin would undoubtedly go mad. Even if Joralira could withstand his fury, her mercenaries would not. I share your sentiment, Lin agreed, acknowledging Bai Weier's astuteness. I have some leads, but this is not the time for reckoning. Very well, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Bai Weier offered, her mind already formulating some conjectures, possibly related to Lin's true identity. After all, she had previously investigated his background and was aware of the turmoil within his family. However, she refrained from intervening directly since Lin had not broached the subject. Once Bai Weier departed, Lin utilized the flames of life to heal his wounds, leaving no scars behind. The capabilities of the phoenix fruit suggested that opening a scar removal beauty parlor on Earth would be a lucrative venture. Following the assassination attempt, Lin felt an increased sense of urgency. His strength had surged rapidly in recent times, bolstered by the presence of the formidable war master, Lin Rongfu. The absence of the initial existential threat had allowed him to relax significantly. Reflecting on his current abilities, he realized he still had much to learn. While he sensed the assassin's murderous intent, he had been unable to evade the attack, not even having the time to employ his Haki. Had the assassin been slightly more powerful, he could have been fatally wounded, and even with the Phoenix Fruit's abilities, he might not have survived. After all, the development of the Phoenix Fruit's powers was still in its infancy, lacking any true resurrection capabilities. With the first assassination attempt having failed, he speculated that his stepmother would not relent, and future assassins would likely be even more formidable. Lin wished he had observation Haki, which would allow him to detect an assassin's movements in advance, thwarting any attempts on his life. In light of this, Lin recalled the upgrade package still unopened in his backpack. Curious about what treasures it might hold, he hoped for observation Haki. To ensure good fortune with the package, he decided to engage in a bit of superstition, waiting until evening to bathe and change his clothes, then praying to the deities for blessings before opening the upgrade package. A sniper rifle known as the King of Snipers, and a perfect natural type Sansan fruit, which has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it at your convenience. Holy moly, a natural type Sansan fruit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin nearly leaped in delight. He had not anticipated acquiring a devil fruit, especially one as rare and powerful as the natural type. He felt as though luck had truly favored him, and his superstitious practices had indeed borne fruit. Laughing joyously, Lin eagerly retrieved the Sansan fruit from his backpack. The fruit's skin was a dusty yellow, resembling a round cactus, adorned with numerous spines, and sporting two small branches on its side. When he touched the fruit's surface, he found the spines to be soft, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain how to consume it. This was a natural type devil fruit, and Lin felt a surge of envy. Alas, he had already consumed the phoenix fruit. According to the game's mechanics, one could consume a second devil fruit using a fusion card. But the cost of such a card in the system shop was a staggering 5 million energy, a price that was daunting for Lin, whose total energy was still shy of that amount. Such a powerful devil fruit could only be given to someone else. To whom should he bestow it? While he decided to exclude other ordinary members for the time being, Lin experienced a slight headache, or rather a dilemma of choice. It seemed that any decision would suffice. Yet selecting a particular individual felt somewhat inappropriate. After all, others might feel discomfort, as who wouldn't he wish to grow stronger? As the leader of the mercenary group, or even to most ordinary members, thereby becoming a hindrance to the Daxia mercenary corps. Lin harbored a desire for his childhood companion's strength to parallel his own, a hint of personal longing perhaps. For the time being, Lin returned the Sasa fruit to the system's inventory and retrieved the King of Snipers. This weapon was designated as the most formidable sniper rifle within the game, akin to the supreme blade among sniper rifles, with its exquisite and unique design. Measuring 2 meters in length, it was equipped with a scope. The King of Snipers boasts an effective range of 1,500 meters, a maximum range of 2,000 meters, and an infinite supply of ammunition. Lin could hardly believe that he had unlocked the Sniper King. Was he destined to become a marksman himself? Unfortunately, he lacked proficiency in shooting skills, and feared that this formidable weapon would go to waste. After stowing the Sniper King away, he glanced at the recently acquired iron block of the Navy's 6 and said, "System, upgrade the iron block to intermediate level using energy." Ding. Consumed 50,000 energy points. The iron block upgraded to intermediate level, increasing Tau power by 50 points. System. Open the attribute panel. Character. Lin level. 40 experience. 10,035,000 Tau power. 1. 440 profession. Swordsman skills. Basic swordsmanship. Perfect. Intermediate swordsmanship. Advanced. 4. 788,050,000. Shave. Intermediate. 1. 122,050,000. Paper drawing. Intermediate. 987,050,000. Iron block. Intermediate. 50,000. Life return. Intermediate. 50,000. Armament color Haki. Intermediate. 50,000. Conqueror's Haki. Intermediate. 1. 101,000. Listening to the voices of all things. Non-upgradable. Devil fruit. Mythical beast type phoenix. Intermediate. 50,000. Techniques. One sword style Iato. Flash. Continuous flash physique. Dominant sword body specialization. Nun pet. Amethyst Lion King. Level 6 initial stage beast. Special items. Nun energy. 302. 500 inventory. Sniper King. Nature type Sansan fruit quests. Main quest 1. Dream of full level. Post level upgrade to full level. Phase 3 quest. Reach level 60. Reward. Upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2. Ambition of the Mercenary Corps. Upgrade the Dasha Mercenary Corps to SSS level. Phase 2 quest. A level Mercenary Corps. Reward. Promotion gift pack. After upgrading the iron block, his Tau power increased by another 50 points, bringing it to 1,440. Having perused the data on the attribute panel, Lin closed it and left his room, heading towards Usopp's chamber. "Young master, is there something you wish to instruct me?" Usopp inquired, puzzled by Lin's late visit. He was drenched in sweat, evidently having just finished a rigorous training session, showcasing his dedication. "Indeed, it appears you have not slacked off," Lin remarked appreciatively. If Usopp were to lack diligence, even the Sansan fruit would be of little use, rendering such a powerful natural fruit wasted. "I am the weakest in the Mercenary Corps. If I do not strive harder, I shall fall behind your pace, young master," Usopp admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Knowing you think this way brings me relief," Lin replied, patting Usopp on the shoulder. "I have something special for you that will greatly enhance your strength." With that, Lin produced the Sansan fruit. "Young master, what is this peculiar item?" Usopp asked, eyeing the Sansan fruit, which appeared to be a strange fruit he had never encountered before. "You shall find out once you consume it," Lin stated, offering the fruit to Usopp with a serious expression. "Its flavor may be unpleasant, but it possesses extraordinary abilities. Remember, you must eat the entire fruit without leaving any behind." Seeing Lin's grave demeanor, Usopp nodded, fully trusting his young master. Without further ado, he took the Sansan fruit and took a large bite. Ugh, the taste of the devil fruit was as sour as ever. Caught off guard, Usopp nearly retched. But recalling Lin's words, he managed to keep the fruit down, though his face exhibited a myriad of colors. "Haha, look at your delightful expression." Lin laughed heartily, reveling in Usopp's experience. Unlike when his elder Lin Rongfu had consumed the toothless pterosaur fruit, he felt no restraint in laughing at Usopp. "Young master, did this fruit grow out of a dung pit?" Usopp grimaced, tears welling in his eyes, his tendency to cry resurfacing. Surely, the young master was not playing a prank on him? "Though the taste is indeed dreadful, I did not deceive you. My own abilities were acquired after consuming such a fruit," Lin explained, igniting the flame of life within him. Usopp had always been curious about the flame of life, and now understood that it was granted by consuming such a fruit. Motivated by the prospect of extraordinary powers, he resolved to consume the entire Sansan fruit, regardless of its taste. Closing his eyes, Usopp steeled himself and devoured the fruit in several large bites. Before long, he felt a transformation within himself, opening his eyes to witness his fingers gradually turning into sand. Chapter 66. The incoming mercenary corps. As he watched his fingers morph into sand, spreading to his palm and eventually engulfing his entire arm, Usopp's face displayed a mix of shock and exhilaration. Though his arm had transformed, he could still sense its presence. albeit in a new form. Young master, is this the power I have gained? Usopp's voice quivered with excitement, unable to believe his own eyes. Indeed, this fruit is known as the sand fruit. Once consumed, it grants the ability to manipulate sand and allows the body to transform into sand, Lin replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting astonishment and envy. Naturally, the nature-type devil fruit had been his greatest desire from the outset. Lin briefly explained to Usopp the capabilities of the sand fruit, and then remarked, Usopp, although you can now transform your body into sand, rendering you impervious to ordinary physical attacks, it is important to note that energy-based attacks can still affect you. Additionally, sand is vulnerable to water. If your body comes into contact with water, you will lose your ability to turn into sand. Master, I shall remember that, Usopp replied, nodding in agreement. He knelt before Lin, his eyes brimming with deep gratitude and loyalty, earnestly stating, I am thankful for the incredible fruit you have bestowed upon me, Master. I shall follow you for the rest of my life, never to betray you. Very well, I understand your sentiments, Lin said with a smile, helping Usopp to his feet. Perhaps due to the inherent effects of the system's devil fruit, Usopp, like the little white tiger, had nearly maxed out his loyalty and intimacy. The powers of the fruit would require his own exploration and development, but he must also remember that while the fruit's abilities are extraordinary, the cultivation of energy should not be neglected. Training both energy and the fruit's abilities together will yield even greater accomplishments in the future. Yes, Usopp will not disappoint your expectations, Master, Usopp assured him. All right, take your time to familiarize yourself with your powers. I'll return to rest now. And you should retire early as well, Lin advised, fully aware that Usopp would likely be too excited to sleep that night. After a refreshing slumber, Lin awoke to find the training ground bustling with activity. He glanced over to see Usopp surrounded by a crowd, shaking his head in amusement. Clearly, Usopp couldn't resist showing off his newfound abilities from the very start of the day. Lin, you are biased. Upon seeing Lin, Vaya rushed over, clinging to his arm and shaking it, her face a blend of grievance, envy, and desire. She too wished to possess the wondrous ability to manipulate sand like Usopp. There is only one sand fruit. Where would I find another for you? Lin thought, but dared not voice such a statement, fearing Vaya's enthusiasm might dislocate his arm. Looking around at the others, he noticed that, while they hadn't rushed over like Vaya, their gazes were fixed on him, filled with envy and yearning. Even the usually aloof Lin was looking at him with fervent eyes, which made Lin's scalp tingle, witnessing the marvels of the devil fruit's abilities. It was undeniable that no one could resist the allure of such powers. It was all Usopp's doing, after all. He would personally guide Usopp in honing his abilities. Usopp shivered inexplicably at the thought. There will be opportunities for all of you. There is no need to envy Usopp. My ambition is for every member of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps to possess such extraordinary abilities, Lin proclaimed loudly, painting a grand vision for everyone. Lin, you must keep your word. You cannot go back on your promise, Vaya said with delight. Of course, how could I deceive such a lovely sister as Vaya? Lin nodded earnestly. That's wonderful, Vaya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Long live the captain. Jack and the others cheered, having been astounded by Usopp's powers only moments before. This ability was akin to that of a sorcerer, and who among them had not dreamed of being a wizard? With Lin's promise, their excitement was palpable. Ahem, however, such miraculous fruits are exceedingly rare, and the conditions to obtain one are quite stringent. It may take a considerable amount of time, Lin cautioned, wanting to clarify to prevent any disappointment. Rest assured, Captain, I can wait as long as necessary, Jack declared loudly, with the others echoing their agreement. The allure of such abilities made the passage of time inconsequential. Seeing that everyone understood, Lin felt reassured. His earlier words were not mere fanciful dreams. He genuinely contemplated that, given sufficient energy, every member of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps could consume a devil fruit, forming an unprecedented devil fruit mercenary group. At that point, what would there be to fear regarding the completion of the system's SSS-level mercenary tasks? With each member possessing a devil fruit, it would require immense energy, and thus, he needed to focus on earning wealth. Subsequently, Lin advised Usopp to refrain from drawing too much attention to himself. Being overly ostentatious with his newfound powers could attract unwanted trouble. In the days that followed, Lin led his team back into the Hudis Mountains, continuing their journey of training and earning. On one particular day, a group of over 20 mercenaries entered Hudis town, led by a young man in his 20s riding a magnificent wind wolf. This youth, adorned in splendid attire, bore a haughty demeanor, seemingly dismissive of those around him. This is what they call mercenary paradise? It is hardly impressive, he scoffed, surveying the mercenaries lining the streets with disdain. Andrew, it is merely a small town. In the absence of formidable opponents, the strongest mercenary group here is only a rank. An elderly man beside him retorted coldly, mounted on a similarly large wolf. A level 6 frost wolf. The mercenary groups here had suffered significant losses after the beast tide, rendering them even less noteworthy. If it weren't for the beast tide, we might never have known that a saint-level beast had emerged from the Hudis Mountains. Andrew laughed, seemingly unconcerned about the saint-level beast, addressing the elder, Uncle Andy. Let us find a place to rest and regroup before we venture into the mountains to hunt this saint-level beast. Andrew and his companions had come to Hudis town upon hearing of the beast tide that had unleashed a saint-level beast, and from his tone, it was evident he believed the saint-level thunderwing white tiger was already within his grasp. The group took lodging at the largest inn in Hudis town, commandeering the entire establishment and forcing the other patrons to vacate. "Why are we being thrown out?" shouted an outraged mercenary who had just been evicted. Mercenaries lived on the edge of life and death daily. They were not known for their patience. These newcomers seem unfamiliar. They cannot be mercenaries from Hudis town. One of the evicted mercenaries' companions added angrily, "How dare these outsiders cause trouble in Hudis town? Get out of Hudis town. This is not your territory." "Yes, leave," exclaimed the other evicted mercenaries, glaring at Andrew and his companions, voicing their discontent. They believed these outsiders thought Hudis town's mercenaries were easy prey. With a swift motion, Andrew drew his sword, and a flash of blade light cut through the air, leaving two of the loudest mercenaries gasping as they fell, blood pouring from their throats. "You insignificant pests dare to be arrogant before me." Unaware of your own mortality, Andrew stood with his sword, a cold smile on his face. Having treated the lives of the two mercenaries as casually as one would a mere beast. "You dare to take a life?" The remaining mercenaries, initially stunned, were soon consumed by rage, particularly the companions of the slain mercenaries. "How audacious! Outsiders killing in Hudis town. Everyone, attack! Subdue these intruders." The poison mercenaries were filled with righteous indignation. Having been forcefully expelled from the inn, their fury was already considerable. Now, with the audacity to resort to murder, their wrath was ignited. Dozens of mercenaries swiftly unsheathed their weapons, charging forward, prepared to teach these intruding mercenaries a lesson and demonstrate the prowess of the mercenary community in Hudis town. In the face of the advancing mercenaries, Andrew exhibited no fear, a hint of disdain curling upon his proud visage. "Humph." The elder beside Andrew, Andy, let out a cold snort, his knightly sword drawn in an instant. With a sweeping motion, a long arc of sword chi sliced through the air, instantly slaying the front line of mercenaries. "A grandmaster. This is bad. They have a grandmaster among them." The mercenaries at the rear halted in their tracks, pale-faced and silently relieved that they had hesitated, or they would have become part of the fallen. The presence of a grandmaster among the foreign mercenaries was unexpected. No wonder they dared to be so brazen in Hudis town. "Come on, continue. Don't you wish to kill me?" Andrew taunted, brandishing his sword with a bloodthirsty smile. The remaining mercenaries, terrified by his grin, recoiled a few steps, their faces filled with dread, fearing he might unleash further violence. One mercenary, mustering his courage, declared, "What skill is it to bully us? Don't think you're the only ones with a grandmaster. We have one in Hudis town too. You cannot recklessly kill here. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps will not let you go unpunished." "Oh, is the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps formidable?" Andrew scoffed. "Then I shall await them here and see if they dare to trouble me. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll summon someone from the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps right now." The mercenary's eyes darted as he replied, "Get lost." Andrew waved his hand dismissively. He was disinclined to deal with such insignificant characters. As for the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, he was entirely unconcerned. Should they come looking for trouble, he would handle them effortlessly. After all, a little excitement was much needed to alleviate the monotony. "Just you wait." The mercenary spat, then fled, thinking to himself that he had cleverly escaped the clutches of the Reaper. The other mercenaries, seeing this, followed suit, lamenting their parents had not given them 2 extra legs. Andrew chuckled lightly and addressed the stunned innkeeper. "Clean this place up. Do not disturb my mood. Prepare the finest meat promptly." Yes, stammered the innkeeper, hurriedly instructing his staff to get to work, not daring to utter a word further. Chapter 67. The Rampaging Dragon Bang. A table before Jiralara shattered under her hand, her face aflame with fury as she bellowed, "How dare they brazenly murder in my territory? These outsiders are utterly arrogant, showing no regard for the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Captain, these foreign mercenaries are no ordinary foes. They possess a Grand Master," Carlos remarked, his brow furrowed. Though he too was infuriated, he recognized the strength of their adversaries, fearing a reckless confrontation might lead to disaster. And so what if they have a Grand Master? In our domain, even a Grand Master must adhere to the rules, Jiralara retorted. If we turn a blind eye, how can the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps maintain its authority over the mercenary landscape of Hudis Town? Currently, the Great Summer Mercenary Corps harbors no ambition for domination, and Hudis Town remains firmly under the Silver Shield's control. Jiralara, now riding a wave of triumph, would not permit anyone to challenge her authority. Even if the outsiders had a Grand Master, she intended to ensure they understood the rules of Hudis Town, preventing any reckless behavior during their stay. "Let us go meet these foreign mercenaries," Jiralara commanded. "Understood, Captain. I will summon our brethren at once," Carlos replied, grasping her intent that the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps must not appear weak. Soon, Jiralara and Carlos, accompanied by over 100 men, arrived at the inn where the incident had occurred, followed by a significant number of mercenaries, all eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. With Jiralara personally involved, the foreign mercenaries were bound to face dire consequences. "Are you the ones who recklessly killed in Hudis Town?" Carlos glared at Andrew and his companions, who appeared unperturbed, dining leisurely. Their blatant arrogance, ignoring the arrival of Jiralara and her crew, was infuriating. Jiralara remained silent, her gaze fixed on the elder named Andy. The aura he exuded was restrained yet palpable, instilling in her a sense of threat. It was clear he was the Grand Master among the foreign mercenaries. "Are you the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps?" Andrew inquired nonchalantly, lifting his goblet for a sip. "Do you wish to defend those worthless fools?" "That depends on whether you possess the capability to do so. Do not overextend yourselves and invite disaster upon yourselves. You are quite arrogant." Jiralara narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing beneath her lashes. It had been ages since anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Arrogant? That's because I have the right to be," Andrew replied with a smirk, but his expression shifted to one of cold severity as he declared, "If you wish to strike, do so directly. If not, be gone. Do not interrupt my meal." "What did you say?" Carlos roared. The other mercenaries of the Silver Shield Corps glared furiously, drawing their weapons, ready to carve the insolent youth into pieces at Jiralara's command. "Uncle Andy, I have lost interest in conversing with such insignificant figures. Please dismiss them," Andrew said, displaying a hint of impatience. Andy rose, stepping forward to address Jiralara. "I will strike once. If you can withstand it, you may leave unharmed. If not, you shall perish." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from Andy, his frail form suddenly resembling a towering mountain, imposing and magnificent, commanding reverence. Jiralara's countenance changed drastically. The pressure emanating from Andy sent alarm bells ringing in her mind, a visceral sense of danger surging forth. With a flick of her wrist, a massive silver shield materialized in her grasp. Clang! Andy made his move, executing a seemingly ordinary strike that unleashed a tremendous blade of sword chi. As the sword chi manifested, a violent wave of fighting spirit surged forth, descending upon Jiralara. Boom! The sword chi collided with the shield, cleaving Jiralara's substantial fighting spirit shield in two. She was sent reeling, a long gash appearing on her body. Crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Carlos and the rest of the Silver Shield mercenaries stood in stunned disbelief, hardly able to trust their own eyes. Their captain had been severely injured by this old man with a single strike, and even the shield had been severed. Just how powerful was this elder? A half-saint. Jiralara spat blood, incredulous as she gazed at Andy. This elder was not only a peak grandmaster, but had also grasped a fragment of the earth element's essence. Such a powerful individual was but a step away from the saint level, earning the title of half-saint. Her expression darkened, her heart filled with bitterness. She had genuinely encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If the elder harbored any intent to kill, none of her subordinates would escape today. "Sir, I thank you for your mercy." Jiralara struggled to her feet, approaching Andy with a face full of respect, lowering her head. Before a high-ranking grandmaster, she had no choice but to humble herself. Otherwise, it would lead to her demise. Her life now lay within his grasp. TCH, how quickly you submit. It's rather dull. Andrew sneered, feeling disinterested. He had hoped that the Silver Shield mercenary group would provide him with some amusement, but alas, he decided to let them go. Upon hearing this, Jarala let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with joy. Her life was spared. She quickly expressed her gratitude and hurriedly led her subordinates, who were too frightened to breathe, out of the area. Wait, Andrew suddenly called out, causing Jarala's heart to skip a beat. Did they have a change of heart? Yet, she dared not refuse, and her steps involuntarily halted. My dear sir, may I inquire if there are any further instructions? Jarala inquired with a forced smile, her visage reminiscent of a monstrous creature as she grinned. Please recount the details regarding the recent beast tide. I wish to know specific intelligence about that holy level beast, Andrew said, furrowing his brow at the sight of her grotesque smile, which churned his stomach. Were these individuals here for the Thunderwing White Tiger? Jarala pondered, unsure but unwilling to ask, and shared all the information she possessed, secretly hoping these people would ultimately find themselves in trouble with the Thunderwing White Tiger and perish at its claws, thus avenging her humiliation today. To think there is also a Thunderwing White Tiger cub? What extraordinary fortune! Andrew exclaimed with delight, initially anticipating the hunt of merely a single holy level beast, yet now discovering the prospect of capturing a small white tiger. This was a tremendous windfall. Seizing a small white tiger to domesticate would yield yet another holy level beast. An invaluable acquisition indeed. Uncle Andy, I can hardly wait. Let us venture into the mountains today, Andrew declared, his spirits soaring as he gestured for Jarala and her companions to depart, eager to capture the small white tiger. It appears the Thunderwing White Tiger possesses formidable strength. We must prepare thoroughly, Andy cautioned, emphasizing the importance of caution against a holy level beast. Chapter 68. Trapping the Thunderwing White Tiger deep within the Hudis mountain range. The small white tiger was nibbling on the flesh of a beast hunted by the Thunderwing White Tiger. After several delightful meals of succulent roasted meat prepared by Lin, the small white tiger found the raw, bloody meat rather unappetizing and difficult to swallow. Mother, can you sense Lin's presence? I wish to go play with him, the small white tiger said. Noticing the small tiger's disdain for the beast meat, the Thunderwing White Tiger understood that her child was longing for the delectable roasted fare. Truth be told, she too missed the taste of roasted meat. However, beasts and humans were inherently different. They did not roast meat themselves. She could not allow her child to become overly reliant on roasted delicacies. The Thunderwing White Tiger felt a deep gratitude towards Lin. It would be unreasonable to expect him to remain in the mountains solely to prepare meals for them. Perhaps I could capture another human to cook for me and my child. The Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes sparkled. This was a splendid idea. She resolved to venture out shortly to seek a human who could fulfill this role, preferably one skilled in roasting. With this thought, the Thunderwing White Tiger suddenly found the raw meat before her unappetizing. Child, we shall not eat this any longer. Let us go find some roasted meat, she announced. Wonderful, exclaimed the small white tiger, joyfully leaping onto its mother's back, believing they were off to find Lin for fun and delicious roasted meat. A delightful prospect indeed. As the Thunderwing White Tiger prepared to move, she suddenly sensed the presence of humans encroaching upon her territory, and there were quite a few. The unfamiliar aura of these humans was distinctly different from Lin's. From them, she sensed an overwhelming malice. After all, no mercenary had ever dared to venture deep into the Hudis mountain range. It was clear that these individuals were not mere wanderers. Although a sense of foreboding lingered, the Thunderwing White Tiger felt no fear. She was confident in her strength. In fact, she felt a surge of excitement, as fate had presented her with humans just as she sought to find one for her needs. Silently, the Thunderwing White Tiger, carrying her small cub, surged forward like a tempest towards the intruding humans. The intruders, led by Andrew, were intent on hunting the Thunderwing White Tiger and capturing the small white tiger. Andrew, we have entered the territory of the holy level beast, Andy remarked, his expression grave. This area bore no signs of other beasts. Naturally, no creature would dare trespass on the territory of a holy level beast. Andy observed the paw prints of the Thunderwing White Tiger on the ground, still faintly imbued with its holy level aura. Excellent, Andrew exclaimed, his countenance alight with excitement. The journey into the depths of the Hudis mountain range had not been easy, but the thought of soon capturing the Thunderwing White Tiger cub made the effort worthwhile. Be cautious, the holy level beast has appeared, Andy warned, his expression shifting as he grasped his knight's greatsword tightly. A fierce wind swept through the forest, and a wave of holy level pressure descended upon them, instilling a profound dread in Andrew and his companions, rendering their breaths labored as if the air had become unbearably heavy. With a roar, the thunderwing white tiger emerged, bearing the small white tiger upon her back, her cold eyes surveying the group of over 20 humans before her. Roasted meat did not require such a multitude. It seemed she could select a particularly skilled cook. Indeed, a holy level beast cub. Haha, it is mine. Andrew's gaze fixated on the small white tiger, his excitement palpable. He had not looked away since the thunderwing white tiger appeared, practically beside himself with elation. Uncle Andy, let us act. Today, we will not only hunt a holy level beast, but also capture this small white tiger. With a furious roar, the thunderwing white tiger glared at them, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Hearing Andrew's words filled her with rage. Another human had set their sights on her child, and these humans deserved to perish. Yet, before the enraged thunderwing white tiger could make a move, the elder Andy had already acted, swinging his greatsword with unparalleled might, unleashing a sword aura that cleaved through the air, sharp as a blade and heavy as a mountain. This sword aura contained a hint of earth elemental profundity, amplifying its power sufficiently to inflict damage on a holy level beast. The thunderwing white tiger paid little heed to the incoming sword aura. Although a half-holy level beast had grasped a fragment of elemental profundity, it was still not truly holy level. The chasm between them was insurmountable. With a tearing sound, the thunderwing white tiger unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the sword aura at the moment of collision. The sword aura shattered, yet the lightning continued, albeit reduced by half, surging towards Andy. He swiftly dodged, and the lightning bolt obliterated several large trees in its wake before dissipating. Andy appeared before the thunderwing white tiger, swinging his knight's greatsword down with a condensed sword aura extending a mere meter, yet exuding a heavy, mountain-like essence, as though he wielded not a sword but a towering peak ready to crush. Simultaneously, a cloud of yellow powder erupted from Andy, enveloping the surrounding area. Boom! The claws of the thunderwing white tiger struck against the blade, sending Andy reeling backward. Sparks danced around him, his hair standing on end as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, having sustained grave injuries from the tiger's powerful blow. As the thunderwing white tiger prepared to pursue and eliminate this human, who posed even a slight threat, it suddenly felt a disarray of magical energy coursing through its body, rendering it momentarily powerless. The beast had inhaled a considerable amount of yellow powder, one of the deadly weapons employed by Andrew and his companions to hunt saint-level magical beasts, a high-grade magical potion crafted by an alchemy master, capable of significantly diminishing even the might of a saint-level creature. Simultaneously, a colossal hexagram array illuminated the ground, projecting countless red beams that ensnared the thunderwing white tiger. Unbeknownst to the beast, while it was engaged with Andy, Andrew and his allies had dispersed to encircle it, each wielding a magical artifact that, when activated, formed the hexagram array designed specifically to bind and restrict the movements of formidable beasts. With a furious roar, the thunderwing white tiger, already disoriented from the yellow powder, found itself ensnared by the red threads, as if mired in a quagmire, struggling to move. Panic surged within the mighty creature, compounded by the fact that the small white tiger on its back had also inhaled the powder and was now completely incapacitated. These accursed humans. The fury within the thunderwing white tiger threatened to ignite the entire Hudis mountain range. Yet, it understood the dire situation. Escape was imperative, otherwise, both it and its cub would likely meet a grim fate that day. Haha, the thunderwing white tiger is bound. It cannot escape, Andrew exclaimed, his laughter brimming with arrogance. Uncle Andy, now is the time to strike. Be careful not to harm the little white tiger. Andy retrieved a vial of healing potion and consumed it, leaping into the air as he brought his great sword down. The blade aimed directly at the massive head of the thunderwing white tiger. Chapter 69. The Fall of the Tiger King in the territory of 7th-level magical beasts within the Hudis mountain range. The aftermath of a fierce battle lay evident. The colossal body of the 7th-level beast, the mammoth giant, sprawled upon the ground like a small mountain, its resilient steel-like armor marred by numerous wounds. In addition to the gashes inflicted by the great sword, there were many more marks left by razor-sharp claws. These claw marks were the result of Lin En, transforming into his toothless wyvern beast form. The mammoth giant indeed possessed formidable strength, despite its weakness and speed. Its power and defense were astonishing, rendering Lin En and his companions unable to intervene. It was only through the use of his fruit ability that Lin Rongfu managed to slay it, though he himself sustained considerable injuries in the process. For the first time, the group witnessed Lin Rongfu's fruit ability, sparking envy and anticipation regarding the mysterious fruit Lin En had produced. Master, the old servant is no longer in grave danger. You should conserve some strength, Lin Rongfu stated as he rose, waiting for Lin En to finish healing with the flame of life. Lin gracefully withdrew the flame of life, thoroughly satisfied with the prowess displayed by Lin Rongfu. Now, Lin Rongfu had ascended to the mid-tier of a great master, and by harnessing his fruit abilities, his combat strength had solidly reached the high tier of a great master. In an open expanse, with the ability to fly, Lin Rongfu would likely find himself unmatched even among high-tier great masters. Roar! As the group prepared to descend the mountain, gathering materials from the mammoth colossus, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the mountains, the roar of the thunderwing white tiger. Oh dear, it's the roar of the Tiger King. Surely, the Tiger King has come to play with us again. How delightful. I can hold the little white tiger once more, exclaimed Via with joy. Although the little white tiger always clung to Lin, she was immensely pleased to have the chance to embrace such an adorable creature. Who could resist the charm of such a cute little white tiger? Lin furrowed his brow, discerning anger and a murderous intent from the roar of the thunderwing white tiger, causing a tightening sensation in his heart. Had the thunderwing white tiger encountered trouble? Master, it seems that Lord Tiger King is in distress, spoke the amethyst lion king to Lin. As a magical beast, it naturally possessed the ability to perceive the fury embedded in the tiger's roar. Another roar echoed, suggesting that the thunderwing white tiger was approaching this way. Lin's brow furrowed even tighter from the roar of the thunderwing white tiger. He discerned not only fury but also sorrow, as if it were the lament of one cornered in despair. What calamity had befallen the thunderwing white tiger to provoke such a reaction? It is known that within the entire Hudis Mountains, the thunderwing white tiger stands as the sole holy level beast, impervious to threats from any other creature. Could it be humans? Or had something happened to the little white tiger? There was a strong possibility that the little white tiger was in peril. Only such an event could incite the thunderwing white tiger's profound anger and sorrow. Lin's heart tightened. His feelings for the little white tiger had grown immensely, as he had even contemplated taking it away. He fervently hoped nothing had befallen the creature. Young master, what troubles you? Lin Rongfu noticed Lin's unusual demeanor. The little white tiger may be in danger, Lin replied gravely. Come, we must investigate. Upon hearing news of the little white tiger's potential distress, concern swept through the group. During this time, everyone had developed a deep bond with the little white tiger, prompting them to hasten toward the source of the thunderwing white tiger's roar. After some time of rushing forward, a fierce wind greeted them, and the figure of the thunderwing white tiger materialized before them. Lin gasped in shock. The thunderwing white tiger appeared battered, with several massive wounds adorning its body, drenched in blood, and its vitality diminished by half. On its back lay the little white tiger, motionless, and had it not been for the lightning-formed ropes binding it, the little one would have surely fallen. Lin, quickly take my child away, the thunderwing white tiger implored, its eyes glistening with hope as it soared before Lin, casting the little white tiger into his arms with an anxious tone. Majestic Tiger King, what has transpired? What ails the little white tiger? Lin asked urgently while feeling the faint pulse of the little white tiger, which eased his worries slightly. A group of formidable humans has arrived. I fell victim to their ambush. I must hold them off. You must flee with my child, the thunderwing white tiger urged, its voice laced with urgency. It had exerted its utmost strength to break free from the confines of the magical array, escaping with the little white tiger. Yet it was gravely wounded and unable to utilize its holy level powers, now relying solely on Lin for hope. Formidable humans? Lin's heart raced. Anyone capable of dealing such a blow to the thunderwing white tiger must be a holy level powerhouse, igniting a profound sense of crisis within him. Majestic Tiger King, let us depart together, Lin insisted. No, I must confront the pursuers. My child is entrusted to you, the thunderwing white tiger said, casting a lingering glance at the unconscious little white tiger in Lin's arms, tears shimmering in its eyes. Lin, should I fail to return, I implore you to care for my child. With a mighty roar, the thunderwing white tiger shed a few reluctant tears before turning back to intercept the pursuers. Lin, what has happened? Lin asked urgently. While they had not witnessed the exchange between Lin and the thunderwing white tiger, the sight of the latter entrusting the little white tiger to Lin and then retreating filled everyone with foreboding. There is no time for explanations. We must move swiftly. Lin spoke in a hushed tone, clutching the little white tiger as he sprinted down the mountain. Via, Usopp, mount the back of the amethyst lion king. Observing Lin's grave expression, the others dared not inquire further and quickly followed him down the slope. At this moment, Andrew and his companions had already caught up, with Andy at the forefront, having spotted the retreating figures of Lin and the others. Roar! Even in death, I shall not allow you to take my child. The thunderwing white tiger charged fiercely toward Andy and his group, having entrusted its offspring to Lin. With no lingering concerns, its sole intention was to halt these pursuers, granting Lin the precious time needed to escape with the cub. In midair, the thunderwing white tiger erupted in a dazzling display of lightning, unleashing the remainder of its magical power in a torrent of electric serpents, creating a tempest of thunder that obstructed Andrew and his companion's path. Boom! The violent sea of lightning surged forth, instantly reducing several weaker mercenaries to charred remains. Andrew promptly activated a magical scroll, conjuring a yellow barrier that shielded them from the rampant electricity. Beast, you seek death, Andy bellowed, cleaving through the storm of lightning with a formidable sword strike that descended upon the thunderwing white tiger's massive head. The creature's formidable visage was cleaved 1/3 away, crashing to the ground, lifeless. A legendary magical beast, the king of the creatures in the Hudis Mountains, had fallen, sacrificing itself to buy time for its child's escape. Uncle Andy, where is the little white tiger? Andrew anxiously searched for the cub, desperate to ensure it remained unscathed amidst the chaos of battle. I didn't see it. I noticed some mercenaries departing earlier. It may be in their possession, Andy replied. What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them. We cannot allow them to abscond with the little white tiger. Andrew insisted urgently. The prize must not escape his grasp. He stored the thunderwing white tiger's remains in his spatial ring and led the group in hot pursuit. Chapter 70. Only war remains. Lin and his companions swiftly traversed the mountainous terrain as Lin succinctly conveyed the dire situation to the group. Everyone was taken aback by the revelation that a formidable saint-level entity had arrived in the Hudis Mountains, fixating on the thunderwing white tiger and its cub, compounding their distress. The thunderwing white tiger had sustained grievous injuries, compelling it to entrust the safety of its cub to Lin. With the looming threat of the saint-level pursuer potentially closing in, the group summoned every ounce of strength to hasten their escape. Not a single soul harbored grievances regarding Lin's burden of caring for the troublesome cub. After all, their interactions had fostered a deep fondness for the little white tiger, and as the leader of the mercenary band, Lin's decisions were met with unwavering support. Suddenly, the unconscious cub opened its eyes, emitting a mournful howl that tugged at the heartstrings, tears cascading from its eyes. The profound bond between mother and offspring was unmistakable. The demise of the thunderwing white tiger jolted the cub from its stupor. Lin's heart sank as he sensed the profound anguish within the little white tiger. The thunderwing white tiger had fallen. The thunderwing white tiger is dead, Lin declared solemnly. At his words, a wave of shock washed over the crowd. The thunderwing white tiger had returned to confront the pursuers, and in such a brief span, it had already perished. The might of the enemy had surpassed everyone's imagination. Accelerate, shouted Lin. The group dared not delay, pouring every ounce of strength into their escape. If the thunderwing white tiger could not withstand the enemy, they had no hope of doing so. Their only option was to flee with all haste. Suddenly, a massive sword aura swept in from behind, a perilous intent permeating the air. Andy had caught up, and the speed of a semi-saint was beyond what Lin and the others could match. Even with a head start, they were soon overtaken. Boom! Lin Rongfu turned around and, with a swift stroke of his sword, deflected the incoming sword light. However, he could not prevent himself from being forced back several steps, ultimately colliding with a large tree. Young master, you must leave first, Lin Rongfu shouted, standing firm with his sword in hand, exuding an air of defiance. Those of the mid-level battle master rank are but trifles. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Andy coldly proclaimed, his figure flashing as he appeared before Lin Rongfu, striking down with his great sword. The sword light surged like a mountain, imbued with an overwhelming profundity. Before the sword light descended, the ground within several feet had already been compressed and sunk half a foot. Mountain and river sword, shatter the peak. Lin Rongfu unleashed his sword with a sweeping motion, the blade's brilliance akin to a radiant rainbow, advancing unrelentingly. Its unparalleled sharpness seemed capable of cleaving mountains asunder, shattering peaks with ease. When two astonishing beams of sword light collided, they erupted with a thunderous roar, the shattered remnants of the sword energy igniting a tempest. Surrounding trees, sturdy and robust, were obliterated, and within a span of several meters, all was rendered barren, as the ground itself sank an additional foot into the earth. Lin Rongfu's body was half buried in the ground, with only his upper torso exposed. He tasted blood in his mouth, indicating significant internal injuries. However, this confrontation led Lin Rongfu to a revelation. His opponent was not a true saint-level powerhouse, but merely a semi-saint who had grasped a fragment of elemental principles. Although a semi-saint was formidable, there remained a glimmer of hope. With determination, he struck the ground forcefully with his left hand, propelling himself upwards and charging at Andy. You are but a semi-saint. To slay me, you must exhibit greater prowess. With a cry, he unleashed a powerful sword strike. Mountain river sword, sever the river. A broad beam of sword energy surged forth, infused with a palpable intent to kill, aiming to cleave through the raging waters. Andy, infuriated yet amused, scoffed at Lin Rongfu's audacity to challenge a semi-saint as a mere mid-tier battle master. How foolish, he thought, and resolved to eliminate this insolent adversary. With a mighty swing of his knight's great sword, Andy released a sword beam that sliced through the air like a towering mountain descending upon Lin Rongfu. The very atmosphere trembled under the immense pressure, resonating with a thunderous roar. As the colossal force bore down, Lin Rongfu's fighting spirit shattered like porcelain, and he was crushed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. A gruesome wound marred his body, blood gushing forth, staining the earth crimson. Grandfather Fu. In the distance, Lin En had been observing the clash between Lin Rongfu and Andy. Upon witnessing Lin Rongfu grievously injured, he could no longer remain passive. He could not allow his grandfather to perish while he fled. Vaya, take care of the little white tiger. Lin En entrusted the creature to Vaya. What are you planning to do, Lin En? Vaya asked, bewildered as she accepted the small white tiger. I cannot watch Grandfather Fu die. You all must leave. I will aid him, Lin En replied solemnly. No, the enemy is far too powerful. You will perish. Vaya exclaimed, her expression filled with urgency. Lin remained undeterred. Did he not comprehend the formidable strength of the enemy? Did their might compel him to turn and flee, thereby sacrificing his beloved Grandfather Fu? He could not. Lion King. Take care of Vaya, and depart swiftly, Lin commanded, striking the back of the Amethyst Lion King. Master, I shall fight alongside you, the Amethyst Lion King declared, halting in its tracks, its violet eyes fixed upon Lin. As a contracted companion, it could not abandon its master to flee alone. Young master, I shall not retreat either. Usoppus asserted. Captain, let us engage them in battle. Jack proclaimed loudly, a fierce expression etched upon his face. As a mercenary accustomed to the taste of blood, he had never lacked the courage to fight to the death. Even if he were to perish in battle, it was preferable to a cowardly flight. Lin gazed at Usoppus and Jack, then at the others. Although Shirin remained silent, the steadfastness in her eyes was profoundly moving. As he felt a surge of determination, he declared, very well, let us engage in a great battle. Lion King, ensure the safety of Vaya and the little white tiger. Considering the insufficient strength of Vaya and some of his comrades, Lin refrained from involving them in the fight, instructing the Amethyst Lion King to protect them. Though Vaya and the others were reluctant, they understood that even if they joined the fray, they would only be a burden. With tears in her eyes, Vaya looked at Lin and the others, once more resenting her own weakness. Brothers, let us fight our way back. Lin bellowed and dashed outside, followed closely by Shirin, Usopp, Jack, Arno, and several mercenaries of intermediate warrior status, all drawing their weapons in pursuit. A few more dared to court death, their courage commendable. Upon seeing Lin and the others return, Andy, with a smile, lightly flicked his large sword, seemingly in no haste to engage. Young master, why have you returned? Lin Rongfu inquired anxiously. Alone, he possessed the ability to fly thanks to the no-tooth wyvern fruit, confident in his chance to escape from a semi-saint. Yet, with Lin and the others back, his solitary escape was no longer feasible. Grandfather Fu, there's no need to say anything. I could never abandon you, Lin replied resolutely. We cannot flee without defeating our enemies. You truly cannot escape. Andrew pursued them, his gaze sharp. Where is that little white tiger? Surrender it, and I may spare your lives today. Enough with the idle talk. Let us battle, Lin declared, his eyes ablaze with the fire of combat. This man was a formidable warrior. He was unaware of how his current strength would fare against a battle master in mortal combat. Chapter 71. The Great War. Lin was not merely acting on a whim. He sensed that the individuals before him, particularly the elder who had clashed with Lin Rongfu, did not exude the same formidable pressure characteristic of a holy level. It was highly probable that this person had not genuinely entered the holy rank. He recalled the words of the Thunderwing White Tiger, which had claimed to be ensnared by these individuals' cunning tactics, implying that they had employed certain extraordinary methods to vanquish the Thunderwing White Tiger, as long as his opponents were not truly at the holy level. And if their unique method of dealing with the Thunderwing White Tiger could only be utilized once, then he still had a chance. Regarding the others, there were merely two formidable battle masters, lacking even a grand battle master. His side was not devoid of fighting capability. As for the elder, Lin Rongfu, utilizing the fruit of the toothless winged dragon could potentially render him invulnerable, or at the very least, preserve his life. I shall personally slay you and reclaim the little white tiger. A glint of cold light flashed in Andrew's eyes as he leaped toward Lin, brandishing his knight's great sword to strike down. With a swift evasion, Lin dodged Andrew's attack and drew his sword, executing a horizontal slash. His skill activated, and the previously gleaming blade of his sword darkened, enveloped in a layer of armed color. Andrew was astonished by the speed Lin exhibited. The velocity of a high-level warrior was surprisingly comparable to that of a battle master, indicating that this young man was far from ordinary. The clang of their swords echoed as Lin's blade collided with Andrew's great sword, which Andrew managed to parry. What kind of battle aura is that? Andrew inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon seeing Lin's darkened sword. He had never encountered such an unusual battle aura, particularly one that was black. As a warrior's aura typically manifested in white until they reached the holy level of elemental comprehension. Moreover, the absence of any battle aura fluctuations from Lin was utterly peculiar. Defeat me, and I shall reveal it to you, Lin retorted coolly, swiftly launching another assault from a different angle. Meanwhile, the surrounding combatants were also engaged, each seeking out their opponents for battle. Sheila confronted the remaining battle master, both being mid-level warriors, thus evenly matched. Jack found himself up against a high-level warrior, locked in a fierce struggle. After consuming the Sansan fruit, Usopp's strength had quickly surged to that of a mid-level warrior. Yet he faced an opponent who was a high-level warrior, his strength not commensurate with his own. You, a mid-level warrior, dare challenge me? Should I commend your audacity or lament your ignorance? The high-level warrior sneered at Usopp, believing he could dispatch him with a single blow. Try to kill me, and if you fail, I shall slay you. Usopp retorted defiantly, charging forward and thrusting his sword toward the warrior's chest. Then I shall grant you that, the warrior bellowed, disregarding Usopp's strike as he swung down his great blade, confident that his blow would cleave the audacious youth in two. The great sword descended, effortlessly slicing Usopp in half, as though he were mere tofu. The high-level warrior was momentarily stunned. Was this youth truly so fragile, or had his own strength increased? A gust of wind, carrying fine sand, obscured the high-level warrior's vision. As he blinked in confusion, he realized with horror that the severed body of Usopp had transformed into sand. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and upon looking down, he saw a long sword had penetrated his heart. I warned you. If you cannot kill me, then I shall kill you. The swirling sands coalesced, revealing Usopp once more. The sword that had impaled the high-level warrior firmly gripped in his hand. What are you? The high-level warrior gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dead men require no answers, Usopp declared, withdrawing the great sword with a swift motion. The warrior's head severed from his body. It turned out that Usopp had preemptively elementalized. Although the battle aura could harm his body, elementalization allowed him to evade the attack. Unfortunately, the high-level warrior was oblivious to this fact. Usopp had successfully utilized the Sansan fruit's abilities in combat for the first time, achieving an unexpected first kill and even exceeding his level in victory. Having swiftly dealt with one adversary, Usopp did not hesitate to charge toward another foe. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Andy escalated to a fever pitch. At this juncture, Lin Rongfu had cast aside his longsword, transforming into a semi-beast form. His hands and feet morphed into robust, razor-sharp dragon claws, which, bolstered by his battle aura, proved even sharper and more lethal than any sword. Coupled with his formidable physique and the extraordinary regenerative capabilities afforded by his Zoan-type devil fruit, he fought fiercely against Andy, a semi-holy warrior. As the battle intensified, Andy found himself increasingly alarmed. "Who are you? Do you possess beastman blood? Yet I have never heard of such a form among beastmen." The transformation had elevated Lin Rongfu's combat prowess to that of a high-level Grand Battle Master. His physical strength and recovery capabilities astonishing. Even minor wounds healed swiftly, rendering Andy's semi-holy strength insufficient to defeat him in a short span. "What race of beastman are you?" "I have never heard of such a form," Andy inquired, brow furrowed. "The continent of divine grace is vast. There are countless things you have yet to learn," Lin Rongfu replied coldly, astonished himself at the overwhelming power the mysterious fruit bestowed upon him. In his semi-beast form, he could barely withstand the attacks of a semi-holy warrior. He could only wonder how formidable he would be in complete beast form, and whether he could vanquish the semi-holy warrior before him. Enough. It matters not. Andy dismissed the thought, resolving that Lin Rongfu was simply a dying man. Earth's elemental essence, weighty pressure, a dazzling sword light surged forth, and a towering phantom mountain materialized above the sword light, casting a heavy oppressive force upon Lin Rongfu. It felt as though he bore the weight of an entire mountain. His once upright posture now bent under the strain, rendering him unable to move as he watched the sword light descend upon him. Boom! The sword light struck, causing the ground to collapse and billowing clouds of dust that engulfed Lin Rongfu's form. Having unleashed such a powerful attack, Andy's complexion paled. The exertion was immense. As a semi-holy warrior, he had only grasped a fraction of the earth element's essence, barely managing to unleash an attack comparable to a holy level, nearly depleting his internal battle aura. Drawing a potion from his spatial ring, he drank it to restore his aura, regaining a semblance of color to his face. He did not glance back at the spot where Lin Rongfu had fallen. After all, the man could not possibly survive such an onslaught. However, just as he turned to seek out and eliminate other foes, a sudden change overtook him. He whirled back, eyes widening in disbelief as two enormous wings, ablaze with flames, emerged from the dust-laden area. With a powerful flap, the wings dispelled the smoke, revealing Lin Rongfu's figure. Chapter 72. A terrifying eruption. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Rongfu braced himself against the ground, his body drenched in blood, two massive wings ablaze with fire extending from his back. In this moment, Lin Rongfu appeared utterly beleaguered. Yet another transformation. And he ultimately assumed the shape of a pterosaur. Following this metamorphosis, Lin Rongfu's demeanor appeared to shift, becoming wild and ferocious. He proclaimed, "This power is truly intoxicating. Allow me to demonstrate the strength bestowed upon me by the divine, the might of the toothless pterosaur." As his words fell, Lin Rongfu transformed into a formidable toothless pterosaur, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, with wings spanning over 10 meters. With a powerful flap of his enormous wings, he surged toward Andy with lightning speed, reaching directly above him in an instant. With another mighty flap, a torrent of flames cascaded down, engulfing Andy in a fiery inferno. "You're merely a monster. Watch me strike you down," Andy bellowed, swinging his sword to unleash a massive blade of light that sliced through the sea of flames, hurtling straight toward Lin Rongfu, reigniting their fierce confrontation. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Day Dynasty mercenary corps clashed with Andrew's subordinates, surprisingly gaining the upper hand. This advantage was attributed to Yusapusi, a unique presence whose abilities from the Sansan fruit caught their unprepared foes off guard, leading to the demise of 3 adversaries stronger than himself through cunning stratagems. "Go assist Vice Captain Sherlin," Jack exclaimed, dire, although her opponent was also a mid-tier warrior. Beleaguered. "Very well," lied, conjuring a whirlwind of sand as he made his way toward Sherlin, revealing a significant disparity in strength. With such meager power, seizing the opportunity presented by her opponent's surprise. However, the seasoned warrior quickly regained his composure, preventing Sherlin from delivering a fatal blow. "Yusapusi, your strength is insufficient to penetrate his defenses. Focus on distracting him," Sherlin commanded. With Yusapusi's abilities supporting her, His opponent wholly unaware of the San fruit's capabilities, she felt confident in her ability to vanquish him. "Rest assured, Vice Captain, watch and learn," Yusapussy declared, transforming into a swirling cloud of fine sand that enveloped the battlefield, creating a storm that obscured the warrior's vision, an action he had mastered with great proficiency. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin and Andrew raged on, intense and perilous. The gap between a high-level warrior and a battle master was monumental. Lin could only rely on the profound intricacies of the 6 Navy techniques and the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Phoenix fruit to remain entangled with Andrew thus far. Although Andrew's speed was not comparable to the shave technique, his attack speed was equally swift, if not slightly quicker. As their duel progressed, Lin sustained far more injuries than Andrew, yet the flames of life swiftly healed him, making him appear in better condition than Andrew superficially. However, Lin was acutely aware of his own limitations. As his stamina waned, his ability to maintain his speed and regenerative prowess would soon falter. To find a high-level warrior capable of battling me to this extent is indeed rare. You possess great potential, and I admire you. Surrender the little white tiger, and I shall permit you to follow me, Andrew stated, his eyes glimmering with appreciation for Lin. To think you could command my allegiance, your qualifications fall short, Lin retorted coldly. With the system at his disposal, no one held the authority to demand his loyalty. Shave a flash. Clang. Andrew parried the strike, continuing, "Boy, it seems you remain unaware of my identity. I am the Vice Captain of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, an S-rank organization. My father is a true saint-level powerhouse. Do you truly believe I lack the qualifications to command your allegiance?" Lin remained silent, as the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has engaged in combat utilizing Basic Swordsmanship, Proficiency 8. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency has reached perfection. Dao Power 500, Skill Rapid/acquired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in Basic Swordsmanship, Skill Intermediate Swordsmanship acquired. At long last, Lin had perfected his Basic Swordsmanship, and his Dao Power surged to 1940. Merely 60 points shy of becoming a battle master. A formidable energy roiled within him. He halted, sheathing the He Dao character sword, his gaze fixed intently upon Andrew. "Have you come to terms with the idea of following this young captain?" Seeing Lin pause and sheath his sword, Andrew also momentarily ceased his aggression. A renewed air of arrogance gracing his features. He believed that Lin, upon hearing his background, had been swayed. After all, who could resist the allure of an S-rank mercenary group? Andrew felt elated, envisioning not only the acquisition of a promising subordinate, but also the capture of a holy beast's offspring. This expedition to the Hudis Mountains promised to be exceptionally fruitful. "If you can withstand my strike, I may consider your proposition," Lin replied nonchalantly. With that, Lin bent his knees, lowering his stance, positioning the He Dao character's sword at his waist with his left hand, while firmly gripping the hilt with his right, adopting the posture for a Iaido draw. "One strike? I could easily handle 10, Andrew chuckled, having encountered this maneuver numerous times before. While its power was indeed commendable, reaching the strength of a battle master, it posed no real threat to him. "One sword style, Iaido." Lin let out a low growl as he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a blade of pitch-black light that resembled the scythe of death descending upon the mortal realm. With each appearance, it heralded demise. This strike unleashed a force far surpassing any of Lin's previous attacks. The technique could double his offensive power, augmented by 30% from his unique physique. The dominant sword body. With Lin's current energy level at 1940, the force of this strike reached a staggering 5044, transcending the threshold of a high-tier battle master and entering the realm of a novice grandmaster. As the dark scythe-like blade manifested, Andrew felt every hair on his body stand on end, sensing an overwhelming aura of peril. His pupils constricted in terror. This blow was insurmountable, and he knew he would perish. Chapter 73. A desperate counterattack. The shadow of death loomed over Andrew, and an intense fear gripped him. In that fleeting moment, he was overwhelmed by dread and astonishment, unable to fathom how Lin could suddenly unleash such a terrifying attack. As the dark blade rushed toward him, he hastily retrieved a defensive magic scroll from his spatial ring, activating it to conjure a robust, earthy shield before him. Boom! The pitch-black blade struck the shield with the speed of lightning, and despite its formidable strength capable of withstanding a high-tier battle master's blow, the shield crumbled like mere paper. The diminished blade then struck Andrew directly, causing a burst of crimson to erupt from his chest as his body was sent reeling backward. collapsing to the ground in a daze. Gasp! Lin maintained his stance with the weapon drawn, panting heavily. Delivering a blow far beyond his own capabilities had taken a tremendous toll on him, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Ah, damn it! You shall perish. Andrew, fortunate not to have met his demise, had withstood most of the blow's force thanks to a defensive magical scroll. However, the residual power had still inflicted grievous injuries upon him. Andrew retrieved a healing potion from his spatial ring and consumed it, gradually regaining some strength. Rising from the ground, his eyes, now blood-red, fixated on Lin, the murderous intent within them palpable. He had narrowly escaped death just moments ago, and at this juncture, all thoughts of recruiting Lin had been cast aside. His singular desire was to eliminate the wretched bastard before him. Never before had Andrew experienced the proximity of death so intimately. He once again reached into his spatial ring, producing a short sword, a sacred artifact personally crafted by his father, the leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary corps, meant for his protection. He had refrained from employing it even during the battle against the Thunderwing White Tiger, but now, in the pursuit of Lin's demise, he was compelled to wield it. The sudden surge of Lin's power instilled fear within him, and given his current state of injury, he held little confidence in his ability to defeat Lin without this sacred weapon, underscoring his lethal resolve. You scoundrel! I will see you dead. The sacred artifact activated, and the short sword shattered, unleashing a tremendous sword aura that loomed in the air, its overwhelming sanctity descending to envelop Lin. The divine presence startled all combatants, instilling a profound dread that compelled them to halt, their gazes drawn toward the vast sword aura above. Young master. Upon realizing that the target of the sword aura was Lin Rongfu felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. With a shout, he abandoned Andrew and rushed toward Lin. Trying to escape? Have you consulted me first? That brat is as good as dead. Andrew leaped forward to intercept Lin Rongfu. Unsure of why Andrew had resorted to using a sacred artifact, he was resolute that the boy was doomed, and there was no way he would permit Lin Rongfu to assist him. Get out of my way. Lin Rongfu's eyes blazed with fury as he launched a relentless assault on Andy, disregarding his own safety in the process. Unfortunately for him, Andy's strength surpassed his own, and despite Lin's efforts, he found himself unable to break through. Captain, Shalene, Jack, and others were filled with anxiety, desperate to rush in and rescue Lin En. Yet they were all held back by their opponents. Even if they managed to get there in time, they would be unable to save Lin En. Under the overwhelming pressure of divine might, anyone who approached would surely perish. Facing the true terror of divine power, Lin En felt the chilling proximity of death as the menacing sword aura hovered above him. In that moment, he grasped the feelings Andrew had experienced earlier. Lin En attempted to evade, but the sword aura had already locked onto him. Under the immense pressure of divine might, he found himself unable to move. In the grip of such terrifying oppression and fear, neither the Navy's 6 styles nor the Busashoka Haki could be summoned. It seemed he could only await his demise. No, I cannot die here, he thought, unwilling to accept such a fate. Even if it were a divine weapon, it could not kill him. A fierce instinct for survival erupted within Lin En, his spirit boiling under the divine might. As he unleashed a mid-tier Busashoka Haki that pushed back against the mountain-like pressure bearing down on him. Feeling a rush of relief, he regained his ability to move and, without hesitation, activated Shave to flee into the distance. What appeared to be a lengthy process was, in reality, only a matter of breaths. The colossal sword aura descended swiftly. Although Lin En had escaped to the edge of the sword aura's reach, he had not fully evaded its attack range. Realizing this, he steeled himself for a desperate confrontation. Busashoku, hardening. Iron block. Boom. The sword aura struck, cleaving the earth and leaving a massive chasm over 100 meters long. In the spot where Lin En had stood, a gaping pit emerged, and his figure had vanished. No. Cries of anguish erupted from Lin Rongfu and the others, their profound sorrow nearly overwhelming them. Despair surged forth. Under such a terrifying divine-level attack, no one believed Lin En could possibly survive. Young master. Lin Rongfu's eyes brimmed with blood tears as he furiously attacked Andy. I will make you pay for this, and take the young master with you. Not just Lin Rongfu, but Usopp, Shalene, Jack, and the others shared the same sentiment. Driven by vengeance for Lin En, they wished to rush forward and slay Andrew, but were held back by their foes, resulting in a frenzied assault on their opponents. Adopting a reckless fighting style. Haha, finally dead. Andrew cackled madly, inadvertently aggravating his injuries as he coughed violently. He strode towards the great pit, eager to witness Lin En's lifeless body and the scene of his demise. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, Andrew beheld Lin En lying quietly at the bottom, his body resembling a battered doll, the ground around him soaked in blood. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, his smile froze upon noticing Lin En's chest still rising and falling gently. He was not yet dead. How is this possible? He is still alive? Andrew could hardly believe his eyes. Against such a formidable divine-level attack, this individual had somehow survived. A miracle. This was fortuitous, for it meant he could kill Lin En himself. Andrew leaped into the pit, approached Lin En, and raised his great sword, declaring, "To die by my blade is a privilege, indeed." Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, but it was not Lin En who was struck. Rather, it was Andrew himself. "That is also what I wished to tell you," Lin En said as he stood before Andrew, enveloped in the flames of life. The gruesome wounds that marred his body began to heal gradually within the fire. How is this possible? Andrew's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at Lin En, but the searing pain in his chest affirmed the harsh reality of the situation. Andrew felt the life draining from him, his body growing increasingly cold. Death was consuming him. He could not help but emit a chilling scream. "Ah, Uncle Andy, avenge me." With a final cry for help, Andrew expended his last vestiges of strength. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open in death, Lin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, a wave of fear washing over him. In that moment, as the holy sword light descended, he genuinely believed his life was forfeit. Fortunately, he had managed to escape the epicenter of the explosion, thereby avoiding the brunt of the sword's most potent assault. Coupled with the protection of his armed color Haki and the defense provided by iron blocks, and most importantly, the formidable regenerative abilities of the phoenix fruit, he miraculously retained his life. Even so, he was grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death. When Andrew had leapt down, prepared to take matters into his own hands, Lin had desired to rise, yet his injuries rendered him incapable. The recovery granted by the phoenix fruit required time. But just as hope seemed lost, he managed to rally himself for a final counterattack, ultimately vanquishing Andrew. However, Lin had nearly exhausted all his strength. All he longed for now was to lie down and succumb to a deep slumber. Yet, rest was not an option, for the battle above was still raging. He needed to ascend, for even if he lacked the strength to fight, his mere presence could inspire confidence in Lin Rongfu and the others. With that thought, Lin dragged his weary body, summoning his last reserves of strength, and pulled Andrew's lifeless form from the pit. Andy was fiercely engaged in thwarting Lin Rongfu. Feeling the immense pressure of Lin Rongfu's relentless onslaught, especially after he had transformed into a bizarre wyvern form, his power nearing that of a demigod, even Andy found himself needing to tread carefully. Yet, at that moment, he heard Andrew's anguished cry, filled with suffering and defiance, which jolted Andy to attention. What had happened to Andrew? That boy should have been dead after sustaining the attack from the holy artifact. Survival seemed utterly impossible. Just then, Lin struggled to drag Andrew's body from the pit. Master is alive." Usopp was the first to notice Lin, his voice bursting forth in sheer exhilaration. In an instant, the members of the Dachau mercenary corps were overwhelmed with tears of joy. What a relief. Impossible. Under the assault of the holy artifact, he cannot have survived. Andy shouted in a fit of rage, his gaze fixated on Andrew's lifeless body. Andrew could not be dead. It was unthinkable. Andrew lay still, motionless. And Andy was consumed by fury. How could he explain this to the captain? Andrew was the captain's only son. "Boy, you shall pay for Andrew's life." In a fit of unbridled rage, Andy abandoned Lin Rongfu and aimed a lethal strike at Lin, unleashing a massive sword light that sliced through the air. Fueled by Andy's intense fury and murderous intent, directed at Lin, who stood several dozen meters away. "Master, be careful." Lin Rongfu was taken aback. Moments ago, Lin En had reappeared, and amidst overwhelming joy, his emotions surged, dissipating the fury and hatred within him. For a fleeting moment, the fervor to fight for his life waned, causing a delayed reaction. By the time he realized Andy had unleashed a sword strike, it was too late to intervene. Lin Rongfu shouted a warning to Lin En and launched a fierce counterattack against Andy. With his sharp dragon claws, he struck fiercely, and in a moment of distraction, Andy suffered a grievous wound on his back, a gaping hole revealing his crimson heart pulsating within. Although the strike severely injured Andy, it could not halt the deadly sword beam hurtling towards Lin En. The swift approach of the blade left Lin En in shock. He wished to evade. Yet his body was feeble, devoid of strength after dragging Andrew's lifeless form. Having exhausted his final reserves of energy, he lacked even the strength to lift his arm. Helplessly, he watched as the lethal sword beam rushed toward him, a profound bitterness enveloping his heart. Just as he had narrowly escaped one calamity, was he destined to succumb to another? It seemed today marked the end of his journey in this realm. Nevertheless, to have lived once more, to have witnessed such wonders and experienced formidable power, was not entirely in vain. Yet, an unyielding sense of regret lingered within him. As Lin En prepared to close his eyes and await the arrival of death, a figure swooped in like a moth to a flame, placing themselves defiantly in the path of the descending sword beam, brandishing a sword with unwavering resolve. Boom! The great sword shattered, and the figure, embodying the spirit of defiance, was sent hurtling backward, blood cascading through the air. Sister Shilin, witnessing the figure drenched in blood, Lin En felt an agonizing tear within his heart, as if it were shattering, rendering him breathless. That silhouette, undaunted and resolute, was indeed Shilin. At the critical moment of Lin En's peril, she had forsaken her opponent to shield him from Andy's lethal strike. The sword beam was thwarted, but she bore the brunt of its force, her body crashing to the ground some distance away from Lin En, leaving her fate uncertain. A sudden surge of power coursed through Lin's body, propelling him to rise with great effort. Stumbling forward, he rushed towards Shilin, only to falter and collapse a mere yard away, utterly devoid of strength. Crawling onward, he reached Shilin's side. Gazing at her closed eyes, barely clinging to life, and her blood-soaked form, Lin dared not embrace her. Instead, he grasped her hand, summoning every ounce of his dwindling energy to channel the flame of life into her wounds. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, the flame flickered weakly like a mere candle, wholly inadequate to mend such grievous injuries. Shilin, why were you so foolish? Why did you shield me from the blade? Tears streamed down Lin's face, his heart wrenched with anguish, resenting his own frailty that not only failed to protect those dear to him, but also compelled them to risk their lives for him, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. Andy had fled, after sustaining a grievous wound inflicted by Lin Rongfu. He was no longer able to contend with him and had no choice but to escape for his life. Even a semi-saint, though severely injured, could not be detained by Lin Rongfu, who was himself not unscathed. As Andy fled, the remaining members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps fell swiftly under Lin Rongfu's onslaught. Yet no one celebrated their victory. Instead, they gathered around Lin and Shilin, their faces etched with sorrow. Shilin, do not leave us, Lin implored, gripping her hand tightly, pressing on with his efforts to heal her with the flame of life, though the results were meager and his strength waned significantly. Kneeling on the ground, he appeared on the verge of collapse, clearly at his limit. Vice Captain Shilin, young master, Usopp, too, was in tears, helpless as he witnessed Shilin's near-death state and the anguish of the young master. The others remained silent, at a loss for words, each understanding that Lin's strength had been exhausted and he could no longer wield the flame of life. Shilin's severe injuries were beyond even divine intervention. I will not allow you to perish, Shilin. There must be a way, Lin declared, his voice hoarse, his heart aching at the sight of her pale, bloodied visage. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. He looked up at Lin Rongfu and shouted, Grandpa Fu, the ring. The spatial ring. Chapter 75. The spatial ring. Andrew's spatial ring contains healing potions, Lin exclaimed, recalling how Andrew had retrieved magical potions from his spatial ring during their earlier battle to mend his wounds. Surely, there must still be healing potions left within that ring. It was their hope for Shilin's survival. Lin Rongfu realized the situation and swiftly approached Andrew to remove the spatial ring from his hand. Upon inspection, he found it indeed contained a considerable number of magical potions, including those for recovering fighting spirit and healing injuries, all of which were of at least intermediate grade. After all, Andrew was of notable status, and his possessions were of high quality. A few vials of healing potions were administered to Shilin, along with 2 vials of fighting spirit restoration potions, for the restoration of her fighting spirit would significantly enhance her own recuperative abilities. Lin fixed her gaze intently upon Shilin, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in her demeanor. Her eyes were filled with a blend of hope and trepidation. Fortunately, the healing potion began to take effect. Shilin's previously faint breaths gradually grew stronger. Though she remained unconscious, Her breathing had stabilized, indicating that her life was, at last, preserved. Phew! Lin exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling as though a great weight had bin lifted from his heart. A profound weariness washed over him, and he could no longer endure, collapsing beside Chiron. However, even in his unconscious state, a faint smile graced Lin's lips. Upon awakening, he found himself lying in the bed of the residence, having returned to Hudis town. Sister Chiron. The moment he regained consciousness, his first thought was of Chiron, prompting him to rise and open the door. Young master, you are awake. Lin Rongfu, who had been waiting outside the door, displayed a look of joy upon seeing Lin's return. Grandfather Fu, why haven't you rested despite your injuries? You need not remain vigilant for me, Lin admonished, noticing the lingering fatigue in Lin Rongfu's breath, indicating that his wounds had yet to heal. Do not worry, young master. While my recovery may not match yours, it is certainly superior to that of most, and I have also consumed a healing potion, Lin Rongfu replied. Lin nodded thoughtfully, realizing that healing potions were essential to procure in greater quantities. Although his life flame was more effective, there were limits to human endurance. Once his strength waned, even the mightiest abilities would prove futile. This incident had imparted a profound lesson to Lin. Grandfather Fu, how long have I been asleep? Lin inquired. 2 days and a night. Has it really been that long? How is Sister Shirlin? Lin's heart raced at the thought of Shirleen's condition after such an extended absence. Shirleen's injuries are stable, but she has yet to awaken, Lin Rongfu replied. That is a relief, Lin sighed, feeling reassured that as long as her condition remained stable, he could employ his life flame for her healing. Thus, Lin made his way to Shirleen's room to check on her. Inside, Weiya kept vigil by Shirleen's side, her expression one of sorrow, her eyes swollen from countless tears shed over the past 2 days. Upon seeing Lin, Weiya leaped into his embrace, quietly sobbing. With her sister in a coma, Weiya seemed to have lost her anchor. Lin's presence provided her with the support she desperately needed, and her repressed emotions flowed forth. Do not be sad. I will surely heal Sister Shirlin, Lin gently reassured, patting Weiya's back. In that moment, he harbored no impure thoughts, only compassion and guilt. I feel so powerless, unable to assist in any way. If only I could have prevented my sister's injuries, Weiya lamented, gazing up at Lin through tear-filled eyes. Brother Lin, you must help me grow stronger, strong enough that my sister need not worry for me, strong enough to protect her. Very well, I will assist you, Lin affirmed, equally earnest. After comforting Weiya, Lin turned his gaze to Shirlin, who lay on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Even in slumber, Shirlin remained breathtakingly beautiful, her pale complexion accentuating a delicate allure that stirred a protective instinct within him, contrasting sharply with her usual frosty demeanor. Recalling Shirleen's resolute form as she shielded him from the sword's edge, Lin felt a surge of emotions. In his past life on Earth, Lin had experienced romance, but it had been limited to embraces and kisses, never progressing further and ultimately ending with graduation. After entering the workforce, the harsh realities of life, lacking a car or a house, had rendered such relationships ephemeral, leading him to seek solace in gaming. Now, a woman, such a stunning woman, was willing to risk her life for him. Lin felt as though fate had bestowed upon him an extraordinary blessing. Shirlin, I will heal you soon. Yet, to treat Shirlin, Lin required a replenishment of his own strength. Despite having rested, he still lacked vitality. Thus, a hearty meal was paramount. As Lin exited Shirleen's room, a small white figure darted in front of him. It was the little white tiger, mourning the loss of its mother. Upon seeing Lin, the cub whimpered. As though recognizing a kinship, after losing its mother, Lin had become its closest companion. Little White, Lin bent down to scoop up the small tiger, his heart heavy with sorrow, unsure of how to console the creature. Perhaps, in time, the pain would lessen. All he could do was shower the little one with kindness, providing it with the warmth of home. The moment the others learned of Lin's awakening, joy lit their faces. With their leader safe and sound, the Daxia mercenary group found its steadfast anchor, ensuring their continued existence. Lin Rongfu had prepared an abundant feast, and upon seeing the table laden with food, Lin En finally grasped the sensation of hunger that felt as if his stomach was pressed against his back. He hurriedly seated himself at the table, disregarding all decorum, and devoured the meal voraciously. Amidst Lin En's eating, Lin Rongfu shared a summary of the recent conflict between the Daxia Mercenary Corps and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Daxia Mercenary Corps suffered 6 fatalities, with the remaining members sustaining injuries, a loss that could be considered minimal. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Usoppos, which caught the Snow Wolf mercenary corps off guard, the casualties could have been even more severe, if not for allowing individuals like Weiya, whose strength was relatively low, to withdraw. The losses might have been far greater. The 6 who perished were all pivotal mid-tier forces of the Daxia mercenary corps. Lin remained silent. A mere fraction of the Snow Wolf mercenary regiment had inflicted considerable losses upon the Great Xia mercenary regiment. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in the presence of his system, annihilation would have been the likely outcome. He pondered on his own weaknesses, as well as those of the Great Xia mercenary regiment. The meal he consumed lasted a full hour before he felt satisfied. Subsequently, Lin Rongfu presented Andrew's spatial ring to him, causing Lin's eyes to light up. Spatial rings are indeed valuable treasures. Even the most rudimentary ones are worth no less than 100,000 gold coins, and very few can be found in the entire Hoodie City. Andrew's background was significant, being the vice-captain of an S-rank Snow Wolf mercenary regiment, and it was certain that his spatial ring contained numerous precious items. Having endured a fierce battle, the Great Xia mercenary regiment had suffered grave losses, and it remained to be seen whether the treasures within the spatial ring could compensate for some of those losses. With a sense of excitement, Lin accepted the spatial ring and began to examine its contents. Chapter 76. A kiss seals the fate. A spatial ring can be opened with mental energy, which everyone possesses to varying degrees of strength. As Lin's mental energy entered the ring, he discovered that Andrew's ring was quite spacious, roughly the size of a room, around 100 cubic meters. Within it lay a multitude of items, the most remarkable of which was the immense corpse of a thunderwing white tiger. Even within the confines of the spatial ring, Lin could sense the formidable and fierce holy aura emanating from the tiger's remains. Gazing upon the carcass, Lin couldn't help but reflect that even a powerful holy beast like the thunderwing white tiger was not immune to death, intensifying his yearning for greater strength. After some contemplation, Lin resolved to leave the tiger's body undisturbed for the time being. Despite the wealth of treasures it harbored, it was, after all, the mother of the little white tiger, and Lin was not yet prepared to abandon his compassion. In addition to the thunderwing white tiger's remains, the spatial ring also contained a substantial amount of gold coins, easily exceeding 100,000, which would be beneficial for the current state of the Great Xia mercenary regiment. There were also several vials of magical potions, over 100 magic crystals, various materials harvested from magical beasts, several weapons, and a collection of miscellaneous personal items such as clothing, alongside a variety of other objects whose purposes Lin could not discern. What truly captivated Lin, however, were the over 100 magic crystals, for he was in dire need of system energy. Thus, he extracted all the magic crystals from the spatial ring and deposited them into his system backpack. System. Convert all the magic crystals into system energy. Ding. Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 1,820,000 points, totaling to 122,500 points. The magic crystals from Andrew, combined with those already in Lin's backpack, yielded an impressive increase in energy, surpassing the gains from the beast tide, primarily due to the higher quality of the crystals involved in this conversion, which naturally contain more energy. The old adage holds true: robbery is indeed one of the quickest means to acquire wealth. Andrew could be considered a benefactor in this regard. With over 2 million energy points at his disposal, Lin pondered on their optimal usage. This energy was sufficient to elevate 4 intermediate skills to perfection, which would grant him an additional 2,000 points of combat prowess, propelling his strength to the intermediate level of a battle master, a significant qualitative enhancement, allowing him to truly be regarded as a formidable expert. However, recalling the sight of Veia's tear-streaked and swollen eyes, Lin hesitated. Should he perhaps purchase a powerful devil fruit for her? Ordinary devil fruits were beneath his consideration, and if he were to buy one, it would certainly have to be a potent variety. Knowing that the members of the mercenary regiment would become his trusted allies, Lin was willing to invest generously. He envisioned transforming the Great Xia mercenary regiment into a formidable force, with each member possessing a devil fruit, or, even better, an affinity for nature-based devil fruits, though such an endeavor would require an immense amount of energy. Lin glanced at the system's marketplace, noting that the lowest price for a nature-type devil fruit was a staggering 2 million energy units. With his current energy reserves, he could only afford a single fruit. However, acquiring even one would not be a loss, as an enhancement in Veia's strength would concurrently bolster the prowess of the Daxia mercenary corps. Yet, Lin refrained from hastily purchasing the devil fruit, for his immediate priority was to tend to Shirleen's injuries. Having replenished her strength and vitality, it was time for Shirlene to awaken. Lin entered Shirleen's room alone, while others waited outside, including the anxious Veia, who wished for no disturbances during her sister's healing process. Observing Shirleen's pale face, with her eyes tightly shut, Lin felt a pang of sympathy and took Shirleen's icy hand in her own. Suddenly, a blazing flame of life ignited within Lin, enveloping Shirlene and infusing her with vitality, gradually restoring the color to her pallid visage. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Lin exerted herself, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, until at last, Shirleen's eyelids fluttered open, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty awakening after a century. Their eyes met, and in that moment, time appeared to stand still. "Shirlene, you're awake," Lin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with joy and tenderness. "It is truly wonderful to see you again, Lin," Shirlene replied softly, her icy gaze illuminated with delight. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin's hand, a blush crept upon her pale cheeks, and she wished for that warmth to linger eternally. "Shirlene, why did you take the sword from me? Do you know how terrified I was at the thought of losing you?" Lin's voice was heavy with reproach and heartbreak, recalling the harrowing moment with trepidation. "Because I feared losing you as well," Shirlene answered gently, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, her gaze remained steadfast, shy yet courageous as she looked into Lin's eyes. The usually aloof beauty exhibited such a bashful demeanor that it left Lin speechless. Shirlene's confession sent Lin's heart racing with exhilaration. Such a declaration of affection was unmistakable. If Lin, with her past romantic experiences, failed to grasp its significance, she would surely deserve a sound reprimand from the discerning readers. Lin leaned down and pressed his lips against Shirlene's crimson ones. Shirlene froze, her eyes widening in surprise. But after a brief moment, she closed her eyes and fervently returned Lin's kiss. The women of the Divine Grace continent, much like their Western counterparts on Earth, exude a passionate and direct nature, unafraid to love and to hate. The two became lost in the exchange of kisses, oblivious to the passage of time. After an eternity, they finally parted, their breaths becoming rapid and shallow. "Sister Shirlene, you are quite sweet," Lin smiled, lingering in the moment. "I can hardly breathe," Shirlene playfully chided, casting a teasing glance at Lin. "You are quite bold, little brother, considering I have yet to give my consent. My courage knows no bounds. Would you care to experience it further, Sister Shirlene?" Lin licked his lips, reminiscing about the delightful taste that lingered, leaving him yearning for more. "Not now. I am still recovering." Shirlene shot Lin a warning look, fully aware of his intentions, but feeling too fragile to allow him to proceed. "I apologize, I almost forgot," Lin said, feeling remorseful. Shirlene was simply too enchanting. At this moment, her well-being was paramount. Matters of romance could wait. "Sister Shirlene, you must be hungry. You have been unconscious for 2 days and nights. Allow me to prepare something for you." "Yes," Shirlene nodded gently, indeed feeling the pangs of hunger. Lin opened the door, and immediately, everyone turned to look. With a smile, Lin reassured, "Everyone, don't worry, Sister Shirlene has awoken." A wave of relief washed over the crowd, and Veia could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed into the room to see her sister. Chapter 77, The Flame Fruit Sister. Veia exclaimed, throwing herself into Shirlene's arms, tears streaming down her face. The past 2 days had been filled with worry. She had lost her appetite and her mind. Her tears nearly dried up from the anguish of feeling powerless, relegated to the sidelines. Now that her sister had finally regained consciousness, the immense weight in Veia's heart could finally be lifted. The two sisters embraced, sobbing together for a long while before they could compose themselves. "Sister, why is your face so flushed?" Veia suddenly noticed Shirlene's rosy complexion, which did not resemble that of someone recovering from a severe injury. "Is it really that red?" Shirlene felt her cheeks heat up, fearing Veia might discern something amiss. "I don't know. Perhaps it's because Lin just healed my wounds." Not only had he healed her, but they had also exchanged saliva. "Fortunately, that guy Lin saved you. Otherwise, I would have made him pay," Veia declared fiercely, already knowing her sister had been gravely injured while shielding Lin from an attack. Shirlene felt a twinge of discomfort, mumbling evasively to Veia, secretly thinking that Lin would soon be her brother-in-law. How could she possibly reveal that to Veia at this moment? At that moment, Lin entered with a bowl of porridge. Veia sat by the bed, feeding Shirlene, while Lin stealthily cast flirtatious glances at Lin from behind. His ardent gaze filled Lin with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Even in Via's presence, he was audaciously inappropriate. "Sister, your face has grown even redder," Via remarked with curiosity. "It's nothing. The porridge is just a bit hot," Lin replied, shooting Lin a fierce glare, one that spoke volumes. "Lin's injuries are not fully healed yet. I will provide more treatment tomorrow, and everything will be fine," Lin said, grinning mischievously at Lin. Before long, the bowl of porridge was emptied. "Via, I have a gift for you," Lin announced, revealing a peculiar fruit in his hand. Its tangerine-hued skin was adorned with flame-like patterns, as though it were composed of flickering flames. This was the devil fruit, the flame fruit, which Lin had purchased from the system shop. Having solidified his relationship with Lin, he felt it only appropriate to bestow a gift upon his future sister-in-law. After all, it would be inconsiderate to be stingy with her, especially given the adage that a sister-in-law is half of her brother-in-law's something. Choosing the flame fruit over others seemed fitting, as he believed Via's vibrant personality suited it well. "What kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange, almost like fire." Both Via and Lin marveled at the flame fruit in Lin's hand. "Did you not desire abilities akin to Usopp's? This fruit will grant you just that," Lin replied with a smile, extending the flame fruit towards her. "Consume it, and you shall acquire extraordinary powers." "That's amazing." Via could hardly contain her excitement, leaping up and embracing Lin, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek before eagerly accepting the flame fruit. "Can I just eat it directly?" she asked, still brimming with enthusiasm. Lin was utterly bewildered. His sister-in-law had kissed him in front of his sister. What was he to do? He dared not glance at Shireen, for he could only imagine the displeasure that must have marred her expression. To ease the tension, Lin hastily remarked, "But the taste of this fruit is rather unpleasant. So be prepared. For the sake of this miraculous ability, I shall endure even the most distasteful fare," replied Vea, resolutely raising the fiery fruit and biting into it with determination, only to nearly retch. "Ugh, how revolting. Lin, did you concoct this fruit from the excrement of some beast as a prank on me?" Tears welled in Vea's eyes, as if she bore an immense grievance. "Nonsense. You must finish it. Only then will you understand." Lin stifled a laugh, aware that laughter would incite Vea's fury. "I warn you, if you are playing tricks on me, you shall regret it," Vea retorted fiercely, yet her tear-streaked visage failed to intimidate. When Vea was resolute, she was quite formidable. She persevered in consuming the horrid fiery fruit, each mouthful accompanied by dry heaves, which caused Shireen's heart to ache. She couldn't help but question whether Lin was truly tormenting Vea, for the fruit's horrendous flavor was akin to consuming excrement. After the last morsel of the fiery fruit vanished from Vea's mouth, she felt a surge of searing energy erupt within her, orange flames flickering to life around her. Soon,